demon god to concentrate all his blood flames and baleful energy at the tip of the bone blade, unleashing his ultimate killing move, a black blade of light that tore through space. Completely cleave and obliterate the zombie king's enormous main eye, along with the remaining half of its head. The zombie king let out a final, unwilling howl, and its 500-meter-tall body collapsed like a mountain toppled. The remaining fleshy blanket quickly lost its vitality and turned into foul-smelling pus. The oppressive, decaying force that had permeated the globe receded like a tide. We won, however, the three were also nearly exhausted. The bone demon god was severely damaged, the armored mech suffered multiple overload damages, and Lin Yu was pale and mentally exhausted. For the next 6 months, the three of them commanded the Ultimate Warrior and the reinforcements that arrived later to clean up the remaining zombies around the world that were gradually going out of control and dying due to the loss of their source. They devoted all their energy to researching how to completely purify the ubiquitous T-Abyss virus contamination on this planet. This is a more complex and challenging task than eliminating the zombie king. Finally, Wang Xuan combined knowledge of formations and feng shui geomancy to pinpoint key energy nodes and geomantic vein intersections around the world. The basic array patterns of the super-large purifying heaven, and earth fiend clearing array were inscribed. It is used to soothe and calm the earth's spiritual energy, which has been polluted by viruses and the aura of death. Silverwing mobilized the remaining industrial resources worldwide, combining special substances extracted from the remains of the zombie king with antivirus technology. They built hundreds of atmospheric stratosphere purification towers, each reaching a height of 1 kilometer, which are like planetary-level air filters. Li Wei, on the other hand, deduced the original template of the virus from the core genetic fragments of the zombie king. Based on this, the Dawn series of broad-spectrum purification agents were developed, which can fundamentally decompose the structure of the T-Abyss virus and are harmless to the environment. Ultimately, the three combined the formation, the purification tower network, and the other elements. With the combined effect of these three factors, the nauseating smell of the virus in the air gradually thinned out, and the turbid water began to settle and become clear. On the barren land, a few tenacious green shoots, unpolluted and untouched, sprouted. The planet's ecological environment has finally shown signs of reversal. When the main pollution levels on the last continent dropped below the safe line, the notification from Infinite Paradise arrived as scheduled. All quests in the beginner world have been completed. Do you wish to return immediately? As light and shadow shifted, the three found themselves in the vast and boundless apostle space of the Infinite Paradise, surrounded by stars. The settlement screen unfolded in front of me, displaying a dazzling array of reward information. Especially the 7th-stage cultivation method. They only realized how valuable this award was after they learned about it. For them, that was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of in their world. Their entire world might not be worth a single hair of that cultivation method. Of course, the three of them would only realize later that the most precious reward was actually the seed of limitlessness. This is the first time I've ever seen such a generous amusement park. After a long while, Wang Xuankai slowly exhaled, his eyes filled with a mixture of shock and ecstasy. Meanwhile, at the core of the Infinite Paradise, in that vast and boundless top-tier world that was transformed from Lin Yu's own real world, Lin Yu's consciousness looked down upon countless mission worlds that clung to him like bubbles, and the struggles and growth of the apostles within them. They saw many infinite apostles like Wang Xuan and his 2 companions, who successfully returned and received amazing evaluations and rewards. A satisfied smile appeared on his lips. These high-quality seeds are the best proof of the infinite paradise's healthy operation and its continuous absorption of nutrients to nourish itself. The simulator has finished cooling down. Simulator, begin simulation. The searching for the simulated world has begun. Host's true spirit has been initiated. Keywords have been extracted. Please select one of the following 3 keywords. Boundless killing path, red. Heaven creates all things to nourish man, but man has nothing to repay. Heaven kill. Kill, kill. You possess extremely strong killing ability and the potential to bear the killing power of all the heavens. Reaching the pinnacle of power, one can slay all existence, shatter all illusions, kill all laws, and destroy all rules. All things, whether tangible or intangible, spiritual or non-spirited, possessing the Tao or not, having life or not, may be killed. All things cause and effect, reincarnation, destiny, fortune, restrictions, and the way of heaven can be severed. Time reversal orange, an extremely singular time-space talent. After you die, you can freely rewind time, and no being at any level higher than the term level will be able to detect you, and it will grant you extraordinary time and space abilities. Unbreakable, red, grants you an infinite lifespan and extremely powerful defense. Significantly enhance your potential for physical cultivation. When you grow to a certain level, even heaven and earth cannot erase your existence, and you may even be able to withstand the calamities of heaven and earth. Well, this time it's not bad. There are actually 2 red entries, and that orange entry is not simple either. Lin Yu's gaze lingered on the time reversal for a moment. This talent is indeed powerful, equivalent to having countless opportunities to repeatedly try and fail, and find a way to break the deadlock. However, the quality of the entry is still orange, although it has faintly turned red. It has not yet crossed that boundary. After several simulations and personally experiencing the power of the terms, Lin Yu's understanding of the term system was already extremely profound. While the stats provided by the simulator are generally high quality, different stats actually have a general upper limit. The upper limit for orange level entries is roughly between level 8 and level 9, while the upper limit for red level entries is between level 10 and level 11. Although the talent retrospection entry is already orange to red, it doesn't exceed the 9th level at most. The limit of a middle thousand world is the 10th level. If the world being simulated is a powerful middle thousand world, then the usefulness of this talent will be greatly reduced. In particular, 10th tier powerhouses are already able to observe the entire space-time river of the middle thousand worlds. Once the other party notices the fluctuations in the timeline, they may trace back along the timeline, which could become a fatal flaw. After skipping over the term time travel, Lin Yu turned his attention to 2 red entries. The boundless killing intent surges to the heavens, seemingly capable of severing all ages, yet it remains calm and profound through countless eons, seemingly destined to endure forever. He pondered for a moment, then made up his mind. In the end, Lin Yu chose the term boundless killing path. The reason he didn't choose the eternal life option is mainly because he has already reached the 11th level and has already endured countless tribulations to become immortal. Ordinary annihilating forces are no longer able to cause him fundamental harm. For him, the indestructible realm was more of an added bonus, enhancing his defense to a higher level, but it was unlikely to bring about a fundamental breakthrough. The boundless killing path is different. Judging from the description, this term is an absolute killing term, pointing directly to the origin of slaughter and destruction. Although Lin Yu's main cultivation path is all-encompassing, there is still room for improvement in the ultimate offensive techniques. He felt that having this entry would definitely boost his killing ability by more than one level. It might allow him to threaten a 12th order, being with just the true intent of killing, without burning his life force or overdrawing the essence of the term. Choose the boundless path of slaughter. Host selection complete. Simulation begins. As the emulator's cold, booming notification sound rang out, Lin Yu could clearly sense that a wisp of his true spirit was enveloped by an invisible force, separated from his body, and projected into the unknown. As expected, I can't sense it. It seems that the world being simulated in the simulator is not in the same space-time as me. Lin Yu tried to sense the true spirit projected by the simulator with his peak 11th level strength, but unfortunately he could not sense it. However, that makes sense. The simulator can even simulate beings of the 12th order. With his current strength, it's normal that he can't perceive the simulator's operation. At 16, you wake up groggily, open your eyes, and instinctively reach for your phone on the bedside table. However, what my fingertips touched wasn't the familiar cold, hard glass and metal frame, but a rough, subtly textured wood-like feel. Your heart skips a beat, sleepiness vanishes. The receding tide, and you abruptly open your eyes, though what comes into view is a yellowish linen curtain with 2 sparse cobwebs hanging from its top, swaying gently in the dim light filtering through the wooden lattice window. You sit up and look around. It's an extremely rustic room, very much like the old house you lived in during your childhood in the countryside. The air was thick with the smell of old wood and hay. Just as you were lost in thought, it was as if a floodgate had been opened, and countless images and sounds rushed into your mind like a torrent. Have I time-traveled again? You murmured, your voice hoarse. You then pause, surprised. Wait, why did I say again? And why do I feel like I said that before? A strange, déjà vu feeling swept over me, as if this scene had played out in some vague time and space before. But upon closer examination, no definite clues can be grasped, only a void remains. Oh. I get it. You slap your thigh as if you've finally understood. This must be the so-called hippocampal effect. And rightly so. How could I be so familiar with time travel? I've never time-traveled before. After accepting the reality of your transmigration, you begin to organize the memories in your mind. As information is gradually sorted and pieced together, the outline of a world completely different from your perception slowly emerges. Here, it is still that blue planet, but people call it Earth, not the planet. The river of history seems to take several different turns here, and the trajectory of civilization's development is both similar to what you know, and subtly or even significantly different. National boundaries, cultural heritage, the path. Illuminated by technological advancements, all are veiled by a filter that is both familiar and unfamiliar. Your current location is Qingfeng Temple, a Taoist temple deep within the Kangwu Mountains in the southwest of the Dragon Kingdom. Based on memory, the Dragon Kingdom is a great Eastern power with a long history and profound cultural heritage, echoing your original world's homeland, but with many differences in specific details. Qingfeng Temple, located in a remote area, is small in scale and receives almost no worshippers. It is more like a small, secluded paradise, far removed from the hustle and bustle of the world, where people cultivate themselves in seclusion. Only you and the abbot, the venerable King Wei, are present in the temple. You were abandoned at the entrance of the temple as a child and were adopted by the old abbot, where you grew up. Aya's name is simple, just Qingfeng. His daily life consists of fetching water, gathering firewood, reading basic Taoist scriptures, and practicing simple breathing exercises. He has very little contact with the outside world. Of course, having little contact with the outside world doesn't mean you have little understanding of it. The abbot of Qingfeng Temple, also known as Daoist King Wei, values your technical and cultural knowledge highly. Inside the main hall of the temple, besides Taoist classics such as the Tao Te Ching and the Zhuangzi, There are also neatly arranged middle school textbooks from the past 10 years, historical records, and introductions to science. Those who cultivate the Tao should understand the principles of the world, Master King Wei often said. The Tao is in all things, and also in the mortal world. If you only know how to chant scriptures and meditate, but are unaware of the changes in the world, then that is the Tao of withered trees, not the Tao of endless life. In my memory, Master King Wei would give you 2 hours of lessons every day, covering everything from the basic principles of mathematics, physics, and chemistry to the rise and fall of historical dynasties, and then to the rules governing the operation of modern society. According to Master King Wei's plan, you will be specially recruited into the Taoist Academy at the age of 20, and then inherit Qingfeng Temple. Although the primary requirement for special admission to Taoist colleges is an understanding of Taoist classics and rituals, some basic knowledge is still necessary. You will eventually have to descend the mountain, Master King Wei said to you one evening while you were drinking tea. The tradition of Qingfeng Temple must not be broken, but this tradition does not mean remaining confined to the mountains. You must engage with the world, integrate Taoist teachings into modern life, cultivate your mind in the mundane world, and then return to the mountains to comprehend Tao. This is the complete path of cultivation. After sorting through your memories, you straightened your robes, pushed open the door, and stepped out to find yourself before the familiar scenery of Qingfeng Temple. Although Qingfeng Temple now only has the master and his disciple, it is still quite large. According to Master King Wei, this temple was first built during the Jiyajing era of the Ming Dynasty and has been passed down for nearly 500 years. At its peak, the temple housed nearly 100 Taoist priests, and pilgrims flocked to it. During religious ceremonies, the mountain paths were packed with people coming to pray for blessings. The entire Taoist temple was built along the mountainside and consists of 3 courtyards. In the front courtyard are the Mountain Gate and the Lingguan Hall. A 1,000-year-old Jingo tree stands in the courtyard, its golden leaves carpeting the stone steps in autumn. The central courtyard houses the Sanking Hall, the main hall, which enshrines the 3 deities Yuking, Shanking, and Taking. Although the murals inside the hall are now faded, their exquisite craftsmanship is still evident. The backyard contains the scripture room, guest rooms, dining hall, and the living quarters of the master and his disciple. There is also a side hall that enshrines the ancestral tablets of the Qingfeng Temple. However, in modern times, fewer and fewer people are willing to live a secluded life in the mountains. A few can endure the austere life living in the mountains, so much so that now, the entire Qingfeng Temple consists of only Master King Wei and you. Good morning, Master. When you arrived at the front yard, Master King Wei was sweeping under the Jingo tree. The old man's movements were slow and deliberate, each sweep carrying a unique rhythm. Fallen leaves gathered in heaps along the sweeping path, not a single one escaping beyond the circle. Good morning. Taoist King Wei didn't even look up, continuing with his work. After greeting everyone, you walked to an open area in the courtyard, assumed your stance, and, as usual, began practicing the Qingfeng fist. As far as I remember, you've been practicing this set of boxing techniques every day since you were 6 years old, for a full 10 years now. I must say, this Qingfeng fist technique is quite impressive. At first, I found the movements slow and tedious, quite different from what I had imagined martial arts to be. But as you've grown older, you've almost never been sick. You don't feel cold even in the dead of winter wearing only a single layer of clothing, and your physical strength has only increased. His current physique, while not extraordinary, far surpasses that of a high school senior in physical education. A mountain path several kilometers long, you can walk it round trip, without even breaking a sweat. At this moment, calm your mind and focus, and slowly unfold each move, starting from the initial stance. I don't know if time travel changed your aptitude, but the more you practice, the smoother it gets. The King Feng Fist consists of 36 forms, which you have already mastered. Normally, it takes you the time it takes for an incense stick to burn to complete one set. The movements are as smooth and flowing as clouds and water. But today, your movements have gradually quickened without you even realizing it. It wasn't a deliberate pursuit of speed, but rather that body seemed to have found a smoother path on its own. The muscles and skin trembled slightly with each movement. The breath and the moves were perfectly synchronized. With each inhale and exhale, the energy flowed naturally. The feeling was like a previously blocked river channel suddenly being cleared, with the water flowing without any obstruction. You are immersed in this wondrous state, your consciousness seemingly drifting away from your body, looking down upon yourself practicing your boxing from a high vantage point. You see every movement of yours perfectly precise, the contraction and relaxation of your muscles perfectly synchronized with your breathing rhythm, and you feel a warm current flowing through your body with the force of your punches. When the third set of punches was halfway through, a sudden change occurred. As you lower your stance and mount your horse, your right arm bursts forth from your waist, striking straight ahead into the open space. Oi, smack. A crisp short pop, like a firecracker exploding or bamboo splitting open, was exceptionally clear in the quiet courtyard of the early morning. That wasn't the sound of fists and feet striking a solid object, but rather the sharp sound of force from a punch tearing through the air. You can even feel the tangible sensation of the air being compressed and pierced in front of your fist. You stand still, staring at your right fist, stunned. At this, memories of my past life as a fan of online novels flooded back. Why does this situation seem so similar to the so-called Ming Jin, manifested strength, in martial arts novels from my past life? Have I transmigrated into the world of martial arts? While you were still in shock and doubt, hurried footsteps came from the front yard. Master King Wei appeared beside you almost instantly. The old man's eyes, which were usually half closed, were now fully open, and a sharp, lightning-like light flashed in his cloudy eyes. His white eyebrows were raised high, his face filled with disbelief, his gaze piercing as he sized you up. You felt a little uncomfortable under that gaze. Were about to speak when you saw your master slowly raise his hand, signaling him to be quiet. After a long pause, Master King Wei finally spoke, his voice trembling slightly, a tremor he himself was unaware of. Your punch just now made a sound? You composed yourself and bowed respectfully. According to the proper etiquette between master and disciple. Yes, master. I was practicing my boxing just now, and somehow it turned out like this. Master King Wei stepped forward, extending his thin but steady right hand, and gently placed it on your shoulder and arm. A slight probing touch with the fingertip, followed by immediate withdrawal. In that instant, you felt a warm force seep into your body, circulate once, and then quietly recede. The old man's expression changed. The initial surprise turned into deep disbelief, and a ripple of emotion stirred in those eyes that had seen it all. Finally, all his emotions settled, transforming into a sense of detachment, as if from another world. He stroked his long, snow-white beard, looked up at the sky, and sighed softly. A single sound is priceless. Countless martial artists spend their entire lives without ever reaching this level, yet you, at only 16 years old, have achieved it with just one set of health-preserving boxing techniques. But seeing that you have entered the path of martial arts, Master King Wei also explained to you the general situation of martial arts in the world today. Just as you guessed, that sound you just made was from Ming Jin, a type of internal energy. The martial arts of this world are divided into 3 types: Ming Jin, manifest strength, and Jin, hidden strength, and Hua Jin, transformative strength. As Master Qingwei explains, you discover that the martial arts of this world, though sharing the same name as the martial arts novels of your previous life, are quite different. The martial arts in this world are more like those in those novels about masters descending from the mountains from my previous life. Because martial artists in this world can cultivate a kind of extraordinary energy called internal force, those who cultivate Ming Jin, have perfected their strength, enabling them to concentrate all their power into a single point and unleash it explosively, i.e. his punches were powerful and resonant, penetrating to the bone. He was already considered a master by ordinary people. However, Ming Jin, manifested strength, is ultimately a tangible force. The power cannot leave the body, and its killing range is limited. A hidden strength is entirely different. Upon reaching the level of hidden strength, a martial artist can project their power through their body, injuring others from a distance. This situation is completely different from the classical Chinese martial arts, where even the powerful force can only strike within 3 inches of the target. A master of the transformation realm can distribute their internal energy throughout their entire body, making every part capable of generating power and defending against attacks, even withstanding rifle bullets. Furthermore, in this world, martial artists who have reached the transformation realm are called grandmasters, and there's a saying in the martial arts world: a grandmaster must not be insulted. Every grandmaster of internal energy is a strategically important figure registered with the state. They enjoy special treatment and bear corresponding responsibilities. Ordinary laws are no longer sufficient to govern individuals at this level. This feeling of déjà vu. Could it be that I've been transported into a novel world like Master Descends from the Mountain? In your opinion, only in this type of novel would the concepts of manifest strength, hidden strength, and transformation strength be presented like this, and later even developing into cultivation of immortality. After further inquiry, you learn that Master Qingwei was a rare grandmaster of internal energy. Originally, the other party planned to wait until you reached adulthood and your body was fully developed before teaching you formal martial arts and helping you embark on the path of martial arts. Who would have thought that you would break through to the Ming Jin realm with just the Qingfeng fist, a martial art for health preservation? You then asked Master Qingwei if there were any people in the world above the transformation realm, but Master Qingwei only told you not to be overly ambitious and did not answer. However, judging from the typical plot of novels, this world definitely has people above the transformation realm, and perhaps quite a few at that. A day passed quickly. You returned to your room, reflecting on the events of the day. As someone who has personally experienced time travel, you have a strong ability to accept things and easily accepted the settings of this world. If the world were really as I imagine it to be, just practicing martial arts isn't enough. It's a bit better in the early stages, but later on, who knows what kind of battles might occur, like cultivators fighting superhumans, or vampires fighting temple knights. Fortunately, as a transmigrator, my cheat system might be late, but it's never absent. Let's see what my cheat is. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, you close your eyes and concentrate, beginning to carefully feel the strange tremor within your body that occurred when you broke through to the Ming Jin level today. At first, it was just a vague feeling, as if something had entered deep within my body. As you concentrate, that sensation gradually becomes clearer. It was a dormant power, containing unimaginable and terrifying might. You try to guide this force. At first there was no response, but just when he was about to give up, the force suddenly moved. It flows with your thoughts and gathers at the tip of your right index finger. Open your eyes and raise your right hand. The tip of the index finger looks perfectly normal. There's nothing there. Yeah, but you just know that there's a power concentrated there, a power that seems capable of robbing life and annihilating everything. You get out of bed and walk to the center of the room. The bare earthen floor is a characteristic of the old houses at Qingfeng Temple. You originally intended to channel this power into the ground with all your might and see the effect. But just as you're about to make the move, an inexplicable intuition makes you suddenly stop. No, I can't go all out. That intuition came suddenly yet intensely, as if a voice was telling you that if you went all out, the consequences would be unimaginable. You take a deep breath, suppress the impulse in your heart, and remobilize that power, this time drawing only an extremely small wisp. You gather that wisp of power at the tip of your index finger and gently tap it against the ground. His fingertips touch the ground, silently. Yicky, but you saw the change. The land within a 1-meter radius of the point of contact instantly lost its color. It didn't turn black, but rather a grayish-white. Lifeless grayish-white. The soil's granular structure remains, but all the life within microorganisms, organic matter, and even the soil's own vitality has vanished. That wasn't physical destruction, but a conceptual death. This land is dead. You withdrew your finger, took a step back, and looked at the circle of grayish-white earth, a chill running down your spine. Oh my God, you whispered, your voice hoarse. Thankfully, I stopped just now. If I had gone all out, how many deadly areas would I have caused? 10 meters? 100 meters? Or, you dare not think about it. But at the same time, an overwhelming sense of excitement welled up inside him. This cheat system is too powerful, that you have a clear intuition that if the power you can mobilize were to be unleashed at its full potential, there would be no living thing. Within a radius of 1 kilometer, the plants will wither and die, insects will fall, birds will fall from the sky, and even microorganisms will be wiped out instantly. It will be an absolute dead zone. And this is only because your current strength is too low to fully tap into this power. What kind of ability is this? You feel that this force is not simply the force of death. Death is merely an external effect of this force. However, regardless of the circumstances, I now possess a powerful trump card. Judging from the impact of this force, anyone affected by it, even a master of internal energy, would be instantly killed, leaving not a trace. Just like the spiritual power of cultivators versus the internal energy of martial artists in cultivation novels, the power within you is akin a dimensional reduction attack for a martial artist. You might even feel that even if cultivators exist in this world, those at lower levels wouldn't be able to withstand this power. On the second day after you arrived here, the morning light was just beginning to break, and the mountain mist had not yet dissipated. Master King Wei, dressed in a grayish-blue Taoist robe, stood beneath a jingo tree and beckoned you to come before him. His gaze was as calm as a deep pool as he slowly took out a yellowed ancient book. From his robes, the Qingfeng Temple's inherited cultivation technique, the Qingfeng Huayuan Ju. This secret formula is the foundation of my understanding of establishing one's roots, the Taoist priest said calmly, yet each word was clear. The style is elegant and graceful, following a light and agile approach, using softness to overcome hardness and stillness to control movement. The moves are like a gentle breeze, seemingly mild, but actually possessing a long and sustained force. It does not pursue explosive destruction, but focuses on cultivating energy and accumulating power for a continuous and uninterrupted flow. As you receive the manual with both hands, the moment your fingertips touch the pages, it's as if a gentle breeze flows through the paper, seeping into your mind and spirit. Turning to the title page, the handwriting flows like clouds, recording the essentials of the practice, focusing on cultivating Kai and eternal energy, with nourishing Kai as the foundation, resulting in long, sustained breaths and exceptional endurance. Upon reaching the stage of hidden strength, one can conceal their power within a gentle breeze, injuring others without them even realizing it. What's even more remarkable is that the technique itself has a calming and tranquilizing effect. During practice, distracting thoughts naturally disappear, making it less likely to suffer from Kai deviation. The more peaceful one's state of mind, the smoother the flow of internal energy. Once one breaks through to the transformation realm, one can move and remain still at will, controlling movement with complete freedom. The cultivation technique is divided into 4 realms, leading directly to the peak of transformation realm, Yiming-jin. A refreshing breeze enters the body, strengthening muscles and bones. A hidden strength, a gentle breeze concealed within the meridians, power flowing through hidden acupoints. A transforming strength, a gentle breeze forms into essence, unifying inner and outer. At the peak of transformation realm, returning to the origin of gentle breeze, perfection of body. This technique is considered one of the top-tier internal energy cultivation techniques in the entire Dragon Kingdom. Master Qingwei stroked his long beard, a hint of pride in his eyes. Although its destructive power is slightly inferior, in terms of health preservation, it is unparalleled among cultivation methods of the same level. Theoretically, one can enjoy a lifespan of 150 years by cultivating to the peak of the transformation realm. The Taoist priest then meticulously instructed on the key points of cultivation, explaining everything from breathing exercises to mental visualization, from standing meditation to the circulation of Kai and meridians, each point thoroughly and in great detail. The night of May 17, 2026. A full month has passed since I transmigrated. During this period, you rose at dawn each day and sat quietly in the bamboo grove behind the temple, perusing the Taoist scriptures stored in the Qingfeng Temple. In the afternoon, soak in a medicinal bath prepared by Master Qingwei himself, using dozens of herbs treasured by the temple to help unblock your meridians and strengthen your foundation. At night, you would practice the clear breeze transformation technique in the courtyard, feeling the gentle breeze-like energy flowing and accumulating within your body. Day after day, your progress has been so rapid that even you are somewhat surprised. With the combined assistance of medicinal herbs and mental techniques, the body's energy channels become increasingly unobstructed, muscles and bones become as strong as pine trees, and strength gradually develops a sense of flexibility. That night, you sat cross-legged on the bed in the side room, slowly concluding your practice. You felt your energy surging and bubbling throughout your body. Your Ming-jin, manifest strength, had reached its peak. You were just one step away from N-jin, inner strength. But you weren't in a rush to break through. For the past month, you have been communicating with the mysterious power within you that has existed since you transmigrated through your mind, gradually figuring out its true nature. You predicted it wasn't pure death power. Death was merely one of its outward manifestations. Its origin lies in an extremely powerful killing talent rooted in your own concept of existence, called boundless killing path. This talent contains the principle of killing all things, annihilating everything. After several careful tests, you discovered that its power leans towards the conceptual level, capable of severing connections, erasing states, and destroying rules. However, your cultivation is still shallow, and you cannot fully control it yet. You can only vaguely see its vast, unfathomable essence. It's time to test the true power of my talent. You close your eyes and concentrate, channeling the power of the boundless killing path, slowly guiding it towards the bottleneck between Ming-jin and N-jin. With a slight thought, that power, like an invisible blade, silently appeared from an unknown place. The next moment, you vaguely hear a very faint cracking sound, and immediately afterwards, the energy within your body flows naturally, undergoes a qualitative transformation and sublimation, and the energy channels throughout your body are suddenly opened up. You open your eyes, a clear light shining within them. The hidden strength has been achieved. As expected, the bottleneck that was preventing me from breaking through, or the concept of the bottleneck between internal and external strength, has been cut down. You let out a soft sigh, feeling the more solidified, now fully released, yet gentle, energy within your body. You think to yourself, no wonder it's a cheat system. It's simply amazing. Actually, with your aptitude, breaking through from Mingjin to Injin should have been a piece of cake. The bottleneck would have been negligible, and you wouldn't have needed to rely on your natural talent at all. Your actions were merely to verify your conjecture, and the result is exhilarating. The boundless killing path can actually materialize and erase the elusive bottleneck. This means that any obstacle on the path of cultivation from now on can perhaps be overcome with a single strike. The initial cultivation level is naturally not very useful. Your own talent alone is enough to easily break through it. However, the further one progresses in cultivation, the more insurmountable the bottlenecks become. Even a genius like you might be trapped by a single obstacle for years or even decades. At that time, this talent for breaking through concepts will be your greatest asset. In the days that followed, you did not reveal your hidden strength cultivation level, only demonstrating your mastery of manifest strength. It's not that you don't trust your master, Master King Wei. The main point is that there are no secrets that stay hidden forever. By concealing one's extraordinary abilities in this unfamiliar and somewhat murky world, one can avoid a lot of unnecessary trouble. Moreover, reaching the peak of Mingjin within a month is already considered astonishing in this world, or rather, at this point in time. Based on your understanding, in today's martial arts world, even a once-in-a-century genius needs 2 to 3 years to cultivate from Mingjin, manifest strength, to An Jin, hidden strength. Even just from the initial stage of Mingjin, a type of internal strength cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of Mingjin requires more than a year of practice. The progress you're demonstrating is already making Master King Wei exclaim that heaven is blessing King Feng Temple. He didn't delve into how you did it, simply attributing it to the divine intervention of the patriarch and the auspicious energy of the Taoist temple, the seeing that your foundation is solid. The Taoist priest will impart the clear breeze dispelling evil palm to you. This palm technique is the only external martial art that complements the King Feng Huayuanju. It is based on the Taoist teachings of Guanzhong, taking the meaning of purifying the wind and dispelling evil, combining strength and gentleness, and implicitly conforming to the Taoist principles of health preservation and combat. A Master King Wei slowly began his meditation in the courtyard, his robes swaying gently in the wind, his movements as graceful as drifting clouds. Its essence lies in using purity to overcome turbidity and softness to break through hardness. The punches are swift as the wind, and the force is absorbed to neutralize evil. It does not rely on brute force, but specifically targets and counters the fierce, malevolent, and evil energy of unorthodox training. It is a set of boxing techniques that uphold righteousness and dispel evil. If you observe closely, you'll see that the Taoist priest's movements are as graceful as a gentle breeze swaying a willow branch. They appear slow and unrestrained, but in reality, each movement subtly conceals the subtleties of locking joints, cutting off qi and blood, and shaking the internal organs. Slowness contains speed, stillness contains movement. This fist technique reaches the level of hidden strength and neutralizing strength. The fist power does not explode outward, but penetrates through the body to neutralize the opponent's fierce strength, hence the name nuclearizing strength. Tai the Taoist priest stood still, his breathing as steady as ever. The stronger the opponent's strength, the more this fist can guide and neutralize it. It has no fixed stance and doesn't rely on brute force. The key is to use the opponent's force against them. When defending, be like a gentle breeze that swirls around you, dissipating their force without a trace. When attacking, be like a light breeze that slips through a crack, striking once, and then withdrawing immediately, without lingering in battle or being greedy for credit. Even more remarkably, the palm technique and its underlying principles share the same origin and flow as Qingfeng Huayuan Jui, a martial arts manual. When striking, breathing and movement are synchronized, which can stabilize the mind and suppress inner demons. When faced with a person exuding murderous intent and possessing a vicious nature, one can suppress their rage with a righteous spirit. As you practice according to the instructions, you will indeed find that the palm techniques and internal energy complement each other, and the flow of energy becomes increasingly smooth and harmonious. At 17, aided by your boundless killing path talent, your breakthrough speed far exceeds expectations. In just 1 year, you have perfected the Qingfeng Huayuan Ju and reached the peak of the transformation realm. His aura flowed like rivers returning to the sea. His strength was controlled at will, permeating his entire body, and every movement subtly harmonized with the gentle breeze of heaven and earth. At the end, outwardly, you also displayed your peak internal energy cultivation. Although Master Qingwei knew of your extraordinary talent, he did not expect that your true level of cultivation had already reached the transformation realm. During this year, you didn't just focus on martial arts training. Every morning and evening, you spent your time in the scripture room, meticulously studying and memorizing the hundreds of volumes of Taoist classics housed in Qingfeng Temple. You are immersed in profound and mysterious scriptures, attempting to glimpse the principles of the universe within them. Despite the calm outside, no one above the transformation realm has appeared. But deep down, you always have a vague intuition that the waters of this world are far deeper than they appear. Therefore, throughout the year, an idea gradually be clear in your mind. A martial arts training and internal energy cultivation can certainly strengthen the body and prolong life. But it always seems to lack something. Can the realms described in Taoist scriptures such as riding the righteousness of heaven and earth, controlling the transformations of the 6 Kai, wandering in the vast void, and communicating with spirits and deities through talismans, truly be achieved solely through physical strength and fist techniques? Do you want to try, with your unparalleled talent, to find the possibility of cultivating immortality from the vast ocean of ancient wisdom, or to forge an extraordinary path different from martial arts? You know what? You actually figured something out. Unfortunately, although the Taoist scriptures housed in Qingfeng Temple are of high quality, their quantity is limited, and many key points are difficult to verify due to the lack of corresponding texts. This hazy path was ultimately never completed. So you directly told Master Qingwei about your desire to read more Taoist classics. On this day, you brewed a cup of wild mountain tea for Master Qingwei, sat down at the stone table in the courtyard, and expressed your desire to read more Taoist classics. The old Taoist priest did not respond immediately, but instead gazed at the gradually spreading sunset glow on the horizon, slowly finishing his tea. After a long while, he turned his head, looking at you with deep concern and relief in his eyes. At your current level of cultivation, there's not much more I can teach you. His voice was calm, yet carried a hint of barely perceptible gankai, a complex emotion encompassing regret, sorrow, and a touch of melancholy. Oh, do you want to go down the mountain and go to school? Yu paused slightly, surprised by the unexpected suggestion. Originally, I planned to recommend you to the academy under the Taoist Association, which specializes in accepting Taoist disciples. There, you can both pursue academic studies and systematically learn the fundamentals of various schools of Taoism. Master Qingwei paused, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. But with your talent and current strength, going there would actually limit you. Don't you want to read all the Taoist classics? There is a place that might be the most suitable. He slowly uttered 4 words, Tenglong University. Seeing your puzzled expression, the Taoist priest began to explain in detail. The Tenglong University, abbreviated as Longda, it is the top-ranked university in China and one of the top 10 universities in the world. That it is renowned worldwide for its disciplines in arts, sciences, engineering, and medicine. Its affiliated Taoist and legal studies college is particularly unique. This principle does not refer to secular laws, but rather genuinely points to Taoist culture and its ancient traditions. The academy houses a pavilion called Kangzhen Pavilion, which is said to contain almost all existing, publicly available printed and rare editions of Taoist classics within the Dragon Kingdom, aside from the core secrets kept hidden within the walls of each major Taoist sect. In terms of the breadth of their collections of scriptures, perhaps only the headquarters of the Taoist Association can rival them. The key point is that the library at the Taoist Association headquarters has extremely high access barriers, making it difficult for non-core members or those working on major topics to gain entry. However, the Zhangzhen Pavilion of the Taoist College of Tenglong University is completely open to the faculty and students of the college. If you can get into Tenglong University and study in the Department of Taoist Law, you will have almost complete access to the vast sea of books. There are more than just books there, Master Qingwei added meaningfully. There are also like-minded people from all over the country and professors who are dedicated to their studies, whose influence far surpasses that of Qingfeng Temple. Ultimately, you must forge your own path and experience it for yourself. On July 1, 2027, through the recommendation of Taoist Qingwei, you successfully passed the examination and were exceptionally admitted to the Taoist College of Tenglong University, and on the very first day after being admitted, you immediately bid farewell to Master Qingwei, left Qingfeng Temple, and headed ahead of schedule to Tenglong University. You've traversed half of the Dragon Kingdom on this journey. Since you transmigrated, this is the first time you've observed your homeland in this alien world so deeply and vividly. The scenery outside the car window unfolds slowly like a long scroll. Majestic mountains, rushing rivers, and vast plains. The geographical features vaguely resemble your memories of China. But the spirit and energy permeating the air were entirely different. The people of the Dragon Kingdom in this world have a strong martial spirit. You've already seen quite a few martial arts schools along the way. What impressed me even more was the confidence that emanated from the Chinese people, their composed demeanor, and their poised speech. That sense of certainty about one's own culture and strength is even more vivid and intense than the compatriots you remember from your past life. You feel this might be due to differences in history and international standing, and the Dragon Kingdom in this world is the undisputed #1 superpower with unparalleled political, economic, technological, and cultural influence globally. You're based on your knowledge of history. Over 100 years ago, the Dragon Kingdom of this world, like the China of your previous life, suffered from a corrupt court and was invaded by foreign powers. However, at that time, the Dragon Kingdom was powerful and produced many martial arts experts. Countless martial artists, in times of national crisis, set aside sectarian biases and bravely faced the danger for their country, through their exceptional individual martial prowess and skillful use of terrain and tactics. They played a crucial role on the main battlefield and in harassment operations behind enemy lines. Though they not only successfully resisted invasions from various countries, but even launched a counterattack. During this period, a new force even emerged, under which the corrupt old dynasty was overthrown, and a brand new and powerful dragon kingdom was reborn from the ashes. However, all official histories are vague and ambiguous in their descriptions of this crucial period, especially regarding how martial artists specifically influenced the course of large-scale wars, as if shrouded in a thin veil. You feel that this definitely involved more than just martial artists. While martial artists at the transformation realm are powerful, they weren't enough for the war at that time. On July 3rd, at the south gate of Tanglong University, you stand before the majestic school gate, the afternoon sun filtering through the thick clouds, casting dappled shadows on the stone gatehouse inscribed with the 4 gilded characters, Tanglong University. On either side of the school gate stand 2 coiled bronze dragon sculptures, their whiskers billowing, their scales gleaming with a cold metallic sheen under the light, as if they might take flight at any moment. The campus buildings behind the gate are arranged in a staggered and orderly manner, including antique-style pavilions with flying eaves, bracket sets, and glazed tile roofs. There are also modern, high-tech buildings with sleek lines and gleaming glass curtain walls, blending the ancient and the modern, creating a magnificent spectacle. Just by getting close, you can feel an invisible field enveloping the surroundings. This is a natural energy field formed by the accumulation of thousands of years of history and the integration of a special feng shui pattern. Standing here, even my breathing unconsciously slows and deepens, as if each exhale is an exchange with the breath of this land. As expected of the top academy in the Dragon Kingdom, it's truly remarkable, you thought to yourself. This feeling is completely different from any university you remember from your past life. This place is not merely a temple of academia, but more like a sacred ground for spiritual practice nourished by mysterious forces. After reflecting, you dialed the number given to you by Master King Wai. A middle-aged man with a gentle but capable voice answered, identifying himself as Director Li of the Special Admissions Office. After a brief exchange, a dark gray electric scooter silently pulled up in front of you. The driver, a solemn-looking school janitor in a dark blue uniform, nodded slightly to you, said nothing more, and drove you into the campus. The electric vehicle moved slowly along the wide, tree-lined avenue. Although it's not yet the officially scheduled start date for school, the campus isn't deserted. You see some students, some strolling alone under the shade of trees, others sitting in small groups on the lawn by the lake, seemingly engaged in a heated discussion. And others, dressed in loose-fitting training clothes, leaped and bounded in the designated martial arts training area, their movements accompanied by the faint sound of wind cutting through the air. Some of these people have clear, curious eyes, like you, who are being admitted through special admissions programs. Besides these, there should also be some second and third-year students who are staying on campus for further studies or research. It's worth mentioning that Tanglong University's rules and regulations are somewhat different from those of the university in your previous life. There are no registration date restrictions here. Once admitted, students can check in and use campus resources at any time with valid credentials. The school encourages this early integration atmosphere, believing that true elites know how to seize every opportunity. Currently, nationwide university admission notices have not yet been delivered. Once they are, there will definitely be a steady stream of new students arriving. Those who can enter this highly selective institution are all top talents who have emerged from fierce competition and rigorous selection processes among millions of students in the Dragon Kingdom. They knew that arriving early meant early access to the vast library, use of advanced laboratories, and a unique campus atmosphere. You might even have the opportunity to ask questions of senior students who arrive early, all of which can accumulate a valuable first-mover advantage in future competition. Therefore, every summer, Tanglong University is already in a pre-opening state, with almost all freshmen gathering there. Before the official start of the semester, under the remote guidance of Director Lai from the Special Admissions Office, you arrived at the dormitory area located in the northeast corner of the campus. The dormitory area exclusively for specially admitted students is quiet and consists of individual small buildings. Your dormitory room is number 7, section C. Pushing open the door, the interior is simply yet comfortably furnished, with a bed, a table, a chair, a bookshelf, and a separate bathroom. Outside the window lies a small, tranquil lotus pond. In July, several early blooming lotuses stand gracefully. Yudu didn't linger too long in the comfort of the dormitory. After quickly putting away his belongings, he went straight to the library of the Taoist Academy and plunged into the sea of books. 3 months passed quickly. For the past 3 months, you've spent the vast majority of your time immersed in the ocean of books in the library. During this period, Tanglong University held a grand opening ceremony, with new and returning students gathering together, officially ushering in the bustling yet orderly academic year rhythm on campus. The course schedules for each college have been distributed, and professors have begun their lectures for the new semester. You haven't stepped into any classrooms, nor have you attended a single class. As a specially admitted student, you still enjoy some privileges. As long as you achieve an excellent grade in your subject assessments at the end of each semester, you are exempt from regular classroom learning and can freely arrange your own study plan. The school believes that truly exceptional individuals often have unique learning paths and paces. Forcibly restricting them may stifle their potential. This system fully embodies the world's Dragon Kingdom's philosophy of cultivating top talents by providing them with individualized instruction and maximum freedom. You devoted all your time to the library. The library has 5 floors, each over 5 Shanghai, with densely packed, ancient bookshelves reaching the ceiling, displaying not only paper books. There were also jade slips and silk scrolls, covering a wide range of topics. Taoist classics, including the 3 caverns and 4 auxiliary caverns, commentaries by eminent Taoist masters throughout history, alchemical formulas, astrology and divination, feng shui, traditional Chinese medicine and health preservation, and cremandungia, and ancient mythological research, illustrations of mythical beasts, and even some hidden records about ancient phenomena that seem to involve supernatural beings. The sheer volume is immense, and one could not possibly exhaust it even in a lifetime. Even if you possess an amazing photographic memory and work tirelessly for 3 months, you would only have read about 1% of the total collection. This number may sound small, but considering the total size of the library, this 100% encompasses an amount of information far exceeding the accumulated knowledge of Qingfeng Temple over hundreds of years. However, even if it's only 1% of that accumulation, combined with your advanced cognitive framework and understanding of martial arts from your previous life, this is also enough to allow you to develop the foundational elements of your long-cherished path to transcendence from a vague concept into a relatively clear and actionable first step in your system. You name this first step 5 stages of shedding mortal mundane status. A first stage, strengthening the foundation and forging the body. The core of this realm lies in the most basic physical development, strengthening the body and solidifying the form. Practitioners simulate its effects through specific breathing techniques, guiding exercises, medicinal baths, or by utilizing their own internal energy, and appropriate training to comprehensively enhance the strength and vitality of muscles, tendons, bones, and internal organs. Those who reach this level possess the strength of 10,000 jinn. With their physical body alone, their skin is impervious to blades and spears, and their endurance is unparalleled. The second step is to cleanse and eliminate impurities. The core principle lies in penetrating deep into the body to clear deeper lesions and expel toxins accumulated during the course of life. The legend here does not refer to organic disease or pathogen infection in modern medicine, but rather to a definition based on the Taoist view of life. In your view, when a fetus resides in the mother's womb, it is in a prenatal, pure state, directly connected to the mother's energy. This can be considered the prototype of a prenatal body. From the moment of birth, separated from the protection of the mother's body and forced to breathe and eat independently, a child begins to passively accept the mixed, turbid air of the world. These impure energies gradually accumulate in the meridians, internal organs, bone marrow, and even the finer tissues of life, forming lesions that obstruct the flow of vital energy and deplete the body's essential energy. These substances, like rust and waste in a living system, are one of the fundamental internal causes of aging, disease, and the blockage of potential in the human body. Cleansing and eliminating disease involves using specialized methods to precisely locate and resolve these deep-seated impurities and lesions. This is a crucial step in cleansing the inner environment and preparing for a return to one's natural state. A third stage, gathering Qi and filling the origin. This stage represents the first significant leap on the path of cultivation, a period of explosive growth where essence, energy, and spirit work in unison for the first time. At this stage, the cultivator has cleansed the body of diseased lesions and impurities. The meridians are gradually opening. The Dantian energy center is initially formed, and the pure and spiritual energy of heaven and earth can directly enter the internal organs and bone marrow. The pure and ethereal energy here is not the overt, extraordinary energy of spirituality. Instead, it is the subtle energy field that Feng Shui masters and astrologists perceive, a field that fills the universe, is formless and intangible, yet contains the potential for growth. It refers to the part of the Qi, vital energy, upon which all things in the universe rely for their operation, which leans towards vitality, order, and clarity. Those who reach this level can absorb this pure and vital energy more quickly and in greater quantities with each breath, directly sending it into their internal organs and bone marrow to frantically replenish their life essence. The essence depleted by life's hardships, the energy exhausted by worry and toil, and the spirit dulled by troubles will all experience a rapid recovery and sustained increase during this period. The vital essence is firmly preserved and not leaked. The source of life is nourished and protected, its loss is reduced without cause, vitality flourishes, and the body becomes stronger day by day. The internal energy rapidly arises, causing a surge in overall strength, far exceeding mere muscle power. The mind becomes clear and bright, becoming lucid and stable, with a rapid increase in comprehension and concentration. The fourth level, the body free from all defilements. It is said that leakage of essence leads to decline, leakage of vital energy leads to illness, and leakage of spirit leads to death. Without leakage, there is a path to longevity. Without leakage, the great Tao can be attained. When one's essence, energy, and spirit are abundant to the utmost, neither leaking outwards nor being depleted internally, the body and mind achieve perfect harmony. This is called the state of no leakage. Upon reaching this state, the primordial essence is firmly guarded in the Danshin, undisturbed by lustful desires or eroticism, and the essence does not leak out, resulting in neither leakage nor depletion. When internal energy circulates throughout the body, breathing becomes gentle and continuous, preventing the energy from dissipating and protecting against both heat and cold. With a calm, undisturbed mind, free from distracting thoughts and mental strain, the spirit does not wander. With all lesions eradicated, all evils find it difficult to invade. Old injuries and wear and tear will not recur. The body becomes as strong as steel. From this point on, progress will no longer regress. The foundation will be forever solidified, and the body will no longer be subject to the dissipation of worldly desires. Fifth level, innate physique, breaking free from the limitations of the acquired mortal body, returning to the innate state of true oneness, comprehending the unity of heaven and man, and merging the physical body with the energy of heaven and earth. This is the innate body. In this realm, one is freed from all acquired impurities, rejuvenates, and attains a pure and ethereal form, no longer reverting to an ordinary mortal body. One's innate vital energy arises naturally from within, and one's essence and energy are sufficient without external absorption. All meridians are naturally open, requiring no guidance. Chi and blood circulate continuously. When mind and body are united, the ki arrives with every thought, and follows the will, free from all diseases and poisons, possessing a body nearly like that of a demigod. As the saying goes, those who are without leakage do not leak their acquired essence, energy, and spirit. Those who are innate have already returned to their innate true energy body. Of course, no matter how perfect the theoretical deduction is, it is ultimately just theoretical discussion. Whether one can truly succeed in cultivation, and what specific situations one will face at each step, all require personal practice to verify. Therefore, after completing the theoretical framework, you left the library without hesitation and returned to your dormitory, ready to begin the first stage of foundation strengthening and body forging training. For you, this first stage of cultivation is exceptionally simple, almost a natural progression. In this world, while the mainstream of martial arts emphasizes the application and explosive power of various forces, reaching a high level of cultivation also has an extremely strong effect on strengthening the physical body. As a martial artist at the peak of the transcendent realm, your body has been tempered and refined through countless trials. Your muscle fibers are as dense as steel, your bones as hard as iron, your internal organs strong and resilient, and your blood and energy as vigorous as a furnace. Even without exerting any force, you can easily lift objects weighing thousands of kilograms using only the pure strength of this physical body. His running speed, reaction speed, and resilience far exceed the physiological limits of ordinary humans, and in the days to come, you will build upon your physical body, which is at the peak of the transformation realm. A special energy cultivated using the King Feng Huayuanju, taught by Taoist King Wei, possessing both nourishing and purifying properties. Following his own deduced method of strengthening the foundation and forging the body, he systematically circulated it throughout his entire body. A targeted nourishment, unblocking, and strengthening of every minute part of the body, making up for any shortcomings that might have been overlooked during pure martial arts training. This further strengthens the foundation of the physical body, reaching the perfect standard of the theoretically established foundation strengthening and body forging realm. 1 month later, you successfully completed the first level of cultivation. After detailed testing, Your current pure physical strength is sufficient to easily lift an object weighing tens of thousands of kilograms, without mobilizing any external force for protection. Physical defense alone is sufficient to withstand shots from ordinary small-caliber pistols at close range. On November 25, 2727, after successfully completing the first stage of cultivation, you immediately began the second stage, cleansing and eliminating illness. Illogically, this step is the most time-consuming, meticulous, as it requires an almost introspective ability to perceive the deepest and most hidden lesions within the body. And it must be resolved bit by bit with qi and blood. If not handled carefully, improper energy control may damage healthy tissues and cause internal injury. Who told you to have a cheat code? Once you pinpoint the lesion, the power of the boundless killing path can instantly erase it. Thus, what should have been a meticulous process taking months, or even years, was completed in just over 10 days in your hands. The moment the last trace of impurity hidden deep within your bones is wiped away, you feel a violent jolt, as if an invisible shackle you've carried for years has been lifted. An indescribable sense of ease and clarity flowed through my entire body. Every cell seemed to be cheering, breathing became smoother than ever before, senses sharpened, and even thoughts seemed quickened. This is a fundamental lightness and elevation, a change in the essence of life that even the peak of the transformation realm cannot bring. You truly experience the feeling of being reborn. However, the third stage of the transcendental transformation, gathering qi and filling yuan, presented you with some obstacles. You close your eyes and concentrate, focusing your mind on the flow of energy within your body's meridians, attempting to guide the pure, ethereal energy wandering between heaven and earth, using a self-created method. However, it's as if an invisible veil covers the world. No matter how you practice your methods, you can never draw the pure and ethereal energy of heaven and earth into your body. Through investigation, you discovered that the problem did not lie in the method itself. Your method does indeed allow you to keenly perceive the existence of pure spiritual energy, and even distinguish the subtle differences between its purity and turbidity. But there seems to be some ancient limitation or barrier between heaven and earth, preventing ordinary methods from only touching the surface and failing to penetrate the core. Not to mention drawing upon the pure spiritual energy to cleanse the physical body, using this as a catalyst to break through to the third level of the transcendent realm. Without that thorough cleansing from within, the physical body cannot completely shed the burdens of mortal existence, and one's spiritual realm will always remain separated by a hazy, indistinct layer. As expected, I still need to use cheats. While it's possible to spend time developing even more sophisticated methods, it's not the most efficient option. With a slight thought, the innate power within you, originating from the boundless path of slaughter, quietly awakens, under the influence of that force. The invisible bottleneck between the second and third levels of the mortal transformation realm began to slowly disintegrate, like ice and snow melting away. There was no earth-shattering fanfare, only a natural, effortless process. The moment the last trace of resistance completely disappeared, you felt a jolt throughout your body. Without needing to consciously activate any techniques, the body seemed to instantly connect to a source, and the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth flowed like birds returning to their nests. It spontaneously gathers towards you, joyfully flowing into your body through the pores and acupoints of your entire body. This is an instinctive absorption, as natural as breathing. When you reach that level, all constraints are lifted and heaven and earth generously open their arms. The pure spiritual energy flowing into your body begins to intertwine with your already honed and refined strength. The two are not simply superimposed, but rather begin a wondrous fusion and transformation, i.e. the energy within you, originally solid like mercury and surging like a river, has now undergone a fundamental change in nature under the influence and catalysis of the pure spiritual energy. They become more agile and active, as if infused with a soul, gradually transforming into a more refined and spiritual energy, internal energy. When this internal energy circulates within the body, it brings a warm yet powerful sense of strength. It shares similarities with the internal energy and true key concepts you might be familiar with in martial arts novels. Both are extraordinary energies that transcend the ordinary physical body. But its purity and potential power surpass even that of the Li. To draw an analogy, it's roughly equivalent to the true essence formed by the liquefaction of true ki in some novels. With a slight thought, newly generated internal energy bursts forth from the body. Without deliberate activation, it can easily extend to more than 10 feet away, and every detail within its sensing range is clearly visible. Within 3 feet of the body, internal energy naturally condenses, forming an invisible yet substantial protective energy wall. Your assessment is that this air wall is powerful enough to easily withstand armor-piercing rounds from a large-caliber anti-material sniper rifle. Even a direct hit from a small rocket launcher can greatly weaken its power, ensuring your safety. However, based on your previous deductions about the mortal cultivation system, though under normal circumstances, the internal energy gathered in the third stage of ki gathering and vitality accumulation should primarily nourish the physical body, prolong life, and gradually improve the essence of life. While defensive capabilities would certainly be improved, it shouldn't be this exaggerated, let alone forming such a stable and powerful external air barrier. After a moment's thought, you understood the crux of the matter. The root of the problem likely lies in the fact that, as the founder, you yourself possess martial arts cultivation at the peak of the transformation realm. The internal strength of a martial artist who has mastered the transformation realm is honed through countless trials, reaching a level unimaginable to ordinary people, where when combined with the pure and spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the resulting chemical reaction is far beyond what a cultivator starting from scratch can achieve. Your internal energy is essentially a product of the combination of martial arts in this world and the cultivation path you have deduced, naturally making it unique. Of course, all of this is meaningless. As the pioneer of this path of cultivation, you are perhaps the only cultivator in this world at the third level of the transcendent realm. Of your state, the characteristics of your internal energy, in a sense, represent the most standard form of this new system, because the standard is defined by you decide that if you intend to make this spiritual practice system public in the future, you will pass it on to others. Therefore, the method for breaking through to the third level of the transcendent realm must be adjusted accordingly. At the very least, the internal energy that later generations accumulate should be comparable to the internal energy you currently possess. But at the very least, it must be ensured that its quality consistently surpasses the transformation realm, truly embodying the significance of advancing beyond the mortal realm and laying a solid and universal foundation for subsequent realms. Upon reaching the third level of the transcendent realm, the changes are not limited to the transformation of power form. The pure and ethereal energy of heaven and earth continuously flows in, replenishing and nourishing your life essence like never before. You can clearly feel that the primal power within your body, representing the foundation of life, is like a parched riverbed receiving timely rain, beginning to grow and flourish dramatically. Under the nourishment of this abundant vitality, essence, energy, and spirit grow stronger day by day at a rate perceptible to the naked eye. 3 months later, Your spirit and energy have reached the peak that your current level can accommodate. The vital energy and blood surge and roar within the body like dragons, yet flow smoothly and freely, without leaking even a fraction. TD. Mind's intent, refined and clear as crystal, reflects even the smallest details of the body. The internal energy is abundant and surging, circulating smoothly throughout the body without any stagnation. At this stage, conventional breathing exercises, key cultivation, and concentration techniques will no longer provide you with significant benefits. Either this signifies that you have officially reached the pinnacle of the third level of the transcendent realm, or after some testing, the following conclusion was reached: you now possess the strength of 300,000 jin with your physical body alone. Your physical defense can ignore small rocket launchers and withstand large-caliber artillery. Speed, exceeding the speed of sound, and even with the aid of internal energy, capable of gliding through the air for short periods. If this is only the surface of the world, then with your current strength, unless you can withstand a nuclear bomb, you can already say you've given up eating beef. Unfortunately, probabilities are not simple in this world. After reaching the peak of the third level, you did not hesitate or become complacent. You immediately set your sights on the next hurdle, the fourth level of the transcendent realm, the body without leaks. The so-called no leakage refers to the pursuit of ultimate perfection and control. And not leaking outwards means that energy and aura do not dissipate in the slightest, remaining perfectly unified. An internal depletion refers to the body's energy circulation being self-generated with minimal to infinite losses. When body and mind are in perfect harmony, consciousness and body are in complete unity, becoming flawless. This might be an unattainable realm for ordinary cultivators, but with your exceptional talent, understanding its core meaning didn't take you long. You quickly grasped the state of gathering everything back to oneself, and successfully entered the first stage of the flawless body, golden skin and jade bones, and in the profound state of internal energy circulating freely, and the mind remaining calm and undisturbed. All the power within you is firmly locked in, with not a single trace of unnecessary dissipation. Based on this, your body begins a deeper transformation. The bones subtly gleamed with a warm, jade-like luster, their density and strength increasing dramatically. Muscle fibers became denser and more elastic, exhibiting a faint golden texture. This is not a change in appearance, but a clear sign that the essence of life is leaping to a higher level. It is a solid first step on the path to transcendence. The day after you successfully advanced to the fourth level of the mortal transformation realm and initially achieved golden skin, jade bones, you arrived at the library as usual, only to discover a strange scene inside. Some seemingly ordinary books have text that appears to flow subtly as if underwater reflections are being stirred, revealing new and more complex sentences emerging from beneath the original content. Or more accurately, the true content of the books is breaking through a certain veil and gradually becoming apparent. You concentrate, you immediately perceive an invisible, yet real force covering the surface of these books, obscuring their original information. The reason you didn't realize it before was probably because you weren't capable enough. Now that you have reached the fourth level of the transcendent realm, your strength is many levels higher than that of the transformation realm, which is why you can barely sense the existence of this power and glimpse the faint truth beneath it. However, even so, you cannot fully see through the essence and full picture of this power. It still appears hazy, yet powerful. I knew this world wasn't simple, but I didn't expect it to be this complex. This power is definitely not something that can be achieved through simple martial arts. Luckily, I have a cheat code. You understood perfectly well, without much surprise, but rather a sense of relief. as if you knew it all along. Although the power concealing the books is of an extremely high level, far exceeding the ordinary and extraordinary realms, but compared to the innate power within you that originates from the boundless killing path, it pales in comparison. That's a fundamental difference. With a slight shift of thought, the power of the boundless killing path was subtly activated, gently touching that invisible membrane in a higher dimensional manner. Like a hot knife cutting through butter, the power that once seemed impossible to penetrate quickly crumbled and dissipated before the boundless killing force. You can clearly see the original contents of those hidden classics. The language is ancient and the meaning profound. Furthermore, during this process, through the subtleties of your innate talent, you also gained a vague perception and understanding of this concealing power itself. You sense this force enveloping books, and perhaps extending to a wider area. However, it seems to be slowly weakening and fading. Based on that subtle rate of decay, it's estimated that this force will completely dissipate in about 1 or 2 years. What will the world be like then? What kind of turmoil will occur when this hidden, extraordinary knowledge is finally revealed to the world? What kind of impact will the existing social order and power structure face? Many questions flashed through your mind, but you didn't delve into them. Leave the future to your future self. You are more concerned with the true information recorded in these hidden books before you. For the next 10 days, you immerse yourself in these newly unlocked special books, reading, understanding, and absorbing them with unwavering focus. The results confirm your earlier guess. Everything recorded in these books is high-level, extraordinary knowledge. It not only contains cultivation methods, secret techniques, and incantations far more profound and mysterious than current martial arts, but also details the complete advancement path of martial arts in this world. After reaching the transformation realm, having read this far, you suddenly understand why Master King Wei didn't tell you about the realms beyond transformation force. If he wasn't hiding his strength at the time, then his failure to inform you of the realm beyond transformation realm was likely not out of concealment, but because he genuinely didn't know. You strongly suspect that the force that obscures the contents of the book may also have the effect of obscuring and blurring related memories. This makes it impossible for even those who know part of the truth to clearly recall or convey the core content. According to these re-examined texts, the realm beyond transformation force is called embracing the elixir. When a martial artist at the peak of the transformation realm can truly achieve a state of mind free of distractions, maintain focus and unity, and harmonize spirit and kai, and ultimately comprehend their own unique martial will, they are qualified to attempt the core formation realm. At that time, the strength honed through countless trials throughout the body will, under the command of will, converge into a circle, becoming unified and undergoing a qualitative transformation, evolving into a higher form of energy. Those who reach this level are called grandmasters, and their strength undergoes a dramatic transformation compared to those at the transformation realm. Judging from the description in the book, it seems to indicate that you have initially acquired the ability to withstand heavy sniper fire without dying, similar to your state when you first entered the 3rd level of the transcendent realm. Above the core formation realm lies the even more powerful realm. Martial artists who reach this level are revered as supreme grandmasters. Its core lies in refining strength into kai, further tempering the high-quality energy condensed during the process of embracing the elixir, transforming it into a kai that is both extremely strong and resilient. The power of this protective aura is immense. It can be released to attack enemies, capturing the wind as a blade, capable of cleaving rivers with a single stroke. Furthermore, its protective aura is incredibly robust, representing a qualitative leap in both defensive and destructive power. compared to the core formation realm. Judging from the level of strength described, it's roughly similar to yours at the peak of the third level of the transcendent realm. As for whether there are higher realms beyond Gangjin, these books you discovered do not explicitly record them, leaving a blank space that invites contemplation. But based on what you've seen and heard in your past life, you already have some guesses in your mind. Martial Saint, Divine Indestructibility, Breaking Through the Void. Anyway, it's roughly these kinds of realms. You feel that there must be records about this realm in the library of the Daoist Academy. However, you speculate that the higher the level of extraordinary power and knowledge, the deeper it is hidden by that power. You haven't noticed it because, with your current strength, you are not yet able to sense the unknown power covering those books that record higher and more extraordinary knowledge. If you can't sense the unknown power, you can't use your talent to break through it, unless you're willing to spend time trying each book one by one, and you certainly wouldn't waste your time on that. In your view, once your strength increases, it won't be long before you're able to perceive those books that record even higher, more extraordinary knowledge. At 18, in just over a month, you've advanced further in the fourth level of the mortal transformation realm, cultivating Mercury, blood silver marrow. This realm does not simply refer to the physical state achieved through physical strength, where blood is like mercury and marrow like silver frost. That physical state was already achieved at the peak of your transformation realm. The mercury blood, silver marrow, golden skin, and jade bones can all be considered forms of physical supernatural abilities. A golden skin and jade bones can significantly enhance your physical strength, while mercury blood and silver marrow can multiply the amount of ki, blood, and essence your body can store. The moment you achieve the perfect balance of mercury, blood, and silver marrow, you will clearly feel the sound of your blood flowing within your body become deep and powerful. Like mercury slowly rolling through a pipe, each heartbeat is like a drumbeat, pumping boundless life force into every limb and bone. A strange sensation, a mixture of coolness and heat, emanated from deep within the bone marrow. Silvery light flickered within the marrow cavity, continuously generating even purer blood and life essence. Your endurance, resilience, and adaptability to extreme environments have all been elevated to a whole new level. But you even feel that even if you go without sleep, food, or drink for months, you can maintain peak combat power solely based on the vast amount of essence stored within your body. The breakthrough in cultivation brought about a comprehensive transformation. Her skin, under the sunlight, subtly shimmered with a warm, jade-like luster, yet possessed a toughness comparable to high-strength alloys. You gently clench your fist, creating a sonic boom in the air within your palm. A rough estimate of your current pure physical strength is around 1 million jin. With the enhancement of internal energy, martial arts, and other techniques, it is enough to shatter a mountain with a single blow. In May 28th year, on this bright and sunny day, the sycamore trees on campus stretched out their verdant leaves, rustling softly in the breeze. Sunlight filters through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled patterns of light. You've changed into comfortable casual clothes and stroll through the campus, enjoying the beautiful scenery. You're not some ascetic. You understand the importance of balancing work and rest. The path of spiritual practice requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Excessive rigidity leads to breakage, and so-called asceticism is not the best approach. Nourishing the mind and observing worldly matters are equally important. Tanglong University covers a vast area, with classical garden-style buildings and modern teaching buildings arranged in a harmonious and picturesque manner. A lake, as smooth as a mirror, reflects the blue sky and white clouds, and on the road, students walked in twos and threes, some hurrying to their classrooms, others sitting leisurely on lawn benches chatting and laughing, the air filled with the unique vitality of youth and the aroma of books. It has to be said, they must be college students in the prime of their lives, full of youthful energy and beauty. As you stroll through it, your heart seems to be infected by this vibrant energy, becoming relaxed and joyful. The detached perspective gained through spiritual practice allows you to observe the ordinary, yet vibrant aspects of human life with appreciation, rather than intervention. As you walk, you arrive near Mingde Building, where the School of Economics and Management is located. The buildings here are more modern, with glass curtain walls reflecting dazzling sunlight, and the students coming and going are mostly well-dressed and have a capable demeanor. Just as you were admiring the beautiful scenery, a deep engine roar approached from afar, attracting your attention. A sleek, bright blue sports car with a flamboyant design pulled up to a stop in front of the School of Economics and Management with a slightly exaggerated drift. Then a boy popped out, his face bearing a deliberately feigned nonchalance. Behind him, two burly henchmen, wearing sunglasses and with cold, hard expressions, followed closely, one on his left and one on his right, exuding an imposing aura. As soon as the boy got off the bus, his gaze was precisely fixed on a girl who had just walked out of Mingde Building. A self-satisfied smile played on his lips as he strode forward, accompanied by two henchmen. He brazenly stood in front of the girl, completely ignoring the fact that she had a companion beside her. Upon seeing this, you stopped and leaned against a large tree with great interest. You could smell the big melon. A menyao? What a coincidence. Want to have dinner together? The well-dressed young man deliberately softened his voice, but the aggression in his eyes and his condescending attitude were hard to conceal. The girl named Meng Yao is indeed a sight to behold. She was tall and slender, wearing a simple light blue dress that accentuated her snow-white skin and exquisite features. At this moment, her beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Facing the boy's approach, she subconsciously took half a step back to the side, creating some distance. A hint of annoyance and helplessness flashed in her clear eyes. Chenji, how many times have I told you? I don't like you. Don't bother me anymore. Her voice was clear and melodious, yet carried an undeniable distance and resolve. After the girl finished speaking, a boy who had been quietly following half a step behind her stepped forward, standing like a solid wall between the girl and Chen Ji. He was wearing a plain white shirt and dark trousers. He had delicate features and a calm, unwavering gaze, looking like an ordinary college student. Get out of the way, he spoke, his voice flat and even, yet carrying an unyielding force. At this moment, many students entering and leaving the School of Economics and Management noticed the conflict at the entrance and stopped to watch from a distance. The whispers began to spread, and some people even secretly took out their phones and adjusted the angle to take pictures. It's Chen Ji, the second young master of the Chen family. He's here again. I heard he's been pursuing Lin Mengyao, the most beautiful girl in the School of Economics and Management, for a long time, sending her flowers and gifts, making all sorts of grand gestures, but he still hasn't won her over. Not only did he fail to catch up, Lin Mengyao seemed quite disgusted with him. The Chen family is one of the 6 major families in Kyoto, with immense power. This Chen Ji is notoriously arrogant and domineering in Kyoto's young master circles, daring to so openly block people at Tenglong University. Who's that guy next to her? He looks unfamiliar. How dare he stand right in front of Lin Mengyao? Isn't he afraid of offending Chen Jai? Chen Ji is quite magnanimous. That man's name is Yi Tian. He seems to be a distant relative of Lin Mengyao or something. Apparently, he was sent by the Lin family. He's nominally her cousin, but in reality, he's more like a bodyguard and tutor. He's usually very low-key, but I didn't expect to run into him today. Yi Tian? Never heard of such a person in the Yi family? Is he from a collateral branch? But judging from his demeanor, he's got some skills. From the scattered whispers around you, you quickly gleaned the key information. Lin Mengyao, the most beautiful girl in the School of Economics and Management, and possibly even the most beautiful girl in the entire Tenglong University. You then realize that you spend most of your time immersed in the library and know very little about campus gossip. It turns out that Tenglong University really does have something like a campus beauty ranking, and those on the list are actually real girls, not some so-called Draven or Hakimi. This seems somewhat novel to you. Chen Ji, the second young master of the Chen family, one of the 6 major families in Kyoto, is a typical top-tier playboy. His pursuit of Lin Mengyao is a well-known but repeatedly unsuccessful, protracted war on campus. It is for that boy named Yi Tian. Your gaze lingered on him for a moment longer. Yi Tian is undoubtedly a martial artist, and his cultivation has reached the mid-stage of dark force. In this era, where Transformation Realm Grandmasters are revered and even Ming Realm experts are considered top-tier, this level of cultivation is absolutely that of master among masters, and especially considering Yi Tian looks so young, no more than 20 years old, to possess such cultivation level. He must either be exceptionally talented, have an extraordinary lineage, or both. Or it is unusual in itself that a master of the mid-stage internal strength would willingly serve as a bodyguard or accompanying student for a female college student. This feeling of déjà vu, you stroked your chin, a hint of understanding and amusement flashing in your eyes. It's just right. The world is showing me a side I know and love. In your opinion, Yi Tian is practically a walking embodiment of stories like The School Beauty's Personal Bodyguard, The Return of the Urban Dragon King, and A Hidden Master on Campus. This makes you even more convinced the world is complex, or that something is changing, with elements that previously only existed in fantasy narratives now merging with reality. After a brief moment of reflection, you continued to observe the drama unfold, like a complete bystander. At the same time, he subtly expanded his spiritual senses, perceiving the changes in the auras of the people in the room more meticulously, especially between Yi Tian and Chen Ji. Chen Ji's face instantly darkened when Yi Tian blocked him in front of everyone. He glanced at Yi Tian from head to toe, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt, as if looking at a piece of trash that was in his way. Then, he chuckled, raising his voice so that everyone around him could hear him. Your name is Yi Tian, right? A poor kid who popped up from some remote mountain village, only managed to get into Tenglong University and become Mengyao's follower because of your connection with the Lin family. Chen Ji's tone was full of sarcasm. Who do you think you are? Well, a bodyguard for Mengyao. Don't think that just because you entered Tenglong University and are wearing some fancy clothes, you're something special. He took a step forward, trying to intimidate Yi Tian with his aura, but Yi Tian remained unmoved, his eyes still calmly fixed on him. That calmness only fueled Chen Ji's anger. Dare to interfere in my affairs? Chen Ji's voice turned stern, carrying a blatant threat. Do you know who I am? Chen Ji of the Chen family in Kyoto. I can make you disappear from Kyoto with just one word, believe it or not. As soon as he finished speaking, perhaps feeling that verbal threats weren't enough, or perhaps wanting to show his strength in front of Lin Mengyao, Chen Ji actually reached out and pushed Yi Tian in the chest with a brutal motion. At the same time, his other hand somehow reached around Yi Tian and tried to put it on Lin Mengyao's shoulder, his posture extremely frivolous and rude. Lin Mengyao's face paled, her anger intensified, and she retreated again, just as Chen Ji's palm was about to touch Lin Mengyao's shoulder and his other hand was about to shove Yi Tian. Yi Tian's eyes turned slightly cold. A glint of icy glint seemed to flash deep within his calm gaze. He made no unnecessary movements, not even assuming any defensive stance. His body moved with such subtle speed that it almost left a blur in the eyes of an ordinary person. A right leg raised, kicking lightly. Odai bang. A dull thud, like a heavy object striking a sandbag. Chen Ji's arrogance was instantly replaced by extreme pain. His eyes bulged, his mouth opened wide, but he couldn't utter a complete scream. Only a short groan of agony. He was thrown backwards, as if he'd been hit head-on by a speeding truck, his feet leaving the ground like a tattered sack. This flight covered a distance of 4 or 5 meters. Oh, crash bang. Upon landing, Chen Jikai collapsed to the ground, clutching his abdomen tightly with both hands, his body curled up like a shrimp. I's face was deathly pale. Beads of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. His mouth was open. He could only inhale and barely exhale. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even groan. The force of this kick was controlled with exquisite precision, instantly incapacitating him and causing him immense pain, without inflicting fatal or serious injury. His 2 previously aggressive henchmen were instantly terrified, frozen in place, their eyes behind their sunglasses filled with fear. They were also trained in martial arts, with some foundation in external skills, but precisely because of this, they understood even more how terrifying the speed and control Yi Tian's kick had been, far exceeding their level. However, a subject should die for his lord if he is disgraced. They were bodyguards personally trained by the Lin family, and despite their extreme fear, they still attacked Yi Tian. The result was that the bodyguard went up, and the bodyguard fell down. After dealing with Chen Jai and his 2 bodyguards, Yi Tian acted as if he had done something insignificant. Not even the hem of his clothes was disheveled. His expression remained calm, not even glancing once more at Chen Ji, who was struggling in pain on the ground. He turned slightly to look at Lin Mengyao, whose face was somewhat pale, and said in a light voice, "Let's go. I'll take you back to your dorm." Lin Mengyao seemed not to have fully recovered from the lightning-fast conflict, and paused slightly in surprise. His gaze swept over Chen Jai on the ground and the growing crowd around him. He pursed his lips, then nodded slightly and whispered, She quickened her pace, following behind Yi Tian. The 2 quickly made their way through the crowd towards the dormitory area, leaving behind a trail of complex glances. At the school gate, only a group of stunned and discussing students remained, along with Chen Jie, the second young master of the Chen family, lying on the ground, speechless with pain and utterly humiliated. Doesn't anyone care about us? However, by that your attention has already shifted away from these superficial conflicts. Allah was that the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom? Could the power emanating from Yi Tian be the protagonist's halo? The instant Yi Tian kicked out, your spiritual sense detected a strange and subtle fluctuation emanating from Yi Tian and spreading outwards. By using the key observation technique enhanced by his talent, you see that the instant Yi Tian kicked Chen Ji away, a pale golden, halo-like, invisible power rose from Yi Tian's body and spread to Chen Ji. But in the next moment, something unexpected happened. A wisp of extremely thin, yet incredibly refined and dazzling crimson gold energy suddenly emerged from Chen Ji's body. The instant this wisp of crimson gold energy appeared, a vast, powerful, majestic, and righteous aura descended with a thunderous roar. This overwhelming force seemed to gather the accumulated civilization of this ancient land over thousands of years, the faith and willpower of hundreds of millions of people, capable of suppressing all demons and monsters. The pale golden power that attempted to entangle Chen Ji was instantly dissipated and melted away under the suppression of this crimson gold aura of fortune. like ice and snow encountering the blazing sun. It was forcibly driven away from Chen Jie's body, that it was even forced back into Yi Tian's body, causing the pale golden aura around him to dim considerably. Yi Tian himself seemed to furrow his brow almost imperceptibly, and his steps faltered slightly. After the unknown force was suppressed by the Dragon Kingdom's national destiny, you keenly observed a clear and discernible shift in Chen Ji's mental fluctuations and thought patterns as he lay paralyzed on the ground. Initially, when attacked by Yi Tian, especially the moment he was enveloped by the power of that pale golden halo, Chen Ji's thoughts were focused on extreme humiliation and rage, and the extremely dark thoughts that followed. I must kill this Yi Tian, by any means necessary. Find the family's retainers, find the black market's thugs. I want him to die a horrible death. And Lin Mengyao, you bitch, what are you pretending to be so high and mighty for? Sooner or later you'll be. However, after the crimson gold aura of fortune emerged and suppressed the external force, Chen Ji's thoughts quickly cooled down, and although the pain and anger remained, the hysterical, reckless, and insane killing intent had subsided. Chen Ji's thinking changed. Or rather, he reverted to his original thinking. He no longer considered revenge in secret, but instead planned to use the power of the law. As a second-generation rich kid, Chen Ji wasn't truly a spoiled brat. Those with power and influence are better at exploiting legal loopholes than ordinary people. As a sign of a top-tier wealthy family, Chen Ji has many ways to seek revenge, but hiring thugs is the most foolish method. Judging from what just happened, Yi Tian possesses an unknown power, which we can tentatively call the Protagonist's halo, while the crimson gold fortune is probably the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. In that case, the situation just now is easier to explain. Yi Tian's Protagonist halo was probably meant to lower Chen Ji's intelligence, but it was suppressed by the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom. The Dragon Kingdom of this world is no ordinary nation. It truly deserves its title as the world's strongest power, you thought to yourself. Novels you were familiar with in your past life, the protagonist's halo was often an overbearing and illogical phenomenon. It allows the protagonist to escape danger, encounter numerous opportunities, and even disregard the rules of the world. However, in this world, that's seemingly invincible. Protagonist halo can actually be suppressed and harmonized by the vast and profound national destiny of the Dragon Kingdom. A suspicion begins to form in your mind. That power that encompasses all advanced supernatural phenomena is likely intricately linked to the official authorities of the Dragon Kingdom. It acts like an invisible net, both restricting the spread of advanced and extraordinary knowledge and subtly balancing the undercurrents of the world. Even more likely, Yi Tian's sudden appearance at this point in time is precisely because that overwhelming force is gradually weakening and dissipating. Looking at it this way, that power must have suppressed quite a few demons and monsters. Now that that power is gradually disappearing, all sorts of things are popping out. You pondered silently, deciding to observe the situation discreetly, to see if more abnormal individuals like Yi Tian would appear. Or are other parts of the world also beginning to show changes beyond what is expected? Just as you were lost in thought, Chen Jie and his 2 bodyguards were taken to the medical school by an ambulance called by a helpful classmate. This sudden conflict caused a brief ripple on campus, but quickly returned to a superficial calm. The following day, news arrived. Yi Tian had been administratively detained for 7 days and given a demerit by the school for assaulting someone in public. The relatively lenient punishment was mainly due to the results of the medical examination. Although Chen Jie was kicked several meters away, a horrifying scene A detailed examination revealed that his injuries did not constitute minor injuries or more serious injuries under the law. And furthermore, the Lin family also exerted influence behind the scenes, subtly countering the Chen family's attempts to exert pressure and impose harsher penalties. Due to a combination of factors, this seemingly harsh, but actually lenient outcome was ultimately achieved. It seems Etienne actually knows a bit about the law. 7 days later, the detention period ended. When you saw Yi Tian again, you keenly sensed a subtle change in him. He remained unconventional, but the innate, haughty arrogance he exuded upon first meeting had subsided considerably. His eyes held a deeper depth of composure and scrutiny, lessening the previous disdain. It seems these 7 days haven't been all bad for Etienne, you thought to yourself. Having been tempered by the rules of modern society, he seems to have become more composed and level-headed. Such a person may be more capable of achieving great things than before. June 28th year. Inside the bedroom, you slowly open your eyes. Your aura is harmonious and restrained. A faint, interwoven light of pale blue and crimson flashes beneath your skin before disappearing. The third type of physical supernatural power, the water and fire immortal robe, has now been achieved. This is different from the previous golden skin and jade bonus enhancement, which combined immense power with robust defense. The water and fire immortal robe is a physical supernatural ability specializing in defense. It is not physical clothing, but an energy-based protective layer formed on the body's surface after the yin and yang energies within the body have been refined and fused to their fullest extent. With a thought, the immortal robe is created, capable of greatly weakening or even neutralizing physical attacks, kinetic impacts, and various forms of energy attacks. Adds an almost absolute protective barrier to your already formidable physical body. 1 month later, in July of the 28th year, you temporarily left the campus and returned to Qingfeng Temple, and inside the temple, everything seemed as before. In a secluded spot on the back mountain, you briefly demonstrated your cultivation, far exceeding the peak of the transformation realm, to Taoist King Wei. Without any earth-shattering display, with just a casual gesture, a reclining blue stone, several feet away, silently turned to dust. These breath is released slightly, the surrounding airflow naturally stagnates, and fallen leaves float in the air. Master King Wei's hair and beard trembled, his eyes filled with disbelief and shock. Without saying much, you presented a carefully compiled summary, your insights on breaking through to the core formation realm, a summary that blended the essence of martial arts in this world with your own cultivation experiences. He also entrusted this master, who was both his teacher and father, with a complete cultivation technique called Hun Yuan King Qiju, which could directly lead to the Gangjin realm. Master King Wei has been stuck at the peak of the transformation realm for many years. Decades of Taoist cultivation have nurtured the clear mind and detached spirit needed to break through to the core formation realm. What he lacks is merely a key, and your insights are precisely the opportunity he needs most. Believe me, it won't be long before Taoist King Wei becomes a grandmaster of the elixir formation. In addition, you spent several days carefully perusing the long-forgotten ancient books in the Qingfeng Temple's library. Indeed, some books that previously seemed ordinary or incomplete now appear different in your eyes. You found the follow-up to the Qingfeng Huayuan Ju, within which directly points to the Gangjin, and even vaguely touches upon higher levels. However, compared to your self-created cultivation method that integrates the advantages of multiple systems, this inherited method is considerably inferior in terms of efficiency, potential, and inclusiveness. You make a copy of it and give it to Master King Wei, explaining that it can be used as a reference to broaden one's thinking. In the short 10 days or so since you returned to the temple, Master King Y has likely experienced more shocks than he has in the entire first half of his life. From the strength you demonstrated, to the insights into cultivation techniques you shared, to pointing out the secrets of the ancient texts, every step challenged his preconceived notions. In his eyes, you are like a deep pool, the bottom of which cannot be seen. A dozen days later, you bid farewell to Master King Y and returned to Tenglong University. Before returning to school, you told Master King Y that the world was about to change, and that you must cultivate more and not spend too much time watching videos of beautiful women. Bewildered King Y's face flushed slightly as he nodded repeatedly, his eyes filled with both satisfaction and a solemn concern for the future. In August of the 28th year, your cultivation advanced further, firmly entering the peak of the 4th level of the transcendent realm. The body's vital energy, internal energy, and spirit merged to form a flawless golden body. Once this body was formed, the strength of the physical body increased dramatically once again. The internal energy became increasingly pure and condensed like mercury, and the perception of the soul also became more resilient and acute, allowing it to travel outside the body and perceive the subtle details. After careful testing, your pure physical strength has now firmly surpassed 3 million jin, and every movement you make possesses the power to shatter mountains and split rocks. Defensively, you are confident that unless you are directly hit by a high-yield nuclear bomb at its core, all conventional modern weapons in the world today will be unable to cause you substantial damage, even in the event of a nuclear explosion, as long as one is not in the most lethal epicenter. The perfected, flawless golden body is sufficient to withstand the vast majority of the impact and radiation, leaving one unharmed. A leap in strength, coupled with the continued weakening of the unknown force that permeated advanced and extraordinary knowledge across the globe. At this moment, you are finally able to sense the many more books in the Daoist Academy's library that were previously hidden by an invisible barrier. You used your innate talent to break through the final barrier covering those books. As the barrier dissipates, a vast amount of previously inaccessible, higher-level, transcendental knowledge is finally presented to your consciousness without reservation. But first and foremost, it is clear what realm of martial arts in this world transcends the Gangjin Jin level. Just as you predicted, its name is indestructible before gods. This realm also holds honorific titles such as Martial Saint, Divine Martial Artist, and National Guardian Martial Artist. Martial artists reach this level possess a highly concentrated spirit and will, enabling them to introspect and perceive the deepest potential within the human body, thereby breaking through the inherent limits of the physical body and awakening a unique, innate divine power. According to these precious ancient texts, the innate divine abilities awakened by martial saints are incredibly diverse and vary from person to person. Some can control natural forces such as water, fire, wind, and thunder. Some can foresee good and bad fortune and glimpse the secrets of heaven. Some can enhance their 5 senses to an extraordinary level, and some even delve into profound realms such as space and time. But regardless of the type of supernatural power, it contains an incredible force that transcends the mundane and, to a certain extent, violates the conventional laws of physics. Compared to the Gangjin realm, the combat power of martial artists at the Dimgrisvisi Jianshen Buhuajing realm has undergone a dramatic transformation. The destructive power and influence that a peak martial saint can cause if they awaken a powerful combat-related innate divine ability. According to the book, its destructive power is comparable to your current peak 4th level of the transcendent realm, possessing multiple supernatural physical abilities. It is entirely possible for one person to control an entire country, and the country referred to here is a powerful nation with significant international influence and formidable military strength. How should I put it? It truly lives up to its reputation as a martial arts system set in a master descends from the mountain world. Its combat power is off the charts. You close the book, a sense of kangai, gankai, a feeling of deep emotion or reflection, in your heart. This indestructible combat prowess is probably comparable to that of a golden core cultivator in some cultivation novels. However, it still suffers from the common problem of many martial arts systems, a short lifespan. A classic texts clearly state that while warriors who achieve godlike status possess immense power capable of destroying cities and fortresses, their lifespan is not substantially extended, typically remaining only around 200 years. In comparison, the cultivation system you created has obvious advantages. Be at the peak of the second level of the transcendent realm, one's lifespan can approach 200 years. Yi and you, currently at the peak of the fourth level, have cultivated a flawless golden body. Your life level has been sublimated, and your lifespan has reached 500 years. A long period of time means more possibilities and deeper accumulation. However, the innate divine power mechanism of a martial artist who can see through gods is indeed very interesting. You pondered. This rule-based ability, which is based on personal traits and awakens naturally after breaking through limits, has a different generation principle and potential than the supernatural abilities I gained through systematic cultivation. I wonder if it's possible to unravel its mysteries and integrate or optimize the concept or some mechanisms of this supernatural awakening into my cultivation system. Perhaps this could open up a new direction, allowing my path to also possess the wonders of innate supernatural powers. After gaining an initial understanding of the information about seeing gods without decay, you turn your attention to another system of extraordinary powers revealed in the library. This power, in the ancient records of the Dragon Kingdom, was named Heaven Sent. In your view, a divine gift is an alternative concept of superpower, only more unique than a regular superpower. There's a reason why this extraordinary power is named Heaven Sent. According to the research of ancient sages, the source of this power lies in some fundamental mechanism of Earth itself, which is not yet fully understood. In the eyes of the ancients, the world was heaven, therefore this power originating from the world was considered a special gift bestowed upon all living beings by heaven, hence the name heavenly gift. Similar to the innate supernatural power of a martial artist who is indestructible, divine gift also contains various incredible effects, capable of altering or bypassing the physical rules of reality to a certain extent. However, there are some differences between the two. The innate divine power that cannot be destroyed by gods often possesses considerable and powerful strength once awakened, and subsequent development relies more on skillful application and in-depth exploration. However, divine gifts are different. Most divine gifts have relatively limited power. When they first awaken, it requires the user to gradually improve its strength, control precision, and application range through continuous use, practice and understanding exhibiting a clear growth curve. Moreover, what makes the heavenly gifts so unique is that the number of different types is fixed, approximately 300, numbered from sequence 0 up to sequence 300. Although the power possessed by different people with the same gift will vary depending on the direction of development, they will all still be within a certain framework. Looking at it this way, this divine gift is really like a basic class in a game, or a sequence ability in some novels. During the enhancement process, the divine gift will subtly influence, optimize, and even change the bloodline origin of its possessor. This makes the direct descendants of those gifted with divine gifts have a much higher probability of awakening the same or similar divine gifts than the general population. A bloodline became a crucial link in the divinely bestowed inheritance. Based on these characteristics, some ancient scholars and modern researchers have proposed a hypothesis. Perhaps, the unique innate divine power of the indestructible martial artist is itself a special variant or advanced manifestation bestowed by heaven. It is through extreme physical and mental training, guided by the will of martial arts, that martial artists actively stimulate and solidify a divinely bestowed seed hidden deep within their bloodline or soul. This allows it to be perfectly integrated with martial arts cultivation, forming a unique personal supernatural power. This conjecture seems to have given you pause for thought that, if true, then divine gifts and martial arts may indeed share some common origin at a higher level. You speculate that Earth's martial arts system might have been created by ancient sages based on one or more innate abilities. Because according to historical records, martial arts have only existed for a few hundred years. In that case, that power that obscures extraordinary knowledge must also be a divinely granted ability, right? And it must be a divinely granted ability that is extremely high in the hierarchy. But what level of gifted being would be able to cover the entire planet, Earth, with their gifted abilities and maintain it for so long? You can sense that this force has lasted for at least 100 years. If you can't figure it out, just stop thinking about it. In your opinion, no matter how strong your innate abilities are, they can't compare to your cheat-like talent. Don't you understand the value of a cheat system? As you read on, you gain a great deal of information about your innate abilities from these books. Sequence 23, Burn to Embers. The holder can control ultimate flames, summoning blazing storms and pillars of fire that scorch the heavens. The flames can burn the body and soul, condense fire spirits to fight, and heal rapidly by being bathed in fire. Sequence 0 to 25, Soul Thought. Those who possess this innate ability have naturally strong mental power, enabling them to launch mental attacks, probe souls, read and block the thoughts of others, condense soul clones, and resist mental attacks, much like a martial artist's will to fight. Sequence 028, The Illusion. The holder can create realistic illusions, altering enemy perception, replicating false scenes, and conjuring all things to confuse opponents. Illusionary damage can be converted into real damage. Sequence 031, Kanglin. The owner possesses the ability to manipulate the power of rivers and ocean currents, condensing water blades and water prisons, summoning tsunamis and ice shards for attacks, and can transform into a liquid state to avoid damage. Sequence 033, Rending Wind. Mastering the wind element, one can condense wind blades and whirlwinds, creating hurricane domains. With extreme speed, one can strip away surrounding air. It is said that at its peak, one can tear through space for brief teleportation. Sequence 036, Rock. The holder can control the power of the earth and rocks, condensing rock armor and stone spikes, summoning landslides and earthquakes. Maximizing physical defense, manipulating soil and rocks to imprison enemies, and even drawing upon the earth's power to heal wounds. Sequence 39, Divine Light. Control the power of light, condense light blades, light shields, and chains of light to purify evil, heal wounds, transform into the true form of light, immune to dark attacks, and unleash dazzling divine light to annihilate all things. According to the book, this sequence is very rare in the Dragon Kingdom. It mostly appears only in the West. Sequence 041, Shadow. Manipulate ultimate shadow energy to conceal your form. Traverse shadows, condense shadow spikes and shadow binds, devour light, obscure perception, transform yourself into a void of shadow, and steal energy from your enemies. Sequence 43. Healing Pivot. Master the power of life healing, rapidly heal your own and others' wounds, dispel negative states, repair physical damage, and slow the loss of life force. Sequence 44. Yushu. That constructs an absolute defensive barrier, resisting physical energy and spiritual attacks, reflecting a portion of the damage, and maintaining a permanent defensive force field around itself. What might interest you is that the library contains only 2 records of the top 10 sequences. Sequence 10. Control of light and darkness. Possessing both the power of light and darkness, it can absorb the energy of light and darkness and transform it into its own power. The power of darkness corrodes all things, while the power of light illuminates the world. Based on the description, this divinely bestowed ability is likely a superior version of divine light and shadow. This suggests that there should be a hierarchy among divinely bestowed abilities, and another top 10 ranking also makes you realize the immense potential of divinely bestowed abilities. Sequence 8. Spatial Control. Those who possess this ability can sense and manipulate spatial energy, open spatial gates, teleport, condense spatial blades and spatial cages, distort space to evade attacks, and cut through all things. It's important to understand that spatial abilities are absolutely top tier, T1, and sometimes even top tier, T-world, in any world. Among all types of innate abilities, spatial manipulation surprisingly ranks only 8th. This shows that the abilities of the previous few gifted individuals were not simple. Judging from this information, the world's top experts are probably those who have reached the indestructible realm of martial arts, coupled with their innate abilities developed to the fullest extent. I just wonder if this divinely bestowed ability has a limit, and if so, where? Afterwards, you spent 3 days memorizing the contents of all the previously hidden books that had been revealed. To your disappointment, these books do not contain any information about cultivating immortality. I was hoping to learn from it, but unfortunately, is it because creating a cultivation system is too difficult, or is it because the extraordinary knowledge about cultivation is so deeply obscured? Forget it, I don't care about cultivating immortality anymore anyway. I'll just focus on my own path. In September of the 28th year, due to the acquisition of more new extraordinary knowledge, you did not immediately break through to the 5th level of the transcendent realm. You spent a month organizing and summarizing this knowledge, comparing old and new information, separating the true from the false, and adding the essence of each concept to your extraordinary system. After absorbing these essences, the original framework of the first 4 levels of the transcendent realm was further refined in detail. The foundation that cultivators could accumulate in each level increased by more than 30%, laying a more solid foundation for subsequent breakthroughs. The biggest change occurs at the 5th level of the transcendental realm, the innate body. The previous theory of innate physique was already very powerful, comparable to a demigod's physique. His body is immaculate, his innate true ki arises spontaneously, enabling him to ride the wind and soar through the heavens, and he can even begin to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. Every movement he makes subtly aligns with the Tao. But now the theory of the innate body, incorporating new knowledge, has undergone a qualitative leap. You introduced the concept of supernatural awakening on top of the original concept. Every cultivator who achieves the innate body will awaken at least 3 innate divine abilities, based on the depth of their accumulated foundation in the first 4 levels. Either the deeper one's foundation, the more supernatural abilities one may awaken, theoretically up to a maximum of 9. These supernatural abilities are extraordinary powers that naturally manifest when a person's inherent qualities resonate with the laws of heaven and earth during a leap in the essence of life. Each possesses incredible and wondrous uses. And however, one downside is that even before the changes, breaking through to the innate physique level was already extremely difficult. Breaking through from the 4th level of the transcendental body to the 5th level of the innate body is an insurmountable chasm. This is not only because this extraordinary system has been in existence for less than a year since you created it, and many details are still being explored, but also because there is a fundamental leap between these two realms. Indeed, the transformation from human to near-immortal is not merely an increase in power, but a complete metamorphosis in the level of life. While a body without leakage can lock in one's essence, energy, and spirit to prevent them from leaking out, it is still ultimately a mortal body. A naturally formed body, however, requires shedding all acquired impurities, returning to its original state, and achieving a naturally formed Tao body. The difficulty of this is unimaginable. After the changes, due to the addition of the supernatural awakening stage, the breakthrough process now requires simultaneous physical transformation and resonance with heaven and earth, exponentially increasing the difficulty. It's impossible for you to break through using only your own cultivation level, unless you're willing to spend a lot of time researching a more perfect breakthrough method. But that is naturally impossible. Hang it up. Come on. You were sitting cross-legged on a simple wooden bed in your dormitory, your eyes slightly closed, your mind sinking into the deepest part of your consciousness. A day then, your innate power transformed into an invisible, intangible stream, slowly seeping into the bottleneck concept that exists between the flawless body and the innate physique. 3 hours passed quickly. Within your sea of consciousness, a clear, resonant sound, as crisp as shattering glass, rang out. The bottleneck concept had completely collapsed. At the very moment the bottleneck shattered, the flawless body within you evolved naturally, as if water had simply flowed into a channel. All theoretical breakthrough processes, he stepped directly into the realm of the innate body. The lack of a breakthrough method doesn't mean you can't break through. Your talent is simply unreasonable. In a sense, you're getting on the train first and buying the ticket later. Once you cultivate to the innate body level, you'll naturally understand how to break through to the innate body level. Of course, all of this is predicated on you having already constructed a complete theoretical framework for the realm of innate body. If you have no concept of this realm, your innate talent can still propel your evolution, but what form you will ultimately take is entirely up to fate. The moment you achieve the innate physical body, you feel as if you've been thrown into a warm ocean. You have achieved an unprecedented harmonious resonance with your surroundings. This is the essence of harmony between humanity and nature. Within the body, the last stubborn trace of acquired impurities was completely dissolved and expelled under the cleansing power of heaven and earth. Your body becomes light and translucent, your skin as radiant as jade, your bones subtly glowing, and your blood flowing with a gentle, murmuring sound. From this moment on, you are no longer of ordinary form, but have begun to shed your mortal body, achieving a pure and immaculate innate Taoist body. At the same time, the vast internal energy you have painstakingly accumulated begins to undergo a fundamental transformation. They are purified and sublimated from their original acquired energy form, transforming into a higher level of innate true Kai. During this process, your body involuntarily and slowly levitates 3 feet off the bed, hovering motionless in mid-air. Wisps of milky white primordial energy emanated from your pores, swirling and swirling, making you appear as if you were immortal descended to Earth. A full hour later, the last trace of internal energy was completely transformed. Your radiance subsided. You slowly returned to the bed. When you opened your eyes, it seemed as if the sun, moon, and stars were flowing within them, before disappearing again. As expected of someone with the theoretically perfect physique of a demigod, feeling the unprecedented power surging within you. The difference between this and the previous levels is like heaven and earth. I feel I'm about to become invincible. Of course, the feeling of invincibility is just a fleeting fantasy, but your explosive increase in strength is real. Your current strength is more than one level higher than before your breakthrough. Firstly, regarding the physical body. After achieving the innate body, your pure physical strength alone has already reached a staggering 10 million jin. A mere gesture can split the earth. A punch or palm strike can cleave rivers. More importantly, the inherent characteristics of the innate body allow the physical body to initially merge with heaven and earth, forming a natural protective layer. Your intuition tells you that even if the most powerful nuclear weapon in the world were detonated directly in front of you, it would probably be unable to shake this Tao body in the slightest. On an energy level, innate true Kai is now a completely different existence from the internal Kai of the past. Its energy level is more than 10 or 100 times higher. The power that a single wisp of true Ki can mobilize is comparable to the total internal energy of the entire body in the past. Moreover, true Kai is inexhaustible and interacts with heaven and earth. As long as it is not excessively depleted, it will almost never run dry. The most surprising gain from this breakthrough is undoubtedly the awakening of supernatural powers. A breakthrough achieved through utilizing one's talent would naturally be a breakthrough that couldn't be more perfect. You have awakened all 9 supernatural abilities that a naturally born body can theoretically support. This is the limit of this realm, attainable only by those with great opportunity, perseverance, and profound inner strength. A clairvoyant, the ability to see as far as 1,000 miles away. It can not only penetrate darkness, but also perceive the flow of energy, the colors of fortune, and even briefly see through ordinary obstacles. At the highest level of cultivation, one may indeed reach a state where one can observe the 33 heavens above and survey the 9 netherworlds below. With exceptional hearing, able to hear in all directions, clearly discerning even the chirping of insects and the twittering of ants within a radius of 1,000 miles. It can filter out background noise, focus on specific sound sources, and even hear the fluctuations of one's inner voice, the vibrations of energy, and detect subtle warning signs. The divine power. Can it increase the strength of innate powerhouses? But it also contains a hint of on force can overcome all laws. By using this divine power to unleash an attack, one can, to a certain extent, ignore the opponent's protective energy and unorthodox spells, overwhelming them with absolute power. Flying greatly enhances the ability to fly that innate experts already possess. Flight speed, agility, and endurance are all increased by 1 to 2 times, and the aircraft is more agile and free, and turning when turning and maneuvering in the air, like a fish swimming in water. A mountain moving. This power grants you extremely high authority over forces related to mountains and earth, and when mobilizing innate true Kai, one can easily draw upon the power of the earth's veins, conjuring phantom mountains out of thin air to suppress enemies, or shifting earth and rocks and altering terrain, to overturning the seas, in contrast to moving the mountains, specializing in the control of the power of water, rivers, lakes, and seas. You can command wind and rain, stir up giant waves, and even trigger underground currents, All water-related powers will be at your command. E. True fire. A primordial true fire, extremely yang and vigorous, that can be generated from within the body. This fire is no ordinary fire. It can melt gold and iron, burn away evil spirits, purify impurities, and even has a strong burning effect on souls and energy bodies. It is also an invaluable aid in alchemy and weapon crafting. Soul capture specializes in the realm of souls. It can capture the souls of living beings, suppress vengeful spirits, and also search the souls of living things to read their memories. This ability is a nemesis to spirit-type enemies. Divination enhances deduction and predictive abilities. With a single thought, one can perform a vague divination regarding matters related to oneself, seeking good fortune and avoiding misfortune. The speed at which one comprehends cultivation techniques and combat skills will also increase. While one cannot fully comprehend destiny, one can significantly improve their survival and decision-making abilities in complex environments. These 9 supernatural abilities encompass multiple dimensions, including perception, strength, movement, elements, soul, and destiny, almost forming a perfect matrix of abilities that a naturally powerful individual could possess. It's not that you don't want to design more and stronger, supernatural powers, but rather that the innate body realm itself has an upper limit to the number of law imprints it can bear. These 9 supernatural abilities are already the limit you've tested. Adding one more, or any ability that's even slightly stronger, would cause your cultivation foundation to become unstable, or even collapse. Even with your extraordinary talent, you are currently unable to break through this fundamental limitation. However, this is enough. A normal innate expert can at most possess any 3 of these 9 divine abilities. Beyond that, there are many requirements for the cultivator. All of these factors combined have propelled your strength to an astonishing level. If your strength before the breakthrough was at the level of a super powerful street thief, then after breaking through to the innate body realm, your strength can be said to be enough to cleanse the Earth's surface, and you're not far from destroying the continent. At least you feel that. With your current cultivation level, combined with the power of heaven and earth, using the overturning sea divine power would be enough to unleash a giant tsunami capable of washing away the entire surface of the earth. Is this what they call power expansion? I like it. Besides the increase in strength, after breaking through to the innate body, the power that boundless killing path talent can unleash becomes even stronger. The increase in strength here doesn't mean an increase in the upper limit of what talent can achieve. Although the upper limit may have increased, you just don't know it. Because you haven't yet discovered the upper limit of what your talent can kill. The increased strength you can clearly feel is due to the reserve of your innate power and the reduced consumption of it. This means that the power you unleash using your talent in a single attack has become stronger. October 28th year. During this month, with your powerful spiritual sense, you have memorized all the books in Tenglong University's collection. Although the extraordinary knowledge recorded in the books of other academies is far inferior to that of the Daoist Academy, but these are all aspects of knowledge accumulated over thousands of years by the Dragon Kingdom. It is the crystallization of the wisdom of living beings, and it will also be of considerable use to you. As expected, there's no higher level of extraordinary knowledge. Tenglong University possesses no more profoundly hidden extraordinary knowledge than the ability to see gods without decay and divine gifts. So that's the next target. You turned your gaze to the center of Kyoto. With the ability to see far, your vision acts like invisible tentacles, penetrating reinforced concrete, traversing layers of modern architecture, and even ignoring hidden barriers imperceptible to ordinary people. The view continues to descend, eventually reaching a depth of 300 meters underground in Kyoto. There stands a breathtakingly large building. It is not a building in the traditional sense, but an inverted cone-shaped structure, like a pyramid buried deep underground. The silver-gray metal exterior walls gleamed with a faint sheen, their surface covered with intricate arrays of runes, the patterns flickering in and out of focus as if breathing. The building is so large that it could accommodate dozens of football fields. The Dragon Kingdom's Bureau of Abnormal Affairs is the highest decision-making body overseeing all martial arts, extraordinary, and mysterious events in the Dragon Kingdom, and managing all its branch bureaus. The Anomaly Bureau is like a super fortress integrating scientific research, training, reserves, and suppression. Countless people dressed in uniform or various traditional costumes bustled about, some operating command consoles covered with screens. Some were meditating and cultivating in quiet rooms, while others were examining objects emitting strange light in laboratories. The entire general administration was well organized, yet permeated with a powerful, albeit hidden force. No wonder it's the headquarters of the official extraordinary records, you thought to yourself. With a quick scan, you can sense at least 5 high-level martial artists within the Anomaly Bureau. They are either stationed at key points or patrolling important passages, acting as pillars of stability. And there were more than 10 grandmasters who had attained the highest level of cultivation, scattered throughout the various functional areas of the complex. In addition, the Anomaly Bureau also displays and deploys a number of modern weapons that emit extraordinary fluctuations. There are sniper rifles engraved with runes, their muzzles faintly gathering energy, and streamlined individual armor with flowing runes on its surface, seemingly capable of significantly enhancing the wearer's strength and defense. Even on some concealed launch silos or weapon platforms, you sensed energy responses powerful enough to threaten high-level superhumans. These might be forbidden weapons combining runic technology and high-energy physics. These devices are not merely for display. They are connected to the entire building's energy network and can be activated at any time, forming a 3-dimensional and deadly defense and attack system. From this perspective, the Anomaly Bureau should be immune to that power that obscures the extraordinary. That's true. If that force originated from the Chinese government, or if the government was deeply involved in its creation, then it naturally possesses means of immunity, or at least partial exemption. Afterwards, he first used his talent to dispel his own aura, and then conducted a more in-depth investigation of the Super Admin Bureau. You see an archive containing a vast amount of files and electronic data, including many ancient bamboo slips and jade tablets. I saw a huge training facility that simulates various extreme environments and is used for live fire training. Ultimately, your attention is drawn to the very center of the headquarters complex. That was a circular hall heavily guarded by layers of arrays and high-tech barriers. In the center of the hall, instead of a physical building, floats a slightly distorted, emitting a pale silver glow. Astable and mysterious. Spatial fluctuation is continuously emanating from this void. Spatial fluctuations. It seems to be connected to something behind them. You concentrate your senses, pushing your clairvoyance to its limit, attempting to penetrate that spatial barrier. The resistance was immense. It wasn't a simple barrier, but rather a stable barrier at the spatial level. But you could still vaguely see that at the other end of the spatial fluctuations, there existed an extremely vast space. The laws governing the universe there seem slightly different from those of Earth's main world. The energy concentration, or rather, the concentration of spiritual energy, is higher there than in the outside world. You can even see the blurry outlines of mountains and rivers, as well as some moving figures and the silhouettes of buildings. Could this be some kind of small world? If so, then the Anomaly Bureau's resources are truly extraordinary. It's not surprising that the Bureau of Anomalies possesses a small world. In your view, as long as spatial control, this divinely bestowed ability, is at its core, but with the addition of other innate abilities, there's a high probability that a small world capable of accommodating living beings could be created. In November of the 28th year. For the next month, besides your daily, unwavering cultivation, tempering your soul, and comprehending supernatural powers, you devoted most of your remaining energy to reviewing internal information from the Anomaly Bureau, using remote sensing capabilities like eyes that can see 1,000 miles and ears that can hear 1,000 ears. They quietly accessed the vast and complex physical archive system of the Anomaly Bureau. You have browsed through a vast collection of records in the Bureau of Anomalies database. From research into ancient myths and legends to hidden archives of unusual events throughout history. From systematic research and classification of various divinely bestowed abilities to long-term monitoring data on the tidal fluctuations of Earth's spiritual energy. From exploration reports of ancient ruins around the world to investigation and containment records of various mysterious events since modern times. From this information, you also learn where that power that covers the entire globe obscures the extraordinary and suppresses the abnormal comes from. Sequence 2003, The End of the Law. Those who possess this divinely bestowed ability can suppress and neutralize any extraordinary power on Earth. Upon reaching the pinnacle of cultivation, one can evolve into the realm of the end of Dharma, suppressing all extraordinary beings and plunging the world back into the age of the end of Dharma. According to data from the Anomalies Bureau, the power that envelops the entire world is a divinely gifted being possessing this ability. By sacrificing himself, he combined the effects of the end of Dharma power with the immense national fortune gathered by the Dragon Kingdom, achieving an irreversible ultimate sublimation and solidification. Continuously effective, massive Dharma-ending domain, or rather, a global restraint force network, was forcibly woven into the rules of the entire planet. The greatest function of this super Dharma-ending domain is not merely to suppress the existing, active supernatural forces on Earth. That is only a secondary function. Its deeper, more fundamental purpose is to suppress the abnormal state of the entire planet Earth and postpone the ensuing illusionary invasions. Let the world remain peaceful during this period, giving the Dragon Kingdom and the entire world time to recover and accumulate strength. What is fantasy invasion? According to information from the Anomalies Bureau, this occurred over 100 years ago. A senior gifted individual possessing sequence 004 heavenly evolution ability. Before his death, he prophesied that a little over 100 years from now, Earth would face a bizarre invasion originating from the realms of concepts, rules, and information. The powerful figures of the Dragon Kingdom at the time named it fantasy invasion. The prophecy states that if the invasion and accumulation of fantasy are allowed to occur naturally, Earth's existing physical and regulatory systems will rapidly collapse, and the boundary between reality and fantasy will become completely blurred. The entirety of human civilization, and indeed all living beings, will be plunged into incomprehensible chaos and catastrophe. Fantasy invasion? Then the current situation on Earth must be an invasion of urban novels like Dragon King novels and female-oriented novels. Why would you say that? Because in this past month, through online information and your ability to hear everything, You witnessed 3 bizarre events that have become incredibly popular in China. These events all give you a strange sense of déjà vu. These 3 events occurred in 3 different cities: Jiangcheng, Haicheng, and Yuncheng. During this past month, netizens from these 3 cities have been exceptionally active online, and the names of these 3 cities have become widely known throughout China. The following is information from the internet. Jiangcheng channel. Breaking news. Breaking news. The Jiang family, one of the 3 major families in Jiangcheng, has suddenly been surrounded by armed police. A netizen with the ID champion of staying up all night posted in the early stages of the incident. Although the accompanying picture was blurry, it was clear that police lights were flashing outside the Jiang family mansion. The information upstairs is outdated. Jiangcheng's house has already been raided. The armed police arrived in the morning and ransacked the house that night. Super efficient. Apparently, the root cause is that the Jiang family was blind and bullied Chu Jianshen's wife and daughter. A netizen with the ID just joining the fun added in a comment. By the way, who is Chu, the god of war? I haven't lost internet connection. Is there such a person in China? Chu Feng, war god Chu, you don't even know. Is the person upstairs a spy? War god Chu is forced to watch the show online. Haicheng channel. Who in the family understands this? We were just enjoying the birthday banquet of the Su family matriarch in Haicheng when suddenly a bunch of people appeared out of nowhere, kneeling down and calling that good-for-nothing son-in-law of the Su family the Dragon King. It was so embarrassing, I could dig my toes out of a 3-bedroom apartment. A netizen with the ID outrageous events observer shared their personal experience. Oh, I know. The story gets even more exciting. The son-in-law had just finished his crooked smile and hadn't even started showing off when the police arrived. Apparently, some guests at the banquet were frightened by the commotion and thought it was gangsters coming to cause trouble, so they secretly called the police. ID Guishan Di Jicha excitedly added, I don't listen to the upstairs nonsense about details. According to a neighbor of my cousin's colleague who works at the Haicheng police station, many of those foreigners calling themselves Dragon King are, upon investigation, mercenaries with criminal records on the international stage. And that Dragon King himself is the head of some illegal armed organization, Truth Seeker. The Yuncheng channel, damn it. Liao, give me back my money. Half a spoon of evening breeze. What's wrong upstairs? Don't you know how to be civilized online? What did that guy named Liao do to you? Standing there in a daze. Which remote mountain village are you from upstairs? You didn't know the president of the Yuncheng Li group was arrested. What can anyone do to me? Liao, president of the Li group, was arrested for illegally imprisoning and abusing female students, causing the Li group's stock to plummet. Rumor has it that many shareholders have lost everything. Gossip enthusiast, based on information found online, and combined with information you gathered using your clairvoyant abilities, you clearly reconstructed the causes of the 3 events. First, there was the Jiangcheng incident. The Jiang family was punished after Chu the war god found out they had bullied the so-called wife and daughter of the war god. They were all falsely accused of treason and taken away for investigation. The Jiang family's actions in Jiangcheng over the years could not withstand scrutiny, and they were ultimately wiped out. As for how they bullied them, those who know. Aside from living in a doghouse and being forced into an arranged marriage, there was nothing else. To be honest, it's quite surprising that the so-called god of war Chu didn't disobey military orders and return on his own. Let's talk about Haicheng again. The matriarch of the Su family, one of the 4 major families in Haicheng, celebrated her 60th birthday. But suddenly, a group of men, dressed in various styles, but with fierce expressions and synchronized movements, burst into the banquet hall. Ignoring the astonished looks of the guests, they walked straight to the last seat of the banquet table, to a young man dressed plainly, even somewhat shabby. This young man was none other than the son-in-law of the Su family. Immediately afterwards, all of them knelt on one knee and shouted in loud voices. The 3-year period has come to an end. Welcome back, the Dragon King. In an instant, the entire hall fell silent. The son-in-law, known as the Dragon King, slowly grinned under the focused gaze of the crowd, revealing an extremely exaggerated and astonishingly wide, crooked smile. His eyes held 3 parts indifference, 3 parts mockery, and 4 parts nonchalance. Following a typical plot development, the next scene should be the son-in-law revealing his astonishing identity, shocking everyone, and those who had humiliated him begging for mercy and fear. But the truth is, before the other party could be arrogant for long, a group of police officers surrounded them. It turns out that someone at the banquet thought it was gangsters causing trouble and secretly called the police. During this process, the so-called Dragon King resisted, but was knocked unconscious by a single slap from the leader, a martial artist at the core formation stage. And next up is Yuncheng, which, needless to say, follows the typical female-oriented online novel formula of mistreating the wife for a while. Is fun, but then the wife is chased away in a fiery hell. But who knew that the so-called wife would wake up, gather evidence, and call the police? If these 3 things could be summarized in one sentence, it would be, if you make my God of War's daughter live in a doghouse, I'll slap you. With a charge of treason, the Dragon King tried to make a crooked face, so I reported him. That is mistreating your wife fun for a moment? Learn about crimes like illegal detention and abuse. Through these 3 incidents, you gradually uncover the underlying rules and boundaries of fantasy invasion. These phenomena, as absurd yet real as those in online novels, are not entirely without pattern. They subtly infiltrate reality, rewrite our understanding, and even reshape the operating logic of parts of the world. In your view, fantasy invasion mainly takes 2 forms, each eroding the boundaries of reality in different ways. The first type is fabrication. To create characters, positions, and even history out of thin air in the real world. Like that God of War Chu, who suddenly became known to everyone. You clearly remember that the Dragon Kingdom has never established the position of God of War. It should only exist in legends or fictional stories. That's right. The title God of War of Chu isn't just a joke among netizens. The position of God of War has actually appeared in China today. The deeds, conferment ceremony, and even past military achievements of the God of War of Chu seem to have been woven into the collective memory of the entire nation by an invisible hand, except for a few core members of the abnormal situation who took precautions in advance and were able to resist the distortion of the rules. Almost everyone accepted this premise naturally. This kind of intrusion is not based on any real-world foundation. It directly alters the group's cognitive framework, forcibly grounding fiction in reality. The second type is the overlay of fate. This manifests itself in the forced application of predetermined plot templates to real-world characters. Their identities, experiences, and relationships may have been ordinary, but at some point, story logic intervened, causing their life trajectories to take a bizarre turn. After your in-depth investigation, you discover that the once powerful Dragon King, Liao, who stirred up a storm in the business world, and even Yi Tian, who appeared earliest in the story, are all real historical figures. But a few years ago, their lives suddenly veered off course, and a Series of familiar scenarios began to unfold. Yi Tian went from being a reclusive martial artist in the mountains to becoming the school beauty's personal bodyguard. Lai Ao transforms from a businessman into a domineering CEO who enjoys mistreating his wife for a while. Ai the Dragon King transformed from a mercenary king into a ninja turtle capable of enduring 3 years of hardship. These changes are not accidental. They are an external narrative force, forcibly dragging their fates into a predetermined plot. Faced with these two drastically different methods of intrusion, Anomaly Bureau has gradually developed a systematic response strategy. For those individuals whose lives were discovered early on and whose fates were obscured by destiny, the Bureau adopted a method of guidance and correction. Through psychological intervention and environmental adjustments, we tried our best to pull them back from the predetermined script. To guide them back to a relatively normal life trajectory, preventing their true nature from being completely consumed by fantasy templates. This is a silent rescue, one that must both resist the power of external narratives and preserve the will of the individuals involved. Is for those fantastical creations that arise out of thin air, the Bureau of Abnormalities takes a more decisive approach. If they can be incorporated, they are incorporated. If not, they are eliminated outright. As some discovered fantasy characters, if their personalities are friendly and cooperative, will be guided to undergo the baptism of the Dragon Kingdom's destiny. In this way, they can wash away the imprint of fantastical rules that cling to them, gradually transforming into a trustworthy force of their own. While reviewing the encrypted files of the Anomaly Bureau, you discovered that cases like Chu Zhanshan's are not isolated incidents. The files record several fantasy characters who have successfully integrated into reality, including a genius engineer from a science fiction setting who has now become a top consultant in the aerospace field. A genius doctor, inspired by a female-oriented novel, is secretly involved in the research and development of a new medical technology. The knowledge or abilities they possess that were ahead of their time, after being transformed, became unique forces driving progress in reality. Therefore, if handled properly, the fantasy invasion might just be turned into an opportunity. This thought comes to your mind. These powers from the realm of fantasy, if properly guided and integrated, could perhaps significantly enhance Earth's civilization and resilience. But this is ultimately just speculation based on the current situation. Because no one knows exactly where the upper limit of fantasy invasion lies. What if the invasion wasn't just of urban slice-of-life novels or martial arts novels, but of truly world-destroying mythical creatures? An indescribable, Fuyu-like existence, or various apocalyptic scenarios filled with despair. For example, zombie hordes, spiritual energy depletion, and rule collapse. Once these dimensional events are constructed, they would undoubtedly be a catastrophic disaster for the still developing real world. Looks like I need to step up my efforts to improve my strength. Otherwise, I won't be able to protect my Earth. Only strength is the fundamental way to cope with unforeseen changes. December of the 28th year. Since you condensed your innate body, your cultivation has been advancing by leaps and bounds. The body maintains a constant state of resonance with heaven and earth, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon, and the spiritual energy of the earth's veins every moment. You can clearly feel your bloodline being reshaped, your internal organs glowing, and innate Tao patterns faintly appearing on your bones. Until now, you realize that you have reached the pinnacle of the 5th level of the transcendental innate body. Although one can still accumulate true Kai and strengthen the physical body through diligent practice. But the rate of improvement has become unusually slow, and the bottleneck feels clear and solid. Fortunately, thanks to all the extraordinary knowledge you've gathered from Earth, you've already gained some understanding of the realms beyond the mortal stage. A February 29th year. After dozens of sleepless nights of meditation and trial and error, you have finally opened a new door. Above the mortal realm, you name it, the transcendent saint realm. The essence of shedding the mortal body is to shed one's physical form, while transcending the mortal realm and entering a more profound and mysterious one. And the first step you've taken to achieve transcendence is to condense your yang spirit. Then you began to condense your yang spirit. You first relied on the solid foundation laid by your innate physique and the depth of your divine soul, and in just 13 days, you successfully refined and sublimated your divine soul into a yin spirit. The yin spirit has just been formed and can now leave the body. Its sensory range has greatly expanded, its thinking speed has doubled, and its insight into energy and rules has entered the microscopic level. But this is only the beginning. The yin spirit is still of yin nature and has many limitations. It needs to be refined with true kai as fuel, and the fire of the heart as a furnace to remove the yin dregs within it, in order to obtain pure yang. Then, under the influence of your innate talent, you guided the true kai to circulate throughout your body, gradually burning away and purifying impurities in your yin spirit. And 18 years old, on this day, you feel your mind is filled with clear and bright light. The last trace of yin turbidity dissipated within the yin spirit, transforming into a pure yang body. The yang spirit, accomplished, formally entering a new realm. First transformation of transcending the mortal realm. Manifestation of the Yang God. The Yang Spirit is a cultivator's second incarnation, representing a leap in the level of life. It can exist freely outside the physical body, surviving without relying on flesh and blood, which means you have laid the foundation for immortality. Even if the physical body is destroyed, the spirit can remain in the world, waiting for an opportunity to reunite with the physical body, or reincarnate with its memories to cultivate anew. Wherever the mind desires, the yang spirit can perceive even the smallest detail. And above, one can observe the macrocosmic phenomena such as the movement of stars and atmospheric flow. Below, one can observe the microcosmic phenomena such as cell division and particle transitions. The boundary between the macro and micro perspectives becomes blurred in your perception. You try to extend your senses, and in an instant, they cover the entire planet Earth. With the aid of clairvoyance and clairaudience, one can see with unparalleled clarity, as if reading the lines on one's palm, the changing weather, the whispers of people, and even the undercurrents in the deep sea all around the world. You can even touch upon a glimpse of the mysteries of time and destiny, clearly recalling fragments of a past scene, or glimpsing several possibilities for the future. The Yang God's flight transcends physical limitations. In the blink of an eye, one can traverse thousands of miles, truly achieving the ability to travel to the North Sea in the morning and Kangwoo in the evening, mountains and rivers, the vast oceans and wilderness, even near-Earth orbit, and the surface of the moon all can be explored. It can change at will, transforming into a gentle breeze, flowing light, the appearance of others, birds and beasts, experiencing the myriad aspects of the world, and comprehending the essence of life. It can even briefly split into millions, appearing simultaneously in different locations. Although the power of these clones is inferior to that of the original body, their use for reconnaissance, communication, and warning is already incredibly powerful. Manipulating objects to manifest their forms, summoning wind and rain, appearing in dreams to reveal divine intervention. All sorts of legendary abilities can now be unleashed with a mere thought. After cultivating to the Yang God level, you are essentially no different from the terrestrial immortals depicted in biographical novels. The instant you achieved Yang Shen, you couldn't wait to push its power of insight to its limit. His gaze pierced through layers of spatial barriers, landing on that small space at the center of the Dragon Kingdom's Abnormal Affairs Management Bureau. This time, the barrier can no longer block your view. This time, you're not just seeing a general outline. You can clearly see the details. The number of martial arts experts active in this small world far exceeds the number officially recorded by the General Administration. There are countless masters of the transformation realm and the core formation realm, and even 3 martial saints who have broken through the limits of their physical bodies to condense their innate divine abilities, reaching the divine indestructible realm. They sat guarding the 3 directions, their auras subtly connected to the entire small world, as if protecting the core of the formation. But what really catches your eye are 2 of the young men whose cultivation has only reached the core formation stage. A person dressed in white, with an extraordinary aura, was surrounded by an indescribable fluctuation of fortune, as if the heavens and earth were secretly favoring them. The other person, dressed in a blue robe, had eyes as deep as the starry sky, seemingly able to see through the essence beneath all appearances. Other martial arts skills weren't top tier within the secret realm, but the aura surrounding them was extremely unique. It was a power of rules that did not originate from cultivation, but seemed to be directly bestowed upon it by heaven and earth. The texture and layers of its aura were even more profound and powerful than the indestructible intent of the 3 martial saints. This should be the aura of divinely bestowed abilities. The divinely bestowed abilities these 2 possess are extraordinary. Thinking this way, your mind stirred slightly, and your divine sense transformed into an invisible and intangible fluctuation, silently sweeping across the consciousness of those 3 martial saints. With your current abilities as a Yang spirit, probing their soul memories without being detected is not difficult. In an instant, you got the answer. Sequence 0-1, Destiny. The owner is considered a child of the Earth star, possessing extraordinary fortune, often turning misfortune into good fortune and averting disaster. Possesses absolute self-will. External mental manipulation and fate interference abilities are almost ineffective against it. It can expand into a destiny domain, achieving a certain degree of words within a small area, influencing real-world probabilities. Sequence 2, The Wise Man. Ignorance returns to dust, dullness fades with time. Only wisdom endures, rooted in the earth, confined to the mortal world, yet overlooking the myriad aspects of human life. This ability grants the user an all-seeing mindset, allowing them to instantly perceive the essence of human nature, analyze the laws governing the operation of all things, and achieve superhuman learning and deductive abilities. It possesses absolute rationality, immune to mental manipulation, cognitive distortion, and illusionary manipulation. These 2 are the strongest gifted ability users under the control of the Anomaly Management Bureau, and also strategic figures in dealing with the fantasy invasion. An destiny can stabilize the regional reality rules and counteract distortion of fantasy. A wise person can analyze the nature of an intrusion and formulate a response strategy. Their existence is undoubtedly a trump card for the Dragon Kingdom in its fight against invasion. Your observations continue to deepen. You've seen the profound depth within this small world. The people in this small world, besides cultivating, mainly conduct research in 2 areas. First, to explore the path of martial arts beyond the realm of divine invulnerability. Second, to develop more advanced modern technologies and extraordinary weapons. Yu saw the controlled nuclear fusion reactor that had already begun trial operation, and the energy it contained astonished even Yu. A prototype of a wearable exoskeleton was spotted performing actions beyond human limits on the testing ground. A super artificial intelligence named Hichu was seen, its light and shadow floating in the central hall, processing massive amounts of data, and even engaging in philosophical discussions with researchers. So, in addition, there are energy shield technology, synthesis of extraordinary materials, spiritual energy communication networks, ecological cycle life support systems. A series of projects far exceeding current surface technology have entered the practical application or advanced research and development stage here. They really hit it well. You secretly marvel at how well the Dragon Kingdom in this world can hide its true power. The strategic intentions of the Dragon Kingdom in this world are now clear. They are taking advantage of this precious period of peace, before the Dharma-ending realm has completely subsided and before a large-scale fantasy invasion has fully erupted. Strive to accumulate strength, advance the technology tree, and cultivate high-level combat forces. The sacrifices and efforts of the divinely gifted individual who temporarily suppressed global supernatural phenomena with his end-of-days abilities were not in vain. This bought civilization a crucial buffer period. It was during this time that the Dragon Kingdom quietly saved up its ultimate weapon. Once these protective barriers disappear in the future, we will face a surge of potential invasions. These hidden strengths will then erupt instantly, becoming the mainstay in protecting the survival of civilization. You withdrew your yang spirit, feeling both shocked and inexplicably relieved. But, the final challenge may still exceed everyone's expectations. June 29th year. After achieving Yangshen cultivation, you continued your practice while attempting to deuce the second transformation of transcending the mortal realm and entering sainthood. However, you've already explored most of Earth's extraordinary potential. Trying to deduce higher realms based on that will be much more difficult than before. As expected, in the end, I still have to rely on the power of talent. You sighed inwardly, yet you were also eager to experience this other power of talent. You should know that your talent is called Boundless Slaughter Path, and you only overcame cultivation bottlenecks by relying on the power of this talent. So far, you have never truly killed an intelligent life, nor experienced the most basic form of killing, a perfect timing. After advancing to the transcendent realm, your talents have been further unleashed. You can sense that your boundless killing path talent also possesses a growth potential. That is, you can gain a power feedback by killing intelligent life. The more you kill a target you deem worthy of killing, the more feedback you will receive. You call this feedback the power of the Tao. This represents the feedback power you receive from the great Tao after practicing the path of killing. This is actually an unknown, extraordinary path. This kind of feedback from the great Tao can amplify or even permanently enhance your attributes in all aspects. Even if you no longer create the transcendent realm after the manifestation of the Yang God. I keep killing like this, and one day you'll grow to an incredible level. If you feel this power on the first day of your journey, you may truly be embarking on this path of becoming a god of death. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. You found yourself in the desolate Qingfeng Temple immediately after transmigrating, and later even ended up at Tanglong University. If no one is willing to risk their life for you, you'll lose the desire to kill. And more importantly, you possess unparalleled talent, so your strength improves rapidly, without the worry of reaching a plateau. Therefore, initially, I only considered talent as an accelerator for cultivation and a supplementary cheat. I never really thought about developing its power through slaughtering all living beings, but it's not too late now. In your opinion, the combination of cultivation power and innate talent should allow you to go further than on a single path. Furthermore, you cannot guarantee that if you choose the path of killing, you will ultimately retain your clarity of mind. If you can maintain your self-control, you are the master of the path of killing. If you cannot, you are merely a puppet of your talent. It's time for those damned people to get out of there. He is a model citizen. You naturally cannot kill the innocent. Therefore, your targets are those social scum who have long since deviated from humanity and are deeply sinful. And originally, you planned to wait until the power of the end of Dharma realm had completely dissipated and the Dragon Kingdom officially announced the extraordinary power. To wipe out all this social scum in one fell swoop, to stage a grand display of divine intervention, and to put on a good show. Now all we can do is send those people on their way sooner. No, you should say these people should have been on their way long ago. You're just putting their fate back on track. Next, with a slight thought, you separated a wisp of innate true Kai and the divine thought of the Yang spirit, transforming it into a pure black humanoid avatar. Image inspired by the Black Conan character. In addition, you have separated another sphere of light avatar, which contains a portion of your power and can directly connect to the global network via electromagnetic waves. Okay, already, the show is about to begin. You're preparing for a grand spectacle. We don't know how badly Earth will collapse next, so you'll set an example for the people on Earth. It quickly came to 8 p.m. and at that moment, a live stream popped up on the phones, computers, televisions, and other electronic devices of hundreds of millions of people around world. What happened? Is my phone infected with a virus? Damn it. I am playing a promotion match. What the hell is this pop-up? Damn it, I was about to launch. And now this is a disaster. I'm video chatting with my girlfriend right now. Don't mess with me. I finally got a girlfriend. Cries of shock, anger, and confusion resounded in every corner of the globe. People tried to shut down and restart their devices, only to find them completely uncontrollable. Even after unplugging the power cord, the battery-powered device remains lit. It's as if a force beyond current technological comprehension has taken over the entire information network of human civilization. Amidst the astonishment, disbelief, and anger of countless viewers, the live stream slowly began to display its visuals. A figure, dressed entirely in black, appeared on screen and introduced himself to the crowd. Welcome everyone to Xiao Hai's trial live stream. My name is Xiao Hai. Secular laws have shortcomings and human relationships can be biased, but I am not. No matter how much you are worth, how high your status, or how glamorous your appearance, if you are guilty of sin, you cannot escape my judgment. Next, please welcome our first subject of judgment. Ethan. Live stream flashed, revealing a man tied to a stone chair. The man's hair was meticulously styled, his face handsome and aloof, exuding an innate air of authority cultivated from years of holding a high position. But at this moment, he was firmly bound to a stone chair by invisible chains, his limbs unable to move. Beneath his noble exterior lay an unconcealable panic and sinister intent. Immediately afterwards, a deep red light screen slowly unfolded in the air to its right, with the words "List of Sins" written in large characters at the top. Then, the screen directly exposed the top CEO's sordid crimes. To billions of viewers, the culprit, Lu Ming, 42 years old, from Yuncheng, the highest-ranking person in charge of the Lu Group. Crime 1. Commercial monopoly and hostile takeovers. Over the past decade, they have used illicit capital to maliciously suppress dozens of small and medium-sized enterprises, spread false rumors, and disrupt supply chains, through coercion and inducement. competitors were forced into bankruptcy and liquidation, causing hundreds of families to go bankrupt overnight, countless employees to lose their jobs and incur debt, and some entrepreneurs to succumb to depression and commit suicide due to unbearable pressure. Criminal offense 2. Environmental pollution and disregard for profits. Its chemical subsidiary had been secretly discharging excessive levels of highly toxic wastewater and exhaust gas for a long time, falsifying testing data, bribing local regulatory officials with large sums of money. The surrounding villages suffer from severe soil and water pollution, leading to a surge in cancer and chronic disease rates among residents, and a year-on-year increase in cases of birth defects in children. Lin Yu was aware of this and tacitly approved it, solely to save billions of yuan in remediation costs annually. Criminal 3. Disregarding human life and eliminating potential threats. 3 employees possess crucial evidence of pollution fraud and tax evasion and are attempting to report it. Lu Ming used his personal influence to stage an accidental car accident, workplace persecution, and illegal detention, resulting in 1 death and 2 serious injuries. All related evidence was completely destroyed, and the truth remained buried for 5 years. Criminal 4. Massive tax evasion, money laundering, and bribery. Colluding with shady forces and corrupt officials, they skirt the edge of the law, drain public resources, seize illegal profits, and disrupt market order and social fairness. The charges against him, like cold scalpels, peeled away the layers of filth and cruelty beneath the glamorous exterior of this business tycoon, exposing them nakedly to billions of viewers worldwide. Each crime is supported by a corresponding chain of evidence, document scans, bank statements, communication records. The evidence is overwhelming, the logic is rigorous, and it is irrefutable. Yu deliberately adjusted the rules so that Lu Ming could also see the live stream, the constantly scrolling list of crimes, and the overwhelming barrage of global comments. Oh my God. Is this really true? The Lu Group? The one that does so much charity? You beast. What crime have those children committed? I knew my dad's company went bankrupt suspiciously back then. Turns out it was them. Such comprehensive evidence. How is that possible? Could a hacker achieve this level of detail? Regardless of who sabotaged the live stream, all I want to say is, where is the law? Where are the police? Isn't anyone going to do anything about it? Is the person upstairs stupid? This is clearly not an ordinary method. Are we witnessing history? A trial. Support the trial. The barrage of comments surged like a tsunami, a chaotic storm of public opinion interwoven with shock, anger, condemnation, doubt, and even fear and speculation about Jiao Hei's identity. Lu Ming, sitting on the stone chair, had a face that initially flushed red, then turned ashen, and finally became deathly pale. He stared intently at the charges displayed on the screen and the rapidly scrolling, hateful comments, his body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. It wasn't just fear, but the despair of a lifelong cultivated, perfect image collapsing, and the shame and indignation of having the deepest, most hidden filth of one's heart exposed. Nonsense. He abruptly raised his head, veins bulging on his neck, and roared at the empty space ahead, his voice distorted and cracked with extreme emotion. This is fabricated. It's slander. Someone is trying to bring down the Lu family. Lu Mingyuan, started from scratch, operate legally, give back to society, and have donated countless times to charity. By what right do you judge me? What qualifications do you have? This is illegal. This is an act of terrorism. Let me go. Lu Ming's roar echoed in the stone hall, but faced with the evidence displayed on the light screen, Such a roar seemed hollow and powerless. His excuses sparked an immediate explosion of comments on the screen. Still making excuses? Charity? Using blood-stained money for charity? Who are you trying to disgust? The law. You think about the law now? What about when you broke the law? Boss Xiao Hai, stop wasting your breath on him. At this moment, Little Black slowly walked in front of the camera, standing precisely between Lu Ming and the light screen. So it wasn't looking at Lu Ming, but rather at the camera, that is, at a global audience. Xiao Hai's voice remained calm and even. No need to argue. Next is the cross-examination. It slightly raised its hand. The scene in the stone palace suddenly rippled like water, and the next moment, the scene changed. Everyone, including Lu Ming, felt as if they were actually there, in a space that was both illusory and incredibly real. They saw that rainy night 10 years ago, when Lu Ming in his office sneered at the kneeling, pleading small business owner. The business world is like a battlefield. If you lose, you have to accept fate. They smelled the nauseating, sour stench emanating from the chemical plant's sewage outlets, and heard the helpless cries of people suffering from pollution, holding their sick children. Sensed the whistleblower's terror and resentment in his final moments. The scenes and events, not just images and sounds, but also the emotions, atmosphere, and even subtle tactile sensations of those involved at the time, that they were all conveyed directly to each viewer in some incomprehensible way. This is not a simple video replay. It is a brutal reenactment of past events in a way that resonates almost to the very soul. The global live chat briefly froze. Countless people turned pale during this immersive interrogation, some even covering their mouths and gagging. Some people closed their eyes, unable to bear watching any longer. Many more were overwhelmed by the sheer despair and anger. Stop. Stop! Lu Ming let out a scream that sounded inhuman. He wasn't just watching. He was more like someone forcibly drawn into every scene of sin, experiencing the evil consequences he had sown from the dual perspectives of perpetrator and bystander. That kind of mental torment is far more devastating to the mind than physical pain. The questioning only lasted 10 minutes, but Lu Ming felt as if decades had passed. When the illusion dissipated, many spectators were drenched in cold sweat, while Lu Ming slumped on the stone bench like a lump of mud, his eyes unfocused, only unconscious hoarse sounds escaping his lips. All arrogance, pretense, and wishful thinking were crushed in that recent judgment of the soul. Xiao Hai's figure appeared even taller in the silence, as if it had transformed into an ancient symbol of judgment. The evidence is irrefutable. The crimes are heinous, it said slowly, each word striking a chord in the hearts of billions. Lu Ming, it's not that you don't understand the law, but that you believe you are above it. It's not that you lack conscience, but that you've put a price tag on your conscience and sold it for profit. Your wealth is soaked in the blood and tears of your victims. Your power is built upon countless bones. Your charity is nothing but a fig leaf to cover your crimes. Now, the verdict is announced. On the crimson screen, all the text of accusations instantly burst into flames. Your flames converged, solidifying into two enormous, crimson characters that appeared to be cast from lava. Death penalty. The two words occupied the entire screen, exuding a suffocating sense of authority and chilling solemnity. No, I can't die. I have money. I can donate everything. Please. Lu Ming broke down, tears streaming down his face, pleading incoherently. His former haughtiness had vanished. Ignoring his pleas, Xiao Hai turned to the camera and made his final declaration. This verdict is based on irrefutable facts and evidence, and on offering solace to the victims for their endless suffering. Execute immediately. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao He raised his right hand and gently touched Lu Mingyuan's brow with his index finger. There were no earth-shattering sounds, no scenes of flying blood and gore. Lu Ming's body stiffened abruptly, his pupils dilating instantly. The last image reflected in them was the faceless, pure black judge, then, the light in his eyes dimmed and vanished quickly, like a candle flame being blown out. The invisible chains that bound him quietly loosened. His head drooped limply, his body still strapped to the stone chair, but the breath of life had been utterly extinguished. Quiet. A deathly silence enveloped countless screens around the world. With Xiao Hai withdrew his hand, as if he had only done something insignificant. It turned to the camera again and said in its calm, unwavering voice, "The first criminal has been tried. The trial will not stop, and the guilty will be brought to justice. Tonight is long. Please stay tuned." After saying this, the live stream abruptly cut off. The screens of all the forcibly connected electronic devices flickered briefly before returning to normal. It's as if the past hour or so, which shocked the world, was just a collective hallucination, but everyone knows it wasn't a dream. Lu Ming, president of the Lu Group in Yuncheng, the big shot who frequently appeared on the covers of financial magazines and charity galas, is dead. To be publicly tried and executed in front of billions of people in a way that transcends current legal and technological understanding. Governments of various countries on Earth reacted differently to this incident. As a planet where divinely bestowed abilities have been passed down for at least several thousand years, Earth has various nations possessing, to varying degrees, some form of indigenous supernatural power. Some powerful nations also obtained information about the fantasy invasion from the Dragon Kingdom. There are two possible interpretations of what you did. One of them was done by a God-giver, and this God-giver's divine abilities are extremely powerful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to influence the entire country. The other is that a new form of fantasy event has occurred. Because the initial incident occurred in the Dragon Kingdom, all other nations decided to wait and see, turning their attention to Dragon Kingdom, their elder brother, to observe its reaction. Inside the Anomaly Management Bureau underground in Kyoto, have you figured this out? Is this some kind of fantasy invasion? The atmosphere in the meeting room was so heavy it seemed like you could wring water out of it. At the end of the long table, an elderly man with gray hair pushed up his glasses, his sharp gaze sweeping over everyone present. On the holographic projection screen floating in front of him, the opening of the trial livestream room you created is frozen in time. The middle-aged military officer sitting opposite him shook his head, his fingers rapidly swiping across the virtual control panel in front of him, bringing up a series of data streams. Reporting to the commander, the Fantasy Rule Detection Array has conducted 7 rounds of in-depth scans of the global energy field. The results show that no residual ripples or structural features of any known fantasy rules were detected globally. Their energy fluctuation patterns are fundamentally different from those of the fantasy invasion event. Based on a comprehensive assessment, the probability that this global live-streamed event was caused by a fantasy invasion is extremely low. It's not a fantasy invasion, so what kind of divinely bestowed ability can disregard physical distance and the defense systems of awakened individuals? In various countries, instantly pulling billions of people worldwide, and even those with spiritually bestowed abilities, into the same, and so realistically perceived illusion. In response to the question, a scholar-like man in a white lab coat, with a refined air, sighed and replied, "Currently, the Global Archive of Gifted Abilities contains 17 registered abilities assessed as having a planetary or intercontinental impact. Among them, 5 are psychological influences, 5 are environmental manipulations, and 7 are rule interferences. But whether it's the subconscious projection of sequence 021 nightmare, the collective consciousness link of sequence 019 mind transfer, or the large-scale illusion construction of sequence 017 mirage dragon, its mechanism of action, manifestations, and energy consumption model are all completely different from this event. The biggest difference is that those capabilities simply cannot sustain such long-duration, highly precise, highly interactive, and globally synchronized immersive live streaming. He paused, adjusted his glasses, and his gaze behind the lenses held a hint of confusion and inquiry. It can only be speculated that this is a newly born, divinely bestowed ability. After all, since the emergence of the fantasy invasion, the number of gifted individuals worldwide and the rate of ability mutation have both increased. It's not impossible for them to possess abilities beyond our current understanding. Things are very different now than they used to be. A new ability, the old man murmured, his gaze returning to the simple live stream interface on the screen. And alongside, a constant stream of comments from all over the world expressing fear, anger, curiosity, and even cheers. Wait, what do the reports on public opinion monitoring and social sentiment analysis say? How are the public reacting? A young woman in charge of intelligence analysis immediately brought up a new data panel. In the 3 hours following the incident, the global internet experienced a brief outage, followed by an explosive increase in the amount of information. Panic peaked in the first wave, especially after Lu Ming's death was confirmed. However, because the live broadcast focused on Lu Ming's trial and execution, public opinion became significantly divided. Approximately 42% of the public expressed fear and concern about the unknown forces, while 35% felt the trial was gratifying and even hoped it would continue. The remainder held a wait-and-see or mixed attitude. It is worth noting that within the Dragon Kingdom, the latter proportion is about 15 percentage points higher than the international average. I told you so. A soldier with a resolute face and rank insignia sitting in the corner couldn't help but speak up, his voice booming. Dude, did that little black guy kill the wrong person? Lu Ming deserves to be executed 10 times over. Isn't he just taking advantage of his protectors and exploiting legal loopholes? If you ask me, this trial is just in time. It's justice being served. A general lie. The old man interrupted in a deep, serious voice. Emotional judgments are unhelpful in solving problems. Yes, Lu Ming deserved to die, and perhaps you, I, and even many other people have our own opinions on this. But the core issue isn't whether he deserves to die, but who sentences him to death, in what form the execution is carried out, and the chain reaction that follows. Do you know how much panic and impact on the existing social order and legal system there is caused by an unknown entity that is completely uncontrolled, unsupervised, and broadcast globally in an instant? Today his trial of Lu Ming is gratifying. Tomorrow, what if he were to try a controversial politician or a scholar with differing opinions, even just because he believes someone is guilty? Public trust, procedural justice, human rights protection, these cornerstones we strive to build could all be shaken. General Li opened his mouth, but ultimately did not refute, only frowning deeply as he leaned back heavily in his chair. The scholar-like man spoke again, easing the tension. The leader's concerns are very valid. However, based on the vague sense of destiny, and the joint analysis and deductions by wise men and strategic advisors, we tend to believe that the direct aim of those behind this live stream was not to create widespread chaos or subvert the existing order. The trial itself seems to follow a certain inherent logic that leans towards universal morality, at least in the case presented so far. Choosing to broadcast globally might be for a sense of ritual or influence, which could be related to the triggering or growth of their abilities, or some rules we don't yet understand. In short, he probably needs the audience and the trial process itself more than mere disruption. As for whether we can catch him, the woman analyzing the information took over the conversation, pulling up several processed energy fluctuation graphs and spatial disturbance data, based on the analysis of the faint traces captured when the live stream was opened and closed, as well as when the black entity appeared and moved. Its energy level is extremely high, its nature is extremely obscure, and its movement method is completely beyond the scope of our current tracking technology. The Dragon Shadow Special Operations Team's 3 space type and 2 causal tracking type top-tier gifted individuals conducted a joint simulated pursuit with an estimated success rate of less than 5%. A forced intervention carries extremely high risks and could very likely lead to unpredictable consequences. A brief silence fell over the meeting room as various data, reports, and projections intertwined in everyone's minds. At this moment, a middle-aged clerical worker, who had been listening quietly and with a composed demeanor, slowly spoke. "Perhaps we can look at this issue from a different perspective." His gaze swept calmly across the crowd. "Does everyone still remember the nationwide martial arts foundation building plan we plan to implement after the end of the Dharma realm dissipated?" He sat up slightly and continued, "We are confident that the overall stability of society will be maintained after the plan is implemented. But it will inevitably give rise to a group of individuals who rely on their personal strength to transcend conventional boundaries. History tells us that power will always tempt some people to cross the line, and the phenomenon of using force to break the law is bound to occur. At the deterrent effect of conventional laws and law enforcement may be greatly reduced when facing high-level martial artists." His finger lightly tapped the silent livestream icon on the screen. And this livestream, in a way, happens to provide an additional, potentially extremely powerful, deterrent. It demonstrates a punitive possibility that transcends conventional force. Whether you are a wealthy person, a powerful figure, or a potentially powerful martial artist in the future, as long as you cross a certain line, you may be dragged into that inescapable space of judgment. This unknown threat of punishment can create a tremendous psychological constraint on potential criminals, especially those whose egos inflate after gaining power. "Of course," he said, changing the subject. "All of this is predicated on the premise that this so-called little black truly only judges those who deserve to die, and has the ability to judge powerful martial artists and those blessed by heaven." After an hour of intense and meticulous deliberation, repeatedly weighing the pros and cons, and considering various possibilities, the highest decision-making body of the Dragon Kingdom finally made a decision. Regarding this suddenly appearing and mysterious trial livestream room, the official stance of the Dragon Kingdom is that it will not take any direct or confrontational intervention measures for the time being. Neither publicly acknowledging nor publicly denying its existence, maintaining strategic silence and observation. Furthermore, the Chinese government has decided to gradually disseminate carefully crafted, indistinguishable fragments of information through controlled information channels and public opinion guidance in the public sphere and cyberspace. This information subtly suggests that the emergence and operation of this live stream room may have some connection with the official channels. In this world, the Dragon Kingdom's official government has distinguished itself through its long-standing efficient governance and responsible performance during major crises, and its continued investment in people's livelihoods has maintained its high level of public trust. Once the majority of the public begins to associate the live broadcast of the trial with any, even the slightest, official backing, therefore, the perception of it will shift from pure fear of the unknown to a complex one, mixed with anticipation of official capabilities, achieving some understanding of the controllable scope of certain live streaming rooms. This can effectively buffer the impact of the live-streamed content itself, prevent the spread of large-scale panic and irrational behavior, and buy time for a smooth transition of society. While the top leaders of the Dragon Kingdom were still in the conference room debating and making decisions that could affect hundreds of millions of people, Mu, meanwhile, carefully sensed the power feedback from the Great Tao. Even though you only killed one person, the process was very satisfying. This, coupled with the fact that it was watched by almost everyone in the world, created a strange ritual that greatly increased the power you gained. Practicing this path is so idealistic. To July 29th year, a month has passed since the first trial. Over the course of this month, you went from judging one person at the beginning to judging several people, then a dozen people, and finally settled on judging 300 people. You created 100 little black accounts, which then created 100 live streaming rooms, each broadcasting about people who, while deserving of the title, don't have much influence, and every 10 days you will focus on live streaming the trials of figures like Lu Ming, who possess enormous social influence. Among those tried this month were quite a few who had already embarked on the path of martial arts and achieved some success. For example, the target of the third key trials was a martial arts master who had mastered external martial arts to the peak of the transformation realm, founded his own school, and had numerous disciples, yet secretly ran a human trafficking and organ smuggling network. That live broadcast allowed a global audience to truly witness the terrifying power of a martial artist specializing in internal energy transformation. Their external force was like a wall, their fists tore through the air, their movements were as fast as a ghost, and their bodies could withstand ordinary bullets. However, such strength was completely futile against Xiao Hei, and he was easily annihilated. This live broadcast was incredibly effective. It sends a crystal clear signal to the world, especially to those who are just beginning to explore martial arts, or are starting to feel inflated by their own power. In the face of some higher power, individual force is not a guarantee of doing whatever one pleases. As a result, the rate of violent crime worldwide, especially the incidence of serious crimes involving awakened individuals and martial artists, began to decline dramatically. An invisible discipline, born from the fear of the unknown, is quietly taking shape. For you, these ongoing trials have brought about more than just subtle changes at the societal level. It's a genuine accumulation. A vast amount of Tao power, like trickles of water converging into a river, settles within your body. You did not use the Tao power you accumulated over the past month to permanently enhance your strength, but instead plan to use it to temporarily boost your comprehension. For you, this offers better value for money. With the amplification of Tao power, your already terrifying comprehension has increased even more significantly. In less than 3 days, you deduced a realm beyond the manifestation of the Yang spirit. At October 29th year, your spiritual practice has naturally reached another critical point. Just like when you were in the innate body realm, once you develop and elevate the Yang spirit manifestation to a certain extreme, the pace of progress began to slow noticeably. No matter how much one refined their yang spirit or expanded the reach of their divine sense, the improvement became negligible. This means you have reached the peak of the first stage of transcending the ordinary and entering sainthood. At this moment, your yang spirit divine sense is fully extended, sufficient to clearly perceive and meticulously cover the combined surface area, approximately 10 Earth planets. In the blink of an eye, one can perceive the collective emotional fluctuations of all living beings within this vast area, capture subtle ripples of energy, and even exert extremely precise interference on matter within the area. Within the reach of divine thought, one is nearly omniscient. Hang it up? Come on. Without any hesitation, the instant he confirmed that he had reached the peak of his current realm, with a single thought, you directly unleash your innate power. Boom. A deafening roar, like the creation of the world, exploded deep within your soul, or like the first ray of light at the dawn of the universe. The innate vital energy within your body, which was originally pure, yang, inexhaustible, has undergone a dramatic transformation at this moment. They are no longer merely pure energy flows, but have begun a fundamental leap and sublimation under the intervention of some higher-level law. Countless profound runes appeared out of thin air, imprinting themselves on every wisp of true ki. The form of true ki evolves from gaseous to liquid, and then to a primordial energy flow of chaotic color that exists between the real and the illusory, containing infinite possibilities. The entire process was swift and intense, yet, thanks to innate talent, it proceeded smoothly. Ultimately, all the transformations subside into tranquility. What surges within you is no longer the innate true ki of the past, but a new form of energy that is more ancient and primordial, seemingly capable of both creating and destroying all things. This is the second transformation of transcendence you've deduced and successfully entered primordial ki, according to the normal cultivation path. For a cultivator who has reached the first stage of sainthood to break through to this point, firstly, their yang spirit must be strong enough to touch and understand the primordial ki that roams between heaven and earth, representing various basic attributes. Then, with immense perseverance and exquisite control, he captured and refined these primordial energies, each with distinct and even conflicting attributes. Ultimately, using one's own yang spirit as a furnace and innate true ki as a foundation, they were perfectly fused into one. A slight mishap in this process can lead to energy conflicts, damage to the yang spirit, and increase the difficulty of the breakthrough. Upon success, the innate true ki can transform into the all-encompassing and all-evolving primordial ki. In other words, your talent is so great that you skipped this process and directly enjoyed the results. That if the manifestation of the yang spirit is the ultimate transformation and transcendence of the spirit, then the primordial ki is the fundamental sublimation of the ki. The former grants you near divine perception and the ability to interfere in the spiritual world, while the latter bestows upon you the rudimentary power to create and destroy the material world. The power that a wisp of primordial energy can unleash, whether used for attack, defense, healing, or creation, far surpasses that of the previous innate true energy by hundreds or even thousands of times. This is a qualitative leap. A November 29th year, you sense the aura of the end times dissipating. As the realm of the end of Dharma dissipates, the illusions that had been suppressed and rejected by it begin to invade openly and become unusually active. The previously sparse occurrence of fantasy events around the world has begun to increase exponentially. What might have been an anomaly or manifestation of fantastical creatures, occurring only once every few months, can now happen several times a single day in different corners of the globe, i.e. a growing number of ordinary people who previously knew nothing about the supernatural are beginning to witness incredible sights. A misty door suddenly appearing in a corner of the city, leading to a strange forest, glowing sprites wandering the streets at night, clearly visible only to children. Old objects in the home suddenly develop a faint consciousness and begin to communicate with them. Some individuals even begin to awaken extremely faint, unsystematic special senses or abilities. And the most classic and frequently occurring online novel-turned-real-life events. The world is becoming different, more dynamic, and more dangerous. Old common sense is being rapidly overturned. Fortunately, the world's preparations weren't in vain. This stage of the fantasy invasion is not enough to overturn the current social structure. Furthermore, during this period, people all over the world watched countless live broadcasts of trials, so most people have developed a strong heart. Especially for people from China, for them, the morning brings a juicy gossip about a real or fake heiress, and the afternoon brings a juicy gossip about a domineering CEO falling for a cleaning lady. Watching a few more live broadcasts of the trials in the evening made for a very pleasant day. On the 10th day after the disappearance of the realm of Dharma's end, the world order underwent unprecedented upheaval. The governments of various countries, led by the Dragon Kingdom, immediately held an emergency press conference to officially announce the existence of the fantasy invasion. To all of humanity, then, they began to promote supernatural powers on a large scale. After these 10 days, all of the more than 3,000 universities across the Dragon Kingdom have now introduced martial arts as a compulsory course, from traditional Chinese martial arts to modern combat, from breathing exercises to energy guidance, a complete training system that integrates ancient wisdom and modern science was rapidly established. Physical education classes in primary and secondary schools are undergoing comprehensive reforms. Martial arts training halls have been added to community activity centers, and elderly people who used to exercise in parks in the morning are now learning authentic health-preserving exercises. An era of universal martial arts practice has begun with astonishing efficiency. A January 30th year, inside Qingfeng Temple, you sit cross-legged with your eyes closed, your aura merging with the Dinj, heaven and earth. Suddenly, you sense a subtle yet persistent change seeping from the depths of the earth, from beyond the atmosphere, and even from the void. The spiritual energy concentration is rising. You suddenly open your eyes. In your perception, the energy particles in the air, which were originally as thin as fog, are increasing at an extremely rapid rate. At this rate, global spiritual energy concentration will reach twice the historical record within a month. This is highly unusual, because according to records from the Bureau of Anomalies, since the Yin and Shang dynasties, the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth has consistently fluctuated within a certain range. The difference between low and high won't be significant. The main reason why extraordinary abilities are not prominent in modern times is due to the end of the Dharma era. And never before has spiritual energy risen so rapidly. Initially, you thought the illusionary invasion had reached another stage, resulting in an illusionary event similar to a spiritual revival. After your thorough investigation, you've discovered some information that might surprise you. Could the source of spiritual energy growth actually originates from Earth itself, or rather, the universe itself? Before this, you had never underestimated Earth, and in your opinion, Earth is definitely not simple. The very fact that it can naturally generate such a unique and powerful extraordinary system as divinely bestowed abilities is enough to prove its profound and hidden strength. And, since you condensed your yang spirit and transcended the shackles of the mortal world, your keen divine sense has faintly touched upon a vast, ancient, and seemingly slumbering grand consciousness. That is what is known as the will of Earth. However, before this, you always believed that this will was merely a manifestation of Earth's collective consciousness as a planet, a convergence and sublimation of the thoughts of mountains, rivers, lakes, seas, and all living things, until now, in order to thoroughly unravel the perplexing roots of the spiritual energy revival. You spared no expense in expending a massive amount of divine power, using your divine form to delve into the planet's core, tracing the initial flow of spiritual energy, and conducting an unprecedented in-depth exploration. I've just discovered an extremely shocking truth. You discover that the will residing deep within the Earth's core, seemingly belonging to the planet itself, is in fact boundless in nature. Its aura subtly resonates with, or even shares the same origin as, the ancient rhythms you perceive permeating the entire universe. In the starry sky, in other words, the will of Earth does not actually exist independently. It is an embodiment of the formless, intangible, and all-encompassing will of the universe. This discovery has left you in deep thought. Are you unsure whether this manifestation of planetary will, the will of the universe, is a miracle unique to Earth, or a characteristic shared by all planets that have given rise to life, primarily within the hundreds of light years of territory currently covered by your divine sense and accessible through interstellar exploration? New besides Earth, no other planet with an active ecosystem and signs of civilization has been discovered. And those rocky or gaseous planets like Mercury and Saturn, and even stars that radiate boundless light and heat. Although it also contains a vast amount of energy and physical laws, it has not given rise to any being with a clear conscious tendency like the will of Earth. They are closer to creations of the universe that follow purely natural laws. The mysteries of this world are far more profound than we imagine, you thought to yourself. It seems that once my strength advances further, I must conduct a systematic and in-depth exploration of this universe. At the very least, we need to confirm whether other potentially habitable planets, like Earth, not only possess a planetary will that embodies the will of the universe for protection, but are also suffering from the invasion of illusions. Set aside this fundamental question about the universe for now. You know that only greater power can support future exploration. That therefore, you began to immerse most of your mind and attention back into your spiritual practice. And now, the primordial key within your body, formed by the fusion of countless energies, is several times more profound and solid than when you first broke through to the Yang God realm. Like the Yangtze River, it flows ceaselessly through the meridians and acupoints, nourishing every inch of flesh and soul. You've also made some progress in predicting the next realm. In a few months, you should be able to begin the process of breaking through to the next realm. At 20 years old, at this moment, the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth has increased more than 5-fold compared to the beginning of its revival. The world was filled with spiritual energy, almost visible to the naked eye. One could feel the subtle increase in one's cultivation with every breath. As the concentration of spiritual energy continues to rise, you keenly perceive it. All living beings on Earth, whether human, animal, or plant, have experienced a general increase in their innate cultivation aptitude and potential to varying degrees. Some people who were originally of average talent suddenly had a breakthrough, and many martial artists, who had been stuck at their bottlenecks for years, felt signs of improvement. Even the wilds in the mountains seemed have a more lively glint in their eyes. You don't need to guess to know that this is definitely the work of the will of the universe. Could this be the reason why, in those novels from my past life, Peerless powerhouses could emerge even after spiritual energy had only been revived for a few hundred years? To be honest, you never understood why, in some novels about the supposed revival of spiritual energy in your past life, spiritual energy only revived for a few hundred years. This would not only allow for the development of a complete cultivation system, but also produce many powerful individuals who can traverse starry sky and shatter stars. In contrast, in some large worlds with well-developed cultivation systems, even geniuses not reach that level of strength after hundreds of years of cultivation. Now that you see the changes on Earth, you understand something. Unfortunately, the resurgence of spiritual energy brought more than just benefits. As the concentration of spiritual energy continues to rise, the intensity of the fantasy events also increases. Or from ordinary fantastical creatures at the beginning to powerful demons, monsters, and some malicious imaginary intelligent races. They began to appear continuously on Earth. Fortunately, the nations of Earth were still able to withstand this level of fantastical invasion. With increased spiritual energy concentration and improved talent, many extraordinary experts who were stuck at the threshold broke through their bottlenecks. Several martial saints from the Dragon Kingdom, who had reached the divine undying realm, even vaguely sensed the existence of beings at an even higher level. June 1930. The center of the sun. You sit peacefully cross-legged in this terrifying place where even ordinary stellar matter would vaporize, your body enveloped in a hazy, pure yang divine light. Gently absorb and transform energy powerful enough to incinerate stars. Your accumulated experience has reached its peak, and with the help of your talent, a breakthrough is on the horizon. Then you're already perfect and flawless. Yang spirit leaped out from the ancestral aperture between your eyebrows, radiating boundless light that illuminated your soul. The primordial energy surging within his body, like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, was compressed and condensed to its extreme at a certain point deep within his dantian. And his physical body, refined through countless trials and tribulations, already comparable to divine metal, radiated vitality and an immortal Taoist aura. At essence, Kree and spirit, the three treasures of the human body, begin to undergo the deepest fusion and transformation under the command of your will. This process is incredibly profound and accompanied by unspeakable risks, at least for ordinary cultivators. During this breakthrough process, your body, under the intense vibrations of energy and laws, sometimes breaks down into the most basic energy particles, dissipating into the solar flames. The process reverses itself in an instant, instantly reforming. The body suddenly swelled as if transforming into a towering giant, as if about to tear the heavens and earth apart. It contracted rapidly, transforming into a singularity smaller than a speck of dust, disappearing within in the torrent of energy. Decomposition and aggregation, expansion and contraction, repeated countless times within 3 hours. Each cycle allows your life essence to leap a little towards a more perfect form. Finally, when a perfect rhythm was achieved, all the strange phenomena suddenly subsided. The raging energy flow in the sun's core seemed to freeze for a moment for you. You slowly open your eyes, and within them seems to be the birth and annihilation of galaxies, the growth and decay of all things. The transformation is over. At this moment, your yang spirit, primordial key, and physical body no longer have clear boundaries. The three are completely integrated, perfectly unified, and indistinguishable from one another. An unprecedented sense of holiness and power filled my heart. Your life has undergone a radical and fundamental transformation. You have successfully broken through to the third stage of the transcendental realm, pure yang true body. Cultivators at this level have achieved the unification of essence, energy, and spirit, undergoing a transformation in their life essence. They have transcended the realm of mortal species and become higher life forms that are closer to the fundamental laws of the universe. Its existence is unpredictable. It can transform into billions of tiny dust particles, or it can coalesce into a larger form. Its size is as desired. When its Dharma body unfolds, it is comparable to a stellar sun, possessing the immense power to capture stars and the moon and traverse the cosmos. When contracted, it can conceal its form, reaching a state of being formless, without appearance, and without trace. Every gesture and movement contains immense power. With a mere thought, one can unleash great supernatural abilities. They have truly acquired the qualifications to influence reality on a stellar scale and traverse the universe. In July 1930. Just as you were consolidating your pure yang true body realm and familiarizing yourself with your newfound power, the long accumulated spiritual energy of Earth finally reached a critical point. The first global, unprecedented upheaval occurred without warning. You felt that deep, massive tremor originating from the planet itself. This signifies a fundamental adjustment and expansion in the entire planet's structure and spatial scale. You immediately shift your focus to the starry sky, looking down at the blue planet. The Earth was completely enveloped in a soft yet incredibly resilient milky white radiance, a radiance that seemed to emanate from the depths of the universe, or perhaps burst forth from the Earth's core. Under this radiant glow, Earth began to slowly expand and grow at a rate visible to the naked eye. Mountains are extending, oceans are expanding, and continental plates are shifting and reorganizing. But the entire process strangely remained relatively stable. This did not trigger a devastating global geological disaster. It was as if a pair of invisible giant hands were gently yet firmly stretching this planet. The changes lasted for 10 days. As the surface light gradually faded, Earth in the starry sky had grown to 100 times its previous size. From space, it remains a beautiful blue planet, but its immense size is enough to inspire awe in any observer. However, you discover that despite the planet's dramatic increase in size, its surface gravity has only increased slightly. This is still within the range that existing life forms can adapt to. Clearly, the will of the universe took ecological continuity into account when reshaping the planet, just as humanity around the world is shocked, terrified, and gradually trying to accept and explore the new territory caused by the earth-shattering expansion of this planet. The second wave of changes, which followed closely, quietly unfolded one night a few days later. As night falls, the Earth, still reeling from the cataclysmic events, is far from calm. Suddenly, without warning, the bright silver moon in the sky burst forth with dazzling golden light. This golden light was not a reflection of sunlight, but rather it emanated from the interior of the moon. It not only instantly illuminated the night, as if it were daytime, but also carried an aura of holiness and mystery. Then, a sight that everyone will never forget appeared. The countless golden streaks of light, as if imbued with life, peeled away from the lunar surface and cascaded down, transforming into a magnificent and dazzling golden meteor shower that covered the entire planet. They are densely packed, stretching endlessly, like the Milky Way cascading down from the heavens, their radiance gentle yet brimming with boundless vitality. What is this? Imperial dew? On the night of Jengshin, the moon shone brightly, within which flowed imperial nectar, its shape resembling countless olives, strung together by myriad golden threads, hanging down to the mortal realm. Plants and trees that absorb its essence can become demons. Foxes and ghosts that consume it can display supernatural powers. Your divine sense touched those hanging golden threads, and immediately sensed the extremely pure and boundless creative energy contained within them. The fragments of the essence of life and some kind of enlightening rule. If this is a celestial phenomenon that naturally arose after planetary expansion, driven by the laws of the universe, that global delta flow was enough to cause an explosive evolution of Earth's ecology in a short period of time. For all living beings, this is like a timely rain from heaven, an unparalleled opportunity. However, you clearly perceive that the source of this imperial flow is not purely a matter of cosmic, natural laws or the moon itself. Deep within its energy fluctuations, a familiar, unique rhythm belonging to the rules of fantasy is intertwined. It is beautiful and alluring, but in essence, it is yet another large-scale infiltration and gift of fantasy rules onto the real world. No one can be certain whether this generous gift conceals a deeper trap, a deeper imprint, or a subtle, gradual transformation. We cannot allow these imperial saps to integrate unimpeded into Earth's ecosystem. You acted decisively, activating the power of your pure yang true body, and an invisible giant hand, large enough to grasp the entire enlarged Earth, reached out. He reached out and grabbed at the golden streams of light falling from the sky, intending to collect them all for later study. But then, something astonishing happened. Your hand passed straight through those seemingly tangible golden rays, as if they were merely illusory phantoms. You tried various supernatural powers, including spatial confinement, energy absorption, and causal linkage, to intercept them, but the result was the same. Only these imperial lava flows seem to exist in another phase overlapping with reality. You can see and sense their energy properties, but you cannot directly touch or interfere with their descent through conventional means. They ignored your attempts to stop them, persistently and evenly showering their light upon the vast expanse of Earth, a planet 100 times larger than themselves, so silently merging into mountains, rivers, forests, cities, and the bodies of every living thing exposed to the night sky. You withdrew your hand, gazing intently at the planet enveloped in golden light, your brow furrowed. The ways in which the rules of fantasy infiltrate are far more bizarre and difficult to defend against than anticipated. But although you feel that if you used the power of your talent, you could still intercept these imperial sap flows, but you fear that doing so might alert the unknown powerful beings who may exist behind the rules of fantasy. From the moment you realized you were being invaded by illusions, you've been using your talents to erase the abnormality from your body. In your view, even if there are unknown entities behind the fantasy invasion, the other party cannot overcome the power of their innate abilities to detect your extraordinary existence. But if you use your talent to gather those lava flows, it's a different story. Judging from the scale of the imperial dew, which far surpasses other fantasy events, the possible mastermind behind this is most likely paying attention to this matter. If you use your innate power to gather these imperial elixir, it will most likely provoke a reaction from the other side. At that time, although you are confident that the other party cannot do anything to you, you can't say for sure what will happen on Earth. The opponent may only be driven by impotent rage, unable to harm Earth. After all, if they could truly intervene personally, they wouldn't just use fantasy rules to invade. However, this could also exacerbate the intrusion of fantasy rules and cause the other side to pay more attention to Earth. Forget it. With the will of the universe watching, the imperial dew should have little impact, even if it does. And even if it does have a significant impact, it won't be a problem once I've developed. August 1930. More than 10 days have passed past the Emperor's dew descended. After experiencing turmoil due to dramatic changes in terrain, the Dragon Kingdom, relying on its efficient administrative system and deep-rooted organizational capabilities, quickly stabilized its expanded situation. Roads were redesigned, temporary communication networks were established, and a resource allocation system began to operate tenaciously yet laboriously amidst the ruins and newly formed landscape. Through the collective efforts of all citizens, the core framework of social order has been initially restored. After the situation initially stabilized, those ordinary people who, for various reasons, had been outdoors and bathed in the imperial dew when it descended, they were initially placed in centralized quarantine under the guise of a medical examination by the Chinese government. The official explanation is that this is to prevent potential effects from unknown radiation or pathogens. A deeper consideration is to closely monitor what changes will occur in these individuals who directly come into contact with the Emperor's fluids. The results of the observation brought a great sense of relief to everyone. These individuals did not exhibit any pathological abnormalities, cellular abnormalities, mental derangement, or signs of demonization. On the contrary, their physiological indicators generally showed a significant and benign improvement, the optimized metabolic rate, enhanced cell activity, and a detectable increase in muscle density and bone strength. Most surprisingly, over 70% of these people subsequently awakened different innate abilities. In the eyes of various nations, divinely bestowed abilities are the manifestation of the laws of Earth. The fact that these people were able to awaken their divinely bestowed abilities means that the imperial dew is a power recognized by Earth. It was observed that the vast majority of humans who bathed in the Emperor's fluids evolved towards greater strength and more specialized characteristics, and the process was relatively stable and controllable. This incident of divine fluid flowing from the sky was thus judged to be highly likely harmless and possibly even beneficial. This conclusion, though still subject to many unknowns and reservations, but it undoubtedly eased the tensions of various countries. Besides humans, during these 10 days or so, some animals that had bathed in the Emperor's nectar all displayed extraordinary intelligence. Although these animals were far from being able to speak human language or take human form as is described in legends, that they exhibited a collective increase in wisdom and a preliminary awakening of talent. This seems to foreshadow an evolutionary path, different from that of humanity's gifted beings, quietly unfolding within Earth's ecosystem. The demon race, a concept that once existed only in ancient texts and fantasies, is quietly appearing on Earth's stage in a nascent, primitive form. August 20, 1930. And with its powerful infrastructure team comprised of tens of thousands of warriors and numerous gifted individuals, the Dragon Kingdom successfully restored transportation between its cities. A powerful martial artist can split mountains and shatter rocks and clear roads with far greater efficiency than heavy machinery. And the abilities of the gifted ones shine even brighter. Those with the ability to sense the earth and shape matter can accurately locate geological hazards and quickly reinforce soft foundations. The ability users who can emit energy can efficiently cut through giant obstacles and melt special materials. Fortunately, Earth's current expansion is based on existing human settlements as the core unit, thus stretching the surrounding space holistically. This allowed most of the city's main structure to be preserved, but the distances between buildings became extremely vast, filled with entirely new, unexplored territory. The Dragon Kingdom's General Bureau of Abnormalities and its subordinate city branches activated the highest-level emergency response plan immediately after the drastic change occurred, based on their established authority and rapid response capabilities. They effectively maintained basic order within their respective jurisdictions and organized rescue and resettlement efforts. Therefore, Despite the horrific changes in the world, the number of casualties within the Dragon Kingdom caused by direct geological disasters or chaos was kept at a relatively low level. This laid the foundation of public support for subsequent recovery and reconstruction. October 1930. The Bureau of Anomalies invites all martial artists of the Gangjin level or above from all factions to Kyoto to jointly deduce the realm beyond the divine indestructibility realm. Adan Master King Wei, who has already reached the Gangjin level, and you, though you do not reveal your true nature. However, according to the Bureau of Anomalies speculation, those of no less than the Gangjin level, including the so-called disciples of Daoist King Wei, were naturally all invited. You readily accepted the invitation and went with Master King Wei to a headquarters event, at Of course, it wasn't your true form that went there. And after reaching the third stage of Transcendental Realm, you will feel that the duration of each cultivation session will be significantly extended. To avoid being disturbed during your cultivation, your true form resides within the Great Sun. Only your avatar travels on Earth. October 15, 1930. After nearly half a month of intense discussions, repeated verifications, and even substantive exchanges involving friendly sparring, this grand event, which brought together the top wisdom of contemporary martial arts in the Dragon Kingdom, has finally yielded fruitful results. A completely new realm, transcending indestructibility upon seeing gods, has had its theoretical framework and preliminary cultivation path successfully constructed. This realm is named the Domain Realm. A martial artist who can withstand divine attacks, after reaching a certain level of understanding of their innate divine power. Then one can attempt to use one's own immense strength and spirit as a foundation to merge with the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. A project. Solidify the characteristics of this supernatural power outward, forming a special spatial region centered on oneself, under one's absolute control or influence. This is the domain. Within their own domain, martial artists act as temporary rule makers, greatly enhancing the power of their supernatural abilities, to weaken or even deprive the opponent of control over the corresponding forces, and to gain an unparalleled home field advantage. The size, strength, duration, rules of a domain depend on the depth of a martial artist's cultivation, the level of their understanding of their innate divine ability, and the strength of their mental power. Theoretically, the domain realm is a crucial step for martial artists to move from applying laws to mastering them. And actually, in your opinion, this level cannot be considered the level of a martial artist. It can only be considered the level of a gifted individual. That makes sense, though. After all, the martial artist system is simply derived from the two innate abilities of Sequence Seasons 2 Sage and Sequence 9 Martial God, based on certain theoretical foundations. Ultimately, the martial arts of this world are built upon the system of the gifted. Of course, this does not mean that the heavenly gift system or the martial arts system based on it is weak. On the contrary, after Earth underwent a dramatic transformation involving a surge in spiritual energy and a massive expansion in its volume, the energy level of the entire world appears to have been permanently elevated. This led to a general increase in the prevalence of the abilities of those blessed by the gods. With the same level and the same innate ability, the current one is different from before the increase in spiritual energy. Its power range, precision, and duration have all increased significantly. The abilities closely related to the natural environment saw even more dramatic increases. Now, a celestial being of the same level possesses combat abilities sufficient to easily handle or even instantly kill 10 versions of himself before his spiritual energy increased. Martial Artists also benefit from this. The abundance and activity of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth greatly increases the efficiency with which martial artists absorb energy during cultivation, resulting in not only a greater quantity of power, but also a purer, more active, and more penetrating force. At the same level, a martial artist's internal strength is now about 4 to 5 times greater than before, and their recovery speed is also much faster. This directly led to a significant leap in the overall combat strength of martial artists. If Earth continues to develop along the path of awakening, deepening, and systematizing its divinely bestowed abilities, by combining martial arts with its excellent training and power application framework, it is entirely possible to evolve a unique and potentially extraordinary path to civilization. However, even with the increased concentration of spiritual energy and the expansion of Earth, everyone's talents have improved. However, developing a powerful and complete supernatural system remains a long process. Fortunately, there is this great philanthropist, willing to bestow upon all beings the cultivation system he painstakingly developed. I am truly great, that's right. When you saw that the new realm developed by Earth, the realm of the heavenly gifted, lacked originality, you decided to spread your own cultivation system to Earth. But undeniably, Earth civilizations are full of potential and uncertainties. Given time, they may indeed develop a unique and astonishing path of cultivation that belongs to them and will amaze the universe. But in your view, unless it undergoes thousands or even tens of thousands of years of natural evolution, or receives direct intervention and enlightenment from the will of the universe, otherwise, the system that Earth itself developed would be utterly incomparable to the cultivation methods you created. After all, when you create a system, it's like getting on the train first and buying the ticket later. The theoretical framework can approach perfection infinitely, while the specific practice and breakthroughs are directly accomplished by talent. No one else can compare to this. Instead of spending a great deal of effort creating a cultivation system, or following the mainstream cultivation system of this world under the influence of the universe's will, it would be better to simply follow the path you created. In November 1930, you spent half a month collecting materials from the universe to craft 3,650 inheritance tablets. These monuments of inheritance contain the 7 levels of transcendence. As for why it's the 7th level instead of the 5th level you've been cultivating, this is because, if we calculate it according to the original 5 levels, the breakthrough from the 4th level of flawless body to the 5th level of innate body is too difficult. To make the path of cultivation smoother and more solid, you have added 2 key transitional realms, the mysterious pass and the communion between heaven and man. The mysterious pass is designed to guide practitioners to gradually refine and condense the internal energy flowing within their bodies into purer and more spiritual true energy. Either to avoid an overly abrupt and difficult transition from internal energy to primordial true Kai, thus laying the foundation for subsequent transformations. And the interaction between humanity and nature is a prerequisite for reaching the state of unity between humanity and nature. This realm allows cultivators to adapt in advance to a state of harmony and resonance with heaven and earth, and to perceive the rhythm of the great Tao in subtle ways. Thus, when ultimately striving for the innate body and completely merging with heaven and earth, one can guard one's true self and spiritual platform, preventing oneself from being lost in the vast Taoist essence, and even from transforming into the Tao. Furthermore, you have meticulously divided each of these 7 realms into 4 substages: early, middle, late, and peak. This makes cultivation advancement traceable with clear levels and a more rigorous and complete system. It is time to preach to all beings. You, with your mind made up, you gently wave your hand in the void. In the next instant, 3,650 inheritance stels, each 10,000 meters tall and inscribed with profound Tao patterns, crashed down upon Earth. They are not scattered randomly, but rather follow the veins of the stars, subtly conforming to the celestial patterns, distributed across the world's continents, where spiritual energy converges. At the same time, the outer space of Earth rippled slightly, and an invisible yet incredibly resilient barrier quietly emerged, gently enveloping the entire planet. These monuments to heritage are not only carriers of tradition, but also collectively form a global, protective array. This is mainly because you're afraid that if you seclude yourself too much during your cultivation, Earth will be gone when you wake up. The sudden appearance of the Monument of Inheritance, its majestic form and vast aura, instantly shook the entire planet Earth. Abnormal energy peaks were detected by various countries, and ground-based observation stations recorded the arrival of a giant unidentified object, causing a global online frenzy. But the more their impact occurs deep within the consciousness of every human being on Earth, regardless of their location or whether they have awakened as heavenly gifted ones. A hazy, phantom image of a monument of inheritance simultaneously appears in everyone's mind, radiating an ancient and majestic Taoist aura. Simply concentrate your mind and gently touch that illusory figure, and your consciousness will fall into a meticulously constructed illusionary world to undergo the inheritance trial. The content of the trials varies from person to person. Some may test one's character and perseverance, others one's comprehension and innate talent, and still others may simulate real combat situations. Only by passing the trials can one obtain the cultivation methods for the corresponding stage, the 7th level of mortal transformation. The evaluation of the trial's completion rate directly determines the quality of the acquired cultivation technique. The higher the completion rate, the stronger the technique and the broader the future path. Although initially, various countries were very wary of this suddenly emerging cultivation system. But they couldn't stop everyone from undergoing illusionary trials in their minds and embarking on this unknown cultivation system. Seeing the form spiraling out of control, various nations began summoning numerous prophetic gifted individuals to communicate with the will of Earth, combining their divine abilities. After receiving confirmation from God, countries finally breathed a sigh of relief and began to study, guide, and attempt to incorporate this new system into their social management frameworks. Exquisite. This is not merely an enhancement of power, but a sublimation of the essence of life. Compared to this, the martial arts we have studied in the past are like fireflies compared to the bright moon. The creator of this system must be a sage with a heart for all living beings. His wisdom and realm are beyond our comprehension. Those martial saints on earth who had long stood at the pinnacle of martial arts, those who had reached the level of indestructible gods, and even a few veteran powerhouses who had luckily broken through to a new realm. But after personally trying out some of the basic methods from the inheritance stele, they were all stunned into silence, uttering heartfelt praise. What captivated them most was the leap in lifespan this system brought. According to the inherited information, only by cultivating a flawless body to perfection can one enjoy a lifespan of 500 years. If one can condense a primordial body, their lifespan can reach 3,000 years. In contrast, even if one breaks through to the divine indestructibility realm and reaches the newly created domain realm, the lifespan of a martial artist only increases by a mere 100 years, remaining at around 300 years. Give the desire for immortality, the path to the great Tao. Who can resist it? Therefore, after confirming there were no problems, almost all the extraordinary powerhouses on Earth began cultivating this new and powerful cultivation system. December 1930. 1 month has passed since you placed the inheritance monument. At this time, 90% of the people on Earth have begun cultivating the transcendental sainthood system. Transcending the ordinary and attaining sainthood is how you name your own cultivation system. February 31st year. Your consciousness avatar wanders and explores the vast galaxy, traversing almost every corner of the system, just as you're about to complete your full exploration of the Milky Way. You've finally discovered a life-bearing planet unlike Earth. They teleported in, and what came into view was a giant planet, far larger than Earth when it was expanded 100 times. But this planet was bathed in a pale purple aura. Its continental plates had strange outlines, and its oceans shimmered with a dreamlike azure and emerald green. What will surprise you even more is that this planet is not only vibrant with life, its atmosphere brimming with active supernatural energy, but it has also developed a mature indigenous supernatural civilization system magic. You attach great importance to this first discovered planet with life. The entity located at the sun's core descends instantly, i.e. his divine sense swept across the planet like a tidal wave, taking in the entire scene. Dragons, elves, orcs, and elemental creatures, trance, sirens. This is clearly a typical template for a Western fantasy magical world. You observe with great interest. It is worth noting that there is no human species on this planet. The dominant civilization was comprised of an intelligent race capable of transforming into human or elven forms, and powerful ancient creatures. Key is you delve deeper into the investigation. You discover that this planet is much larger than Earth, and also possesses something akin to a planetary will. However, the planet's will is not connected to the cosmic will. It is not an embodiment of the cosmic will. It is not a pan-planetary will formed by the interweaving of the consciousness of all things, but merely an aggregation of collective unconsciousness. In that case, Earth is indeed special. Its will is closely connected to the universe. The God-given system may well be a product of the intervention of the universe's will. You understood, 21 years old. You've had a wonderful 2 months on this magical planet. You wander through it as a traveler, experiencing distinctly different cultural customs. I witnessed the dwarves' forging skills, the orcs' boldness, the elves' gentleness, and the dragon maiden's domineering nature. I don't know whether to marvel at the wonder of the universe, or at the deliberate design of the creator. The overall atmosphere here is harmonious and friendly. Even when conflicts occur, they mostly stem from competition for resources or differences in ideology, rather than pure greed and malice. Even dragons only have the natural inclination to collect gold coins. They don't have much cunning or scheming, nor are they inherently evil. What a beautiful world, like a fairy tale. You stand in the universe, looking down upon this vibrant and magical planet. Such a world, if exposed to the cruel jungle law of the universe, or discovered by other highly aggressive interstellar civilizations, would likely face certain doom. Don't want to see this beauty destroyed. Since we've met, it must be fate. Take him away. The thought arises, and you no longer hesitate. A profound spatial power emanated from your palm, instantly enveloping the entire magical planet. Under the silent and immense force, the space surrounding the planet began to fold and compress layer by layer, and its massive material entity rapidly shrank against all reason under the influence of these laws. In a short while, the once enormous magical planet transformed into a fist-sized, luminous sphere, lying quietly in your palm. The mountains, rivers, and all living things within remain lifelike, like an exquisite miniature model. yet life processes and the flow of magical energy are completely unaffected. Yu nodded in satisfaction, and with a flash carried this precious fairy tale planet back to the familiar solar system. July of the 31st year, after 8 months of intensive closed-door training, utilizing the entire nation's resources, 5 veteran martial arts experts from the Dragon Kingdom, each with a foundation in the domain realm, with the full support of the nation, a crucial step has finally been taken in the system of transcending the ordinary and attaining sainthood. The massive supply of resources, top-notch scientific research support, and the martial arts insights of countless sages converged into a torrent, propelling them across a realm unimaginable to ordinary people. In just a few months, he leaped through several realms, reaching the peak of the realm of communion between heaven and man. He has touched that invisible barrier leading to a higher level of life, the 7th level of mortal transformation, the innate body. The immense spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged wildly within the secret realm, forming 5 enormous energy vortexes. Ultimately, when the storm subsided and the dust settled, only 2 people successfully took that crucial step. Their radiance was restrained with a subtle, luminous glow flowing beneath their skin. Their life force had undergone a fundamental transformation, successfully condensed a flawless innate body, and subsequently awakened innate divine powers. Although the other 3 martial artists failed in their attempts, their internal energy became disordered, and their Tao foundations were shaken. Fortunately, they did not reach the worst possible outcome of Tao transformation. With careful recuperation and the aid of precious medications, their injuries have stabilized, and they still have the potential to make a comeback and challenge their congenital innate abilities once again. This attempt, regardless of its success or failure, has provided the Dragon Kingdom with invaluable experience and data for breakthroughs. After the 2 newly promoted innate realm experts stabilized their cultivation levels, the Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Research Institute immediately organized an unprecedentedly precise comparative test. This aims to analyze the essential differences between innate supernatural powers and domain-level supernatural powers. The conclusion shocked everyone. Innate supernatural powers not only far surpassed the latter in power, but their mystique and controllability were also worlds apart. The power system of a domain realm martial artist can be traced back to the innate divine ability awakened at the divine indestructibility realm. The source of his innate supernatural power lies in the divinely bestowed ability granted by the will of earth. Even at the domain realm, a martial artist merely combines this innate ability with their own martial will to form a domain that is largely influenced by them. However, the most fundamental source of power has not yet been completely separated from the gifts of earth, and even the strongest gifted beings cannot yet fully control their gifted abilities. This means that there is a barrier to the power of the domain realm. It is still only borrowed, not possessed. In contrast, innate supernatural powers have undergone a fundamental qualitative change. It is entirely nurtured by the innately powerful, integrated with the source of life, as easily as an extension of one's own arm, and is a manifestation of near authority. It no longer depends on a continuous supply from the outside world, but has become a part of the strong themselves, with the leap in their life level and the increasing proficiency of their cultivation. Scope and mystery of innate supernatural abilities will also grow infinitely in tandem, their potential immeasurable. August 31st year. After finding that fairy tale-like magical world, you felt as if you had discovered a treasure, and your search for life-bearing planet intensified. Unfortunately, several months have passed, and you haven't discovered a second habitable planet besides the magic planet. A September of the 31st year. Under the leadership of the Dragon Kingdom, the various nations of Earth achieved a formal unification, forming the Human Federation, with the addition of cultivators who have condensed their innate physiques. They are now able to traverse the starry sky, and Earth has truly begun its interstellar struggle. October 31st year. All thanks to the power of the Tao and the spiritual light of cultivation brought to you by all the cultivators on Earth, have mastered the transcendent and saintly cultivation systems. Up to you have successfully deduced a realm beyond the pure yang true body. A November of the 31st year. But after more than half a year, one of your illusory energies finally found the third habitable planet in a remote corner on the edge of the Milky Way. And actually, it's not surprising that finding a habitable planet is so difficult for you. Through your research, you have discovered that the pan-planetary will can, to a certain extent, shield against external perception and spying. And unless your sensory core directly covers the area where they are located, it is difficult to detect their presence at a distance. It's like a natural veil of starlight, protecting these fragile cradles of life from premature disturbance. Let's return to this newly discovered planet with life. Its size is roughly the same as Earth before its expansion. However, what might interest you most is that the dominant species on this planet bear a striking resemblance to Earth's humans in appearance, structure, and even social behavior. However, the civilization here is still in the feudal era. Like the magical planet, this planet is also permeated with a unique, extraordinary energy. The energy here manifests as a restrained yet vibrant ki. Through a long period of exploration, the humans on this planet have developed a complete and sophisticated system of cultivation. Through martial arts to attain enlightenment, one tempers the body, opens the meridians, condenses true energy, and ultimately pursues physical transcendence and spiritual sublimation. Swords flashing, chivalry raging, numerous martial arts sects vying for supremacy. It's a living, breathing martial arts world. Isn't this like a martial arts novel coming to life? Your mind wanders beyond the planet's orbit, observing with great interest the martial arts competition taking place on the continent below. A familiar feeling welled up inside me. Based on your previous understanding of Earth and the magical planet, things are gradually becoming clearer in your mind. It seems that every life-bearing planet in this universe can perhaps be considered an independent, small world. Each of them has its own rules and the core that underpins. The uniqueness of each small world should be the will of the entire planet. This hazy consciousness, nurtured by the planet itself over billions of years, and carrying the collective subconsciousness and historical sedimentation of all its life, can almost be seen as a miniature version of the Tao within its sphere of influence. However, a question then arises in your mind. However, this planet, like the magic planet, hasn't experienced any fantasy invasions either, so it seems that fantasy invasions only occur on Earth. What's so special about Earth? Even after you taught me the system of practice, humanity on Earth has greatly increased its overall strength, and the fantasy invasions can no longer pose a significant threat to humanity. Even the rapidly developing demon race cannot threaten humanity. Original overlord of Earth in the short term. If the human population weren't so small relative to the enlarged Earth, the demon race might not have been able to thrive. However, you have a feeling that the fantasy invasion won't end there. After collecting all the extraordinary knowledge of the entire martial arts planet, your distraction left a spatial coordinate on the planet before departing. January 1932. Your pure yang true body, through continuous tempering and accumulation, has finally reached its current limit. Are recalling when you first broke through to the third stage of transcendental sainthood, the pure yang true body, the Dharma form you could manifest was only 1,000,000 miles in size. Although it was already enormous, it still appeared insignificant in the vast starry sky, and now, with your pure yang true body fully manifested, its height can reach 60 million miles. With every gesture, it seemed as if they could manipulate the rhythm of galaxies' rotation. Compared to when he first entered this realm, his power has increased by more than 1,000-fold. It's like heaven and earth. This is not merely an expansion in volume, but a qualitative change. Every inch of her skin and every strand of her hair seemed to be composed of the purest laws, containing boundless energy, indestructible, and impervious to all magic. February 1932. Oh, perhaps your pure yang true body has reached its current limit. But your understanding of the Tao is still somewhat lacking. Therefore, despite having the help of talent, it still took you a month to almost overcome the bottleneck in breaking through to the next level. At the very instant the bottleneck disappeared, a sudden change occurred. You didn't actively seek anything, but it's as if the entire universe's laws were being activated by your breakthrough. Endless and complex information about laws and rules, like a burst dam or 100 rivers flowing into the sea, spontaneously and surging towards the core of your consciousness. That's a higher dimensional understanding and resonance, one that goes straight to the source, the time, space, matter, energy, life, destruction, order, chaos, the subtle threads, interwoven points, and evolving patterns. Various laws are presented before you with unprecedented clarity and depth. Under the influence and nourishment of this vast flow of information, your aura begins to undergo a dramatic transformation, i.e., it is no longer merely powerful, but also imbued with an indescribable sense of completeness and freedom. Your aura gradually rises, each fluctuation causing subtle ripples in the surrounding space, as if your very existence is resonating with the deeper structure of the universe. This mysterious state lasted for a full 10 days and 10 nights. As the last wisp of the torrent of laws merged into your soul, all the strange phenomena slowly subsided. You've broken through. The cultivation level has reached the fourth stage of transcending the ordinary and entering sainthood, the ability to transform at will. Upon reaching this level, all phenomena arise and transform at will, laws are conjured at will, and supernatural powers are unpredictable and adaptable. At this point, your understanding and application of power have completely transcended the scope of fixed moves and techniques. Spells and magical abilities are readily available and can be easily modified to create entirely new spells and magical abilities more suitable for the current situation. The laws are in your hands. They are no longer external forces that require difficult manipulation, but rather a natural extension of your body. The more fundamental change lies in the fact that your own Taoist principles have become powerful enough to manifest and steadily influence reality. With just a slight thought, the world centered on you will naturally transform into your domain. Within this realm, your will is the supreme law, capable of reversing local space-time, defining physical constants. One could say that creation is at your command, and nothing is impossible. He can truly be described as incredibly powerful. The powerful feeling brought about by the breakthrough makes you want to test the limits of your current perception. You concealed your manifested form, and your divine sense spread out into the depths of the universe like invisible ripples. Although your divine sense was strong, it could only cover a radius of a little over 1,000 light years at most. At this moment, the instant his divine sense was unleashed, its speed surpassed all expectations. Almost instantly, the entire Milky Way galaxy, that enormous disc-shaped structure containing hundreds of billions of stars and spanning tens of thousands of light years, was transformed. The movement of stars and the changing nebulae within are clearly reflected in your mind, down to the smallest detail. And this is far from the limit. The divine sense continued to spread outwards, easily crossing the boundary of the Milky Way and encompassing several galaxies of varying sizes. Although the details of our perception of these exogalaxies are not as refined as those of our perception of the Milky Way's interior, their overall outlines and the distribution of their main celestial bodies are already clear to us. This feeling of perceiving the universe and achieving complete understanding in an instant is truly the ultimate enjoyment. A surge of heartfelt joy wells up within you. Every major breakthrough is like opening a brand new window, allowing you to glimpse a more magnificent and profound landscape of the universe. Having become familiar with your new powers and senses, you naturally turn your attention to Earth. You have now reached a state of perfect mastery, and the dimensions and depth of your perception are vastly different from what they were before. You decide to take a fresh look at this special planet. So that's how it is. After a long while, you withdrew your divine sense, your heart filled with shock and realization, and you couldn't help but let out a sigh tinged with amusement. Truly amazing, my star. Your previous assumptions have been completely overturned. The will of Earth is not, as you might think, a personified embodiment or branch of the will of the vast universe. The truth is quite the opposite. Based on the information you perceive, the will of the universe, its root, or rather, one of its most important core components, actually originates from the will of Earth. The relationship between the two is more like that of a main branch and its extension. The will of Earth is the more ancient and central entity. What's this? Earth's become the center of the universe? If that's the case, then to Earthlings, wouldn't aliens really be considered cosmic bumpkins? You thought chuckled. However, from this perspective, it's not hard to explain why Earth was the primary target of the fantasy invasion. If the person behind the fantasy invasion truly harbors some ill intentions, so, once the rules of fantasy eroded Earth, it was essentially eroding the entire universe. However, whatever is hidden behind this, it poses no threat to you at the moment. After all, your strength has long exceeded the limitations of the current situation. You can still cultivate happily, and even occasionally find some amusement. March 1932. You've improved the inheritance monument, enhancing the power of the defensive array it forms and its ability to manifest in the minds of all beings. Afterwards, you issued the task to the projection of the inheritance monument in the minds of all living beings. The mission's main objective is to punish the wicked, eliminate rebellion, quell natural disasters, suppress evil spirits, quell chaos, and bring peace to the people. The general direction of the mission is to go to the chaotic world to suppress the chaos, punish the wicked, and stabilize the world. The minimum requirement for this mission is that one's cultivation level must reach at least the third level of the transcendent realm. The mission reward is something called kill points. These points can be redeemed for weapons, elixirs, and other resources, and cultivation techniques for condensing the yang spirit to break through to the transcendent and saintly realm. If you have enough points, you can even redeem a permanent portal to the mission world. This change immediately attracted the attention of all the inhabitants of the planet Earth. The Chinese government convened a meeting immediately to discuss how to respond to this massive upheaval affecting the entire world. EU didn't post this task just for fun. After breaking through to the level of unfettered transformation, you have gained a clearer understanding of the feedback mechanism of the great Tao of talent. Your experiments have shown that any act of killing that you indirectly instigate brings you spiritual feedback. It's not just about killing. Even averting disasters and misfortunes can bring you feedback from the great Tao. It is practicing the great way something so inconvenient? EEAs for these so-called chaotic worlds. Where do they come from? Unnaturally, this refers to some of the newly discovered life-bearing planets after your strength through, and the range of your divine sense increased dramatically. You won't know until you see the statistics. Even you'll be surprised by what you find. You don't be fooled by how time-consuming and laborious your search for a habitable planet was. That was under conditions where your senses were blocked and your search area was limited. Now, divine sense is sufficient to cover the Milky Way and surrounding galaxies. Upon careful scanning, though within the Milky Way alone, no fewer than several thousand planets have been discovered that harbor life and have developed civilizations at varying stages. These newly discovered planets boast a diverse array of civilizations and extraordinary systems. Some excel in spiritual power, developing brilliant psionic civilizations. Others are skilled in biotechnology, combining with unique symbiotes. Some, however, worship machines, embarking on a path of physical suffering and mechanical supremacy. Of course, there are also planets similar to martial arts planets or magic planets, which focus on developing one's own potential or utilizing natural energy. Many of these planets are significantly stronger overall than Earth, both in terms of the level of their elite beings and the average level of their civilizations. Preliminary observation and comparison of these thousands of life-bearing planets, a conjecture about the nature of this universe, is becoming increasingly clear in your mind. The overall structure of the universe containing Earth seems very similar to the concept of astral planes in some Western fantasy worldviews. However, here the prime material plane is dispersed into numerous independent life-bearing planets separated by vast cosmic space. Each life-bearing planet can be viewed as a relatively independent material world or demiplane, possessing its own unique energy environment. Law tendencies. Unlike those astral realms that are highly homogenized and often only have a few fixed templates such as humans, elves, and orcs, this universe's life-bearing planet exhibits astonishing diversity. The forms of species, the paths of civilization development, and the understanding and application of supernatural powers are extremely diverse. Some planets are entirely inhabited by oceans and intelligent aquatic life. Some are dominated by plants, and some exist in a state of collective civilization with shared consciousness networks. This diversity itself seems to be one of the most fundamental characteristics of this universe. A colossal, planetary, and incredibly diverse extraordinary universe. You look at the life-bearing planet you perceive, a smile playing on your lips. You simply love this vibrant and diverse world. You're 22 years old. More than a month has passed since you posted the cross-industry task. Time on Earth seemed to have been accelerated, and the entire world was swept up in an unprecedented cultivation frenzy. Anyone with even a modicum of adventurous spirit would want to explore another world. In fact, this trend has long transcended the realm of humanity, as some demons who have awakened their intelligence and embarked on the path of transcendent cultivation have also become part of the exploration of this other world, when it is possible to exchange killing points for specific cultivation resources. The average cultivation speed across the entire Earth's cultivation world has suddenly increased several times over. All those cultivation resources that can be exchanged were condensed by you using your near-infinite magical power and high-level creative authority. From body-tempering elixirs that solidify the foundation, to spirit-concentrating pills that benefit the soul, and even rare treasures containing fragments of laws, all are displayed in the exchange list with clearly marked prices. Given your current level of cultivation and scale, all the resources that earthly cultivators crave have not exceeded the limits of your ability to create. The even resource exchange is just the most basic aspect. Resurrecting the dead, improving cultivation aptitude, possessing a long lifespan, etc. are for you. It's something that can be achieved in the blink of an eye. Your level is too high for Earth's current inhabitants. On June 1932, having spent a significant amount of killing points, the Earth-Human Federation exchanged for a portal to another planet. The first step in interstellar colonization has begun. July 1932, out of the Earth's celestial dome, the eternally shining, gleaming silver moon has changed once again without warning. The cool moonlight was suddenly bathed in and replaced by a fiery and noble gold, transforming the entire moon into a dazzling golden elixir hanging in the night sky. The next moment, an even richer and denser flow of imperial nectar, like a celestial river pouring down, transformed into a shower of golden light, cascading down to every corner of Earth. In your perception, the concentration and activity of the fantastical rules contained within this descending imperial do far exceed those of the past. They no longer gently seep into Earth's rules, but rather act as powerful catalysts, or even some kind of invasion command, violently shaking the very foundations of reality. As these rules become more deeply integrated, Earth's long-standing phenomenon of fantastical invasions will cease. It was as if it had been pushed past a certain critical point, suddenly entering a completely new and more intense phase. A change has begun. You first, some of the most outstanding or lucky among the demon races, after absorbing excessive amounts of the Emperor's essence, rich in specific fantasy elements, underwent inexplicable and dramatic changes in their bodies and bloodlines. A gigantic, sentient ape, its body swelled, its fur turned a brilliant gold, a vertical eye split open on its forehead, and its roars were accompanied by wind and thunder. Behind a spirit fox, multiple tails shimmering with light and shadow spontaneously appeared, its alluring and illusionary power increasing exponentially, converging towards the form of a nine-tailed celestial fox. The images of mythical beasts and ferocious monsters depicted in the myths, legends, and folk tales of various countries on Earth. These signs began to appear sporadically on these demons, mostly in their rudimentary form or possessing only partial characteristics, but they were already enough to cause tremors within their respective clans. Immediately afterwards, the spatial structure began to distort and proliferate on a large scale. Countless heterogeneous spaces, large and small, appeared out of thin air in the spatial interlayers near Earth, like newly formed bubbles attached to the bubble of the prime plane. Among them, numerous smaller spaces, each with its own unique character, are picturesque and full of vitality. A group of cultivators lives there. They were dressed in ancient attire and wielded flying swords and magical artifacts. They built their own caves and sects within it, like fragments of a classical cultivation world that had been cut out. Meanwhile, some large spaces, even larger than the current terrain and with relatively stable rules, exude a more ancient, majestic, and sometimes even wild atmosphere. Among them exist gods and immortals who have been repeatedly celebrated, believed in, or feared throughout the cultural history of Earth's humans. Based on these large spaces, different deities and their subordinates. This subtly corresponds to and forms the rudimentary form of the pantheons worshipped by various ancient civilizations before the establishment of the human federation. Even the environment within it resembles the abodes of gods and immortals in myths from various countries. Mount Olympus, heaven, the 9 realms, the celestial court, the underworld, and so on. These pantheons are clearly divided, subtly opposing each other, furthermore, powerful. Items from anime, movies, and novels began to appear randomly in every corner of Earth's material world. A rusty, ominous broken sword lay stuck in the lawn of a park. An ancient book with a blank cover, yet capable of causing dizziness at first glance, appeared in a corner of a library. These items appeared without warning. Some were harmless, some contained immense power, and some contained powerful curses. Fortunately, this invasion is still within my control. As long as it's within my control, it's a gift. Even those so-called gods who appeared during this fantasy invasion are nothing but ants to you, things you could wipe out with a breath. It won't have any impact on you. On the contrary, these fantastical creations contain all sorts of wondrous laws that can greatly enrich your inner world. However, this is true for you as well. For the Human Federation, this fantasy invasion truly caught them off guard. A number of powerful individuals who absorbed large amounts of the Emperor's essence, undergoing astonishing transformations, and rapidly integrating some of the demon race's power, taking advantage of this upheaval in the world and the disruption of its rules. They openly announced the formal establishment of the demon race and declared their intention to seize the vast lands suitable for the demon race's survival. Establish a kingdom and order belonging to the demon race, no longer dependent on or hiding beneath human civilization. Those cultivators who emerged from the smaller spaces, either individually or in groups, began to become active on the outskirts of human cities or in the wilderness. They viewed ordinary humans as uncivilized ants, and some loudly proclaimed their intention to establish sects and recruit numerous disciples. Some simply seize resources and occupy spiritual veins, leading to fierce conflicts with local human forces. EAs for the fantastical artifacts that randomly appear around the world. They have triggered countless localized disturbances and security problems, causing headaches for federal agencies at all levels. Fortunately, the deities within those large spatial realms, limited by the rules, cannot directly descend to Earth's main plane in their physical forms for the time being. They can only exert influence through weak perception. Otherwise, given the strength of the Human Federation at the time, it might have been unable to withstand the invasion of several pantheons with complete mythological backgrounds. Internal and external troubles arise one after another. The demon race establishes itself, cultivators run rampant, strange objects disturb the world, and gods appear and disappear. A series of thorny issues came crashing down at once, causing great headaches for the core decision-making body of the Supreme Council of the Human Federation. Dragon Kingdom representative at its apex. During moments of immense pressure, some members, in a state of extreme exhaustion and frustration, half-jokingly and half-seriously remarked, "Earth is too complicated a mess. Why don't we just take all of humanity and migrate to another planet?" Of course, this is ultimately just grumbling and wishful thinking under pressure. Everyone understands that the significance of their home planet, Earth, is irreplaceable. It is not merely a root of culture and emotion, but also an invaluable treasure trove in itself. The concentration of spiritual energy is not only extremely high, but it is also continuously increasing. The abundance of resources, nurtured by mutations and spiritual energy, far surpasses that of the old era. Abandoning Earth would be tantamount to severing our own foundation, abandoning this human base with immense potential. Under no circumstances will humanity easily abandon its cradle unless it faces the final moment of civilization's survival. September 1932. After the initial chaos and adjustments, the massive war machine of the Human Federation. It is finally beginning to demonstrate its terrifying efficiency and immense power after integrating the strength of all humanity. The first to be targeted were the most arrogant group of cultivators, who directly threatened human settlements. The Federal Supreme Council issued a purge order, deploying powerful cultivators in conjunction with a highly technologically advanced army. A swift and decisive strike was launched against the cultivator forces that had infiltrated human-controlled territory. Within a few short weeks, the cultivators were driven back, forced to retreat to their secret realms or remote mountain areas to lick their wounds. Immediately afterwards, the Federation turned its attention to the newly formed demon race. A turf war ensued. Although these demons also cultivated the transcendental system, possessing considerable individual combat strength, and some even exhibiting bizarre and mutated abilities. However, the human side not only possesses a well-trained and well-equipped army of cultivators who also practice the same system, but also commands a dozen or so innate-level experts. Furthermore, it possesses technological and industrial advantages that the demon race cannot match. All battles often begin on the outskirts of the demon race's settlements. A saturation bombardment of the ground, long-range artillery coverage, and drone swarm attacks first, a devastating barrage of firepower. A large number of technological weapons were used to deplete the demon race's manpower and destroy their rudimentary fortifications. Under the combined pressure of powerful technological firepower and extraordinary experts, the demon race suffered heavy losses, and their newly established confidence was severely damaged. The successive suppression of challenges from two major superhuman groups has greatly boosted morale within the Human Federation, a republic identification within confidence in the federal government has reached a new level. Mainstream public opinion is filled with an optimistic sentiment that humanity can conquer nature and that the power of civilization can overcome all evil spirits. The collective fortune of humanity, which had been barely gathered primarily from the national fortune of the Dragon Kingdom, has become more concentrated after these two battles. Not only that, everyone's cultivation speed has increased to varying degrees, as some threatening supernatural objects within human territory were directly suppressed under this aura. This has relieved a lot of internal pressure on humanity. However, despite winning two impressive battles, the federal leadership did not become complacent. The true, potential ultimate threat of this fantasy invasion is not the demon race and cultivators who have already been temporarily repelled, but rather, they are those unfathomable gods who still lurk in the vast expanse, their power unfathomable. It would be extremely unwise to wage an endless war of attrition against demons and cultivators before the threat from the gods becomes clear. Furthermore, despite efforts to encourage childbirth in recent years, the total human population remains small compared to the expanded Earth. Therefore, the Human Federation decided to designate most of the resource-rich areas on Earth as human territory, as long as the demon race and the superhuman groups do not invade the territory of the human Federation. The two or three can coexist peacefully for the time being. Finally, after careful consideration, the higher-ups of both the demon race and the cultivators agreed. After all, the stronger among them could also vaguely sense the chillingly majestic aura emanating from those large spaces. For them, the existence of gods is a threat not only to humans, but also to demons and cultivators. You do not intend to intervene in the difficulties facing the Human Federation. You are not a nanny for humans. You don't need to personally clear every obstacle for them. What human civilization needs is a leader who provides guidance, paths, and opportunities at crucial moments, not a protector who takes care of everything. Appropriate pressure and competition are the best catalysts for the growth of civilization. You only need to ensure that human civilization is not completely wiped out by unexpected factors before it can mature, and that will be enough. Furthermore, this applies to humans, demons, cultivators, and even gods. In a sense, they might all be working for you from now on. While you might favor humans, you won't be overly biased. November 1932. The situation has entered a relatively stable period of adjustment. After retreating to their respective secret realms, the cultivators underwent a profound and interesting transformation, i.e., a large number of low to mid-level cultivators have begun to actively or passively come into contact with, understand, and even switch to cultivating the transcendental system. You pass down. The fundamental reason that drove them to make this choice lies in their own inherent flaws. These cultivators are essentially products created in a short period of time by combining the fantasy rules generated by this violent eruption with Earth's collective imagination about cultivation. They possess complete memories, emotions, and cultivation experiences, and their self-awareness is incredibly genuine. However, the very foundation of their existence and the limits of their power are firmly locked within the fantasy template that created them, i.e., the cultivation techniques they inherited can only be cultivated up to the nascent soul level at most. Furthermore, their cultivation system isn't some high-end cultivation or fruit ranking system. Not only is cultivation limited by spiritual roots, but the cultivation speed is also slow. The actual combat power of those in the nascent soul stage is even somewhat inferior to those who have forged an innate physique. Within the Transcendent Saint system, compared to the cultivation system they practiced, the threshold for the Transcendent Saint system is relatively low, that the path ahead is clear. At the very least, one can reach the nascent stage or higher, with faster growth and stronger combat abilities. The difference is obvious when compared side by side, faced with such a clearly superior and broader path. The cultivator community, especially those who yearn for breakthroughs and are unwilling to be limited by their starting conditions, finds it difficult to suppress their enthusiasm for switching cultivation paths, i.e., as for whether there are any traps involved, that's a joke. They themselves don't even know how they got there, so how big of a trap could it be? December 1932. 2. Many innate experts in the Human Federation have already accumulated enough killing tribulation points to exchange for cultivation techniques for the Yang God. A few innate experts have even cultivated to the point of achieving Yin spirit status. February 1933. The peaceful times were broken once again. After nearly half a year of preparation and accumulation, the gods residing in the large spaces, nourished by the continuously strengthening rules of fantasy, seem to have reached a certain threshold of power. They have finally begun to break through the limitations of space. Their influence more directly and clearly onto Earth, in an instant, across the entire planet Earth, especially in those places with long histories and rich cultural heritage, in areas that have recently suffered major upheavals and are experiencing widespread panic. Various sects claiming to have received divine revelation have sprung up like mushrooms after rain. These sects worship a wide variety of objects, but at their core they all point to deities residing in large, dimensional realms. This wave of faith is not limited to the Federation of Humanities. On the demon realm, rituals for worshipping ancient spirits of nature or certain divine beasts have begun to appear. In the territories and secret realms of cultivators, some sects have begun to try to worship so-called immortal deities. A faith became the bridge for the divine to extend its reach into the primary plane of Earth. Although these deities do not rely on faith to maintain their existence and power, but faith can strengthen them. Moreover, the power of faith is a highly concentrated form of spiritual energy with a clear direction. This effectively weakens spatial barriers, smooths out rule conflicts, and helps their true forms eventually break through limitations and descend to Earth. For a time, undercurrents surged across Earth. A delicate balance exists between the three forces of humans, demons, and cultivators, and within their own groups. Due to the intervention of the gods, they face unknown changes. Fortunately, so far, no divine event has resulted in widespread death. There are two reasons for this situation. The first reason is that these gods need faith, not the slaughter of living beings, to increase their power. The second reason, and the most important one, is that they are afraid of you, this unknown entity. But after these deities came into contact with the outside world, they developed a great fear of the person behind the monument of inheritance, that is, you. After all, most of the gods among them could not allow living beings to cross worlds. Though judging from the tasks posted on the monument of inheritance, it seems to be someone who hates evil as much as possible. Although they are gods formed from the rules of fantasy, they also possess a considerable degree of intelligence. What if a large-scale mass extinction occurs, attracting the attention of this unknown entity, who then uses them as a farming opportunity? 23 years old, some deities, through the immense expenditure of their respective pantheons, supreme beings forcibly broke through the barriers of large spaces and descended upon Earth. These deities are no ordinary beings. Each carries a portion of the authority and laws of their respective pantheon. Although not among the top combat forces in their respective pantheons, they still possess power sufficient to shake the heavens and earth. Their arrival was a grand affair. The instant the spatial rift tore open in the sky, a vast surge of divine energy swept across the land like a tidal wave. The sky was dyed a strange mix of gold, red, and dark purple, and the earth trembled slightly in response. This transdimensional fluctuation immediately attracted the attention of all perceptive beings on Earth. Almost at the same moment the gods descended, powerful figures from the human federation, the demon race, and the immortal cultivators arrived at the site of the gods' arrival. Without much negotiation or probing, after a brief but tense standoff, the great battle broke out without any suspense. The gods are arrogant and indifferent, regarding the beings of Earth as lambs, and intend to forcibly establish the foundation of their faith through absolute power. The three earthly powers, fully aware that this battle concerned the survival of their races, joined forces without hesitation to meet the attack. Although these descending deities are only considered average within their respective pantheons, their combat strength is comparable to that of a cultivator at the 7th level of the transcendental realm, or even a cultivator who has condensed a yin spirit. Currently, the number of cultivators who have condensed their yin spirit within the human federation is less than 10, and the number among the demon race and immortal cultivators is even smaller. Although the three forces joined together to resist the enemy, mobilized their strongest combat power, they still could not completely suppress these gods. The fighting style displayed by the gods is unlike any known system on Earth. They manipulate the laws, their words become law, and their every move triggers extraordinary phenomena in the heavens and earth. If Earth hadn't used its numerical advantage and home field advantage to maneuver, battle would likely have been even more difficult. The fierce battle lasted for several days. Although the gods did not lose ground, they were unable to achieve a swift and overwhelming victory. Seeing that Earth was putting up a fierce resistance, and that it seemed to have more trump cards up its sleeve, these gods did not stubbornly fight to the death, but decisively chose to flee. They transformed into streaks of light and vanished into the sky, either merging into mountains and rivers or disappearing into crowds and marketplaces, vanishing from the light into the shadows in an instant, as if they had never existed. However, everyone knew that the crisis was not over. These lurking deities, like venomous snakes in the night, are silently plotting how to seize more faith, but to build a more stable descent channel in order to summon a more powerful kinsman to descend. In reality, under normal circumstances, at this stage, even the weakest deity would be unable to descend in their true form. However, the strength of life on Earth is currently increasing rapidly. Under your influence, in this situation, by the time those gods are able to descend to Earth, they'll probably all be lying by the roadside. Therefore, in order to speed up the process, you secretly weakened the spatial barrier and exerted mental influence on some deities. On June 1933, and another anomaly occurs. The first true god with transcendent power has descended. His arrival ceremony was far grander than any before. A golden vortex stretching 1,000 miles appeared in the sky, endless divine sounds echoing, and boundless divine light shining everywhere, as if it wanted to bring the entire earth into its divine realm. The moment this deity appeared, it made no attempt to conceal its oppressive aura. Its vast divine might swept over the core area of the human federation like the collapse of the heavens. The intention is to force humanity into submission to faith through absolute power. However, the Federation of Humanity is no longer what it used to be. Faced with this unprecedentedly powerful enemy, the Federal Supreme Council decisively activated its emergency response plan. The 7 top cultivators who had already condensed their yin spirits joined forces to set up the Big Dipper God Sealing Array, drawing upon the Earth's dragon energy to harmonize with the fortune of human civilization. It transformed into a dazzling curtain of light stretching across the heavens. Earth, forcefully withstanding the crushing power of the gods. At the same time, the Federation spared no expense, using its long-accumulated killing points to exchange for a one-time attack item called the boundary-breaking God-slaying thorn from your side. This object is like a condensed gray lightning bolt containing a destructive law beyond comprehension. The instant the powerful yin spirits temporarily trapped the deity with their formation, they disregarded spatial distance and instantly penetrated the core of its divine body. The god roared in fury and anguish, his divine blood raining down like golden rain, countless cracks appearing on his body, and his brilliant divine light rapidly dimming. He stared incredulously in the direction of the Human Federation, and finally, in a fit of rage and terror, tore through space and fled in panic. Only the lingering, resentful thoughts remain echoing across the sky. This battle shocked the entire planet Earth. July 1933, yet the strategy of the divine faction has undergone a significant shift. The series of setbacks, especially the severe injury to a god possessing transcendental power, made them deeply aware of the unpredictable changes your existence brought. Whether it's the Human Federation, Demon Race, or the Immortal Cultivator Group, they could all potentially obtain trump cards through killing tribulation points that are powerful enough to threaten or even severely damage powerful gods. Earth, this seemingly alluring fertile ground of faith, has in reality become a perilous place, riddled with traps. After weighing the pros and cons, most of the gods temporarily shelved their plans to spread their faith on Earth, instead turning their attention to the numerous mission worlds connected to Earth. In some mission worlds, due to incomplete rules or lower levels of civilization, the indigenous beings are generally weak and virtually defenseless against the gods. The gods infiltrate the community in the form of avatars or projections, or perform miracles to gather believers. Or they could directly manipulate indigenous forces to wage a war of faith, seizing power of faith with relatively little risk, and accumulating strength for a larger-scale invasion later. However, this also caused the gods to become increasingly wary, because all the gods who have descended to Earth, regardless of their strength, have an indelible and undisturbed projection of a monument of inheritance firmly imprinted deep within their consciousness. This projection is silent and brings no power, yet it acts like an eternal, watchful eye, reminding them of your existence and unfathomable depths. Even that powerful deity, whose strength was comparable to the Yang god astral projection realm, tried countless methods. Even the divine fire, the erosion of laws, and the fragmentation of the divine soul could not shake this projection in the slightest. This control, which transcends comprehension, instilled in the gods a profound sense of awe and fear, even beyond their greed. In August 1933, a milestone moment has arrived in the history of cultivation on Earth. A cultivator belonging to the Human Federation, after countless trials and tribulations, successfully condensed a pure Yang primordial spirit, breaking through to the transcendent saint realm in one fell swoop. Become the first person on Earth, besides yourself, to reach the Yang spirit astral projection realm. At the moment of its breakthrough, heaven and earth resonated, 1,000 miles of purple aura flowed from the east, and a vast, radiant Yang energy swept across all directions. At evil retreats, all spirits bow their heads, signifying that Earth's native extraordinary power has officially entered a new level. And when you saw this, you lamented, "If only I hadn't suppressed my extraordinary phenomena to keep a low profile when I broke through. The phenomena caused by your breakthrough, be even more magnificent than this." How could this not be an auspicious sign of a sage, with purple clouds rising from the east for 30,000 miles, same as the previous adjustments to the transcendent realm? You have also made some adjustments to the transcendent realm. You yoke through each level of the transcendent realm into 10 progressively smaller stages, which you call the 10 heavens. Taking the first stage of Yang spirit astral projection as an example, the first 3 stages lay a solid foundation, and the Yang spirit begins to condense. The 4th to 6th stages are for the Yang spirit to be tempered and gradually strengthened. Upon reaching the 7th heaven, the Yang spirit has been honed to its current pinnacle. The 8th level requires a crucial transformation to find a source energy that resonates with one's own being and refine it into innate true Kai, thus achieving a qualitative change in energy. The 9th and 10th levels are the final preparations for breaking through to the next major realm, adjusting one's state to its peak. The second transformation, primordial chaos, also follows the 10-level heaven structure. The first 7 stages mainly focus on accumulation and transformation, emphasizing the improvement of the quality and quantity of Hunyuan Qi. By the 8th level, the primordial energy has accumulated sufficiently, and it begins to nourish and transform the physical body and soul, laying a solid foundation for the next transformation to condense a pure Yang true body. The 9th and 10th heavens then enter a stage of deep integration. At this stage, the boundaries between the cultivator's Yang spirit, primordial Qi, and physical body gradually become blurred, until the 3 are completely unified. The level of life will undergo a tremendous change, becoming an existence akin to a true god. This system design breaks down a major breakthrough into multiple smaller, achievable goals. It greatly alleviated the bottleneck encountered when breaking through to a higher realm. You are well aware of just how terrifyingly difficult it is to break through the original version of the cultivation system you created. You're the only one with a cheat code. For anyone else, it would take hundreds or even thousands of years to break through the cultivation bottleneck. Without optimization, even as the Earth's spiritual energy becomes increasingly abundant, and the innate talents of living beings gradually improve. The vast majority of cultivators will not be able to succeed on this path. They will be tormented to the point of near death by the bottleneck in their cultivation level. After Human Federation produced its first Yang God Realm expert, it did not follow the path some outside observers had predicted. Eager to use superior military force to expand outwards, subjugate the demon race and cultivators, and unify the Blue Star. On the contrary, the federal leadership behaved with unusual calm and restraint. The first deity to descend with the power of a Yang god serves as a cautionary tale. If even a god of extraordinary power was repelled and severely injured by several Yin god cultivators who combined human fortune with attack items they had obtained through exchange. This indicates that, under the current global power structure, the advantage of an individual's top combat strength is not enough to easily translate into absolute dominance. Both the demon race and the immortal cultivators have channels to exchange powerful items from you. No one can guarantee the devastating power of the ultimate weapon that a faction can exchange for by exhausting its accumulated killing points. These items, like nuclear weapons before the resurgence of spiritual energy, created a terrifying strategic balance. Their existence forces all major powers to exercise extreme caution when considering conflict. Because if a full-scale confrontation were to occur, the consequences could be unbearable for anyone. Therefore, despite the undercurrents and constant competition on the surface, but a delicate peace based on mutual deterrence using destructive trump cards has temporarily maintained the basic stability of the four factions on Earth, or rather, the four factions including the gods. Everyone is seizing the time, taking advantage of the relatively stable environment, to accelerate their own development, accumulate kill points, and cultivate high-end combat power. To prepare for a future situation that is destined to be even more complex. October 1933. Following the emergence of three extraordinary experts in the Saint Realm within the Human Federation, a long, silent roar resounded from the long-dormant demon race. The Golden-Winged Rock King, one of the founders of the demon race, successfully condensed his Yang God, breaking through to the transcendent Saint Realm. His demonic aura soared into the sky, dispersing the clouds for thousands of miles. From this point on, Earth's configuration changed once again. At this moment, only among the cultivators, no one has yet achieved the level of transcendence and sainthood. Therefore, both the Human Federation and the demon race have set their sights on the cultivators. An invisible pressure, like a dark cloud, enveloped the entire group of cultivators. Cultivators can exchange powerful items with you. However, the fundamental weakness of cultivators was now fully exposed. Not only are their numbers extremely small, but the sects also have very deep-seated prejudices against each other, leading to constant friction between them. This is arguably the least united of the three factions. Faced with relentless external pressure and internal infiltration that threatened to undermine the alliance, cracks quickly appeared in the already fragile alliance. Suspicion, disputes, and betrayals permeated the various factions within the cultivator community. December of the third year of the Republic of China, the cultivator community has completely collapsed. The human forces joined the Human Federation, while the spirit beast and demon beast forces joined the demon race. At 24 years old, your exploration of the universe has never stopped in your pursuit of finding more life-bearing planets. At this day, and in a galaxy billions of light years away from the Milky Way, your senses have detected a powerful race. This is a race that has left its own planet, called the Turks. The average height of the Tark Zerg is around 3 meters, with a slender and powerful body covered in jet-black biological armor. A dark gold patterns flowed across the surface of the armor, undulating slightly as if they were alive. Their heads were inverted triangles, and their compound eyes, like jewels inlaid with countless prisms, gleamed with a cold, rational light under the starlight. Though what's most striking are their arms. Their forelimbs aren't ordinary hands, but two retractable bone blades, their edges so sharp they can even reflect subtle distortions in space. The 3 pairs of transparent wings on its back are as thin as cicada wings, yet as hard as alloy. When they vibrate, they create silent ripples of energy in a vacuum. Overall, they are like creations that perfectly combine the killing efficiency of a praying mantis with the agility and elegance of a dragonfly. Every part of the body's structure reveals the ultimate practicality bestowed by the laws of evolution. Upon closer inspection, you discover that their armor is not a simple protective shell, but rather composed of countless nanoscale biological units. It can automatically adjust its intensity and shape according to the environment. A high-energy bioelectricity flows within the hollow structure of the bone blade, allowing it to be launched instantly, tearing apart most known matter. Their wings possess special senses, allowing them to perceive fluctuations in airflow, thus granting them exceptional flight capabilities. You shift your focus to the core territory of the Tark race, whose homeworld is also a superplanet. Its volume is 10 times that of a magical planet, and its surface gravity is over 100 times that of Earth. The entire planet is shrouded in a thick atmosphere of sulfides, its surface dotted with active volcanoes and lakes of liquid metal, and is constantly ravaged by intense magnetic storms. Born in this hellish environment, the Tark Zerg face wind speeds of hundreds of meters per second, temperature differences of thousands of degrees, and gravity strong enough to crush steel from the moment they hatch. Therefore, even the weakest newborn individuals possess incredible levels of muscle density, bone strength, and neural reaction speed. If this were on Earth in his previous life, he would be considered a Superman. Such a harsh living environment shaped the extremely resilient nature of the Tark Zerg and also gave rise to their unique path of development. Instead of developing complex mechanical technologies, they focused their evolutionary efforts entirely on biotechnology. Through consciously guiding its own genetic mutations, grafting superior gene fragments from organisms on other planets, and utilizing the high-energy minerals unique to its home planet for catalysis. The Tark Zerg achieved breakthroughs in just a few hundred years, including direct adaptation of organisms to space survival, individual energy absorption and storage, and networked collective consciousness. In just a few hundred years, they left their home planet and ushered in the interstellar age. The Zerg have now been in the interstellar age for 2,000 years. Thanks to their unique biotechnology, they can construct portals spanning thousands of light years. They control thousands of inhabited planets within their own star system. Such a physical structure, such an appearance, is simply born for slaughter. You look at the Tark design and become increasingly satisfied. It perfectly matches your aesthetic, exuding a chilling and menacing aura. In May of 1934, you have arrived in the star system inhabited by the Tarkoid race. They subjugated their entire race, then branded the soul of every member of the Tark insectoid race with a mark of slaughter. That's right, you've directly incorporated the entire Tark Zerg into your army. From now on, the Tark Zerg will become the source of your killing spree. The Killing Legion is different from the creatures on Earth. They specialize in missions of slaughter and extermination. However, although the Tark race is a nightmare for conventional civilizations, they are still far too weak for you. To ensure the Killing Legion doesn't diminish your stature, you specifically devised an evolutionary system for the Tark-Zerg. This system is divided into 5 stages, each step aiming to break free from the shackles of life and leap to a higher form, a level 1, elementary. Biology. At this stage, the organism can condense powerful bioenergy within its body. A bioenergy can not only strengthen the body, but also unleash extreme power. Combat power corresponds to the 1st to 5th levels of the mortal transformation realm, a second-order, advanced creature. At this stage, life forms can initially sense the planet's magnetic field, and eventually they can even mobilize the magnetic energy of the entire planet. You can use magnetic field energy to temper your physique and strengthen your body, a strength equivalent to a cultivator at the 6th or 7th level of the mortal transformation realm, a third-order, primary cosmic life. The life forms at this stage can utilize various forms of radiation in the universe, that is, cosmic energy, to stimulate the sublimation of their own genes. This process gradually transforms the body into energy and elements, metamorphosing it into a cosmic life form capable of permanent survival in a vacuum, feeding on cosmic energy. At the same time, they will naturally acquire the ability to manipulate gravity, allowing them to distort gravitational fields on a small scale. It forms a gravitational trap or repulsive barrier. A single, powerful strike could tear apart continental plates. Though while their overall strength is weaker than that of a yang god, it is still far superior to that of an innate god, and a 4th order, intermediate level cosmic life. This stage requires mastering the previously acquired knowledge of magnetic field and gravity to achieve a complete understanding and to comprehend the mystery of the common origin of forces. Then, using these 2 forces as a hammer and its own sublimated genes as an embryo, a life nucleus, condenses at the core of the heart or brain. The primordial nucleus is both the energy center and the carrier of life imprints, enabling cultivators to achieve unimaginable regenerative abilities. As long as the pronucleus is not completely annihilated, even if the body is destroyed, it can draw energy from the universe to reshape its form. This point, the living organism has begun to break free from its absolute dependence on a physical body and possesses near immortality. A 5th-order advanced cosmic life. To reach this stage, one must immerse one's consciousness in the macroscopic pulse of the universe, perceiving the subtle folds and ripples of spatial structure. Ultimately comprehending the essence of space, one can create a stable space bubble around oneself for faster-than-light travel, or tear through space over short distances for instantaneous teleportation. The attack can create spatial rifts and cause localized spatial collapses. A single blow can cause a planet disintegrate. His strength level is roughly equivalent to the mid to late stage of the Sin transformation of the extraordinary realm. Compared to the transcendental system, this evolutionary system requires less talent and comprehension. With enough resources, one can successfully cultivate to the 3rd rank. With a little talent, one can even reach the 5th rank. Of course, in this situation, the overall strength and supernatural abilities of this system are far inferior to those of other powerful individuals. The same level within the Transcendent Saint system. At 25 years old, Earth is once again undergoing a dramatic transformation. After such a long period of improvement, the spiritual energy concentration on Earth has finally broken through a certain critical point again. It was as if the universe took a deep breath and then exhaled violently. The entire planet Earth, from its core to the edge of its atmosphere, began an even more violent and frenzied expansion than before. The continental plates were stretched by an invisible hand, the ocean area expanded exponentially, the sky grew higher and higher, and a rumbling sound came from beneath the Earth's crust, the roar of old mountain ranges being torn apart, and new Mountain ranges rising, at one time 4 times, 10 times, 30 times, 100 times. Earth's volume is increasing at an astonishing rate. As the planet expands, countless thick, dragon-like spiritual veins spontaneously emerge from deep underground, weaving together to pump the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth to every corner of the planet. Even more astonishing is the small space that exists on Earth, but in a dimensional rift, where cultivators emerge. In this expansion, like iron filings drawn by a magnet, they emerged from the void. Its spatial structure slowly merged with Earth, and its beautiful scenery was seamlessly integrated into the newly formed Earth's landscape. This dramatic change, like the last one, only lasted a full 10 days. When everything calmed down, Earth's size was now 100,000 times its original size. It is no longer an ordinary planet, but an ultimate life-bearing star radiating boundless vitality and vast energy. At on land, primeval forests stretching for millions of miles appeared. In the ocean, psionic trenches tens of thousands of meters deep were born. And in the atmosphere, iridescent clouds condensed from pure spiritual energy floated. During this expansion, you also took the opportunity to completely overhaul the inheritance monuments scattered across Earth. Today, each stone tablet stands tens of thousands of feet tall, constructed entirely of a material that is neither gold nor jade. Its surface is covered with runes like a galaxy, ceaselessly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and Earth. The greatest innovation lies in the projection of the steel's image into the sea of consciousness of all beings. It is no longer merely a shop for one-way information exchange and item redemption, but has evolved into a global network of interconnected minds. At this moment, all living beings on Earth can project their consciousness into a vast virtual space through the inheritance monument. Here, they can communicate with strangers on the other side of the planet in real time, exchanging tips, trading information, and forming teams for adventures, just like using a chat group. Furthermore, by paying a certain amount of loot points, you can activate the void transfer function, which allows items to be precisely transferred to other players. In this context, the efficiency of cooperation increases exponentially, and the connections between the entire Earth civilization become closer than ever before. After the transformation was completed, you began to carefully examine the profound changes brought about by Earth's expansion, i.e. the most significant discovery is that Earth's planetary will has been fully awakened, the most immediate change resulting from the complete awakening of Earth's will was the epic-level enhancement of the abilities of the gifted ones. Some previously ordinary, or even useless divinely bestowed abilities have been significantly enhanced in essence. The powerful divinely bestowed ability has undergone a qualitative change. The fire-type divinely bestowed ability, ranked high in the sequence, can summon a phantom of the sun's true fire. With a little practice, one can easily move mountains using telekinesis, a gifted ability. Those with precognitive abilities can clearly glimpse fragments of their fate several days in advance. All living beings, whether human or demon, have seen a general increase in their cultivation talent and potential limits, making it easier to break through bottlenecks and greatly enhancing their affinity for spiritual energy. Secondly, the racial fortunes of the human federation and the demon race have become more cohesive and active. Before the establishment of the human federation, the Dragon Kingdom's fate was limited to passively guarding its territory and suppressing abnormal energy within its borders. Up after the human federation successively defeated the demon race and incorporated the immortal cultivators, the human race's fortune was able to actively boost the cultivation speed and comprehension of all humans. Now, racial destiny has become proof of favor from the will of Earth. The stronger the destiny of a race, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy in its settlements will be, making it easier for mineral veins to accumulate, and shortening the growth cycle and improving the quality of spiritual herbs. There may even be unique resource points that only appear under the influence of that race's destiny. More importantly, a strong fortune will bless future generations. The probability of newborns of this race exhibiting exceptional physical qualities or becoming extraordinary geniuses will increase significantly. This subtly motivates all major forces to actively develop and enhance their overall strength in order to vie for the favor of fate. As for the rules of fantasy, they've been unusually well behaved this time. It did not create new fantasy races or disasters out of thin air. It merely provided a comprehensive enhancement to existing fantasy creations, items from novels, games, and films that originated from the collective imagination of humanity, now materialized, possess power even closer to their original settings. The magical treasures and supernatural powers of cultivators, as well as the divine authority of deities, have also been correspondingly strengthened. That currently, the strongest pantheon rulers among the gods have already faintly touched the threshold of the third stage of the transcendent realm. 27 years old, though on this day, the one with the power of destiny received an unprecedented gift amidst the overwhelming wave of the earth's will fully awakening. He developed a deeper connection with Earth. Ultimately, driven by the will of Earth and the destiny of humanity, he successfully refined 365 streams of primordial energy into his innate true Kai, breaking through to the second stage of transcendence and sainthood, the primordial chaos Ki. At 29, the world order is once again undergoing dramatic changes. Under your influence and impetus, the deities residing in various large spaces have finally broken through the barriers of space completely. They awoke from their slumber, their divine might as a prison, their radiance as bright as the sun, and officially descended upon Earth. The gods completely detached themselves from the vast spaces they inhabited. They also fully manifested themselves in the material world. A series of majestic, floating structures hover above Earth's orbit, as if a mythical era has returned. On the eastern horizon, a celestial palace, shrouded in ethereal mist and with its sprawling palaces, floats silently. Among the jade trees and jeweled branches, one can vaguely see fairies dancing and divine generals patrolling. In the western sky, divine light shines brightly, and sacred hymns faintly echo in the heavens, casting a radiant glow. Angels' wings brush against the clouds, bringing peace and majesty. And in the northern void, towering trees reach for the sky, each leaf flowing with the rhythm of life. In the southern horizon, volcanoes float in the air, radiating an aura of heat and power. These spaces are no longer merely the dwelling places of deities, but also sacred sites where they spread their faith and perform miracles. 30 years old, you have explored an area spanning billions of light years centered on Earth. The millions of life-bearing planets have been found. All these crystallizations of wisdom from countless civilizations, combined with the unique laws carried by cultivators and even deities, constantly collide, merge, and evolve within your mind. Finally, in a moment of sudden inspiration, you glimpse the outline of a hazy yet magnificent realm beyond the boundless power of creation. That is no longer simply the accumulation of power or the mastery of rules, but a state of being where one's existence is integrated into the rhythm of the universe, and one's magical power is used to forge all laws. At 32, you have reached the pinnacle of mastering the art of effortless transformation. At this moment, your divine sense can cover an area of 30 million light years. In this vast star field, you seem to have become an invisible, supreme ruler. With a mere thought, stars shift and constellations change, time and space are reversed. Hang it up. Come on, and now that you've reached the limit of your current level, don't hesitate and immediately begin your breakthrough. A month passed quickly. Finally, in the instant that your innate power erased the last vestige of bottleneck, your senses expanded explosively. It might be just a moment, or it might be a long period of immersion. You feel as if you've broken free from the constraints of your body, your consciousness merging with the pulse of the universe. You heard the roar of stars being born, witnessed the silence of black holes devouring matter, and felt the cold, void of the universe's energy flow, i.e. more importantly, you felt the breath of the universe. It was a grand, slow, rhythmic cycle of energy. From creation to annihilation, from expansion to contraction, endless energy flows and transforms between known and unknown dimensions. At the same time, the source of magical power within you, formed by the perfect fusion of primordial Qi, the immortal Yang spirit, and the indestructible body during your breakthrough to the pure Yang true body, exploded. This is not destruction, but an ultimate sublimation. The source of magical power after the explosion did not dissipate, but instead transformed into billions of tiny primordial particles, slowly and steadily reorganizing in accordance with the rhythm of the universe's great energy cycle. With each reorganization, these particles draw nourishment from your Tao and principle, causing their essence to continuously elevate. Disperse, recombine, disperse again, recombine again. This cycle repeats endlessly, countless times over. Finally, at a certain moment, all the particles completed their final fusion. A radiance, indescribable in color and beyond words, emanates from within you. You have broken through to the fifth stage of transcendence, the return of all laws to their origin. At this moment, all your supernatural powers, Taoist techniques, and understanding of rules have been incorporated into that sublimated source of magical power. The quality of magical power underwent a dramatic transformation. Each strand contained the seeds of creation and destruction, like a miniature universe in its embryonic form. You can also, like the universe itself, continuously draw infinite energy from the depths of those unknowable and unpredictable dimensions. If the ability to create anything at will can be described as having great supernatural power, then the return of all laws to their source truly deserves the description of boundless magical power, possessing extraordinary abilities and boundless magical power. At this point, you can be revered as a great supernatural being. Although after breaking through to this realm, only magical power received a leap in improvement. Basic attributes such as physical strength and spiritual power did not increase significantly. However, the source of power that, after sublimation, can resonate with the universe, can grant you the ability to briefly merge with the universe. In this state, you can directly perceive the deepest structural laws of the universe, and your power will increase at a rate far exceeding any previous level. At 33 years old, in just 1 year, the range of your divine sense has increased dramatically from 30 million light-years to 100 million light-years. At this point, the extent of the universe you have explored has reached a radius of tens of billions of light-years. Seriously, is this universe only recently born? Because you have explored such a vast universe, witnessed countless civilizations, yet have not discovered a single being capable of truly traversing the cosmos and wielding its rules. The strongest beings are merely the rulers of civilizations controlling several star systems or ancient beings, far inferior to your level. Moreover, you've also noticed an interesting phenomenon. Life forms hundreds of millions of light-years away from Earth exhibit the most advanced civilizations and supernatural powers. Furthermore, the farther away from Earth, the stronger the overall civilizations encountered. and the more complex and profound their extraordinary systems become. Yes, that fits the storyline where Earth is the starting village, and the further you go, the more and stronger the enemies you encounter. However, when the distance exceeded 10 billion light-years, the situation changed abruptly. Powerful life forms are becoming increasingly rare, and traces of civilization are gradually fading. At a distance of hundreds of billions of light-years, life-bearing planets are as rare as drops of water in a desert. What lies beyond are mostly giant celestial bodies, such as stars, neutron stars, and black holes, silent and cold. You speculate that the universe may be vast, but the birth and propagation of life may have only just begun. This region, spanning hundreds of billions of light-years and centered on Earth, may be the only oasis of life in the universe at present. 34 years old. On this day, as you were comprehending the rules deep within the void, suddenly an unprecedentedly violent fluctuation in space-time occurred. The feeling was as if two enormous creatures had collided violently invisibly. Immediately afterwards, the space surrounding Earth began to tremble violently, and the lines of its laws twisted and tore. You suddenly open your eyes and see that the space where Earth is located has transformed into a lake where a giant rock has been thrown in, with visible, distorted ripples spreading outwards. Immediately afterwards, the entire Earth began to tremble slightly, a tremor originating from space itself, as if the whole world was being pulled apart by some external force. The phantom image of a planet, gradually becoming clearer, is slowly merging with the coordinates of Earth. The planet was slightly smaller than Earth, shrouded in a layer of dim gray mist like a dull lead ball, silently suspended in the void. Is the fantasy invasion not enough? There's even a parallel world merging? Is Earth really that plagued by disasters? You complained as you used your divine sense to extend towards the gray planet. As your perception deepens, you discern some resemblance to Earth within the outline of that planet. However, this planet gives you a completely different feeling. Its will seems to have fallen into a deep silence. It lacks the vibrant, spiritual pulse of Earth, possessing only a cold, oppressive, almost solidified, gray atmosphere. The planetary consciousness of this planet seems to have slightly died. What will shock you even more is that, through this gray planet, your divine sense seems to penetrate a thin membrane, glimpsing the vast and boundless cosmic backdrop behind it. That is a parallel universe that is extremely similar to your universe, yet completely different. The stars were arranged in similar patterns, but the overall tone was gray and cold, as if shrouded in a perpetual twilight. Currently, these two separate universes are beginning a slow and irreversible process of merging, with Earth and the gray planet as their point of contact. The power of rules is quietly unfolding. While you were carefully observing the gray planet, chaos was already brewing on Earth. Countless living beings, while walking, working, or sleeping, were suddenly pulled by an invisible spatial force and plunged into a hazy gray world. There, the Earth was cracked, the sky was gloomy, and the air was filled with the stench of decay and despair. Various twisted and malevolent creatures roamed about. Some fought back in terror, killing the strange creatures, and inexplicably returned to Earth. Others remained there forever. That gray, gloomy world is part of the gray planet. The two planets interacted on a spatial level, creating brief connection channels in certain areas, causing life forms to randomly traverse between the two worlds. 3 months after the appearance of the gray planet, various forces on Earth, through countless cases of time travel and intelligence gathering, finally grasped its general outline. This gray planet is indeed an isomorphic counterpart of Earth in a parallel universe, but it's not called Earth, it's called Blue Star. Blue Star was originally a vibrant planet, similar in size to Earth, and developed a unique, supernatural system. That is a cultivation path based on spiritual resonance and dreams. About 200 years ago, a special space called the Nightmare Realm began to appear on Earth. These spaces seem to be attached to the abyss of the collective unconscious, inhabited by all sorts of bizarre creatures that defy common sense. Initially, whenever a human fell into a deep sleep, their consciousness could potentially descend into the realm of nightmares. There, they can gain extraordinary power by slaying bizarre creatures and absorbing the nightmare essence released when they dissipate. Furthermore, after completing certain events, one can obtain extraordinary items evolved from the rules of the nightmare. Then, however, the nightmare realm is extremely dangerous. The bizarre creatures there are not only terrifying in appearance, but their abilities are also unpredictable and difficult to defend against. You cannot escape the dream unless you kill a certain number of strange creatures or meet certain conditions. And if one dies in the nightmare realm, their physical body in reality will also wither away. In response to this disaster, countries around Earth developed powerful anti-sleep drugs in an attempt to keep their citizens awake and prevent them from falling into nightmares. But as time went on, people discovered with despair that the realm of nightmares was beginning to descend from the dream world into the real world. These real-life nightmare realms have even more distorted rules, and the bizarre creatures within them have become increasingly powerful and ferocious. Their range continues to expand, and they have even begun to actively prey on all living beings within their territory, regardless of whether they are asleep. Faced with an escalating crisis, escape is no longer an option. The nations of Earth were forced to change their strategies, organizing elite forces to proactively enter the nightmare realm for exploration and research, attempting to understand its true nature, and by utilizing the extraordinary energy contained within, combined with the existing extraordinary systems native to Earth, even more powerful means of countermeasures can be developed. These courageous pioneers were known as nightmare walkers. They danced on the edge of a knife, exchanging their lives for intelligence and power, gradually becoming the backbone of Earth's resistance against the encroachment of nightmares. The turning point came about 100 years ago. And after overcoming numerous hardships, a top-tier nightmare walker successfully broke through the core rules of a small nightmare realm, eliminating its main source of anomalies. After accomplishing this feat, he was astonished to discover that he had been able to connect with the very essence of that realm. Then, by absorbing or controlling it, one can ascend to become the master of this nightmare realm, that is, the Lord of Nightmares. The benefits of becoming the Lord of Nightmares are immense. Not only can one gain near-divine power within this realm, invoking its rules and strength, but one's own life level is also elevated and lifespan is greatly extended. This news spread like wildfire, instantly igniting the ambitions of the entire Nightmare Walker community and even the entire Blue Star Society. The pursuit of power and immortality is an instinct of life, and countless travelers have followed one after another, throwing themselves into the conquest of various nightmare realms, yearning to replicate that pioneer's success and become the master of a region. In a short time, many nightmare lords emerged on Earth, each controlling nightmare domains of varying size. By establishing a power centered on themselves, humanity's ability to combat the supernatural appears to have significantly increased. However, this failed to reverse the fundamental decline. The arrival and expansion of the nightmare realm appears to be an irreversible, ultimate phenomenon. Although a nightmare lord has emerged from among humanity, new and more powerful nightmare realms continue to appear, descend, and merge. Countless nightmare realms, like a persistent, insidious infection, have continuously seeped into the material structure of Earth, causing its volume to expand abnormally over the past 200 years. An even more noticeable change is that the once azure planet has gradually lost its vibrant colors, its oceans and lands stained by the long-term influence of the nightmare's power. The entire planet was shrouded in a perpetually gloomy gray hue, becoming the gray planet that the Earthlings see today. To this day, the individual strength of humanity on Earth, especially among the top nightmare lords and their elite warriors, indeed, they have reached a level comparable to a god on Earth. However, the planet's overall environment has deteriorated drastically. The boundary between the nightmare realm and the real world is becoming increasingly blurred, with large areas permanently transformed into dangerous zones teeming with bizarre creatures. The city was divided and enveloped by immense dimensional power, and the survivor settlements were like isolated islands in a raging storm. Enlivening on the power of the Nightmare Lord and a formidable defense system, they barely survive. The former glory of civilization and peaceful life have long since become unattainable legends. Earth has become a gray world where power and despair coexist. Now, this ravaged gray planet, carrying endless nightmares, has crossed cosmic boundaries and overlapped with Earth in terms of space-time dimensions. The threads of fate between the two worlds were thus intertwined. In your view, the Nightmare Realm is not merely a disaster, but also a form of fantasy invasion. It is the condensation and manifestation of distorted fantasy rules in reality. It's like a mirror world reflecting fear and chaos, extracting the deepest nightmares from the hearts of intelligent beings. For example, fear, despair, absurdity. Then it solidifies into a tangible entity, forming isolated yet interconnected anomalous regions that erode the very foundations of reality. These areas operate according to their own set of rules, but those rules often defy common sense and are full of contradictions. Like a scribble carelessly painted by a mad god, seemingly traceable, yet fraught with danger at every turn. That's right, like Earth, Blue Star has also been infiltrated by the rules of fantasy, only the manifestations are completely different. What Earth faces are more fantastical entities, imbued with mythology and possessing a tendency towards order. They may bring conflict, but they also bring the possibility of cultural exchange and a diversification of power systems. But what Blue Star encountered was a nightmare rare realm that was completely biased towards negativity. Malice. The rules there inherently reject reason and order, constantly breeding bizarre beings devoid of reason and only capable of destruction. This difference is not randomly assigned. It likely conceals deeper cosmic laws, based on your deductions, even without your intervention. Earth's humans would experience turmoil when facing the fantasy invasion. However, the overall structure of civilization can still maintain basic stability. This is mainly because Earth itself possesses a strong foundation of extraordinary potential, and the nation has long been psychologically and institutionally prepared for the supernatural. More importantly, the innate ability system on Earth possesses extremely high potential. Furthermore, while many divinely bestowed abilities may lack destructive power, they are highly functional. Furthermore, those demon races born from the rules of fantasy, the cultivators who descended, and even the gods, mostly possess complete intelligence and emotions. They understand how to weigh the pros and cons, and each has its own stance and demands. They are not purely disruptive, but rather forces that can communicate, cooperate, and even check and balance. This stands in stark contrast to the bizarre creatures in the nightmare realm of Blue Star, who are completely chaotic and act solely on instinct. Before the invasion, Earth's overall foundation for extraordinary abilities was relatively weak. and society lacked a system cope with extraordinary events. But what it encountered was an invasion of the nightmare realm, a type of invasion with distorted rules and a tendency towards destruction. The combination of these two factors led to the rapid fall of Earth and the near collapse of civilization. E is for why Earth attracts this particular type of fantasy invasion. You speculate that it might be related to the overall bias of its universe. Judging from its gray and cold color, perhaps the underlying rules of that universe are more inclined towards darkness. This provides fertile ground for the proliferation of the nightmare realm, From this comparison, it's possible that fantasy invasion is not simply an act of aggression. It's more like a way for some higher being to integrate different rule systems into the world. You thought thoughtfully. You don't know if there's an unknown powerful entity deliberately manipulating things behind the scenes, or if some kind of pre-programmed cosmic program is running automatically. However, it is certain that different worlds may experience vastly different forms of fantasy invasion due to their unique characteristics. During these 3 months of exploring the nightmare realm, you not only figured out its internal rules and weaknesses, i.e. he also conveniently projected the physical form of the monument of inheritance onto Earth. To be honest, this so-called nightmare lord system is practically locked in its potential. It's nowhere near as promising as cultivating alongside you. 35 years old, a full year has passed since the phenomenon of the spatial overlap between Earth and Blue Star began. As the integration between the two realms deepens, the spatial barriers between them are becoming increasingly thinner, and personnel exchanges are becoming more frequent. Almost every day, inhabitants of Earth or the Blue Planet are transported to other planets due to spatial fluctuations. Among them were both those who were accidentally drawn in and explorers who deliberately crossed boundaries. After gaining a preliminary understanding of the current situation on Earth, the Earth-based forces quickly organized a large-scale exploration operation. The nightmare realm is a catastrophe for humanity on Earth, but it is not insurmountable for the Earth's inhabitants, who have been influenced by you and have long cultivated the transcendental system, especially those cultivators who have reached a transcendent state. They discovered the process of becoming the Lord of Nightmares within the nightmare realm. It can even help them perceive the laws of heaven and earth more clearly. Even more enticing is the large amount of kill points you can obtain while clearing the nightmare realm. Thus, an unexpected dungeon crawling craze has swept across Earth's cultivation world. In less than a year, about 1/10 of the nightmare realm on Earth was cleared out by cultivators from Earth, who treated it like a dungeon. They entered as a team, studied the loopholes in the rules, and worked together to eliminate the source of the strange phenomenon. Their efficiency left the native survivors of Earth speechless. Many Earthlings witnessed the Earth's powerful warriors sweeping through the nightmare realm as if it were nothing, and couldn't help but sigh in shock. Seriously? Are people in other parallel worlds this fierce? This contrast also ignited a strong desire among the Earthlings to catch up. They began to cultivate the orthodox, transcendent system they had obtained from the Monument of Inheritance with even greater intensity. They discarded the nightmare system, which they had initially come into contact with out of necessity for survival, as if it were worthless, a nightmare system. Even a dog wouldn't fix that. At 36 years old, under your watchful gaze, the merging of the two planets enters its final stage. Birth and Earth are no longer merely spatial overlaps, but rather intertwine and recombine at the level of matter and rules, ultimately merging into one. The fusion of planetary wills is particularly crucial. The will of Blue Star has been severely weakened by the long-term erosion of nightmares. while the will of Earth is relatively strong and active. Ultimately, the will of Earth became the dominant core after the fusion, absorbing the remaining essence of the will of Earth. This process is not one of absorption, but rather one of complementarity and repair. You can sense that the will and authority of the newly formed planet are more complete. The ability to control the will of the universe, and even to regulate the rules of the universe, has also improved as if a missing part has been filled in. The changes brought about by planetary fusion go far beyond the level of will. The native inhabitants of both Earth and Blue Star felt a sudden leap in their own talents. This enhancement differs from the gradual increase brought about by previous rises in spiritual energy concentration. It is more like a replenishment of the essence of life. The talent enhancement brought about by the spiritual energy revival is due to environmental optimization, while the current change is a result of the planet's improved status. Through your investigation, you have understood the reason for your talent enhancement. The planet's upgrade even slightly enhanced your talents, but compared to your current strength, this improvement is negligible. Meanwhile, the vast universes to which the two planets belonged also began a slow, but grand collision and merging. A cosmic merging is a much longer process than planetary mergers, even with factors that could accelerate it. Would still take at least several hundred years, or even longer. During this period, the rules of the two universes will constantly rub against, collide with, and adapt to each other. This, however, is a rare opportunity for you. When rules collide, their true nature is revealed greatly, enhancing your understanding and comprehension of the laws. You begin to consciously track these ripples of cosmic rules, viewing them as yet another aid to your cultivation. 37 years old. With the coordinated efforts of the Blue Star Human Alliance, the Earth Star Human Federation, the Demon Race, and the Gods, all remaining nightmare domains on the original Blue Star territory were completely eradicated. When the last eerie source of the nightmare realm was eliminated, all living beings on the entire source star, the name of the planet formed by the merging of Earth and Blue Star and referred to as such from now on, felt a sense of lightness, as if some invisible shackles had snapped. All beings who participated in the conquest, regardless of their faction, noticed a significant improvement in their cultivation, with even long-standing bottlenecks showing signs of loosening. This feeling is like the feedback from heaven and earth after surviving a great calamity. A realization dawns on you. To verify your conjecture, you briefly synchronize your consciousness with the rules of the universe, gaining a deeper understanding of the current state of the source planet. Not only has the oppressive grayness that once shrouded the planetary level completely dissipated, the world's rules have also returned to a clear and flowing state, even more vibrant and energetic than before the fusion. I guessed right. When fantasy invasion develops to a certain point, it itself becomes a calamity. Or rather, the fantastical invasion of Earth has evolved into a catastrophe engulfing the entire planet through long-term erosion. And the fantasy invasion on Earth, under your influence, has not yet escalated to the point of catastrophe. After the two stars merged, this calamity became a test that the entire origin star had to face together. If not eliminated in time, the nightmare rules will gradually corrupt every corner of the newborn planet, eventually plunging it into utter chaos. And now that the calamity has passed, all beings involved have received feedback on their tribulation. The improvement in cultivation level is merely the surface. The deeper level lies in the subtle increase in innate talent and the purification of the essence of life. 38 years old, another violent space-time fluctuation occurred, followed by intense spatial turbulence around the source star. Another parallel universe counterpart of the source star is about to merge with the source star. Unlike Earth, this planet is very small, or rather, very small compared to an enlarged version of Earth, only half the size of the original Earth. However, although this planet is small, the threats it poses are not insignificant. If the Earth before was, in terms of both appearance and rules, bleak as so, according to the rules, this planet should be completely black, and all of this was caused by a vast, bizarre world attached to the depths of that planet's space. Through the veil of time and space, you can see rules that are utterly distorted. The laws of physics are broken there, and causal logic becomes absurd. Furthermore, there are numerous beings that are directly materialized from these distorted rules. They take various forms, some are tangible, others are like concepts. But what they have in common is that they all exude a strong erosion and malice towards the normal order. It wasn't just the eerie world, the entire primordial universe surrounding that planet exuded a deathly silence. The rules themselves are rigid and cold, as if all possibilities have been frozen. Against this backdrop, the planet parasitized by the bizarre world seems more like an alien that has fallen into that world of death, appearing utterly out of place. Faced with the invasion of vengeful spirits, the people of this planet developed a system of spirit tamers, which emphasizes using vengeful spirits to fight vengeful spirits. My name is Yang Jian. By the time you see this, I will already be dead. Looking at the scene before you, this passage inexplicably pops into your mind. The thing in that eerie space looked exactly like a so-called new era vengeful ghost with rules for killing. Unlike traditional ghosts that can only cause colds or be harmed by yang energy, the vengeful ghosts of the new era are practically the embodiment of rules. What reboot time? Meme-based murder? Immortality is nothing compared to that. Although the vengeful spirits created by these rules have limitations, they are truly powerful in certain aspects. To do with the current strength of Yuanxing, it's capable of dealing with the vengeful spirits appearing on that planet, but it's not enough to deal with the vengeful spirits within the strange world. It seems I need to impose some restrictions. I can't let those vengeful ghosts destroy my core business. As you kept pointing, boundless magical power, imbued with divine might, transformed into a golden stream of light, piercing through immeasurable space and disappearing into the strange world deep within that planet's space. The moment the flowing light touched the fundamental rules of this bizarre world, it suddenly blossomed and differentiated. Countless phantom chains of rules, composed of pure order and oppressive power, appeared out of thin air. These chains of rules ignore the twisted logic within this bizarre world, penetrating directly into its core and most chaotic darkest areas. Those super powerful ghosts, dormant or active in the depths, capable of easily distorting reality and causing large-scale corruption of rules, are bound and sealed by these chains, firmly imprisoned deep within this bizarre world, cutting off any possibility of them directly entering the real universe. Furthermore, the projection of the Monument of Heritage instantly appeared above that planet. All the vengeful spirits that have appeared in the mortal world are firmly confined within a certain area by the power of the Inheritance Monument, becoming training grounds for them. You withdrew your gaze from the merging planet, a barely perceptible smile playing at the corners of your lips. Not bad. I can now say without boasting that I, Lin Yu, have ended the era of the supernatural. Having seen that there were no major problems, you then fell into a deeper state of reflection. The collision of the rules of the three great universes presents a rare opportunity for enlightenment. You've solved the biggest problem. The rest will naturally be handled by your subordinates. Meanwhile, on Earth Abyss Star, the end of the supernatural era caused a complete uproar. As the projection of the monument of inheritance slowly unfolded like a celestial curtain, covering the entire sky of Earth Abyss Star, its vast pressure caused all living beings to tremble in their souls. As some powerful ghost tamers turned deathly pale the moment they sensed that incomprehensible fluctuation of rules. They believed this was the awakening of a world-destroying demon slumbering deep within space, poised to devour the entire world. And many people have even given up resistance and are preparing to surrender. Who could have imagined that the enormous shadow of the monument would suddenly emit a brilliant golden light? The light was not dazzling, but warm like the morning sun in spring, carrying an undeniable majesty. Where the golden light reached, the eerie, chilling aura that permeated the entire planet dissipated rapidly, like melting ice and snow. Those terrifying, vengeful spirits roaming the land were instantly frozen in place under the golden light. What shocked the ghost tamers even more were the restless, vengeful spirits within them, constantly trying to turn against their hosts. Under the suppression of this golden light, it has fallen into an unprecedented state of malfunction. Many demon tamers collapsed to the ground, feeling the first peace in years, their eyes welling with tears. But immediately afterwards, a vast stream of information flooded into everyone's mind. That was a sophisticated cultivation method. The foundational method of transcending mortality. Could it be that not only have vengeful spirits revived, but even the gods have revived? Many ghost tamers have had this suspicion, otherwise this phenomenon cannot be explained. Let's not mention the ghost tamers who know the truth about the resurgence of vengeful spirits. The ordinary people on Earth Abyss, unaware of the truth, had their entire worldview shattered upon seeing the towering, sky-obscuring monument. In the city square, people looked up, dumbfounded, as the golden light poured down. Some people knelt in prayer. Others took photos frantically. After all, in an era of highly advanced technological civilization, the sudden appearance of such a mythical scene is enough to overturn all perceptions. Social media completely crashed. All platforms were discussing this miracle. Some experts have attempted to explain this using theories such as spatial projection and collective illusion. Soon, a month had passed since the end of the supernatural era. During this month, as the Source Star and the Abyss Star crossed paths, due to spatial overlap, the Abyss Star also gained a general understanding of the situation from the Source Star's perspective. Meanwhile, on the Origin Star side, they learned from the accounts of the Earth Abyss Star people how the Inheritance Monument had unleashed its power. To be honest, although all the beings on Origin Star know that the master behind this Monument of Inheritance is most likely keeping an eye on Origin Star, many beings speculate that the little black creature who continues to broadcast the trial daily is your incarnation. Because so far, no one has been able to escape Xiao Hei's judgment, nor has anyone been able to stop it. However, they can't be 100% certain until you actually make a move. But this time, learning about the eruption of the Inheritance Monument from the Earth Abyss Star people confirmed their suspicions. At 39 years old, at this time, all the ghost tamers on Earth Origin Star have switched to the Transcendent Saint system, while the previous ghost tamers could possess various illogical and rule-based abilities through the vengeful spirits within them. They were still just ordinary people. Unless the vengeful spirit being controlled possesses physical abilities, it is still possible for an ordinary person to kill it single-handedly. But after cultivating the transcendental system, their weaknesses are gradually being addressed. Furthermore, in the Inheritance shop, you've pinned a spellbook titled The Refining Ghost Technique. This incantation, though inexpensive, is a boon to those who tame ghosts. A ghost tamer can use the Ghost Refining Technique to gradually refine the vengeful spirits within their body, completely transforming them into their own power. Regardless of their strength, the vengeful spirits on Earth Abyss's star can all be considered products of distorted rules, and their essence is not inferior. After refining, it can greatly enhance a cultivator's cultivation level. For cultivators who have mastered the ghost refining technique, vengeful ghosts are resources for improving their cultivation. And so, a grand hunt began. The vengeful spirits of the rules you sealed on the planet Abyss, and the powerful vengeful spirits in the bizarre world bound by chains of rules. This has become a new dungeon to be farmed. Whether they are from the Abyss Star or are cultivators from the Source Star, they can team up to enter the dungeon, explore the rules of the vengeful spirits' killing methods, and attempt to control or seal them. Once you successfully control the vengeful spirit, you can use the ghost refining technique to refine it and enhance your cultivation. Suddenly, strategy guide groups and hunting clubs sprang up like mushrooms after rain. The Heritage Forum, a forum built around a projection of the Heritage Monument, is filled with popular posts, says Guide to Clearing the Blood-Clad Bride Dungeon, analysis of the Headless Horseman killing rules, and a three-person team's record of refining the nightmare. The cultivators complained about the eerie and troublesome nature of the vengeful ghosts, yet excitedly shared their joy at the sudden surge in their cultivation levels. At 40 years old, the Abyss Star and the bizarre world attached to its deeper dimensions have been completely integrated into the Source Star. The clash of rules among the three universes has become more pronounced. Your cultivation level is increasing at a faster rate. You capture, analyze, and absorb every spark generated by the clash of rules. Your understanding of the origin of all things is becoming increasingly profound. The essence of this realm is to refine one's magical power with countless rules to strengthen oneself. Your divine sense now covers an area of billions of light years, and this is far from reaching the limit of the fifth transformation of transcending the ordinary and entering sainthood, the realm of returning all laws to their origin. Or one could say that this realm has no limit. As long as one comprehends enough rules and has a deep enough understanding of them, one's strength can continue to improve. But this kind of power boost isn't what you want. While accumulating quantity is important, what you need is fundamental change. Fortunately, the collision of the three major cosmic rules, coupled with some mysteries gleaned from the ascension of the Source Star will, a special being, helped. You've successfully touched the shadow of the next level. If this happens few more times with a few more intense clashes of rules, before long, you will be able to deduce the next realm of the return of all things to their origin. 41 years old, several deities from the Origin Star God faction, including God, Odin, Zeus, and the Jade Emperor, whose power reached the level of the pantheon rulers surrounding Chunyang Zenren. After switching to the Transcendental Sainthood system and cultivating for several years, he successfully broke through to the third transformation of Transcendental Sainthood, the pure Yang true body, his powerful divine foundation. A god reshaped his divine body with holy light, infusing the laws of heaven into his pure Yang form. Odin used the world tree as a base, inscribing runes into the core of his true form. Zeus drew upon the thunderbolts of the heavens to refine his divine body, and the power of the Olympian gods transformed into pure Yang fire. The Jade Emperor then mobilized the heavenly court's fortune, using the illusory image of the 33 heavens to condense a pure Yang Dao foundation, i.e. air. Their breakthrough triggered extraordinary celestial phenomena that lasted for several days above the Origin Star's heavens. A radiant glow, divine music, and intertwined chains of rules manifested. And this happened 2 months after these pantheon leaders completed their breakthroughs. A cultivator at the peak of the second stage of the Transcendent Saint realm in the Human Federation of Origin Star. By refining 3 terrifying demonic spirits that symbolized the 3 aspects of essence, energy, and spirit, he successfully broke through to the 3rd stage of transcendence and sainthood. He became the first native being of Origin Star to condense a pure yang true body. This cultivator's breakthrough directly spurred on the others, accelerating their progress in conquering the rule-breaking, vengeful spirits. However, some of the more sinister spirits deep within this eerie world can already be considered terrifying demons, even evil gods. His strength even surpasses that of ordinary pure yang true body realm experts. They are no longer simply products of rule distortion, but have developed a rudimentary sense of self, able to proactively weave rules and create their own divine kingdom. This is far beyond what the current Origin Star can conquer. Even when several pure yang true body realm experts joined forces, they couldn't defeat any of the evil gods. 42 years old. The familiar fluctuations in spacetime resounded once more. The planet that will overlap with the source star this time is called Water Blue Star. Its planetary size is significantly larger than that of the current Origin Star. Furthermore, in the deeper dimensions of this planet, there are many black spaces of varying sizes. Some of the larger black spaces are not much smaller than the eerie world itself. All the black spaces combined are more than 10 times larger than the eerie world. The cultivators on the planet Aquamarine call these dark spaces caves. A vast group of ferocious beasts lives within the cave. The ferocious beasts come in various forms, some as large as mountains, others as mysterious as ghosts, but they all share the characteristics of being enormous, having tenacious vitality, and possessing various innate supernatural abilities. These ferocious beasts would occasionally break through the spatial barrier between the underground caves and the blue planet, entering the planet and causing significant damage. A massive horde of ferocious beasts can easily destroy a city. Several massive beast tides have occurred throughout history, the most severe of which nearly destroyed 1/3 of the civilization on planet water. However, the cave also contains many precious resources for cultivation. For example, blood crystals that can temper the physical body, soul jades that nourish the soul, Tao source ore containing fragments of laws, and many precious spiritual herbs. Faced with these precious resources, the warriors of Aquamarine built high-walled cities to defend against the beast tides, while simultaneously forming pioneering groups to actively venture into the underground caves, searching for resources and hunting ferocious beasts on the brink of death to obtain evolution materials. The extraordinary system possessed by Planet Blue is also martial arts, but its development in martial arts is different. A life-bearing planet far surpassing Earth, and even other cultivation and martial arts systems in the Earth universe, from body tempering, meridian opening, and ki condensation, to the spiritual sea and divine will, to elixir transformation, primordial spirit, and dharma form, and finally, the ultimate realm of a martial artist, the heaven and earth realm. The martial artists at the heaven and earth realm are also known as heaven and earth martial gods. Heavenly martial god, by unleashing his dharma body, can absorb the power of the universe, possessing terrifying strength capable of traversing the cosmos and seizing stars and the moon. And based on preliminary comparative assessment, its life level and combat strength are roughly equivalent to the pure yang true body realm within the transcendent saint system. However, even with such a powerful martial arts system, Water Blue Star is still far inferior to the underworld in terms of overall strength. Because there are dozens of ferocious beasts at the level of martial gods within the cave. Even in the depths of some vast underground caves, there are beings beyond the martial god level, known as beast emperors, whose strength is unfathomable. And on the planet Water Blue, there are only 7 human martial gods. The reason why the planet Water Blue hasn't swallowed by the underground world is mainly due to several key factors. First, the underground world is not a unified whole. Fierce territorial disputes and intergroup conflicts exist among the various ferocious beast factions, often erupting into civil war. Secondly, for a martial god-level ferocious beast to cross the spatial barrier and enter Water Blue Star needs to consume a large amount of its primordial power, and will be suppressed by the rules of Water Blue Star's heaven and earth, resulting in a 20% to 30% decrease in strength. Furthermore, although the 7 martial gods of Water Blue Star are few in number, they are skilled in combined attack formations. Relying on the Sky Fortress and the Heaven and Earth Grand Array built over generations, they can unleash combat power several times greater than their own in defensive battles. This meant that although Water Blue Star only had 7 martial god-level experts, they were still able to barely hold off the ferocious beast's attacks. You can also occasionally explore some weaker caves to search for cultivation resources. The ferocious beasts periodically launch small to medium-sized beast hides, depleting human strength and plundering surface resources. Human warriors continued to venture deeper into the underground caverns, employing guerrilla tactics to hunt ferocious beasts and gather resources, and establishing outposts at key locations to block the beasts' attacks. A delicate balance has been struck between the two. But this balance is gradually tilting, and in a way that is unfavorable to Earth. The energy fluctuations emanating from the depths of the underground cave are growing stronger, and the spatial barrier is weakening year by year. The rate at which new generations of human martial gods are being born is far outpaced by the increasing frequency of attacks from ferocious beasts. However, this situation was alleviated as the blue planet began to spatially overlap with the source planet. In the eyes of cultivators from the origin star, the underground caves are large-scale dungeons comparable to the bizarre worlds. Not only do they contain precious resources, but the ferocious beasts themselves are also extremely valuable cultivation resources. All the flesh and blood of ferocious beasts can provide a large amount of blood energy. Ferocious beasts with strength above the core formation realm will also have ferocious beast crystal cores condensed within their bodies. That is an extremely pure energy core. Upon reaching the Dharma aspect realm, the crystal core within a ferocious beast even contains the laws it has comprehended, which can aid in its cultivation. It can be said that every part of it is a treasure, although in terms of high-end combat power, even the combined forces of Origin Star and Water Blue Star are still far inferior to those of the underground cave. However, cultivators on Origin Star, as well as martial artists on Water Blue Star today, can exchange various powerful items with you. With the aid of various items, extraordinary powerhouses are exceptionally difficult to deal with and kill. Even if you get killed, you have resurrection items here. All these factors combined make this a low-budget version of the fourth calamity. Yet therefore, following the bizarre world, the underground world also began to suffer. You did not recruit the ferocious beasts as your subordinates. The main issue is that most ferocious beasts lack intelligence, although they may develop some degree of sentience after reaching the core formation stage. However, the overall tone remains fierce and cruel. In terms of alignment, it could sit at the same table as the evil gods of the supernatural world. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been called a ferocious beast by the people of the blue planet. Currently, the dungeon seems more suitable as a resource farming instance. at 43 years old, the blue star and the source star completely merged. Mountains, oceans, and atmosphere reorganized amidst silent tremors, and the will of the source star grew once more. The arrival of humans from the blue planet has greatly strengthened the human power on the source planet compared to previous eras. The demons and gods, seeing this was not working, began recruiting their own kind from other mission worlds on a larger scale. The demon race recruits animals with exceptional talents, or rare and exotic beasts, including divine beasts, i.e. the divine realm recruits spirits born from natural elements or innate beings born with the will of the planet. With the planetary merging complete, your perception of the universe, to which Water Blue Star originally belonged, has suddenly increased. That once blurry cosmic membrane is now as transparent as a mirror. You can see countless galaxies twinkling like points of light, and hear the rhythm of their movement. Even more noteworthy is the aura. You sensed a powerful aura from that universe, equivalent to the fourth stage of the transcendental realm. They are scattered throughout the universe. Some lie dormant at the edge of black holes in meditation, some wander on the surface of stars, and some have even refined entire galaxies into their own domain. Judging from the quantity and quality of powerful beings, the cultivation civilization in this universe is clearly more prosperous than those in the other universes that are currently merging. Interesting. The cultivation system in this universe has probably developed to a fairly sophisticated level. However, the owner of the most powerful aura is more than 100 million light-years away from planet Aquamarine. They may have sensed fluctuations at the level of rules generated by the cosmic collision. But they are still unaware that the merging of their own universes is centered around the blue planet. After all, who could have imagined that this cataclysmic event, affecting several universes, would originate from an ordinary planet in a remote galaxy? This alone demonstrates the extraordinary nature of Earth and its isotopes. That's true. No other planets can be considered the origin of the universes like Earth's. Perhaps Earth and other similar entities in the universe are fragments of some higher world. It's understandable that you would guess that, because you've seen this kind of setup a lot in novels from your previous life. This speculation makes you even more excited about the upcoming fusion. If Earth truly has an extraordinary origin, then this cosmic fusion may not be merely a simple patchwork of several worlds, but rather a deeper reorganization and return to the origins of the universe. As you pondered this, you separated countless fragments of your spirit, sending them, starting from the blue planet, to the depths of its universe. These divine divisions will traverse the galaxy, recording the cultivation systems, civilization forms, and power levels of that universe. Since it can nurture a powerhouse at the fourth transformation level, its cultivation path must have unique aspects. Of course, your use of clones to travel to that universe, or even the other universes involved in the fusion, does not mean that the powerful beings in that universe can freely travel between multiple universes. Even the origin star, a node in the fusion of multiple universes. The more powerful an existence is, the more difficult it is for it to travel between different universes through the node of the source star. Not everyone is as lucky as you. 48 years old. Two more planets have spatially overlapped with the source star. Unlike before, these two planets appeared simultaneously. Before merging with the source star, the two planets had already begun to slightly overlap. The process of cosmic merging isn't just happening on Earth. Immediately realized this. What does this mean? It means that the collision and merging of the universes may be part of a larger event. The node where Earth is located may be an important one, but it is by no means the only one. Similar connections are also occurring between other universes, only they may differ in scale and form, i.e. the most significant similarity is probably that they both use Earth's isotopes as nodes. You intently observe these two newly added planets. The first planet, similar in size to the original Earth, but its civilization had already entered the mature interstellar age. Your divine sense swept across the area and detected active human signals in hundreds of star systems. Space cities revolve around gas giants, interstellar fleets traverse stargates, and the lights of colonies connect in a network in the dark space. This civilization follows a purely technological path. Their warships were as large as mountains, and the energy fluctuations emitted when their main cannons were charging were enough to make stars tremble. Their shield technology has advanced to the point where it can briefly withstand a supernova explosion. Their AI network connects every corner, from planetary management to fleet command, with astonishing efficiency. But their enemy is equally formidable. The Zerg, known as the cataclysmic beings. These insectoids are not an alien race. They were initially just ordinary surface creatures. However, at some point, they began to evolve at a rate that defies common sense. The carapace became harder than alloy. The mouthparts could tear through warship armor, and some individuals even developed the ability to manipulate energy and warp space. But what's even more terrifying is their reproductive rate and herd mentality. Like a cosmic-scale locust plague, they leave planets desolate in their wake. In a very short time, they became a space race capable of challenging humanity. While humanity on another planet has also entered the interstellar age, they have developed a superpower system, commonly known as special abilities. The superpower wasn't innate. It was acquired during a catastrophe. Their enemy was zombies. That's right. It was the zombie virus that helped humans awaken their superpowers. And the zombies they faced could no longer be called zombies. Because with evolution, zombies built their own cities and developed unique forms of civilization. They were no longer mindless ghouls. Instead, they are a new race with social structures, biotechnology trees, and even art and philosophy. Normally, zombies would have evolved into a new race by now, i.e. the native humans on this planet are incapable of developing to the interstellar age. They should have been wiped out long ago. You'll soon find out that just as you're preparing to investigate further, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, you sensed a strange fluctuation in space-time. Just when you thought another universe had come knocking. The next moment, you clearly per time is flowing backward. You instinctively resist. But unfortunately, with your current strength, although you can sense the anomaly the moment the time reversal begins, however, it is still beyond our ability to completely counteract this alteration of the laws of time that is sweeping across the entire universe. Under normal circumstances, like everyone else, you will lose your memories of the past 6 months after the time rewind ends, and your consciousness will revert to the state it was in six months ago. But your talent has come into play. When that invisible force of time touches the core of your being, it flows around it like water encountering a reef, automatically gliding past it. You retain all your memories clearly, watching everything around you rewind. The planet's location, the progress of civilization, and even the two newly merged planets gradually became illusory, eventually disappearing from perception. Once the power of time reversal completely fades, you find the world has returned to its state 6 months ago. The two newly emerged planets have disappeared. Their fusion process with the source planet has been reset, as if it had never happened. After careful observation, you discover that time in several universes has been rewound 6 months ago. Interesting. A thoughtful look flashed in your eyes. This ability, is it some kind of cheat code from some being? A time reversal type of cheat. However, upon closer reflection, it seems unlikely that it could influence the multiverse. Because someone with this ability certainly wouldn't have used it only once. If it can influence the multiverse, whoever uses it can influence the universe you inhabit. Before those two planets appeared, you didn't feel time being reversed. Even if your strength wasn't as great back then, and your perception of time and space wasn't as acute, but your talent can offset that power, and by comparing it with your surroundings, you'll naturally be able to see whether time has been reversed. The scope of this ability is most likely limited to the single universe in which it exists, but it may have been enhanced due to the special circumstances surrounding the merging of universes. Forget it. I'll stop thinking about it. Those two planets will reappear in 6 months. We'll see if we can find the person who caused the time reversal then. Even if this time reversal ability cannot affect the true multiverse, being able to rewind the time of an entire single universe is already an extremely rare power. This is an excellent subject of study for you. Time has always been one of the most profound and difficult fields to explore. Now that a living example is right in front of you, how can you miss it? 6 months pass quickly. The two planets reappeared, and your divine sense immediately swept over them. Unfortunately, this person with the ability to rewind time must be very cautious and hasn't revealed anything. Furthermore, there should be some inexplicable force hindering your investigation. Otherwise, no matter how well its abilities are hidden, his actions will also reveal his talents. Could that power be destiny? The protagonist's halo? 3 minutes later, the time rewind begins again. You seize the opportunity to sense the fluctuations in space-time and trace their origin. Thus, after 6 time travels, you successfully found the source of this power. Damn it, finally found it. You've been completely bewildered by time travel, although it doesn't affect you, and you can even use it to improve your cultivation. If time doesn't move forward, and one's cultivation level can continue to improve, that would be an incredible opportunity for others. But what you need isn't cultivation time, but the insights gained from planetary and cosmic fusion. You'd be tired of seeing things repeated 6 times over. The person with the ability to rewind time is named Yifan. In your perception, his existence is like a knot in a timeline. Countless timelines extend from him and then converge back. His location is the absolute origin of time reversal. However, unlike the cheat system you previously guessed, this time travel ability is as a special ability that Yifan awakened himself, and the source of this superpower is the will of its home planet. It's confirmed. Earth and those other entities are definitely fragments of a powerful world. Now their legacies have arrived. In your opinion, the space-time authority on Yifan is definitely a legacy of that unknown advanced world. Otherwise, how could such an extraordinary ability arise from an ordinary planet? Now it seems that the reason this ability can affect multiple universes is because, in its overlapping state, the world fragments were more complete, which made this ability stronger. No one else in this world is allowed to have such an awesome cheat code except me. Ban him. Of course, the account ban was just a joke. While you might be a little annoyed, you wouldn't actually strip someone of their abilities for that reason. You're not that petty. Moreover, almost every time Yifan activated time reversal, it was to prevent tragedy. Friends killed in battle, relatives perished, cities fell, civilization on the brink of extinction. Aya's motives are so pure that it's impossible to criticize him, and judging from his actions, he's a savior-type protagonist. While you wouldn't want to be that type of protagonist, you respect him. However, time travel only needs to go back an hour or two. Going back 6 months is too long. Furthermore, a time travel system without a limit on the number of times it can be rewound is, from a design perspective, incomplete. After thinking about it, you decided to make a balancing adjustment. At the start of the 7th cycle, the moment those 2 planets reappeared, you made your move. You neither directly attacked Yifan, nor did you appear to warn him. You simply mobilized the power of your innate talent, a power beyond concepts, and condensed it into an invisible, intangible longsword. This blade neither cuts the flesh nor harms the soul. It only cuts through concepts. You have located the source of the time reversal ability within that boy. It is a seed of time deeply embedded in the core of his being, a manifestation of the authority over time and space within him. The longsword falls. There was no earth-shattering sound. A large portion of the seed of time's essence vanished instantly. This large portion didn't completely disappear, but rather you temporarily severed it. Once Yifan is able to freely control the ability to reclaim time and space, you will remove your innate power. The longsword formed from your innate power seems to be stuck within the seed of time, both restricting most of its abilities and helping you comprehend the space-time rules within the seed of time. The remaining portion of the seed of time can still trigger time reversal, but the rules have been modified. The original time rewind had no limit on the number of times it could be performed, as long as the owner, time, could be rewound to any point within the last 6 months, an unlimited number of times. Now, this ability has been adjusted, so that time reversal can be activated a maximum of 3 times per day, with each reversal lasting a maximum of 2 hours. In addition, under your adjustments, Yifan will have 10 opportunities each day to revert to his previous state, allowing him to go back to 3 minutes earlier. Once the limit is exceeded, the ability will go into dormancy until it resets the next day. Those 2 planets have now merged with the source planet, so zombies are no problem at all. 3 time rewinds a day and 10 opportunities to rewind to oneself are enough for Yifan. Of course, to prevent Yifan from rewinding time to a point when the planets didn't overlap again, you temporarily sealed his time-space recovery ability for 1 day. After that, you sent to him a message. The gist is that the testing period for the time travel ability has ended. Due to the ability being too overpowered and affecting balance, changes will be made, and the duration will be 1 day. Yifan was completely stunned when he received the news, and even more stunned after seeing the revised talent the next day. That's true. If you're cheating perfectly fine, and then suddenly your cheats get banned, who wouldn't be stunned? However, Yifan is, after all, a savior who has saved humanity countless times with his ability to rewind time, and has faced countless dangers. His heart is already extremely strong. Furthermore, on this day, he also came into contact with the people of Origin Star and received the inheritance of the transcendental system, realizing that zombies were no longer a threat. He was only saddened for a moment about his cheat being banned, then stopped thinking about it. After all, it was pointless. Eva 49 years old. The 2 planets completely merged into the source star, and the source star's status was once again elevated, or rather, restored. Of 50 years old, you have successfully deduced the next realm, the principle of all things returning to their origin. 51 years old, using the power of your innate talent, you spent a year successfully eliminating the bottleneck that would have hindered your progress to a new level. The instant the bottleneck completely disappeared, you felt an unprecedented transformation, your own level of life. Essence that constitutes your existence begins to rise in an ineffable way. This is not a simple increase in power, but a fundamental sublimation, an astonishing transformation from the finite to the infinite. Every inch of your flesh and blood, every wisp of your soul, every trace of your essence is undergoing a complete reconstruction. Immediately afterwards, a series of crisp, cracking sounds came from the depths of your being. Those are the invisible shackles the universe has imposed on you since your birth, and now they are crumbling and dissipating one by one. As effect, destiny, extinction, and reincarnation. These fundamental laws of the universe that once bound all living beings can no longer have any substantial impact on you. In the past, you could be said to have lived as long as heaven and earth, but when the universe you inhabited heads towards heat death and returns to nothingness, you will still inevitably perish along with it. However, at this moment, you have completely transcended the cycle of the universe. Your lifespan is no longer tied to the birth and death of any external universe. Your existence is now established upon itself. The breakthrough process lasted a full 3 months. During these 3 months, your body seemed to transform into a miniature cosmic singularity, constantly collapsing inward and exploding outward, cycling between destruction and creation, and finally, you successfully broke through to the 6th stage of transcendence freedom. From this point onward, the laws of nature automatically yielded, and all paths no longer bound him. He was free and unrestrained, his body one with the universe. Even in absolute nothingness and chaos, without any external energy or rules, you can still generate your own life force, create your own great path, and form your own cycle of reincarnation, relying on your own cosmic level origin. You no longer need to rely on any external support. You yourself are the source and the destination of everything. The 4th transformation, transcending mortality, and the 5th transformation, returning to the source of all laws, can be said to lay a solid foundation for the 6th transformation. The world is a cage, laws are constraints, all external things are illusions, only oneself is eternal. With supernatural powers and magical abilities can both be considered extensions of the self, truly power sought from within. The moment the breakthrough is complete, your divine sense naturally unfolds. With just a thought, perception instantly encompass the entire universe. The movement of stars, the rise and fall of civilizations, the folding of space, the ripples of time all reside within the heart. Furthermore, your perception has penetrated the barriers of the universe, vaguely reaching beyond Earth's universe and several other universes involved in the merging. An endless array of other universes, floating like bubbles in a multiverse. For some of these that are relatively close to Earth in space, you can even pinpoint their exact coordinates. This truly is a multiverse worldview you knew in your heart. Then, you shift your perspective to the center of all these changes, the source star. Your gaze pierces through layers of appearances. First, the material level, seeing the bustling city and the sentient beings cultivating themselves. Then delve deeper into the level of rules, seeing the interwoven web of laws and the flowing energy channels, finally reaching the deepest level of origin. Finally, you see an extremely tiny fragment emitting a soft, silvery white glow. It floats silently within the very core of the source star's origin, as if it had existed since time immemorial. Above the fragments, countless profound and mysterious auras of rules lingered, their complexity and depth beyond your full comprehension even now. This is the reason why the source star is so special and capable of triggering cosmic fusion. You immediately realize a fragment of the heavenly Tao from an unimaginably powerful world. Upon closer inspection, you can't help but gasp. However, this fragment is far too small. It can hardly be called a fragment. Perhaps debris would be a more accurate description. Based on your intuition and perception, you vaguely feel that it might be necessary to gather and merge all the Earth counterparts in this entire multiverse to barely piece together a true fragment of the heavenly Tao. Damn, the world building is still expanding. Even the fragments are this powerful. How high was the original level of this world? Based on your investigation and deduction, the origin of this entire multiverse should all stem from a fragment of the heavenly Tao. You have roughly reconstructed the scene from back then. A fragment of the heavenly Tao containing supreme power after it fell into this space. Due to some impact or its own instability, it breaks apart again, disintegrating into even finer and more numerous fragments. These fragments became the most primordial seeds, each first giving rise to different substances, frameworks of rules. This formed the initial, relatively independent prototype of the universe. Subsequently, during the evolution of these universes, these fragments, almost coincidentally, gave rise to planets with similar primordial structures in certain locations within their respective universes. That is, the Earth, isotopes in various universes. Judging from this situation, could that superworld be Earth? Is it that powerful? My planet, of course, whether it's Earth or not is beyond your current knowledge. Your primary concern right now is cosmic integration. If a single fragment of the heavenly Tao gave rise to and supported this diverse structure containing countless universes, therefore, even if the other fragments of the heavenly Tao that shattered back then were just pieces of the same size, the multiverses derived from each of these fragments would probably be no less massive or powerful than this one. And now your universe, formed from fragments of the heavenly Tao within this multiverse, is showing a strong tendency to coalesce, aiming to once again reassemble into fragments of the heavenly Tao. Then do the multiverses formed from fragments of the heavenly Tao, belonging to the same origin, also exhibit a deeper tendency towards convergence. First, there's the merging of individual universes, followed by, possibly, the merging of multiple co-originating multiverses. Could it be that all the worlds originating from that fragment of the heavenly Tao will eventually reassemble, allowing that legendary superworld to return in some form? You're considering this possibility, and you feel the probability is quite high. Moreover, this return is probably not a simple restoration, but an epic, enhanced return that gathers the essence of countless eras and countless cosmic evolutions. You might even think that behind the rules of fantasy, there might be powerful beings from other multiverses. This powerful being, or these powerful beings, may have already sensed this trend of convergence across the multiverse and are attempting to intervene or exert influence in advance through the means of fantasy rules. If that's really the case, then those powerful beings who can traverse multiple universes must be at least 1 or 2 levels stronger than I am now. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'll figure it out someday. Right now, the most important thing is to develop. Regarding powerful beings from other multiverses and the merging of multiverses, you were merely curious. You weren't actually that worried. At the current rate of integration, you have no idea how powerful it will become when the multiverse begins to merge. Even if that unknown superworld were to return, you'd be confident you could crush it on the spot. 1 month after achieving the breakthrough, you have expanded your business of earning Tao power, from its original scope limited to Earth's universe and a few merged universes. It has officially expanded to the entire multiverse you can perceive. Now, the mission worlds for cultivators on Source Star are no longer limited to the Earth universe and a few other universes involved in the fusion. Using the vague perception and spatial awareness of the multiverse you gained after your breakthrough, you have built a broader and more stable inter-universe mission channel. The practitioners began to truly explore the multiverse. There are stars with vastly different physical laws, races with completely different civilizations, and rare and precious materials and cultivation systems never before seen. You can currently locate dozens of universes. Among these universes, many possess native forces, even stronger than this blue planet universe. However, they still haven't reached the fifth stage of transcendence. 52 years old. After confirming that both the internal and external situations were temporarily stable and in a period of rapid and orderly development, Yu reinforced the defenses of the Monument of Inheritance. He then entered the special space where the heavenly Tao fragments were located and entered into a deep state of seclusion. By secluding yourself here, you can not only closely comprehend the incomplete yet supreme aura of rules from the superworld carried on the silvery white fragments of the heavenly Tao, to attempt to draw inspiration from this to improve the cultivation system, at the same time, this debris is the core hub of the current merging of several universes. Being here, your perception and understanding can connect in the most direct way to all the different universes that are merging or already connected. This allows you to simultaneously comprehend, compare and integrate the differences in the underlying rules of different universes, which has immeasurable benefits for deepening your cosmic origin. You slowly sink into that silvery white light, your consciousness gradually synchronizing with the rhythm of the fragments of the heavenly Tao. Of the outside world gradually fades, entering a deep state of seclusion where self and external things are forgotten, and only the Tao remains true. 55 years old. Time did not stop flowing because of your seclusion. While you are deeply immersed in the profound ocean of the laws of nature and the myriad principles of the universe, 3 years have passed in the outside world. This year, 3 more planets began to overlap with the source star. This further enhances the source star's material composition, energy concentration, and regulatory integrity, while also expanding its volume and spatial carrying capacity. The origin star is becoming increasingly vast, complex, and powerful. 60 years old, you temporarily awaken from deep seclusion. Looking out, you see that the origin star and its sphere of influence have undergone tremendous changes. Either the various forces on origin star are currently led by the 3 dominant races: humans, demons, and gods, supplemented by numerous other smaller but distinctive races. At this point, they had completed their full control and development of the Milky Way. It's worth mentioning that the Milky Way galaxy today is not what it originally looked like. It's the product of the fusion of galactic structures from multiple universes. Its diameter reaches an astonishing 500,000 light-years, and the number of stars, nebulous matter, and spatial structure complexity within it all increase exponentially. Moreover, their influence has long since extended beyond this single merged supergalaxy. Through the multiverse mission and exploration system you established, the tentacles of the origin star forces have already reached into several different universes. They established outposts and resource gathering points there, and forged initial connections or subordinate relationships with some local civilizations. To humans, demons, and gods, these 3 races, through fierce competition and cooperation, remain the strongest on origin star and even within their current sphere of influence. They are like 3 torrents, with their ever-evolving and expanding source planet as their absolute core base. Leading other races, they march steadfastly and systematically towards the vast starry sky and the distant universe. On the one hand, through the multiverse mission system, they continuously acquire valuable resources, knowledge, and technology from countless mission worlds. On the other hand, backed by powerful military force, they vigorously develop the vast physical territories of this universe and the universes they have connected with, establishing colonies, mining resource planets, and constructing space fortresses. The entire origin star is currently experiencing a period of explosive growth within a virtuous cycle. Either the continuous input of resources and knowledge transforms into greater strength and more advanced technology. A greater strength ensures further exploration and development, allowing access to more resources. Your seclusion has not affected the operation of this massive machine. Is 65 years old. A somewhat unsettling aura startled you from your seclusion. Your gaze pierces through the universe and sees a universe slowly wriggling towards you. It's less of a universe and more of a gigantic, deformed corpse. Its very existence distorts the surrounding space-time structure, making the trajectories of stars illogical in its vicinity. The laws of physics appear and disappear intermittently. Everything shrouded in a chaotic and incomprehensible atmosphere of madness. What is this? Azathoth has attacked. As you investigate, you discover that it wasn't the god of blindly eating fish who attacked. But it's pretty much the same. The cosmic will of that universe is different from the normal cosmic will. It has been replaced by something indescribable, and the entire universe was filled with a Cthulhu-esque atmosphere. A colossal, flesh-colored planet, covered in eyes and tentacles, pulsates slowly in the void, its nebula radiating a disorienting glow. Countless ancient gods and outer gods of various forms slumber in the cores of galaxies or wander in the dimensional rifts. Their very existence is enough to continuously pollute and reshape everything around them. Their rules are trampled upon, logic is mocked. Breeding ground for madness and nihilism. Amidst this chaotic backdrop, you keenly detected a faint yet exceptionally resilient glimmer of order. That's the Earth-like counterpart in that universe. It is like a lone, small boat adrift on a raging sea, protected by an extremely thin yet stubbornly persistent barrier or quality. Despite the indescribable things filling the surrounding starry sky, and though ancient fears may lurk in the depths of that planet's oceans, however, its surface seems to still maintain a relatively normal civilization and ecology, becoming the only pure land in that distorted universe. That planet is also called Blue Star, and it harbors a transcendent system known as the sequence path. This extraordinary system is a miracle that intelligent life has created while struggling on the edge of despair and madness. The source of the sequence pathways consists of so-called true gods who are at a level comparable to outer gods and ancient gods, but whose consciousness has not been completely plunged into chaos. These true gods were originally humans from Earth. In a distant era, a corner of the universe's truth was accidentally torn open, and they glimpsed the distorted, grotesque, and indescribable reality of the cosmos. That was not a gift of knowledge, but a near-destructive shock. Countless pioneers, upon witnessing the truth, succumbed to their sanity, transforming into idiotic monsters or being annihilated. However, there are always a very few with minds as resilient as the core of a star, walking the razor's edge between madness and clarity. They not only withstood the impact of that distorted scene, but also gleaned fragmented patterns within it that hinted at underlying rules. By combining certain forbidden rituals from ancient traditions on Earth, they successfully harnessed that corrupting power. It dangerously grafted and reconstructed its own essential existence, creating a kind of ascension ritual. The path to godhood is paved with blood and fire, each step echoing the lament of reason. Ultimately, they succeeded, transcending the boundaries of mortals, consolidating their own authority, and becoming true gods on the same level as the outer gods and ancient gods. They possess the power to shake galaxies and alter local reality. It can even, to some extent, resist erosion from the depths of space, creating a small, fragile barrier for Earth and its civilization in the dark forest. But in this bizarre universe, becoming a god naturally comes at a price. After ascending to godhood, these pioneers certainly possessed immense power, but the essence of their existence was inevitably corrupted. Their forms began to deviate from pure humanoid shapes, their consciousness becoming mixed with non-human fragments, sometimes as clear as a mirror, sometimes as obscure as an abyss. The most fatal limitation is that, like those outer gods and ancient gods, they are unable to fully descend upon Earth in their true forms. They influence Earth primarily through avatars, projections, or interference of their will, and at the core of the star that now shines upon that planet lies a powerful true god. He transforms himself into an eternal source of light and heat, thus protecting his homeland, but also serving as a form of eternal imprisonment and exile. A boundless killing path, slay. Faced with a chaotic and twisted Cthulhu-esque universe, you decide it's best to prevent it from coming into contact with the many universes currently in a state of merging. After all, nobody knows what caused that universe to become like this. Things like Cthulhu, in your opinion, should be completely destroyed once discovered, otherwise it might unleash something terrible. So you decided to strike. First, you unleashed your immense power, drawing upon the boundless killing force of the Tao, transforming it into a slash capable of annihilating all things and erasing everything. It tore through space and time, instantly striking the very foundation of that universe's existence. Immediately afterwards, that chaotic and distorted universe began to undergo a chilling collapse. Like a pencil drawing a ring erased by an eraser, from the edges onward, color, matter, energy, and even the concepts of time and space all fade away silently, returning to absolute nothingness. Everything came to an end under an absolute erasure effect. Just as the entire universe was about to completely collapse, you subtly moved your mind, and a gigantic hand formed from pure rules reached into the dissipating cosmic debris. Ignoring the remaining chaotic laws within, the Earth-like entity was precisely retrieved and directly integrated into the source star. Ultimately, all information concerning the ancient gods, the outer gods, and even the unspeakable. They were all wiped out at their source by the power of the boundless killing path. Even tracing back through the river of time of the multiverse, no ripples can be found about them anymore. They never existed, and on Earth, those true gods who ascended to godhood through special rituals are affected by the aftershocks of your cosmic strike. His foundation for becoming a god was completely severed and stripped away. This process was incredibly painful, like having one's tendons and bones ripped out. Their divine essence fluctuated violently, and their divine fire was almost extinguished. Although this eliminated the deepest level of pollution risk, it also allowed for complete clarity of mind. However, his strength has also fallen from being comparable to the fourth stage of the transcendent saint realm to the level of the third stage. However, this is already the result of your intervention stabilizing their core essence, preserving their lives, and retaining most of the power they cultivated based on Earth's native rules. Otherwise, with their foundation severed, they will not only face a fall, but also the demise of their gods and the dissipation of their true spirits. After resolving the trouble, you once again sank your consciousness into the depths, entering a profound state of seclusion to continue comprehending the fragments of the heavenly Tao and refining yourself. 85 years old, as time goes by, under your intentional promotion and intangible influence, the advantages of Source Star as a node for the fusion of the multiverse are becoming increasingly prominent. The rules of different universes converge, collide, and merge here, generating countless sparks of inspiration and opportunities for the manifestation of these rules in spiritual practice. Furthermore, with their cultivation talents steadily improving, The speed at which cultivators on Origin Star increase in strength is far faster than imagined. Humans, demons, and gods have all had cultivators who have broken through to the fourth level of transcendence, where they can transform at will. Its combat strength and survivability have undergone a qualitative leap. The many universes that have now merged, excluding the Xthu-like universe that you destroyed. The strongest beings existing in other universes mostly still fall within the realm of effortless transformation. While there may be differences in the emphasis on accumulation, skills, and understanding of rules, there isn't a significant generational gap. That the current Origin Star is powerful enough to contend with many powerful forces in the universe. 95 years old. Your cultivation level deepens continuously over time, reaching a state of true freedom and ease. His comprehension of the fragments of the heavenly Tao has become increasingly refined, and his insight into the fundamental rules of the multiverse has become more thorough. At the same time, you never let your guard down in studying, understanding the rules of fantasy. With the analysis of the rules of fantasy, you've confirmed that there's definitely a mastermind behind the rules of fantasy, and you also understand the mastermind's purpose. The unknown entity that caused the fantasy. Invasion aims to use the rules of fantasy to corrupt the fragments of the heavenly Tao and seize control of them. Once the fragments of the heavenly Tao are fully assembled and that unknown superworld returns, the heavenly Tao authority will be used as the basis to control the new world. From this perspective, the unknown entity behind the scenes may have projected fantasy rules not only onto the multiverse I inhabit, because the multiverse you inhabit, which is derived from fragments of the heavenly Tao, may itself be just a very, very small piece of that once complete superworld. Shattered. When that future superworld returns, this fragment of the heavenly Tao will likely account for a negligible portion of it. Only by controlling more fragments of the heavenly Tao can one secure a place in that returning superworld. 103 years old. As their strength and desire for exploration grew, the footprints of the Origin Star cultivators began to spread wider and wider, and they no longer acted with the same discretion as before. Thus, their presence naturally came into the view of many powerful forces native to the universe. The process of cosmic merging intensifies, the barriers between different universes are further weakened. As a crucial node, the upper limit of powerful energy that can reliably pass through the Origin Star has been raised to a considerable level. This means that many of the strongest beings at the unlimited transformation level in the merged universes are now able to travel relatively safely to other universes for exploration, communication, or conquest via the source star as a transit point. These major powers in the universe, upon noticing the existence of the source star, quickly recognized its strategic value. This is a natural hub connecting numerous universes, a core where information, resources, and power converge, and a key point that may influence the future pattern of cosmic integration. Controlling the source star is tantamount to strangling the throat of communication with the surrounding universe, giving one immense initiative. Therefore, some powerful and aggressive cosmic forces began attempting to completely conquer the Origin Star by force. They dispatched a powerful expeditionary force, and even their leader personally intervened. However, they severely underestimated the capabilities of the cultivators from the Origin Star. At this time, the cultivators of Origin Star had experienced numerous collisions with cosmic civilizations, learned techniques from countless schools of thought, and even received powerful cultivation techniques inherited from the Inheritance Monument. Their fighting style is unpredictable and varied, their teamwork is seamless, and their understanding and application of the rules are extremely flexible. The invaders encountered unprecedented and fierce resistance, suffering heavy losses in the face of the Origin Star cultivator's endless array of tools, combined formations, and secret techniques. They were ultimately utterly defeated and forced to retreat in disarray. Interestingly, some defeated forces underwent a change in mindset after witnessing the power of the Origin Star cultivators and the miraculous nature of the inheritance monument. Since we can't conquer it by force, Source Star is clearly on a rapid upward trajectory. If we can't win, we should join them. They began to approach the monument of heritage with reverence, worshipping and contemplating it, attempting to gain its recognition. Become a traveler of all realms, just like the cultivators of Origin Star, who can freely travel between different worlds. The result surprised some. The monument of inheritance is very inclusive. As long as certain conditions are met, anyone, regardless of their origin in any universe, can become a traveler of all realms, i.e. as a result, the number of your multiverse travelers began to increase significantly, and their composition became more diverse. Fortunately, the total number of universes participating in the fusion has now exceeded 20. Their vast territories and boundless resources are sufficient to accommodate these newly arrived interdimensional travelers for exploration and training. The radiating influence of the Origin Star, through these newly joined multiverse travelers, is further spreading into the wider multiverse. The 128 years old, based on your understanding of the fragments of the heavenly Tao, and even the rules of the multiverse, as well as your views on how the rules of fantasy erode the fragments of the heavenly Tao, you have successfully constructed the next realm of authentic freedom. After advancing to the true freedom realm, your strength was constantly increasing, but now this growth is beginning to slowly slow down. Even though your innate talent can still allow you to break free from constraints, the speed at which your strength increases is indeed far slower than it was immediately after your advancement. Now that you know the next level, you naturally won't force yourself to break through from this current level. The 140 years old, your breakthrough bottleneck has been completely extinguished. The instant the bottleneck dissipated, your will underwent an unprecedented and dramatic transformation. It began to condense and purify rapidly in an incomprehensible way, while simultaneously rising infinitely. That's a leap in the dimension of existence, a transcendence of perspective. Essence. Your perception has broken free from the constraints of a single universe. You saw those dozens of universes in a state of merging, like a string of shimmering bubbles approaching each other, connected by shimmering, iridescent passageways. But this is just the beginning. Your perspective continues to rise, transcending this cluster of merged universes. You see a boundless ocean of diversity, within which float countless cosmic bubbles of varying sizes and shapes. They are born and die endlessly, following a profound rhythm, starlight, chaos, and patterns of order, intertwined to create a vast landscape that cannot be described as merely magnificent. Your perception reached the overall boundary of the multiverse you belong to, which was derived from fragments of the heavenly Tao. Furthermore, they sensed a vast, ancient, almost instinctive, collective order that maintains the operation of this infinite universe, balances birth and death, and governs its fundamental laws, the will of the multiverse. Although the origin of this multiverse is that fragment of the heavenly Tao, the will of the multiverse does not directly originate from the fragment. Instead, it is the highest order that spontaneously coalesces and maintains the overall existence and relative balance, formed during the long process of fragments evolving into an infinite universe, the generation of all things, and the flow of rules. The instant your will comes into contact with and perceives the will of this multiverse. Driven by profound and mysterious enlightenment, your core of will bursts forth with dazzling golden light. It is the manifestation of all the essence, energy, and spirit you have condensed in the instant of your breakthrough. Through a lifetime of cultivation, this golden light, without the slightest hesitation, instantly collided with the vast and boundless will of the multiverse. A silent, inaudible roar, yet resounding throughout all of space-time and shaking the very foundations of existence, exploded. Fourth, this is a clash between two different levels of will, a challenge from individual transcendence to collective order, and the ultimate leap by the ego in attempting to define the greater self. Under the incredible effectiveness of your talent, your individual will has actually overpowered the multifaceted will that represents the infinite power of the universe. It forcefully overturned the inherent governing will of the multiverse. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable, supreme Taoist aura rose from your body. Under the influence of the forces of the entire multiverse, you have begun your final transformation. Your very existence begins to resonate with endless space and time, each breath influencing the rules of the universe. Your true nature coexists. Universe. A single thought can illuminate countless worlds. You have broken through to the seventh transformation of the mortal realm. I am the master of heaven and earth. He became a multi-level powerhouse who commands diversity, defines rules, and reigns supreme over the universe. After you successfully replaced the consciousness of the multiverse with your own, you naturally gained insight into many things you had never seen before. The entire multiverse is merely a cluster of bubbles floating in a vast and boundless realm called the Void Heaven Sea. This boundary sea has no boundaries, no top or bottom, only endless worlds rising and falling, birth and death within it. Within the Void Heaven Sea, vast clusters, like the multiverse you inhabit, woven from infinite worlds and countless timelines, are collectively known as realm heavens. Each realm is like a self-contained, towering tree, its roots penetrating the void, its branches reaching towards eternity. The laws governing these regions differ greatly, and the civilizations are either vibrant and thriving or have vanished into nothingness. What will shake you even more is that, in the instant you perceive the Void Heaven Sea, you come into contact with that vast, indescribable river of the main space-time that spans the entire sea. It's completely different from the vast river of space-time that you can freely control in the multiverse. The latter is like a stream in your palm. You can easily change its course, reverse its flow, branch out, or freeze it. The former, however, is a vast ocean that submerges, bears, and defines everything. Each of its waves may represent the birth and death of a realm. Each of its undercurrents may trace the cause and effect of billions of years. Faced with this vast river of time and space, you clearly feel your own insignificance. That insignificance is not an absolute difference in strength, but a fundamental disparity in the level of existence. You are like someone standing on the shore, able to see the vastness of the ocean, hear the breath of the tide, and touch the surging waves. But you cannot embrace the entire ocean, nor understand all its deepest secrets. At most, you can only extend your consciousness to observe fragments of the long river, but you cannot truly touch it. Sure enough, there's always something beyond this, like the nesting doll technique. Even though from the moment you discovered the fragments of the heavenly Tao, you knew that the world's scope was enormous, but when all of this is laid out so clearly before your eyes, you still can't help but want to criticize this nested worldview. In other words, your cheat code was pretty good. You achieved multiverse-level power in just over 100 years. Within the entire Void Heaven Sea, he could be considered a powerful figure, at least in the second tier, if not the first. I'm only 2 or 3 levels away from clearing the game. With a normal cheat, it would take countless millennia to complete this type of world. You gather your focus, withdrawing your consciousness from the distant observation of the main river of space-time, and refocus on the multiverse you now control. ID now, the entire multiverse has become your personal domain. You feel that the way you treat your multiverse travelers is no longer appropriate. And so, on this day, the monument of inheritance suddenly emitted a brilliant light that permeated all realms. A pillar of light descended like a ladder to heaven. The sound of the Tao echoed countless stars, and you manifested your divine power in the world amidst the adoration of all travelers from all realms. Amidst the swirling holy light, a Taoist chant resounded throughout heaven and earth. Homage to the azure, profound nine-yang god. In the name of the azure, profound nine-yang emperor, and with the origin star as your foundation, you have officially established the supreme institution that governs all realms, the immortal palace of tribulation and judgment. Within the spatial dimension of the origin star, a palace complex materialized from the void, its tiles made of glazed glass and its steps of black jade, surrounded by 9 layers of halos formed from the manifestation of laws. By your decree, all travelers across the myriad realms shall henceforth be renamed envoys of calamity relief, meaning those who have overcome all calamities and will walk the path of righteousness. The envoys who deliver from calamities are divided into 5 ranks based on their merits, with rank 1 being the lowest and rank 5 the highest. The primary task of the envoys who deliver people from calamities is to eliminate disasters, relieve suffering, and bring peace and prosperity to the people. Tasks vary in size, from minor demonic disturbances to the rise and fall of an entire realm. Each completed task will award a different amount of merit points, depending on its difficulty. The more merits you accumulate, the higher your rank. The higher your rank, the wider the resources and authority you can access, and the faster you can earn killing points. 5th ranking envoy can request access to treasures in the Immortal Palace treasury, or temporarily command lower-ranking envoys to coordinate actions. Above the envoy of salvation are the celestial officials, who judge calamities. The celestial officials in charge of judgment are divided into 3 ranks, from the lowest to the highest. They are no longer confined to local remedies, but shoulder the grand responsibility of traversing all realms, judging evil, and restoring order and morality. The celestial judge, wielding the heavenly decree bestowed upon him by you, can traverse any point in time and space to investigate the causal karma behind the rise and fall of civilizations. Heaven will punish those who commit heinous crimes against the natural order and slaughter all living beings. At the same time, they also monitor the actions of the envoys who help people escape from calamities. If they discover any envoy abusing their power or violating the laws of the Celestial Palace, they have the right to arrest or even execute them on the spot. Unlike the Tribulation Expeditionary Officers, who are promoted solely based on merit, the path to advancement for the judgmental immortal officials is far more rigorous. Besides accumulating sufficient merit and achievements in inspection and trial, one must also meet the corresponding threshold of competence. A third-rank celestial official must at least possess the strength of the 3rd stage of the transcendent saint realm. Similarly, to become a first-rank celestial judge, one must at least possess the strength of the 5th stage of the transcendent saint realm. Besides the heavenly laws, the celestial officials also wield the cosmic authority you have bestowed upon them, allowing them to mobilize the primal forces of the multiverse. The power not only greatly accelerates cultivation, but also allows one to unleash torrents of laws in battle. amplifying the wielder's strength. A first-rank celestial official, if fully wielding their authority, is powerful enough to suppress ordinary sixth transformation. Experts, becoming the most powerful sword traversing the myriad realms of the celestial palace. However, so far, there is no single immortal official in the immortal palace of tribulation and judgment. Some transcendent realm travelers who have already reached the fourth stage of E. Transcendent realm are currently only fifth-tier tribulation messengers. Only by completing a certain number of tasks can one be promoted to the rank of celestial judge. After finalizing the basic framework of the celestial palace of tribulation and judgment, you once again retreated into the background. 160 years old. After nearly 20 years of adaptation, the newly established power of the immortal palace of tribulation and judgment has officially entered a stable phase and is becoming increasingly well-functioning. The figures of the envoys who deliver from calamity are active in countless universes, and the merit system operates smoothly. Under the autonomous operation of the Monument of Inheritance, functional departments such as the Mission Hall, the Law Pavilion, and the Inheritance Hall have also evolved within the Immortal Palace. To this day, the Celestial Palace of Tribulation and Judgment has fully entered the right track. Every day, countless envoys seeking salvation travel to various places, and the case files within the Law Pavilion are as vast as the ocean, forming the prototype of the Codex of Laws for all realms. Many cultivators whose strength reached the third stage of the transcendent realm or higher successfully advanced to become immortal judges. Under your will, the multiverse is steadily moving towards a new era where calamities have subsided, order has been restored, and all beings live in peace. Once 170 years old, you sit quietly within the vast river of time in the multiverse, your body radiating Taoist energy, reorganizing the extraordinary and sacred system you created. After more than a century of refinement, the transcendental system has evolved from its initial physical transformation to its current state. With your will as your pen and the principles of Tao as your ink, you sketch layers of rules and patterns in the void, each stroke containing your profound understanding of the sublimation of life and the transcendence of rules. From the transformative process of the seventh stage of detachment from the mortal realm to the spiritual and physical transformation of the first to third stages of transcendence into sainthood, and then to the ascension of supernatural powers, magical abilities, and even the self in the fourth to sixth stages of transcendence into sainthood. Finally, there's the radiance of your will at the seventh level of transcendence. Each realm will be analyzed for you once again. Having finished tidying up, you took out the inheritance tablet, and then you took out 3 unparalleled treasures from your bosom. Bone is a space-time source crystal, extracted from the depths of a rift in the multiverse, containing the essence of time and space. The second is the Myriad Law's lotus, a lotus flower you retrieved from the void heaven sea, its petals containing traces of countless great Daos. The third is the Immortal Soul Stone, a unique stone you retrieved from the void heaven sea, capable of carrying eternal will, i.e. you forged it with the fire of your heart, tempered it with the essence of Tao, and merged the 3 with the Monument of Inheritance. The monument gradually developed glass-like luster, and countless flowing runes appeared on its surface. These runes were the complete inheritance of the transcendental system. The final monument of inheritance became a vessel for carrying on the Tao, possessing a self-evolving spirituality, and reached an existence at the same level as you. It has become the foundation upon which system of transcendence and sainthood is built. It can autonomously absorb the wisdom of all heavens and assist you in deducing the subsequent path of the system. It can also transcend time and space to bestow its legacy upon those with the right affinity. You gently stroked the monument, whispering, "From this day forward, you will be the extension of my lineage." The spirit of the monument trembled slightly, as if in response. 190 years old, you use your primary focus on the concept of killing as the core, combined with the power of your innate talents. You have successfully forged your second weapon of destiny, the boundless blade of heavenly judgment. The blade is as deep as the night sky, with crimson and dark gold patterns flowing along its edge, as if countless worlds are born and die within it. This blade has three main powers. First, judgment and adjudication, capable of judging all living beings, laws, and even the way of heaven. The guilty are condemned to death, and the unjust are disrupted by disorder. Secondly, it grants the power of life and death. With a single thought, one can annihilate countless lives, or with another, bring the dead back to life. The cycle of life and death is entirely within one's grasp. Thirdly, it can shatter all obstacles, whether they be cultivation bottlenecks, inner demons and tribulations, the barriers of the heavenly Tao, or the barriers of space-time and the shackles of fate. It is not merely a weapon, but the embodiment of your killing spirit, in tune with your will. When it is drawn, all realms tremble. 210 years old. Thanks to your efforts, the three universes that interacted, first the Earth universe, the Blue Star universe, and the Earth Source Star universe, have finally merged. Actually, merging the two universes is just a matter of a thought. But you feel that the fusion of the universe, guided by the fragments of the heavenly Tao, will be slightly different. Therefore, you chose to be a facilitator rather than a ruler. You used your own great Tao as a guide to accelerate the resonance of their rules, shortening the fusion process that would normally take at least hundreds of years to just a few decades. Observe carefully the merging of these three universes. At the beginning of their fusion, the three universes were like three different colors of ink painting, slowly blending and intertwining in a multiverse. The Earth's universe is dynamic and ever-changing, its rules leaning towards agility and evolution. The Blue Planet's universe is fantastical and unpredictable, its rules emphasizing the spiritual and dreamlike. The universe of Earth Abyss is heavy and oppressive, its rules leaning towards paleness and deathly silence. The three rules began to collide, merge, and overlap, not in a simple and crude way, but under the invisible guidance of the fragments of the heavenly Tao, forming a subtle fusion akin to the self-repair of a living organism. This fusion method is exceptionally ingenious. Even if you were to do it yourself, you couldn't achieve this level. You've glimpsed the deepest changes in the rules. Countless threads of law extend and connect like a neural network, with each node giving rise to entirely new composite rules. The space-time structure became more stable during the reorganization, and the energy cycle efficiency increased by more than 10 times. And in this process, the center of gravity of the fundamental rules of the three universes is irreversibly tilting towards the source star. It seems to have become the anchor point of a multi-faceted structure, where all the threads of rules ultimately converge. Deep within the core of the origin star, the light of rules emanating from that fragment of heavenly Tao grew increasingly brilliant and luminous, no longer merely the light of a fragment, but more like the awakening heart of rules. This was followed by a continuous rise in the status of the source planet itself. It is no longer merely a physical planet, but is gradually elevating to a conceptual entity, becoming the hub connecting and governing this newly formed, integrated universe. It was precisely in this surging sensation of dimensional ascension that you caught a faint, yet undeniably real, aura. That aura seemed to transcend the framework of the entire multiverse, pointing towards a vaster unknown. It seems that the super world will definitely be greatly enhanced upon its return. A sigh escaped upon witnessing this scene. Using the merging of the three universes before you as a blueprint, you expand your deductive perspective to the entire multiverse. When all universes follow this pattern, they will eventually merge into a unified, complete world, under the source star, as the primary carrier of the heavenly Tao. Fragments and the point where its rules intersect will undergo a complete transformation in its status. It will no longer belong entirely to that newly born world, but will transcend it by a half step, becoming a cornerstone existence. And this situation certainly doesn't only occur in your multiverse. Generalizing from limited information allows for inferences. In the endless void sea, in countless different realms, a similar process may be unfolding simultaneously. At each scattered fragment of the heavenly Tao guides its fusion and nurtures sublimation within its own world. When all the fragments are finally reassembled, and the once shattered mega-world returns to its complete form, it will absorb more than just the original fragments. Moreover, it encompasses all the underlying rules, energy levels, and dimensions of existence accumulated by each fragment over countless years, leading the evolution and fusion of its respective universe. This is a grand rebirth and ascension. First, it breaks itself apart, and then each fragment evolves into unique possibilities for rules. Finally, when the moment of reunion arrives, all the fragments carrying rich experiences of growth will return, and their fusion will no longer be a simple patchwork. Rather, it is the ultimate integration and sublimation of all possibilities and all evolutionary paths. This is undoubtedly a brilliant way to break through the highest constraints, achieving a leap in overall status by breaking down the whole into parts, allowing each part to develop independently, and ultimately unifying and surpassing them. 300 years old, more and more universes are merging together, and each collision during this merging releases ineffable sparks of change. Through this endless tempering, the origin star continuously expands and solidifies, its primordial power vast as an abyss, radiating unimaginable, majestic brilliance. The celestial palace of tribulation and judgment, this magnificent palace built upon your creation and relying on the source star, grows ever larger. The palace is stretched like a galaxy, their laws interwoven into a celestial net, their majesty shrouding the vast territory they governed. Within the celestial palace, order is maintained, laws are strictly enforced, and both the quantity and quality of the celestial officials in charge of judgment are steadily improving. Today, several first-rank celestial officials capable of standing alone have emerged, each a behemoth powerful enough to awe a region of the universe. Our 400 years old. Time flies swiftly. More than 200 years have passed since you broke through to the 7th stage of the transcendental realm. Over 200 years have passed, allowing your strength to grow immensely, far surpassing what it was when you first entered this realm. You have now made initial inroads into the void heaven realm's river of time and space. Besides cultivation, through these years of exploration, you have successfully located many other realms. These celestial realms, like bubbles floating in the celestial sea, vary in size and luster. As some realms have weak rules and scarce origins, even the strongest beings born within them, exhausting their entire lives, can only barely touch the threshold of the 6th stage of transcendence and sainthood. Other realms, however, are dazzling and profound, with the beings residing within them possessing a life level comparable to yours. However, the difference is that you have completely replaced the will of the multiverse. You yourself are the heavenly Tao. The very rule, a single thought can determine the fate of the world. A single will can alter the laws of nature. You possess 100% fundamental control over the realm you inhabit. In contrast, consider those equally powerful beings within the realms, regardless of whether they are called spokespersons of the heavenly Tao, realm lords, or supreme beings. Its power remains confined within the inherent framework of the realm it inhabits. They may be able to mobilize vast amounts of the power of heaven and earth, and their words may become law, but ultimately they are borrowing rather than possessing it. They are the ultimate within a framework, not the creators of that framework. This fundamental difference presents a huge hidden danger. Their boundary defense system has gaps. External forces, if their methods are sophisticated enough, or if they possess special realm-breaking treasures, can infiltrate silently and are very difficult to detect. If, for example, your celestial officials who enforce judgments can freely enter and exit these realms under the protection of your power, that's right. After years of development, the immortal palace of tribulation has officially expanded its business scope to other realms within the void heaven sea. However, compared to carrying out missions within the multiverse you control, going to other borrowed universes to carry out missions is, in a sense, an external assignment. There is a great risk. Of 500 years old, on this day, a first-rank celestial official, codenamed Xuangang, who resided in a certain realm, arrived. EAs instructed by the special mission guidance device you issued, you are proceeding to one of the worlds in this realm to carry out a mission to eliminate world parasites. The target plane is shrouded in an eerie aura of decay. The landscape has lost its color, and all living things are crying out in despair. The celestial official Xuangang quickly identified the culprits, 3 beings of varying appearances, all enveloped in ominous black-red energy streams. They are frantically destroying the Earth's veins at the core nodes of the continent, extracting the world's essence. Their behavior is brutal. They are willing to destroy the world to extract its last remaining value. The celestial official Xuangang did not act immediately, but instead activated the myriad manifestations spirit analysis instrument you were assigned. An invisible scanning ripple swept across the 3 beings, but the information it returned caused even the well-informed Xuangang to slightly shrink his pupils. Analysis shows that the soul imprints and power sources of these 3 beings are incompatible with this realm. They, like Xuangang, are outsiders. This discovery instantly raised Xuangang's alert level to the highest level. Within the internal regulations of the immortal palace of tribulation and judgment, there has always been a highest priority task: investigating and reporting anomalies. The term anomaly includes, but is not limited to, paradoxical events not naturally occurring in this world, such as time travelers and reincarnated individuals. Those belonging to another cross-sectoral force are naturally considered abnormal as well. Or perhaps your attitude when introducing the void heaven sea was indifferent. In the eyes of all the envoys of tribulation and the celestial officials in charge of judgment, you are absolutely a super powerful being even within the entire void heaven realm sea. Furthermore, given his ability to freely traverse celestial realms, the celestial judge is actually quite arrogant. At this moment, Xuangang was somewhat affected by this mindset. Seeing that there were only 3 of them, and although their strength was considerable, it was not beyond his control, and their behavior was heinous, he decided to capture them first, and then use the soul-searching secret technique to investigate their origins. Just as he was about to collect the soul after succeeding, a sudden change occurred. The void rippled violently, like water rippled after a stone was thrown in, and powerful figures appeared without warning, instantly surrounding Xuangang at the center. A dozen or so powerful figures, dressed in various styles, but all emanating the same aura as the 3 destroyers, appeared, their gazes cold and filled with killing intent. Before they could exchange more than a few words, they were already fighting. The 12 then unleashed their respective skills, their ferocious attacks surging towards Xuangang like a tidal wave. Their teamwork was seamless, their abilities uncanny, instantly transforming that space into a death trap. Xuangang single-handedly fought against numerous opponents, displaying the demeanor of a great supernatural being with boundless magical power. Completely dominate the opponent. As a result, the number of enemies on the other side increased, the scale of the battle grew larger and larger, and that world almost collapsed. Damn it, they're ganging up on me. Do they really think I'm some nobody with no connections? Xuangang, unable to gain the upper hand after a long battle, and seeing the world on the verge of collapse, was filled with both anxiety and rage, and finally held nothing back. He abruptly repelled a wave of attacks, his hands rapidly forming hand seals, silently chanting profound incantations to communicate with the supreme being in the unseen realm. Respectfully requesting the projection of the azure profound Nine Yang God's divine artifact to judge the demons. His voice boomed like thunder, and a terrifying aura, surpassing all things and seemingly capable of severing the heavens and annihilating everything, surged forth from Xuangang. Though it was only a tiny, insignificant sliver, it froze time and space across the entire battlefield. A blurry yet incredibly majestic phantom blade slowly emerged above his head, its blade flowing with a primordial hue, emanating a rhythm capable of bringing all things to an end. Oh, cut! Xuangang pointed his fingers like a sword and swung them forward. The projection of the boundless blade of heaven trembled slightly, and a slash of indescribable color and shape swept forward. There is no dazzling brilliance, only the purest judgment and erasure, and ahead, all enemies participating in the siege of Xuangang, regardless of what defensive techniques or protective magic they are employing. Before this strike, everything vanished silently, returning to nothingness. The damage they caused to this world was also corrected. And, just as this strike was delivered, your gaze fell upon this place. By tracing the cause and effect, you instantly understand the origins of these beings. The Samsara Palace. The main god space has intruded, though with a thought. The vast divine sense followed the remaining, clearly directional causal lines, flowing upstream to trace the true location of the Samsara Palace. Your vision then transcends the immeasurable distance of the boundary sea, revealing a magnificent, ancient palace, radiating a cold metallic luster and an aura of reincarnation. It floats silently in a relatively stable crevice, within the void realm sea. But around the hall, space-time was unnaturally distorted, clearly indicating extremely high levels of concealment and protection. What's even more noticeable is that inside the hall, there are faintly emanating auras from more than a dozen beings at the same level as you. For some reason, this reincarnation palace, which is similar to the main god space, gives you a particularly bad feeling, and you find it particularly distasteful. Furthermore, their style of doing things is the exact opposite of yours, so you decide to strike first. Though with a slight thought, the true form of the boundless blade of heaven slaying silently appears in your outstretched palm. The blade is ancient and simple, without sharpness or gleam, yet it contains an ultimate killing power that makes all the heavens and myriad realms tremble. Then you mobilize the power of your innate talent, and in the direction indicated by the causal lines, gently wave your hand across endless space. An invisible slash shot out from the blade. That's a conceptual severing, a denial of existence. It disregarded spatial distance and transcended the flow of time, arriving above the suspended palace of reincarnation in the very instant it was unleashed. Inside the hall, those dozen or so powerful individuals of your level were completely wiped out by this single strike. The Samsara Palace itself trembled violently, its external defenses shattering like paper, but the main structure strangely remained intact, only now devoid of any trace of its former masters, becoming deathly silent and empty. Then, you reached forward with your outstretched hand, piercing through layers of space, and grabbed back the helpless, adrift palace of reincarnation. This isn't the end of the story. You raised the boundless blade of heaven slaying once more, and swung it a second time at all the spatial and temporal trajectories and causal remnants involved in your previous attack. With this strike will sever all traces of your intervention across the timelines of the past, present, and future, and from every possible dimension of information that could be probed. Even if there are deeper forces behind the Samsara Palace, they will never be able to trace any information about you. Your caution proved to be correct. Through searching the memories of those dozen or so powerful individuals and dismantling the Samsara Palace, you have obtained some information about it. First of all, in the eyes of those dozen or so powerful individuals, this hall of reincarnation was not a building constructed by any particular powerful individual or force. It is a manifestation of a phenomenon naturally formed within the void heaven realm sea. Similar Samsara palaces may exist in multiple places within the vast void heaven sea. They function similarly, but belong to different clusters or are driven by different rules. What you have is just one of them. One of the core functions of the Samsara Palace is to generate stable interdimensional passages and provide reincarnators with certain protection and mission guidance, helping them traverse different realms to complete various tasks. But these are nothing. The truly earth-shattering discovery comes from the very core area of the Samsara Palace. There, you sensed an aura of extremely high essence and profound subtlety. This level of aura belongs to the same dimension and is of the same essence as the rules of fantasy. This is no coincidence. In your opinion, the Samsara Palace could not possibly be a phenomenon that arose accidentally during the natural evolution of the void heaven sea. Behind it, there must be one or more unimaginable entities orchestrating and making moves. Its purpose is likely similar to that of the unknown entity behind the rules of fantasy to infiltrate and influence in some indirect way, even harvesting the countless fragments of the heavenly Tao formed after that unknown superworld shattered. Speaking of which, these masterminds are probably not from this era. They are most likely powerful beings from before the shattering of that unknown superworld. Otherwise, with their strength, why would they need to resort to these methods to erode the fragments of the heavenly Tao? 800 years old, time continues to flow. Having witnessed the Samsara Palace, your understanding of the void heaven sea has deepened, and your pursuit of power has become even purer. You have gained insight into and learned from the different rule systems of various realms, based on intuitive understanding of concepts such as killing, ending, and annihilation within the void heaven sea. In addition, there is feedback from countless envoys of salvation and celestial officials who carry out missions and practice their Tao in the myriad realms. You have successfully advanced beyond the realm of I control the universe, constructing a framework for an even higher level of understanding. This is a process of combining one's own path of cultivation with an understanding of the essence of the void heaven and sea. You are 900 years old. You have exhausted the myriad principles of the Tao, refined the essence of the rules of all realms, and with the aid of your talent, successfully undergone a fundamental transformation of the Tao of slaughter that you have mastered. This is the process of refining, purifying, and sublimating the concept of killing from countless related laws, phenomena, and causes into a fundamental Tao. You have become the sole source and ultimate interpreter of this path in the present moment. You have successfully broken through to the 8th stage of the transcendental realm, the ancestor of the Tao. Upon reaching this level, one can be revered as the Tao ancestor. This is not a casual title of honor, but rather, in a substantial sense, the source and master of a complete and ultimate path. You are the ancestor slayer, the ultimate embodiment and highest manifestation of all concepts related to slaughter, ending, and annihilation in the void heaven sea. The moment you complete your breakthrough, the entire void heaven sea, no matter how far apart or how different the laws, will be affected. All concepts, laws, and phenomena related to killing experienced subtle fluctuations. It seems to be paying homage to their origins, and also announcing the birth of a new Taoist patriarch. You are the very essence of the way of slaughter. Your will is the ultimate manifestation of this way in the void heaven sea. My current strength should far surpass that of those void heaven supremes in the void heaven sea. Based on the information you have gathered over the long years, the void heaven sea, though vast and boundless, has nurtured countless cultivation systems. However, once a certain level is reached, practitioners from different systems will all share a common title. In the context of your created system of transcendence and sainthood, this level would be the 6th transformation of transcendence and sainthood. This is what is known as a single universe level system. Those who reach this level of spiritual attainment are called supreme beings. In the records of countless civilizations and traditions in the void heaven realm, the title supreme signifies standing at the pinnacle of the cultivation path for billions of beings. These are towering mountains that even the most ordinary cultivators could hardly imagine reaching. Above. Supreme being, corresponding to the 7th transformation of transcending mortality, I am the master of heaven and earth, is the one revered as the supreme being of the realm. As such, beings truly rule over a vast realm, encompassing countless universes. They are the true masters of these realms, their words becoming law, and none daring to disobey. At your current level, you are known as the Void Heaven Supreme, capable of traversing the Void Heaven Realm Sea, which contains countless realms. Although you have only just broken through to the 8th transformation, the extraordinary and saintly system you created, its performance is half a level stronger than all the mainstream systems in the current Void Heaven Realm Sea. This seemingly minor difference in quality is actually as vast as an insurmountable chasm. This means that you possess an overwhelming advantage in terms of energy levels, control over rules, understanding of origins, and even the degree of leap in the essence of existence. Therefore, even though you've only just broken through, your strength is absolutely unparalleled and overwhelmingly superior among all known Void Heaven Supremes in the entire Void Heaven realm. To put it even more bluntly, even if all the Void Heaven Supremes, both overt and covert, were gathered together, they wouldn't be enough for you to cut down with a single blow. This doesn't even include innate strength. For you now, the rules of fantasy, and even the unknown entities behind the palace of reincarnation are no longer enough to make you overly wary. Leaving aside whether the opponent is a being from this era, or even if they can descend, you should still test the sharpness of your heaven-slaying blade. However, while the 8th transformation of the Transcendent Saint realm is powerful, it is not without its drawbacks. Because, based on your own experience, the Void Heaven Sea can hold a large number of Void Heaven Supremes, but at most only 20-odd Tao ancestors. Because within the entire Void Heaven Sea, there are only about 20 great Tao rules such as time and space, creation, destruction, yin and yang, 5 elements, and destiny, etc. With a deep enough foundation and a wide enough reach, this is sufficient to support practitioners as a foundation to climb to the 8th transformation of transcendence and sainthood. Once all these major paths are occupied, those who come after will either, like you, draw upon the rules and concepts of their own chosen path to elevate themselves to the next level, either eliminate a Tao ancestor and take their place, or be relegated to a subordinate position, becoming a pseudo-realm expert, Adodu 1300 years old. Time flies. 400 years have passed since you broke through to the 8th transformation, and over these 400 years, with your own an astonishing transformation in strength, the prestige and influence of the immortal palace of tribulation and judgment have also grown ever greater. The area covered by the immortal palace has long since expanded beyond the initial few dozen realms, gradually encompassing the entire void heaven realm sea. The name, Crossing Tribulations and Judging Immortal Palace, carries increasing weight in the hearts of countless cultivators in the void heaven realm. It is no longer merely a newly emerging and powerful organization, but has gradually become synonymous with order, ruthlessness, and unapproachability, especially after you dealt with several veteran void heaven supremes with near-crushing force in several world-shaking conflicts. The immortal palace's prestige reached an unprecedented height. In the void heaven realm, more and more cultivators are beginning to seriously consider and ultimately choose to join the immortal palace of tribulation and judgment. Among them are young geniuses who admire your invincible power, powerful rogue cultivators seeking stability, order, and protection, and cultivators hoping to advance further with the help of the immortal palace's resources. There are even some supreme beings who are frustrated in other forces, or who see the potential of the immortal palace. The scale of the celestial palace expanded rapidly, like a snowball rolling downhill. Meanwhile, the core power structure within the immortal palace, the heavenly judges, finally saw substantial development. The heavenly judge is a highly respected official, holding a rank higher than the celestial judge, and is also divided into 3 ranks: third, second, and first. Higher privileges, access to a wider range of resources, and more critical and dangerous tasks. The minimum requirement to become a heavenly judge is to possess supreme-level strength. However, in the early stages of the immortal palace's development, especially before your breakthrough, no cultivator within the immortal palace could reach this standard. Therefore, for the vast majority of tricky missions that require the deployment of heavenly Tao officials, you can only dispatch Tao soldiers you've crafted, possessing the strength of the 6th transformation. Now, the situation is different. After hundreds of years of accumulation and your occasional guidance, among the first batch of first-rank celestial officials in the immortal palace, someone has finally broken through the bottleneck and entered the 6th stage of transcendence. Meanwhile, some newly joined supreme-level powerhouses, after undergoing rigorous assessments and loyalty verification, were also granted the position of Judge of Heavenly Tao. The ranks of the heavenly officials were no longer empty shells, but began to truly flourish and grow, becoming the absolute backbone of the celestial palace in both external conquests and internal defense. The heavenly judge can, to a certain extent, borrow the primordial power within the void heaven sea that symbolizes the way of slaughter and termination. Although the proportion borrowed is minuscule, the essence of this power is extremely high, enough to give the heavenly judge a decisive advantage when facing enemies of the same or even slightly higher rank. In addition, they have the authority to mobilize the Killing Legion. The members of the Killing Legion are no longer limited to the Tark Zerg. Many races from the Void Sea, born for slaughter, have been recruited into the Killing Legion. The current Killing Legion no longer practices the original, rudimentary life evolution system. Instead, it's a killing system you deliberately created. Not only can one increase their strength through slaughter, furthermore, it can assemble military formations, and like the heavenly judge, mobilize your great Tao power. Currently, the Killing Legion contains several thousand supreme beings alone. These two powers make the title of Judgment Officer of Heaven even more intimidating and attractive in the eyes of many powerful figures in the void heaven realm. 2,000 years old. Consciously believing yourself invincible in the void realm, you embark on a journey to explore the main river of time. This differs from the situation when, during the seventh transformation, one could only barely perceive the fluctuations of the space-time river and perform limited interference. Now you are truly able to stand firmly in the river of time and space and roam freely. Your life essence, your fundamental principle, is already stable and powerful enough to withstand the erosion and scouring of the river of time. You stand at the crossroads between the present world and the river of time. With a slight thought, a dense, almost tangible light of killing intent suddenly rises around you. This is the manifestation of your own supreme authority over the great Tao of slaughter, containing the ultimate meaning of annihilating everything and destroying all laws. The immense pressure of the ever-flowing river of time and space, enough to instantly crush an ordinary void heaven supreme into a severe injury. Upon touching this killing light, it's like being struck by an invisible blade, a tide that is silently sliced apart, leaving you with no effect whatsoever. With one step, you officially enter that bizarre and ever-changing river of time and space. Beneath our feet flows the ceaseless, endless waters of time. The water reflects the birth and death of countless realms, the rise and fall of civilizations, and the joys and sorrows of individuals. You go against the current, then with it, feeling the complex and vast torrent of information from the past and future washing over your senses. Instead of acting hastily, you first stand at the present moment in the river of time and space, close your eyes, and immerse your mind completely in the perception of the river of time and space itself. How much time has passed is unknown. Perhaps it was a moment, or perhaps 1,000 years. From the unfathomable depths of the river of time, you have detected 8 exceptionally powerful, ancient, and obscure auras, incongruous with the present era. They span the past, present, and future. 2 of the auras are strangely familiar to you. One is filled with a distorted sense of illusion and reality intertwined, the source of the rules of fantasy. The other path is imbued with a profound sense of reincarnation and the soul's final destination. It is likely the creation of the palace of reincarnation. It seems there are more than 2 such setups. You have no intention of alerting them or delving into their specific plans for the time being. Your main goal is to understand the trajectory of time and space. So, ignoring those subtle auras, you adjusted your direction and began exploring towards the future, following the flow of the river of time. As you continue your journey into the future, you witness the grand transformation of the void heaven sea. Initially, there were the celestial realms containing countless worlds, within which the originally clearly defined universes began to have their dimensional barriers gradually blurred. Ultimately, it transformed into a vast, completely unified world, but this is not the end. Immediately afterwards, countless celestial realms slowly converged under an unstoppable force. The entire void heaven sea is about to transform into a super vast world of immeasurable volume and incalculable mass, containing all possibilities. But you stopped here. Because the river of time and space ahead has taken a surprising turn here. The once mighty mainstream split into countless tributaries of varying sizes and inconspicuousness, and each tributary extends into a hazy, unknown void. These tributaries represent the different possible futures arising from the interplay of countless variables, starting from the current point in time. In these tributaries of time and space, a fleeting glance reveals a multitude of distinctly different scenes. There are timelines where the superworld returns and successfully advances, timelines where advancement fails and collapses, and timelines where those who failed advancement barely survive. But you know that all the futures you see right now are just uncertain, illusory projections. The true, unique, and certain future will only be finally anchored at the moment when the river of time and space completes its loop. The so-called space-time loop refers to the past, present, and future forming a perfect closed loop, where all causes and effects converge and destiny is fixed. You have a vague sense that the timeline of this world, in the distant past, may have originally been a cycle, possessing predetermined or linear ultimate fate. However, just as the world decided to advance, a tremendous variable intervened. The world itself made an unconventional choice, causing the previously stable space-time cycle to be broken. Since then, the future has changed from a certainty to an unknown, full of infinite possibilities. Be that if that superworld fails to return, the entire world will collapse, and even the river of time won't be able to escape it. You feel your guess is pretty close to the truth. It seems we need to be fully prepared before that superworld truly returns. After exploring the lower reaches of the river of time, you change direction and begin traveling upstream. In the past, this time, your goal is much clearer. As you continue to travel back in time, the 8 unusual auras lurking deep within the upper reaches of space-time become increasingly clear and increasingly oppressive. You can even vaguely distinguish their different textures, and you feel yourself getting closer and closer to the owners of these 8 auras in terms of space and time. After walking for an unknown amount of time, you keenly sense danger ahead, but you had no intention of stopping. For you now, as long as space-time doesn't collapse, even if you die, you can return through the path of slaughter. Finally, you see a flash of white light. The next moment, a death crisis that chills your soul and shakes the very foundations of the universe surges through your entire body without warning. The pure, intense white light that greets your eyes expands instantly. In that instant, your vision pierced through the white light, and you witnessed a breathtaking scene. It was a vast, indescribable world, silently suspended before you. This world seems to be the source and destination of all time, space, and matter. It has no boundaries, the sky is infinitely high, and its vast expanse is constructed from layers upon layers of rules. The earth is infinitely vast, and each seemingly tiny grain of soil appears to contain an infinite universe within it, endlessly evolving and perishing. Even from a distance, you can sense the immense energy and supreme rules contained within, far exceeding the total power of the current void heaven realm. And now you understand what that white light was. It was the Big Bang. Boom! The terrifying power of the superworld explosion instantly transcended boundaries of space and time. You feel an irresistible shockwave, seemingly capable of annihilating everything, crashing violently into your killing intent. The protective divine light, powerful enough to annihilate the pressure of space-time, was torn apart and dissolved like paper before the force of this explosion. In the real world, within the deepest chamber of the immortal palace of tribulation and judgment, your figure suddenly appeared, your face instantly turning ashen, your aura rapidly waning. You were instantly killed by the force of the explosion and were blasted back from the upstream of the river of time to the present timeline. Cut. Without hesitation, you forcefully severed the causal link between yourself and the explosion of that world using the power of your innate abilities, restoring yourself to your peak condition. After sitting quietly and adjusting your breathing for a long time, you begin to savor the thrilling scene that just unfolded. Damn it, you couldn't help but mutter under your breath, still shaken. At this moment, many of your doubts will suddenly be resolved. So that's why those powerful figures from previous eras couldn't descend to the mortal realm in their true forms, and could only resort to petty tricks of infiltrating the rules. It turns out they were kept out by this terrifying explosion. That massive explosion that occurred in the River of Time is like an insurmountable wall of destruction lying across the upper reaches of the River of Time. Those who are prevented from returning to the more distant past are also prevented from coming to the present. If you ask me, imagine being caught completely off guard and crashing head-on into the self-destruction of that massive world in the long River of Time. It's just like running headfirst into Pangu's axe while traveling back in time in the primordial world. You'd be lucky to escape with your life. 5,000 years old, the immortal palace of transcending calamity and judging judgments, located in the void heaven sea, shines like an eternal, indestructible sun, illuminating all the heavens. Beneath the celestial palace, all realms pay homage and countless beings bow their heads. It represents not only the pinnacle of power, but also the orthodoxy of the Taoist tradition, the incarnation of the Azure mysterious nine-yang god. But over these 5,000 years, the celestial palace has wielded divine punishment and determined cause and effect, gradually bringing the chaotic and disordered boundary sea into a magnificent and solemn order. With your presence, this place has become the only sacred site in the hearts of the vast majority of living beings. And in this process, the extraordinary system you created will spread like wildfire across countless worlds. Most cultivation systems in the void heaven sea, once they reach the supreme realm, lose their path forward like a precipice. Many spiritual practitioners are trapped in a bottleneck for countless years, ultimately turning into a handful of dust, or becoming mere remnants of their obsessions in time and space. The transcendent system is different. It's like a guiding light, with methods at every step and pathways at every level. Even after the sixth transformation, when the difficulty increases dramatically, there are still clear techniques for breakthrough and methods for verifying one's state of mind. Thus, a silent transformation unfolded throughout the void heaven sea, many supreme beings and celestial supreme beings who had severed their path in the original system resolutely switched to the transcendental sainthood system. Some of them once dominated their own worlds for eternity, while others created countless universes. All were heroes in their own right, yet all were trapped in their current circumstances. 8,000 years old, a supreme being known as the Star River Ancestor, after 3,000 years, successfully transformed his cultivation and entered the seventh stage of transcendence. This is the first cultivator in the entire void heaven realm, besides the founder of your system, to reach the seventh transformation, 13,000 years old. Some celestial realms that began slowly merging tens of millions of years ago have finally completed their final convergence. Like scattered puzzle pieces coming back together, the broken laws of heaven are being pieced together in the process of fusion. The fragments of the heavenly Tao, which had shattered into pieces for unknown reasons, gradually returned to their original fragmented form. In this process, the fragments of the heavenly Tao demonstrated the sublimation of rules. This was a ritual of incompleteness moving towards completeness. Indeed, the multiverse you influenced with your supreme power in your early years is also accelerating its merging in this wave. In this multiverse, countless universes intertwine, their rules reorganize, and ultimately they transform into a vast and boundless world. The origin star thus became a realm above this world, transforming into the origin realm, which countless cultivators yearned for. The newly formed fragments of the heavenly Tao floated at the core of the origin realm, emanating a gentle yet majestic rhythm. At 15,000 years old, you have sat quietly on the banks of the river of time for 3,000 years. Before me flows the ceaselessly flowing river. Every drop of water tells a story. Every wave a ripple marks the birth and death of a world. You observe those realms that naturally merge and ascend, pondering profound mysteries of their interwoven laws. You also project your divine sense upstream in the river of time and space, repeatedly contemplating the moment of the Big Bang. That was the origin scene of the world's ultimate sublimation, exploding into the ethereal sea of space, containing the ultimate mystery of all things arising from nothingness, from 1 to 10,000. Finally, in a moment of profound enlightenment, all insights converged into a clear path, and you constructed the final realm of transcendence. 16,000 years old, as your talent completely erases this bottleneck, you feel everything within you begin to boil, your life's cultivation, your vast essence of energy and spirit, the myriad spells you have comprehended, the rules of the heavens you have mastered, and even all the Tao fruits you have controlled, all of this began to collapse inward. At a speed that transcended the concept of space and time, they traversed flesh and blood, passed through the soul, and ultimately converged at the ineffable core of the true spirit. The collapse process appears slow, but it is actually completed in an instant. All power, all existence, was compressed into a single point, a pure and ultimate origin. Once this point is established, all external laws, causality, and space-time will be completely isolated from it. It is neither in the past, nor in the present, nor in the future. It is neither real nor unreal, neither existent nor non-existent, but belongs only to you. It is the beginning and the end of your existence. The absolute silence did not last long. The next moment, a primal, inner turmoil, originating from the deepest recesses of my being, erupted without warning. This restlessness grew stronger and stronger, until finally, the supreme origin that embodied everything within you exploded. The explosion was silent, without light. Ripples, because it occurred before all conception, but in your perception, it was an indescribable opening up, i.e. your great Tao begins to expand, giving rise to endless chains of rules from nothingness. Your thoughts begin to sublimate, each strand extending into a tributary of time and space. Your self is completely freed from all constraints, good and evil, life and death, existence and non-existence, boundaries. The all opposing concepts merge and unite at this moment. You've broken through to the ninth transformation of the mortal realm, boundless and limitless. At this moment, you transcend all boundaries of form and formlessness, of tangible and intangible. You are nothingness and you are everything. You have reached a state without beginning or end, without an absolute starting point or a predetermined end. Your very existence is trajectory that can be self-defined and self-extended. You have reached a state of neither large nor small, where even the vast universe is merely a realm you can encompass, i.e. the concepts of size, distance, inside and outside have lost their absolute binding force on you. You have entered a realm of unbridled freedom. The barriers of time and space, the chains of rules, and the threads of cause and effect can no longer bind your actions and will. You can leave your mark on the past, project your shadow into the future, and create possibilities where they seem impossible. Ultimately, you return to a state of boundless immeasurability. Wuji means no limits, no boundaries. Your potential and possibilities have no upper limit. Boundless means immeasurable and uncountable. Your power and existence transcend any standard of measurement. At this point, you can achieve the supreme path on your own, without needing to seek it externally. You can set your own rules according to your will, within your limits, Your will is the highest law. Your very existence has become a supreme right to define. You clearly sense that your strength has completely surpassed those unknown beings at the upper reaches of the river of time, before the Big Bang. This time, you did not conceal any signs of a breakthrough. Thus, the entire void heaven sea experienced the most magnificent tremor since the beginning of time. The myriad rules of creation roared simultaneously, stars swayed like rain, and your figure appeared in the skies of all realms at once. That is a reflection of existence itself. An invisible aura pervades all of space and time, from the supreme beings of the heavens to the lowest ants in the mortal realm. All are filled with awe and devoutly worship in your direction. This is the instinct of life to look up to a higher being. The vision did not stop there. It stretches upwards along the river of time, traversing countless histories, touching that void era sealed off by the Big Bang, and continues forward. Ultimately, the message reached the very beginning of creation, to the primordial chaos before even space and time had taken shape. A past, present, and future seem to have briefly converged at this moment because of your breakthrough. The 17,000 years old. You step into the river of time once more. The river beneath our feet still flows swiftly, while in the distance, the white light of the Big Bang stands like an eternal dam stretching across history. Many times you've flown against the current to this point, only to be jolted back to the present by its immense destructive power, but this time is different. After your breakthrough, your strength is vastly different from before. The aftershocks of that explosion that once stopped you in your tracks now seem like nothing more than a slightly dazzling ripple. You point your fingers like a knife and make a light slash forward. A thin, thread-like blade of light silently disappeared into the white light. The next moment, the explosive barrier that stretched across the river of time and space, blocking all existence, was actually cleaved open by the blade's light. You took a step forward, crossing this once insurmountable chasm, officially stepping into that space-time region shrouded in the white light of the explosion, now a void of history. This place is utterly desolate. One can hardly sense any remnant of matter, energy, or even any remaining order. Only a vast emptiness and deathly stillness remain, a feeling of everything returning to nothingness. This was precisely the epicenter of that massive explosion, which blew history itself into a blank. You didn't stop, you continued against the current. You passing through this void, the landscape of the river of time ahead gradually changes, and there the rules are more ancient and weighty, and the space-time structure appears more primitive and stable. You have arrived in the past, even before the Big Bang, and have truly set foot in the source that gave birth to the void heaven sea. That legendary superworld. However, just as your figure solidified on the space-time coordinates of this vast world, before I could fully appreciate the vast and boundless laws and primordial aura of this ancient world, so different from the void heaven and the sea, I buzz. Incredibly powerful auras appeared without warning, instantly locking onto you with an aura that seemed to seal off space and time and suppress all other forces. These 8 auras, each as deep as an abyss and as vast as a starry sea, carry an ancient and majestic aura, accumulated over countless years. They far surpass the level of void heaven supremes in the void heaven sea. Simply being locked onto by them is enough to cause ordinary space-time to collapse and the great Tao to mourn. Following closely behind the breath came 8 terrifying attacks, powerful enough to shake eternity and sever the river of time. The one path transforms into the 6 paths of reincarnation, attempting to drag you into the cycle. Another, brimming with illusion, seeks to define your reality. Yet another transforms into a sword light capable of annihilating heaven and earth, striking directly at your true spirit. 8 types of attacks, encompassing all aspects of time, space, causality, fate, matter, and energy, sealing off all your escape routes. EA, is this so rude? They just arrived and immediately started hitting and kicking us. Faced with this overwhelming attack that would make any powerful person tremble, you merely raised an eyebrow slightly and calmly uttered a sarcastic remark. You really didn't expect these old fogies to be so decisive. Asked us. Those 8 attacks were about to strike. You moved. The boundless blade of heavenly judgment appeared in your hand, and you slashed forward twice in quick succession. The first strike is unleashed. The river of time seemed to be paused at this moment. The 8 attacks, originating from different dimensions, imbued with different laws, and incomparably violent, froze instantly before this seemingly effortless strike, then disintegrated and vanished. The destructive divine line light vanished silently. The 6 paths wheel returned to tranquility. The illusory power disappeared, without a trace, and the solid object was reduced to dust. All attacks vanished without a trace, as if they had never happened. Only the faint trace of annihilation left by your strike flows slowly through time and space. The second strike is unleashed. This strike is aimed at the source of those 8 auras. The blade light was formless and intangible, ignoring the distance of space and time and the barriers of dimensions. Almost simultaneously with its release, it struck the 8 beings. A puff, off. 8 muffled groans and cries of pain, almost simultaneously, came from different dimensions of time and space. Immediately afterwards, 8 figures, looking disheveled, were forcibly cleaved out of the depths of space-time where they were hiding, falling onto the surface of the space-time river in front of you. They came in various forms. Some resembled giants shrouded in divine light, others ethereal and unpredictable shadows, and still others seemed like life forms condensed from pure rules. But at this moment, without exception, their auras were severely weakened, and the laws governing their great Tao were in complete disarray, clearly indicating that they had suffered extremely serious injuries, with obvious cracks and defects appearing in their very essence. An eerie, deathly silence fell over the scene. The 8 beings who attacked you are now completely stunned. They remained frozen in their slain positions, staring at you with eyes filled with disbelief, horror, and profound confusion. Defeated? Just like that? 2 strikes? Only 2 strikes? This was completely beyond their comprehension. At their level, which one hasn't endured countless tribulations, comprehended myriad rules, and pushed their own great Tao to its ultimate limit. Logically, battles at this level often involve struggles over the fundamental rules, the utilization of space-time structures, and the manipulation of cause and effect. It was a protracted struggle over the fundamental principles. Even if a victor were to emerge, such a clean, decisive, and almost crushing defeat is extremely rare. But the reality is that their combined, long-awaited, all-out attack was neutralized by a casual slash from their opponent. Then another strike followed, severely injuring all 8 of them, forcing them to retreat and damaging their Tao. The whole process was so fast that they could barely keep up with it. This is so illogical. This is so unlike spiritual practice. Where can I find this kind of playing technique? Ignoring their inner turmoil and frantic complaints, you asked them a few questions instead. These beings reacted swiftly and with extremely respectful attitude to your questions. At this moment, no one was stubborn enough to put on airs of ancient existence. What a joke. Another blow. They'd probably shatter the very foundation of the Tao. So they practically fought over who could speak, each taking turns to tell you everything they knew, afraid of speaking too slowly or hiding anything and causing you displeasure. Soon you figured out their identities from their jumbled, yet coherent explanations. This, combined with the ancient information captured from the heavens and earth the instant after arriving here, confirms and refines the information you sought to understand. That vast world was called the Boundless Realm. It is an ancient world, unimaginably vast and incredibly rich in origin. This realm is not eternally unchanging, but rather periodically enters a special state of nirvana. With each rebirth, the world undergoes tremendous changes. Rules are reorganized, and all things are renewed. Period between these two nirvanas is called an era. These 8 before us are the beings who have reached the pinnacle of existence in the boundless realm throughout countless epochs. They call themselves the rulers of the era, a title given by the first being to reach this level, signifying their supreme dominance over the rise and fall of an era. The boundless realm has existed for countless epochs, but throughout history, only these 8 have truly reached the level of an epoch-making ruler. They are the embodiment and controllers of the great Tao rules of the boundless realm, standing at the theoretical pinnacle achievable by beings in this realm. As for the matter of the world's shattering and advancement, the 8 epoch rulers didn't actually know much detail. Their knowledge was mostly based on personal experience and fragmented information obtained from the heavenly Tao afterward. According to their recollections, this occurred at a crucial moment when all 8 of them were in deep seclusion, seeking enlightenment at a higher level. Without warning, the entire boundless realm suddenly experienced an unprecedented and violent tremor. The tremor originated from the depths of the world's origin, as if the very foundation of the world was shaking and boiling. At first, they thought this was a sign that another regular world rebirth was about to begin, although the intensity of this tremor appeared to far exceed previous records. It did not raise excessive alarm among them. Although nirvana is exceptionally intense, it is not an insurmountable disaster for beings at their level. However, what followed completely exceeded their expectations and overturned their understanding of nirvana. The boundless realm exploded. This wasn't a partial collapse of the rules, but rather a complete and utterly devastating mega-explosion that occurred throughout the vast and boundless realm, from its core to its edges, from matter to its rules. Its terrifying power is beyond description. Even though all 8 of them sensed the impending annihilation while in seclusion and forcibly broke through their cultivation at the last minute, they spared no expense to escape to the very beginning of creation, attempting to avoid this catastrophe. But even so, they still couldn't completely escape it. The power of the explosion transcended the barriers of space and time. The devastating shockwave and the annihilation effect of the rules still affected all 8 of them, instantly crippling them and plunging them into a near-death situation. The very source of their enlightenment, their near immortality, was almost shattered in that explosion. And that's not all. The devastation of that horrific explosion annihilated a period of time, both before and after it, reducing it to nothingness. This created a blank period in history, an absolute barrier that cannot be observed, traced back, or crossed. This is the void you crossed before, and that blazing white light that stretches across the river of time. What these 8 epoch rulers didn't know was that the heavenly Tao of the boundless realm actually intended to kill them. In this way, the primordial energy of the newly formed void heaven sea will be even more abundant. However, there was a glimmer of hope under the heavenly Tao, which these epoch rulers seized, and thus they did not die. After these 8 epoch rulers, relying on their profound foundations, endured unimaginable hardships. Having finally recovered from the brink of death and barely stabilized his injuries, he looked back and saw that the boundless realm had completely changed. The once vast and boundless realms have vanished, replaced by a void sea of realms evolved from countless fragments of the heavenly Tao. They learned part of the truth from the unseen forces, from the vague heavenly will that had been reformed from the shattered origin of the world. That time in the boundless realm was not an ordinary periodic nirvana, but a profound sublimation, a fundamental ascension, a leap to a higher level of existence. The explosion and the resulting void sky sea are part of this advancement process, or rather, a necessary step in the process of destruction and reconstruction, originally given their status and strength as rulers of their era. They would have been in a position to seize this unprecedented opportunity of world advancement. And naturally, the goal is to plan ahead, gain an advantage, and even seize control in the new world, the world after the advancement. But reality dealt them a heavy blow. The history of the boundless realm explosion, the space-time blasted into nothingness, became an insurmountable wall of despair. After they recovered, they did attempt to cross the void and travel to the future, but they all failed. It's important to know that when the explosion occurred, they were only affected by the aftershocks from a distance, yet they nearly perished. Dadu traversed that history that was reduced to nothingness means confronting the residual power of the original explosion. None of the 8 men were confident they could withstand the attack. The results of multiple attempts also indicate that forcibly traversing the space-time continuum, at best resulting in severe injury, is more likely to lead to complete annihilation in that void. Therefore, when they realized that you had actually traveled upstream from downstream, traversing that fictitious history, and truly descended it upon their past, the shock they felt was beyond measure. After the shock came a strong desire and a hint of greed. Their first thought wasn't friendly communication, but rather to capture you and force you to reveal how to cross that historical barrier. Once they master this method, they can bypass the deadly explosive core and travel to the present. In the future, thus, they can gain absolute initiative in the new world order and even seize the greatest benefits of global advancement. And so, the previous impolite attack occurred. But now, after personally experiencing those 2 blows from you, they've completely sobered up. Understand, you didn't learn any tricks or shortcuts from that period of history. You clearly crushed them with overwhelming force. That explosive barrier that drove them to despair, in your eyes, is probably just an obstacle that needs to be cut down. Having grasped this point, the last vestiges of hope and unease in the hearts of the 8 epoch rulers were completely extinguished. Only a deep sense of awe remained, along with a touch of bewilderment and curiosity inevitably felt when facing a higher level of existence. They waited quietly, wondering how you, an incredibly powerful being, would deal with them next. You didn't do anything to these 8 tools, but instead had them intensify their invasion of the rules of the void heaven sea. Oh yes, a tool. This name flashed through your mind. These rulers of eras, those supreme beings who have lived through countless ages and ruled over the cycles of reincarnation, command the submission of all paths with a mere wave of their hand. However, in this grand scheme involving the ascension of the boundless realm, their actions seem to follow some predetermined fate. For the void heaven sea to reassemble into the boundless realm, the river of time and space is an indispensable link. Once, due to the collapse of the boundless realm, a void fracture was blasted open, like a dark rift torn apart in a brilliant galaxy. If this rift is not healed, the space-time structure cannot be perfected, and the rebirth of the immeasurable realms will lose its foundation. These 8 rulers of the era are the key to repairing the rifts in this space-time. Their penetration of the original rules of the void heaven sea is, to some extent, also a process of unblocking the river of time and space. Key Ace, their erosion of the rules of the void heaven sea deepens, the void blasted apart by the boundless realm in the river of time will gradually return. That is the inevitable process of the old order collapsing and the new order being born. Either Taoist principles flowed like a gentle stream into that void, awakening the dormant threads of time and space, and gradually reweaving the broken cause and effect. If these 8 epoch rulers died in that massive explosion, this task would naturally be done by people from later generations, and since the 8 of them didn't die, this work naturally fell on their shoulders. Of course, you could call them tools. Actually, their help in clearing the river of time and space does have some benefits, and quite significant ones at that. If the boundless realm truly advances smoothly, then it's not impossible for those 8 to advance even further, and the benefit they gain is an increased chance of breaking through to a higher level. You explained the situation to the other party, gave them a do-your-best look, and then said nothing more, turning around to continue upstream along the river of time. Your figure fades into the distance amidst the shimmering waves, as if merging into time itself. The 8 epoch rulers remained silent for a long time, exchanging bewildered glances, but ultimately said nothing. They silently focused their minds, channeling more of their primordial power into the invasion of the great Tao rules of the present world, like 8 silent torrents, quietly altering the underlying tone of the void heaven sea. A mere tool? Perhaps, but at their level, names and forms are no longer important. What they seek is the possibility of advancing further. But it can only be said that while these era rulers are very strong, they are not strong enough, or perhaps it could be said that this world is too strong. Even though they had almost reached the pinnacle of cultivation, they were still no match for the profound and boundless realm. First, he was nearly killed in the explosion by a single elbow strike from the boundless realm. After escaping death, he still ended up working odd jobs. This is not meant to be derogatory, but rather a statement of fact. The weight of the world is far beyond what an individual can bear. Unless one transcends, how could any being born within this world possibly defeat the world itself? Unless one possesses extraordinary abilities like you. The gaze returns to you. As we journey upstream, the scenes on both sides of the river of time unfold like pages of an epic scroll. One brilliant era after another unfolds before our eyes. In some eras, spiritual energy soars like rainbows, myriad races contend, and cultivation civilizations flourish like the blazing sun in the sky. Some eras are shrouded in obscurity, and all beings suffer. Yet within this darkness, entirely different sparks of wisdom are born. In some epochs, the great Tao manifests outwardly. Strange phenomena frequently occurring in the world, and every move a cultivator makes resonates with nature. The great Tao differs in each era of the boundless realm, and the cultivation systems also vary greatly. At the pinnacle of runes and arrays, the ultimate attainment of physical sanctification, the profound mystery of divine soul ascension. You are like an eternal traveler, strolling through the corridors of time, quietly observing the rise and fall of these civilizations and the prosperity and decline of these traditions. After an unknown amount of time, you finally arrived at the beginning of time, at the creation of the world. That is a manifestation of a primordial state, that is, a state of nothingness. Then, you saw a light, the light of creation that appeared at the moment the world was born. It is not light in the ordinary sense, but the first tremor of existence itself bursting forth from nothingness. That light contained the embryonic form of all possibilities. The seeds of birth and death of all things rose and fell within it. You gaze silently, letting the light penetrate your consciousness, as if resonating with the primordial tremor of creation, turning our gaze back to you as we travel Upstream, one brilliant era after another comes into view. After leaving a projection at the beginning of creation, you return to the present moment. 18,000 years old? During this period, you continuously drew upon systematic knowledge from past eras, like a scholar who draws on a wide range of sources, dismantling and integrating the essence of cultivation from countless civilizations. You see some systems that emphasize external things, using magical artifacts and formations to communicate with heaven and earth. Some systems focus on introspection, using themselves as a furnace to refine their essence. Others advocate balance, emphasizing harmony between humanity and nature, and following the natural way. You sifted through this complex wisdom, refining its essence and gradually perfecting the extraordinary system you created. Again, in this process, they attempted to construct a realm beyond the ninth transformation. Along live 20,000, you feel that a spiritual practice system that hasn't been refined over time is incomplete. Even the most ingenious ideas, if they haven't withstood the test of time and been put to practice by countless living beings, are like castles in the air, lacking a real foundation. Just because you've mastered it yourself doesn't constitute a complete cultivation system. Also, you made the decision to plant this system in history, allowing it to grow and evolve naturally with the changing eras. At the beginning of creation, you transformed into the Tao ancestor, passing down the first seed of the transcendent saint system. At that moment, your projection manifested at the beginning of time. If for some reason you are unusually familiar with the process of this kind of thing, expounding the great Tao, enlightening living beings, establishing realms, leaving behind a legacy, the system of transcending the ordinary and attaining sainthood thus began its cycle through one era after another, flowing with the tides of time. It is like a flexible stream, adjusting its form and expression as it passes through different eras. Although the great Tao differs in each era, and each realm of the transcendental system changes repeatedly, the core remains largely the same. Seek strength within yourself to achieve transcendence and enlightenment. When the history you altered spreads to the era of the first overlord, the within that void region of the river of time, one of the 8 epoch rulers who were silently toiling away, suddenly sensed a subtle shift in the foundation of his existence. The change was extremely subtle, like a ripple on the surface of a lake caused by a gentle breeze. He sensed that the underlying cultivation logic of the era in which he was born had been infused with a new possibility, a path of sublimation similar to, yet different from, the one he had followed in his youth. He initially wanted to investigate what was going on, but after sensing your presence, he simply acted as if nothing had happened. In any case, this change did not shake his fundamental principles. His existence has long transcended the constraints of linear spacetime. Changes in the past and future can no longer affect the real him. The change in the cultivation system meant nothing to him. It was merely adding another color to the long scroll of history. Even at your level and theirs, where you can arbitrarily overturn space and time, many common sense rules no longer apply. It could be said that whoever is stronger is the father, and this father can actually be someone with a blood relationship. The ability of powerful beings to reverse history and become the ancestor or source of the weak is not uncommon in the highest realms. Therefore, he doesn't object to your interference in the past and your dissemination of the system. On the contrary, he views it with a degree of scrutiny and curiosity. He actually wanted to experience the spiritual path you've taken. Yeah, he really wants to know we're both at the pinnacle of our realms. So why are you so awesome? Is it the superiority of the system, the uniqueness of the path, or some deeper mystery that even they haven't touched? Thus, within the void, he continued to silently drive the erosion of rules, quietly comprehending the full scope of the transcendental system. The rifts in the river of time are slowly healing. In past eras, the system of transcendence and sainthood has spread quietly like wildfire. Soon, the other 7 era rulers also sensed the changes in their own past, but like the first era ruler, they remained silent and quietly comprehended them. 25,000 years old, time flows like a long river. Your existence has transformed into the very essence of a civilization of cultivation. Your transcend system is like an invisible giant net, completely covering every corner of this world and connecting the threads of all time and space throughout history. The enlightenment, breakthroughs, and even the fall of all practitioners past, present, and future are all encompassed within this system. You sit at the beginning and the end of time and space. All things within your sight arise and change because of you. Countless beings look up to your name on their path of cultivation, unaware that you have long since transcended mere names and forms, becoming a rule above all rules. The concept of cultivation arose in this world because of you. Whether in the past or future, all cultivation originates from you. You are the source of cultivation, the ancestor of all paths, and the foundation of cultivation. At 30,000 years old, the void heaven realm C, driven by your will, has ushered in unprecedented prosperity. Within the boundary sea, countless boundary realms flicker and rise like stars, their originally slow resonance and attraction accelerating due to the penetration of your system's power. The process of integration was many years ahead of its original trajectory. The realms of existence began to spontaneously draw closer, merge and sublimate. As some celestial realms that would normally take billions of years to merge have completed their initial superposition within a few thousand years, the structure of spacetime becomes more stable, but also more dynamic. The void heaven sea is no longer a chaotic and disordered collection, but is gradually becoming an organic whole, evolving towards a form that is preordained. 40,000 years old, 3 powerful auras, capable of shaking the river of time, were born from the distant future. That was the epoch ruler born from the current void heaven sea era, emerging at the other end of the river of time. From the moment of their birth, they have been eternally proven, their destiny unbreakable. Unless you personally erase the foundation of their existence, they will forever stand at the pinnacle of time and space. However, from the perspective of the present moment, they are still people from the future, existing in a superimposed state that's both real and illusory. They can freely traverse the river of time and space, exerting their full power between the past and the future, but if they were to truly descend into the present, they would encounter the instinctive limitations of time and space's self-preservation. However, the space-time countermeasures of the boundless realm are very strong. If they were to forcefully intervene, they might be able to influence the present world, but they would inevitably suffer a space-time backlash. At best, they would be rejected by the river of time. At worst, they might be severely injured. Therefore, their appearance is less about interfering with the present world and more about accelerating the flow of time itself. At 100,000 years old, the most ancient ruler who first came into contact with your system has finally achieved a qualitative leap after years of accumulation and the subtle nurturing of the system. He already stood at the pinnacle of this other world, his accumulated knowledge as profound as an abyss. With the secret support of the great forces of heaven and earth, he broke through several shackles in a mysterious instant, stepping into the boundless realm. Although its boundless and limitless realm is still immature and weak compared to your system's progenitor, who achieved a breakthrough through cheating, it has already far surpassed the epoch ruler. The gap in strength is more than just clouds and mud. His breakthrough directly accelerated the transformation and filling of a void region deep within the long river. At 110,000 years old, the three future era rulers will also successively attain the boundless and limitless. The reason they broke through earlier than the previous epoch-making rulers at the upstream of the river of time is the main reason is that your system of transcendence spans across time, and their creation has been somewhat influenced by it. Therefore, the cultivation process for transcending the ordinary and entering sainthood will be smoother, and there will be fewer obstacles during breakthroughs. Their success further confirms that your teachings are deeply imprinted on the origin of the world, and no matter how time and space change, they cannot escape your influence. As they broke through, light and shadow intertwined in the river of time and space, blurring the boundaries between past and future, and a grand trend of all rivers flowing into the sea gradually took shape. At 150,000 years old, all the rulers of all eras have reached the boundless realm, i.e., process of unraveling the river of time and space has entered its final stage. Within the void heaven sea, the merging of realms has become the norm, with vast swaths of realms merging into boundless great realms, where laws intertwine and spiritual energy surges. At the very bottom of the river of time, endless tributaries of time begin to converge, like a giant net slowly tightening, foreshadowing the imminent arrival and opportunity for the world's advancement. All things resonate, all realms tremble, and a new era quietly sprouts from nothingness. At 350,000 years old, the void heaven sea no longer has any isolated realms, all material worlds, timelines. Fundamental rules overlap and merge, undergoing their final overall integration. Throughout history, in all directions, your image is reflected. You incarnate in countless forms, merging into every inch of the world, quietly sensing every subtle fluctuation before the world's transformation, experiencing every minute rhythm of the world. They're here. The world's ascension has begun, and the moment you've been waiting for has finally arrived. The fusion of all realms in the void heaven sea was completely completed at this moment. The returned boundless realm was more than 100 times larger than before the explosion, but this was not the end. The newly formed, boundless realm began to expand rapidly, as if a sleeping giant was stretching its body. All the fundamental principles of heaven and earth resounded in unison, creating a resonant vibration, i.e. then, an indescribable and profound Taoist aura emanated from the very core of the boundless realm, permeating every inch of space and time. World advancement officially launched. Merge. Your presence, spanning the past, present, and future, across all corners of the world at this moment, is like 100 rivers flowing into the sea, all merging into the boundless realm. You have entered a profound state of union with the Tao, becoming one with the boundless realms. You are the realms, and the realms are you. You personally experience the frenzied expansion of the boundless origin of the universe, and feel every bit of rule reorganization and energy sublimation brought about by the leap in world levels. Time loses its meaning here, seeming both fleeting and eternal. Finally, the promotion has reached its final stage. You originally thought that your help would be needed to advance your cultivation in the boundless realm. But I didn't expect you to underestimate the profound depth of the boundless realm itself. The already almost certain advancement has, after absorbing and assimilating the entire transcendentalization system, brought the success rate to nearly 100%. As expected, the boundless realm easily crossed the insurmountable barrier that had once deterred countless worlds, achieving a perfect leap from the middle thousand world to great thousand world. From the perspective of nothingness beyond, the world bubble corresponding to the boundless realm now bursts forth with boundless light illuminating the endless void. dazzling and radiant, like a newly born eternal star. The time has come. Slash. In your state of Tao integration, you concentrate all your will, burning all the Tao power accumulated over 350,000 years, and unleashing your innate, boundless killing Tao to an unprecedented extreme. Under extreme pressure, talent undergoes a fundamental sublimation, unleashing a devastating power that transcends causality and logic, directly targeting the final bottleneck that stands between the mortal and saintly levels at the 9th stage. Faced with that illogical, destructive power, the bottleneck shattered instantly, like glass crumbling. At the very instant the bottleneck shatters, your mind enters a state of infinite acceleration. Your vision expands infinitely, transcending the world and traversing endless nothingness. With the residual power of your slaying, after shattering the bottleneck, and the power generated by the world ascension, you possess an incredible power that symbolizes transcending limits. The merging of these two forces successfully allowed your perception to instantly break through the boundaries of the boundless realm, escape the shackles of nothingness, and touch the countless primordial worlds hidden deep within the endless void. With the breakthrough in perception, countless primordial worlds, some you perceive, and some you don't even clearly perceive, begin to spontaneously project your image onto them. These projections vary in form due to differences in the rules, cultures, and legends each world. When a magnificent world of immortals, you are Tai Zenren, one of the 12 golden immortals under the tutelage of the Jade Void Palace, a true disciple of the Chan sect, and a master of profound Taoist arts. In another celestial realm that rules over all heavens, you are the Eastern Azure Emperor, one of the 4 supreme gods, wielding the power of life and protecting all spirits with your majesty. In another vast world with a myriad worlds universe, you are the great savior from suffering, or the 10 directions savior from suffering, responding to cries for help and rescuing those lost in delusion. And not a buddy? I've become the supreme celestial venerable? Lin Yu was confused, but then he thought about it and realized that the previous simulations were all in the same void space-time as himself. This simulation may be set in the extremely distant past. In that case, the legendary Tai Juku Tianzun, who is said to have saved people from suffering throughout the myriad worlds, may indeed be him. So, does that mean I have a powerful backer? After all, Tai Juku Tianzun's projection includes Tai Zenren, and there can be a master-disciple relationship between him and Yuanshi Tianzun. However, Lin Yu didn't know whether this relationship could be considered solid. On the entire void scale, this relationship really wasn't anything special. Countless projections manifest simultaneously, and an inexplicable, immense power, transcending all realms and gathering the thoughts and karma of all beings, bestows its blessing upon your true form. Immediately afterwards, the power from the entire transcendental system began to converge and condense upon you within the boundless river of time and space. At this moment, your true personal breakthrough is just beginning. The cultivation concept represented by the transcendental system, which spans the past, present, and future of this world, is circulating wildly deep within your true spirit. With each cycle, the concept of the system fades slightly, while your own aura strengthens slightly. This is a process of eliminating the dross and retaining the essence, a return to the origin, an ultimate transformation that strips away external systems and achieves the pure self. Ultimately, all traces of external cultivation on your body vanished completely, as if you had never practiced any system at all. At the same time, you have truly transcended the concept of spiritual practice itself, and transcended certain logical frameworks. You have successfully transcended the 9th stage of the transcendental realm, reaching an unprecedented new realm, You named it Lin Sheng. Actually, according to your earlier deductions, the realm above the ninth transformation of transcending the mortal realm should have been the ultimate, supreme true sainthood. This state is sufficient to imprint one's own Tao imprint into the source of nothingness, becoming the supreme and absolute existence within the entire nothingness. However, perhaps the gap between the ninth transformation and the supreme true saint was simply too vast, like an abyss. Though while your breakthrough was groundbreaking, it wasn't a smooth, uninterrupted journey to the finish line. You got stuck halfway. In your saintly state, your strength far surpasses the ninth stage of the transcendent saint realm by countless levels, enough to overlook all previous realms. But you are still a crucial half-step away from becoming a true, supreme, and unparalleled saint. You don't know if you still have a chance to cross this final threshold because your current situation is awkward. You are currently in a state of near transcendence within the boundless realm that has already transformed into the vast universe. In this state, you are within the boundless realm and capable of contending with supreme true saints. But you can no longer imprint your own great Tao onto the source of nothingness. You cast your gaze into the depths of nothingness. Although you haven't reached the highest level of sainthood, your near sainthood is enough to allow you to traverse the void, and there's always a glimmer of hope in everything. You believe that in the endless void, nothing is impossible. There must be others like you, perhaps even offering you a chance to take that crucial step. A simulation ended. The simulated world has been upgraded from the middle thousand world to the great thousand world. Exceptional completion. Simulation ends. Evaluation. You are the founder of the transcendental system, the progenitor of cultivation in the boundless realm, and the azure profound nine-yang god who upholds order through the path of slaughter. He is the mastermind behind the accelerated advancement of the world. Supreme Lord of great salvation from suffering, whose Taoist teachings are boundless and ethereal, and the great emperor of the Eastern Azure Flower Realm. The two congratulations, host, on successfully completing the level. You are rewarded with one chance to participate in a real-world simulation. The probability of drawing a higher level affix next time will be increased. Your life score is 10,000 points. Exceptional. You can use ratings to purchase the following items. Instruments for inheriting the way. Monuments for passing down traditions. 3,000. The weapon of the Tao, the boundless blade of heaven cutting. 5,000. Surai. Crossing the calamity and judging the immortal palace. 2,000. The host has already completed this world. Inherit all the strength and memories from this simulation, and the attribute boundless killing path. I was pretty amazing in this simulation. I almost transcended the world and reached the 12th level in one step. Lin Yu sat cross-legged in the core of the infinite paradise, his eyes gleaming with barely suppressed excitement. Of course, it can be described as transcendence. In fact, once the world reaches the level of the great thousand worlds, there is no longer any concept of transcendence. The supreme great thousand world, as the highest level world within the void, is capable of supporting supreme beings of the 12th order. The essence of the 12th order did not surpass those top-tier worlds. It's just that the strength of the 12th rank is strong enough to freely traverse the void. It's a pity we didn't succeed, otherwise we could have taken revenge on the Lord of Chaos right now, Lin Yu thought with a regretful expression. However, this is not bad. After all, the boundless killing path is just a red entry. To have this kind of simulated ending is already beyond expectations. Lin Yu slowly composed himself and focused his gaze on the simulation results. In the simulation, he was able to push the concept of killing to the level of half a step to the 12th level, and even almost touched the 12th level, which can be described as a miracle. After inheriting the gains from this simulation, I should be more confident in breaking through to the 12th level. Lin Yu took a deep breath, and with a thought, he said, "Simulator inherit." As Lin Yu put this thought into action, the familiar white light reappeared, initially swirling like a thin mist, then transforming into a surging tide of light that completely enveloped his figure. The light was warm and boundless, and an unparalleled power slowly seeped into every inch of his flesh and blood, and every strand of his soul. Within the white light, Lin Yu first received the memories of this simulation. Compared to previous simulations that spanned hundreds of millions of years, this simulation lasted less than 1,000,000 years, which is but a fleeting moment on a non-existent scale. However, this memory is extremely condensed, with each scene filled with enlightenment and a leap in realm. This memory, though short, carries immense weight. Fortunately, Lin Yu's mental cultivation has now reached the peak of the 11th level, and his sea of consciousness is as vast as the universe. He quickly absorbed this memory and transformed it into a part of his own understanding. Subsequently, the concept of killing, which was half a step into the 12th level, began to gradually merge into the infinite Tao that had already taken shape within Lin Yu's body. The infinite great Tao is Lin Yu's fundamental Tao, encompassing everything and integrating the great Tao cultivated by numerous projections and incarnations of true spirits. At this moment, the concept of killing, like a blood-red galaxy, flowed into the torrent of the infinite great Tao. Instead of causing conflict, it aroused a deeper resonance. Killing is not just about destruction. Killing that shatters illusion, killing that ends cause and effect, killing that cleanses chaos. As it is integrated, it becomes an indispensable part of the infinite, symbolizing the ultimate in change and decisiveness. Lin Yu's aura, which had already reached the peak of the 11th rank, began to increase again. His aura rose steadily, seemingly without end, causing the entire Infinite Paradise headquarters to tremble slightly. As soon as Lin Yu had this thought, the familiar white light reappeared, enveloping his figure. 1 minute later, the white light disappeared and Lin Yu's aura gradually calmed down. However, beneath this calm lies a chilling power. He slowly opened his eyes, and a fleeting image of multiple births and deaths and hidden killing intent flashed through them. Is this the power of being half a step into the 12th rank? Lin Yu felt the new power surging within his body. Although the core of this simulated inheritance is only the great Tao of killing, its quality is extremely high, already touching the threshold of the 12th order. At this moment, after merging with the infinite great Tao, he had a premonition that perfection was imminent. It's even more powerful than I imagined, Lin Yu thought to himself. This one great Tao alone is far stronger than my infinite great Tao, which has fused with many incarnation Tao fruits. Lin Yu stood up, his aura naturally subdued, as if he had merged with nothingness. My breakthrough in the last simulation was thwarted by the Lord of Chaos. Now my foundation has grown significantly. I wonder if I can break through to the 12th rank in this simulation without offending the Lord of Chaos. Simulator, begin reality simulation. After using his rating to redeem the first 3 enhancement options, Lin Yu did not hesitate to start another reality simulation. This time, he wants to see how reality will unfold after he gains new power. The host has been detected to have one more opportunity for reality simulation. Reality simulation is now activated. On the first day, having just inherited the power, you instantly felt an invisible, intangible, yet chaotic and disordered force sweeping across the entire void like a tidal wave. This force is not directed at any specific person, but rather it is spreading pervasively. Under this force, many newly born primordial worlds, whose rules were not yet stable, experienced global catastrophes, such as the collapse of their rules arising out of thin air. As some weaker worlds were even completely annihilated, returning to nothingness, at the instant you sensed. This power, the infinite Tao within you instinctively activated, minimizing your presence and perfectly avoiding the sweeping influence of this chaotic force. This is the power of the Lord of Chaos. What's going on? Has the Lord of Chaos gone mad? A question arises in your mind. In the last reality simulation, the Lord of Chaos did not cause such a large-scale outflow of power in the void. This unexpected situation gave you a vague sense of crisis. But right now, you know you are far from being a match for the Lord of Chaos, and any exploration or confrontation would be foolish. You forcefully suppress your turbulent thoughts, temporarily sealing your questions in your heart, and instead focus on the task at hand. Using your subtle connection to the Supreme Lord Taiyi, you take a step forward, your figure leaving a faint afterimage in the void, and in an instant you arrive before the space-time coordinates of the boundless realm. The scene before you makes you pause slightly. Just as you suspected, the timeline of the last simulation was many primordial eras earlier than today. The boundless realm at this moment is no longer what it was when it first ascended. It floated in the void, like a dazzling supersphere of light, its size more than 100 times larger than when it first ascended to the great thousand world in the simulation. A seven-colored glow flowed across the boundary wall, and countless runes of the great Tao rules coiled around it like chains, emanating a profound and sacred aura. Within this realm, mountains and rivers, stars and clouds rise in layers, and the vital energy of life surges like a tide. One can even faintly hear the voice of the great Tao echoing at the edge. The world breathes and resonates with nothingness, inhaling and exhaling vast amounts of void power, transforming it into the orderly creation of all things within. The expansion in scale is merely superficial. At a deeper level lies its profound and stable essence. Its network of rules is as intricate as celestial net, its foundation deeply rooted in nothingness, exuding an aura of vicissitudes and immortality accumulated over countless years. This is a vast world that has already entered a mature stage, with unfathomable depths, and it is not far from becoming a top-tier world. Concentrate your mind and perceive that, apart from your true spirit projection, Taijuku Tianzan, a half-step 12th level being, in the boundless realm, after countless years of accumulation and nurturing, 5 beings of the 11th rank were born. They stand like pillars supporting the world, existing across different dimensions of time and space. They are the most brilliant achievements in the long history of civilization in this boundless realm, the supreme beings under the Taijuku Tianzan, guarding the boundless universe. Among the 5 11th tier beings, one deserves your special attention. He is none other than the most ancient ruler from the simulation. Now, he has become the mount of your true spirit projection, known as the 9-headed primordial saint. Really, you only found out after absorbing the memories of this simulation. The simulated ruler of the most ancient era was actually a 9-headed lion. But you didn't think much of it at the time. Until this moment, I saw with my own eyes a majestic 9-headed lion prostrating itself at the feet of the Taijuku Tianzan. Its golden eyes like the sun, its men like flames, its entire body radiating an aura of dominance that could suppress all heavens. You suddenly realize that your projected true spirit has indeed become the legendary Taijuku Tianzan, the savior of all suffering and immeasurable virtue. All causes and effects were predetermined in the simulation. As expected, I really did become the Taiyi savior from suffering. A complex smile appeared on Lin Yu's lips. Reversing cause and effect, and vice versa, while Lin Yu's current strength allows him to do so, the scope of his influence is far from sufficient to cover the entire void. The simulator is indeed amazing, capable of simulating a 12th order being. It can be said that from the moment the simulation ended, Lin Yu's true spirit projection became known, because of everything he experienced, the Tao fruits he achieved, and the deeds that were passed down in the simulation. In the real-world flow of time and the network of cause and effect, it was anchored as the source and essence of the existence of Taijuku Tianzun. In other words, it wasn't his projection that became a replica of some existing deity. It's because your projection went through those things that the existence of Taijuku Tianzun has always been Lin Yu's true spirit projection. After a brief moment of surprise, you step into the boundless realm and arrive directly at the celestial palace, where the great savior from suffering resides. The palace floats atop a sea of clouds, its jade pillars and golden tiles bathed in the glow of the setting sun. The celestial Venerable sat serenely on a 9-colored lotus throne, his body radiating Taoist aura. Upon your arrival, only a barely perceptible hint of surprise flashed in his eyes before his expression returned to calm. Although you were originally one, no further words are needed. Your memories were synchronized in an instant. As from the memories of Taijuku Tianzun, you see that after reaching the realm of near sainthood, he devoted most of his energy to promoting the growth and perfection of the boundless realms. After all, the boundless realm had become his foundation after he stepped into the half-step transcendence realm. Here, through a combination of various conditions and a clever mechanism, he is able to contend against a 12th order being equivalent to a supreme true saint. Yet the boundless realm was the solid backing behind his unbridled spread of the great Tao in the void. And after countless years since the boundless realm ascended to become the great thousand world, the Great One Savior from suffering observed the evolution of all heavens and comprehended the birth and death of all phenomena, finally creating the 10th transformation of transcendence and sainthood. This realm corresponds to the 11th stage within the void, representing a brand new path to break through limits within the framework of the vast world. The 5 11th tier beings in the boundless realm today all achieved their status through this path. They each possess unique abilities. Some control life and death, others govern time and space, and still others wield the 5 elements. Together, they form the high-end combat power system of the boundless realm. Furthermore, from this synchronized memory, you have also filled in some information that was not known in the previous reality simulation. It turns out that breaking through to the 12th level isn't limited to connecting one's own great Tao with the source of nothingness. To be precise, that's just a universal path to breakthroughs in a void environment, applicable to the vast majority of those seeking breakthroughs. This breakthrough method is not limited by location. Theoretically, you can follow this path as long as you are in a void. But correspondingly, the competition is also the fiercest and the most difficult, because you have to resonate directly with the root of all nothingness and compete with all beings throughout history who have tried to learmark here. As mentioned before, some special top-tier worlds, due to their unique origins and complete rules, inherently possess rare opportunities to break through to the 12th rank. These opportunities take many forms, and the differences in these opportunities lead to variations in the breakthrough process, required conditions, and even the 12th order traits needed for ultimate achievement. Even more so, cultivators can, based on the unique key characteristics of their own Tao, completely break free from existing frameworks and forge their own unique 12-tiered path. Although extremely difficult, success would place one at the very top of the 12th rank. Time flies, and soon the 1000th Voirera arrived. At this moment, you have adjusted yourself to your peak condition. and under the protection of the Taijuku Tianzun, you are once again launching an attack on the 12th rank. You close your eyes and concentrate, your consciousness rising infinitely. And once again you see the void that lies above all things. Your infinite path moved in response to your will, transforming into a magnificent pillar of light, dazzling and indescribable in color, piercing straight into the void. Within the pillar of light, countless worlds are born and die, endless time and space flow, and infinite possibilities intertwine. It represents your understanding and practice of the concept of infinity, and is the manifestation of your path. Compared to the last time, this breakthrough has a much deeper foundation. The pillar of light from the infinite path ascended at a significantly faster, more determined, and more unstoppable speed. It breaks through layers of illusory barriers, approaching the source of the unknown. This time, you might truly be able to touch that threshold. However, just as your infinite path had risen halfway, and the pillar of light piercing through nothingness was about completely transform into eternity. From the boundless depths of nothingness, an extremely terrifying and chaotic force suddenly coalesced. Transforming into an invisible, gigantic blade capable of severing all logic and tearing apart all rules. It slashes fiercely down upon your dazzling pillar of light formed from the infinite Tao. This attack came without warning, yet was incredibly fierce, carrying a malicious intent to reduce everything to chaos and utterly destroy order. The Taoist aura flowing around the pillar of light trembled slightly before this power, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Fortunately, the supreme deity of salvation from suffering, who had always stood silently by your side protecting you, had already foreseen this. Just before the chaotic blade was about to touch the pillar of light, he gently raised his hand. Countless streams of light burst forth from the void, transforming into a boundless, nine-colored lotus, which blocked the pillar of light. Boom! A silent collision exploded at the level of the great Tao, causing the void to tremble and all paths to groan. The nine-colored lotus shimmered with light, gradually dissolving the chaotic power, but the lotus itself also dimmed by 3/10. The heavenly venerable Tai, the savior from suffering, remained calm, yet a hint of solemnity flickered in his eyes. As expected, the Lord of Chaos did not give up after his attack was thwarted. Almost simultaneously, with the first attack being neutralized, the second, third, and countless others unleashed chaotic, disordered, and will-disrupting attacks, emerging simultaneously from all dimensions of nothingness. Like a violent tide, it swept in from all directions. Each strike targets the core of your great Tao's pillar of light, and subtly locks onto your transforming true spirit's origin. Immediately afterwards, the aura of Taoism emanated from the body of Taijuku Tianzun. What the mind desires, the path of the great Tao. Wherever the boundless light of the killing Tao passes, the surging, chaotic power melts and dissipates like ice and snow meeting the sun. The celestial venerable's figure then became hazy, as if he had multiplied into countless forms, appearing simultaneously at numerous points in time and space. Using its own great Tao as a net, it intercepted and neutralized all the Lord of Chaos's all-pervasive attacks, and traced them back to their source. The great savior of suffering, relying on his advantage of being in the boundless realm, engaged in battle with the Lord of Chaos, who was hidden in the deepest part of nothingness across endless dimensions and concepts. The aftershocks of the collision of the great Taos stirred up ripples on the outer edge of the boundless realm, like a giant rock thrown into a calm lake, shaking all beings capable of perceiving this level. Honest, you were genuinely shocked when you saw the Lord of Chaos make his move. You should know that this time, You deliberately avoided this source of chaos and nothingness from beginning to end. Since there has been no prior karmic connection, logically speaking, he should neither have nor needed to attack you at this moment. Damn, now I know why the chaos force rioted at the beginning of the simulation. It turns out that the Lord of Chaos sensed the crisis. A flash of inspiration, like lightning, pierced through the fog, and you instantly realized that this was Lin Yu outside the simulation. In this simulation, Lin Yu indeed had no connection with the Lord of Chaos. However, in reality, because of the last simulation, Lin Yu and the Lord of Chaos have indeed formed a deep and irreconcilable karmic bond. However, this cause and effect is only one-sided on Lin Yu's part regarding the Lord of Chaos. In reality, Lin Yu, as the original body, is protected by the simulator, which can shield him from all causal tracing and prevent him from being touched by any laws, so he can rest easy. However, the simulated Lin Yu is not absolutely shielded by the simulator. Thus, the chilling killing intent and threat emanating from the previous simulation, which had created a multitude of Lords of Chaos, stimulated the Lords of Chaos' instinctive sense of crisis. However, Lin Yu's strength is now approaching the supreme threshold of the 12th rank. With the infinite Great Tao operating spontaneously, it can hide Lin Yu's existence and destiny trajectory so deeply that they are almost non-existent. Even a powerful being like the Lord of Chaos, though sensing something and feeling restless, could not pinpoint Lin Yu's exact location. He could only vaguely sense the presence and approach of the threat. However, as Lin Yu in the simulation began to break through, his aura spread to its maximum, and the Lord of Chaos naturally sensed Lin Yu's location. Compared to your confusion, the Lord of Chaos is also quite bewildered. A 1,000 years ago, the Lord of Chaos sensed an extremely strong threat from his deepest Tao awareness, a threat that almost made even the very origin of his great Tao tremble. This feeling is both ethereal and real. Pointing to some unknown entity, he used every means to deduce the cause and effect, but the result was shrouded in mystery. He could not deduce any clear cause and effect or trace. He only knew that this threat was currently not as powerful as himself. The premonition of a thorn in his side, as if a natural enemy was about to be born, grew stronger day by day. Therefore, over the years, he has been expending his own great Tao to deduce further, while simultaneously covering the endless void with his senses, constantly watching for any possible movement that might lead to advancement to the 12th rank. He could not tolerate the birth of a potential peer who harbored such strong hostility towards him. Until your breath exploded without restraint, he finally locked onto his target. Although he was also very puzzled after seeing you, as he seemed to have no karmic connection with you whatsoever, but the impending crisis alarm deep within the soul was undeniably real. Therefore, the prevailing mentality was, better to kill the innocent than let the guilty go free. Regardless of whether the perception was wrong or there was a misunderstanding, it was always better to nip any danger in the bud. The Lord of Chaos has finally made his move, and you, after your initial doubts, relied on your profound understanding of the principles of cause and effect. At the instant, all the clues connected, and the cause and effect behind this seemingly abrupt attack became clear. I couldn't help but sigh at the profound mystery of the entanglement of cause and effect. Fortunately, the great savior of suffering was there and stopped the Lord of Chaos. With the blessing of the immeasurable advantages of the realm, the great savior of suffering should be able to hold off the Lord of Chaos for a short time. Unfortunately, you're celebrating too soon. Although the Lord of Chaos has been stopped, there are still other beings of the 12th rank in the void who do not want you to advance. They didn't want the primordial celestial venerables side to have another 12th tier individual. Even among the 12th tier beings, there are conflicts regarding factions, ideologies, and the Great Tao. Because of Tai Tianzun's influence, some 12th rank individuals have already identified you as belonging to Yuanxi Tianzun's camp. Your promotion means that the power of the faction represented by Yuanxi Tianzun will be strengthened, which is something that certain beings do not want to see. Just as the Lord of Chaos and the Great Savior of Suffering were locked in fierce combat, drawing most of the attention, another unexpected event occurred. The void surrounding the boundless realm suddenly shimmered with countless layers of divine radiance. That light carried an absolute majesty, overlooking all living beings and wielding power over all laws. Amidst the light, the phantoms of countless emerged, ancient gods who created the world, acquired deities who controlled the elements of nature, gods of faith forged through incense offerings, and conceptual deities embodied in various concepts, the forms, authority, and light of faith of all deities converge and manifest at this moment. Immediately afterwards, these countless phantoms of gods all assumed a posture of worship, and all the divine power collapsed and condensed, transforming into a pure, boundless divine light, seemingly capable of defining the very concept of divinity. It disregarded space-time and distance, and crashed down upon you and your pillar of infinite light. This strike represents direct intervention from the very source of the divine path. The one who made the move was none other than God, the 12th order supreme being who, from the void, symbolizes the origin of all innate deities, acquired deities, pantheons, and even the very concept of God. In the beginning was the Word, and God was with the Word. The God here refers to the one who coexists and exists alongside the Word. He is the ancestor of all gods, the ultimate source of all divinity, divine authority, and divine personality. That boundless divine light shone brilliantly, and wherever it passed, the void was coated with an eternal divine color, and all paths seemed to bow down in submission to it. Within the pillar of light, you feel an absolute suppression originating from the level of life and concepts, as if you are being forcibly incorporated into the divine system, becoming a subordinate god, and your breakthrough process is about to be forcibly distorted and interrupted. At the critical moment, a buzz, an aura, seemingly originating from the beginning of all things, the source of all cause and effect, descended silently. It lacks the dazzling brilliance of boundless divine light, but it is far more profound and fundamental. With a gentle ripple of this aura, the boundless divine light, powerful enough to suppress all gods, seemed to have struck an invisible dam. The momentum came to an abrupt halt, and then the light crumbled inch by inch, reverting to the most basic divine particles, dissipating into nothingness. The primordial celestial lord has made his move. Without any earth-shattering display, merely the manifestation of an aura effortlessly neutralized the god's fatal blow. This is the power of the cause of all effects. Seeing that the attacks of two 12th-tier beings had been blocked, you felt somewhat relieved. It was thought that the most difficult time had passed, and the external interference on the road to breakthrough should have come to an end. Therefore, under your control, the infinite path of light took this opportunity to accelerate its ascent, breaking through the most critical middle bottleneck and advancing proudly toward the final, perfect end. The dawn of a breakthrough seems to be just around the corner. You never expected that the real, fatal blow would strike you at your most careless moment, when you thought the situation was already decided. In that subtle moment when your mind relaxes, slightly due to the intervention of the primordial celestial venerable and the operation of the infinite great Tao, approaches a certain cyclical peak as you break through to the later stages. An attack, dark in color, almost merging with the deepest nothingness, without leaking any energy and causing no disturbance. Like a venomous snake that has been lying in wait, it suddenly strikes. It seems to originate from a reverse point in the operation of own great path, from a slight sense of decline that inevitably arises during the breakthrough process, or from the slightest resentment that flashes through your mind when you confront disorder and theocracy. It breeds, amplifies, and explodes instantly. This attack, with unparalleled precision and in an inconceivable way, struck the very point of the upward, progressive, and expanding momentum upon which your infinite path of ascension depends. A click, a crisp, yet chilling snapping sound, which only you can perceive, rings out. Your once unstoppable and unstoppable ascension to the great Tao has been, as its most crucial foundation has been removed. That overwhelming momentum of breakthrough came to an abrupt halt. The pillar of light halted its ascent abruptly, then began to shake violently, its Taoist energy becoming disordered. The previously near-perfect Tao foundation showed terrifying cracks and signs of backlash. This time, it is the source of all malevolence, depravity, chaos, and demonic thoughts within the void, a supreme being of the 12th rank, summoned by the chaotic realm that has come to strike. The path of the devil is treacherous and unpredictable, adept at exploiting the dark side of all things to destroy and subvert them from within. His actions were more subtle and deadly than the directness of the Lord of Chaos, and more grand than God's. The timing was impeccable. This is precisely your fatal flaw. Your old strength is exhausted, your new strength has not yet arisen, and your mind has experienced a brief moment of weakness. And this time, no one can stop this deadly blow from the demon for you. The great savior of suffering Tai is locked in fierce combat with the Lord of Chaos at the edge of the boundless realm. Their energies are locked together, and a single move affects the entire situation, leaving them no time to spare. After blocking the god's attack, the aura of the primordial celestial venerable seemed to cease manifesting and focusing on this place due to some limitation or balance. The demon's sneak attack was so covert and sudden that it didn't attract the immediate intervention of the other 12th order beings the instant it occurred and caused destruction. Furthermore, not all 12th tier units are paying attention to this area or are readily available to make a move. The last time the Jade Emperor intervened at the last moment, and this time the primordial heavenly venerable intervened, it was simply because they happened to be paying attention to this area. Speaking of which, you were a bit careless. You thought that since you hadn't created any karmic connection with the Lord of Chaos this time, the 12th Order wouldn't interfere during your breakthrough. Therefore, there was no prior communication with other lawful Tier 12 beings. Just like in the previous simulation, your breakthrough failed again. At the last moment, you still chose to unleash your full power. You will unleash all your remaining power, all your resentment and anger, along with the shattering origin of the infinite Tao, in an unconventional, almost self-destructive way, combining several keywords. It completely ignites and detonates. You unleash the most dazzling and destructive strike of this simulation. At the same time, perhaps it sensed your resolute will and the sudden surge of unstable, destructive energy. Or perhaps the demon's actions finally drew attention, and the vast, indifferent will of the primordial celestial venerable once again focused on this matter. There was no attempt to salvage your breakthrough, because that was impossible. Instead, a mysterious force was added to the causal inevitability of your strike. With this slight blessing from the primordial celestial venerable, your final attack, formed from burning everything, transformed into a devastating torrent that was destined to strike. This torrent, disregarding time, space, cause and effect, and destiny, traces the remnants of those 3 malicious attacks from the shadows. flowing upstream, that instantly struck the very foundation of the Tao of the Lord of Chaos, God, and Demon. At this moment, the sources of the great Tao of the three 12th-tier beings simultaneously suffered unprecedented devastation. While not fatal, it is enough to damage their cultivation. Over a long period of time, requiring a great deal of effort and time to repair, it's a pity that the Jade Emperor, a being who can initiate attacks instantly, was unable to intervene this time for some reason. Host death detected. Simulation ended. Holy crap, these 12th-tier beings are such bastards. They have absolutely no martial ethics. Lin Yu stared at the slowly dissipating simulated light screen in front of him and couldn't help but swear. He rubbed his throbbing temples, feeling a tightness in his chest, as if a lump of cotton was stuck inside him. The results of this real-world simulation truly left him speechless. 3 level 12s targeting me, who's about to break through to level 11. There's no one else like me. Count the ball, count the ball. Lin Yu shook his head, suppressing his irritation. It seems that to truly break through to the 12th rank, we still need to look at the simulation of the Great Thousand Worlds. After receiving the memories from this reality simulation, Lin Yu first reunited with Taiju Tianzun. Then I patiently waited in the infinite paradise for the simulator to cool down. The simulator cooled down after nearly 30 Earth years. Lin Yu also began his first simulation of the Great Thousand Worlds. Simulator, start simulation. The searching for the simulated world has begun. Host's true spirit has been initiated. Keywords have been extracted. Please select one of the following 3 keywords. As the simulator's cold notification sounded, 3 light screens unfolded before Lin Yu's eyes. The first light, a blazing red like a sunset, revealed the 4 ancient seal characters for many children, many blessings. Further details are below. Many children, many blessings. Raid, a top-tier talent derived from the path of marriage. You will no longer be reproductively isolated from any other living being, and your chances of having offspring will increase dramatically. The more descendants you have, the higher their cultivation level, the greater your talent, and the faster your cultivation speed. You can even use this to take control of the path of marriage. Lin Yu's lips twitched. This entry was impressive, but something about the overall style just felt off. The second light curtain also shimmered with red light. Destined for greatness, red, you possess top-tier talent and a prestigious background. You are blessed by fate and were born at the top, a typical invincible start strategy, which is quite reliable. His gaze shifted to the third light screen. In that instant, it was as if the sound of bells and chimes rang out from the void, and golden light burst forth, illuminating the entire cave. Above the light screen, clouds churned, and the silhouette of a giant bird soared faintly. Words flashed one by one, soaring above the clouds, bearing the blue sky, gold. Those who achieve great things in ancient times not only possessed extraordinary talent, but also unwavering perseverance. Not only do you possess the lofty ambition to defy everything and be unbound by anything, you also possess extraordinary talent that surpasses all things. Holy crap, I got gold! Lin Yu was very excited when he saw the gold-colored entry for the first time. This is the highest level affix in the simulator. Given the high value of affixes in the simulator, having this gold affix should make achieving tier 12 quite easy, right? Therefore, Lin Yu chose the golden entry, severing clouds and bearing the azure sky without hesitation. A host selection complete, simulation begins. On your first day after transmigrating, you, at 14 years old, wake up in a dilapidated temple. A cold wind, carrying sand and dust, poured in from a collapsed corner of the dilapidated temple, rustling the withered grass on the ground, and the EU. Open your eyes, and what you see are faded, mottled clay statues of gods and roof beams covered in cobwebs. A sharp headache makes you groan, and fragments of memories that don't belong to you surge in like a tidal wave. A drought, locust plagues, parents collapsing one after another on the road of fleeing famine, the bitterness of begging along the way, and finally, the hunger and cold huddled together in this dilapidated temple of the city god. A 14-year-old body, bearing the weight of too much suffering. You push yourself up from the cold ground, your coarse cloth clothes tattered and worn. I never thought I'd be the one to time travel. Based on your memories, you have transmigrated to a dynasty called Dashu, and you are now a beggar. Wait. Is it that bad? I'm reading Yang Shizi's novels. Shouldn't the beginning be some kind of neglected prince? How come I've run into this classic protagonist starting point? You muttered to yourself as you sorted through the memories in your mind. Before you could fully sort out the flood of memories, the crooked wooden door of the dilapidated temple was kicked open with a loud bang. 3 beggars, dressed almost as poorly as you and with arrogant expressions on their faces, barged in. The leader, a one-eyed man, without a word, swung his wooden stick at your head, while the other 2 grinned and pounced, their fists and kicks flying. Illogically, a malnourished teenager facing an attack from 3 adult beggars would only be able to cover his head and take the beating. However, just as the stick was about to strike, your world seemed to be slowed down. If for some reason, these people's movements not only seemed slow to you, but also full of flaws. The trajectory of the one-eyed man's swing of his stick, the open space under his armpit when the man on the left punched, unsteady gait of the man on the right, every detail was crystal clear. What's even more amazing is that you instantly figure out how to easily take it down, and what surprised you even more is, though based on your thoughts, your body reacted instinctively. You didn't even think about it much, you just felt you should do it that way. You instantly ducked, dodging the tip of the stick, and your left hand shot out like a venomous snake, precisely gripping a spot on the wrist of the one-eyed man wielding the stick. With a gentle twist, excruciating pain caused him to scream and release his grip. Yet at the same time, his right leg swept out like a whip, striking the beggar on the left knee, causing the man to kneel down. Using the recoil, you sidestepped and crashed into the beggar on your right, your shoulder, hitting him squarely in the chest. The man immediately gasped for breath, clutching his chest and staggering backward. In the blink of an eye, 3 fierce-looking beggars lay sprawled on the ground, groaning incessantly. You stood there, looking at your own hands, then at the 3 terrified figures on the ground, feeling more astonishment than excitement. I remember possessed absolutely no such abilities. This almost instinctive, exquisitely refined method of defeating enemies, could it be your cheat code as a time traveler? Suppressing your doubts for the moment, you walk up to one-eyed, step on his fallen stick, and ask in a slightly hoarse voice, "Why did you hit me?" Having witnessed your prowess, One-Eye dared not conceal anything, and, enduring the pain, poured out his confession like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. Yes, it's Tiger's rule. All newcomers have to get through this first, pay their dues, and acknowledge their territory before they can make a living in this western part of the city. We were just following orders to give you a taste of your power, a tiger. The leader of the beggars in the west of the city, establishing authority. You frowned slightly. They ask some more questions about the county tangs, and so on. The chatter of several beggars, combined with your memories, gives you a certain understanding of this world. In the Great Shu dynasty, the emperor was obsessed with alchemy, eunuchs held power, and the court was in disarray. Local officials were corrupt, and exorbitant taxes and levies were as numerous as hairs on a cow. Coupled with years of natural disasters, The land was barren, refugees were everywhere, and bandits were rampant. The world was already on the verge of collapse, just waiting for the final straw. After finishing the questioning, you acted without hesitation, striking swiftly and decisively with a chop to the back of each of the 3 men's necks, knocking them unconscious. You don't know if Tiger will bring a bunch of beggars to attack you after you let these people go back. You can only knock the other person unconscious first, to buy yourself some time and understand the changes happening to you. The dilapidated temple falls silent again. You close your eyes and concentrate, trying to perceive and control every inch of your body. At first, there are only subtle muscle twitches, but gradually you can feel the blood flowing in your veins and hear your heart beating strongly and rhythmically. It can even precisely control specific segment of a finger to independently flex and extend. You attempt to jump and dodge. Your movements are incredibly fluid and coordinated, and your strength, speed, and endurance far exceed what one would expect from such a small body. And more importantly, there's that sense of control, as if the body is no longer a clumsy shell, but a precise tool that functions perfectly, in perfect harmony with the mind. You discover that you have complete control over your physical body, and in this state, even with just an ordinary human body, you can unleash terrifying combat power, easily taking on 100 opponents. Ada power brought an initial sense of security and pointed out the most practical path ahead. In these chaotic times, a lone beggar's life is precarious. He needs someone to rely on. Based on my memory and the words of those beggars, the county town was a melting pot of all sorts of people, and the gangs were quite powerful. You decide to join a gang, first establish yourself, and figure out the complexities of this world, with a swift and decisive action, and thanks to your sharp skills, you easily passed the Tiger Gang's test and joined the gang. The Fierce Tiger Gang is one of the 3 major gangs in the county. They mainly control the docks, protection money in parts of the market, and some shady businesses. Their members are known for their bravery, ruthlessness, and strong-willed nature. During your first month with the Fierce Tigers, you started as a low-ranking member, relying on your calm mind, efficient skills, and outstanding performance in several minor conflicts with other gangs. He was quickly promoted to a minor leader in charge of the business in a small alley and had 2 or 3 followers under him. During this month, you dealt with gang affairs by day, familiarizing yourself with the diverse characters and social circles of the county, and immersed yourself in exploring your own abilities and the world at night. After a month of exploration, it appears that this world is simply a normal fictional world. Although martial arts have been passed down, and various gangs and even the guards of some wealthy families have practiced their skills. However, most of these so-called martial arts are external skills for strengthening the body and exercising muscles, bones, and skin, combined with some breathing techniques, which at most make people stronger, more agile, and more resistant to beatings. It doesn't contain the extraordinary energy like internal force or true ki found in martial arts novels, which might disappoint you. Of course, it's also possible that extraordinary powers exist in this world, but you're currently in a place where you can't access them. However, if there are no martial arts techniques available, you can create your own. Perhaps due to the time travel, you find that your thinking speed, comprehension, memory, and associative abilities far surpass those of your previous life. In the words of the novel, your comprehension has increased significantly. With your exceptional comprehension, you attempt to combine the martial arts knowledge you've gleaned from your previous life, along with knowledge of physics, physiology, and sports science, and the martial arts philosophies of this world. Ultimately, you used the basic fist and foot techniques of the Fierce Tiger Gang, and a few rudimentary body-strengthening manuals circulating in the market as the framework, based on an understanding of human biomechanics, muscle fibers, and energy metabolism. A body-strengthening method has been created that can significantly enhance the physical body. You named it the body-strengthening technique. This method combines special static postures, dynamic exertion, and a unique breathing rhythm. Overstimulating muscles, fascia, and bones at a microscopic level makes them stronger, more powerful, and more coordinated, far more efficient than ordinary external martial arts. At the same time, you know that a strong body requires sufficient nutritional support. A food is scarce in this world, and even gang supplies are limited. So you created a new technique called the furnace method, which, through conscious guidance and specific breathing techniques, enhances the absorption efficiency of the digestive system, extracting as much energy as possible from limited food to nourish the body. In addition, during this month, through more complex tests, you discovered that your ability to have complete control over your physical body originates from your will. You believe that your extraordinary willpower and exceptional comprehension might be your true secret weapon. After 2 months of practice, the body tempering technique is beginning to show results. His once slender body began to be covered with well-defined muscles, and his strength, speed, and reaction time improved significantly, making him comparable to a robust adult man who had worked hard for many years. Then in the 3rd month, the body forging technique was mastered. Your body seems to have undergone countless trials. Your muscles are full and elastic, your bones are strong, your fascia is resilient, and your 5 senses are acutely alert. You've tested it. A full force punch can leave a clear fist mark on an iron-clad wooden stake. You can leap over 10 feet, and you have remarkable endurance. You feel you've touched an invisible barrier. Your physical body has reached the physiological limits achievable by an ordinary human, though with your human body pushed to its limits, coupled with absolute control, you are confident that you can handle even 100 well-trained, heavily armored soldiers. You too can use your skillful use of strength to maneuver against, fight, and even win. The rapid expansion of their power naturally attracted the attention of the Tiger Gang's upper echelons, leading to suspicion and suppression. But you don't intend to lie low anymore. In the 4th month, during a fierce internal conflict within the gang over the distribution of profits, you decisively defeated several top fighters, including the former gang leader. With undeniable strength, he ascended to the position of leader of the fierce Tiger Gang. Although some members of the gang were dissatisfied, they could only bow their heads in the face of the terrifying strength you displayed. In the 5th month, with the wealth and resources accumulated by the fierce Tiger Gang, you have obtained a relatively sufficient supply of meat and medicinal herbs. The furnace process is operating at full capacity, efficiently converting nutrients. You continue to refine your body tempering technique, constantly attempting to break through the barrier of your physical limits. Finally, on this day, hear a subtle sound within your body, like a bowstring snapping or spring ice cracking. A power far more powerful and refined than ever before surges from the depths of your body, flowing through your limbs and bones. The bones emitted a soft hum, muscle fibers underwent further restructuring and strengthening, and the skin became radiant and subtly glowing. The limits of human endurance were thus broken. After pushing the limits of human endurance, your body undergoes a dramatic transformation. Muscle fibers are intertwined like steel cables. Bone density is comparable to refined iron. Every inch of skin contains explosive power, and the lifting strength alone reaches an astonishing 3,000 kilograms. This is just the most basic change in power. You are as fast as the wind. When you run at full speed, you leave a trail of afterimages in your wake. and you can cover 100 meters in just 2 breaths. His endurance is unfathomable. He can engage in high-intensity exercise for several days without feeling fatigued, and his cardiopulmonary function is so powerful that it's as if he has a perpetual motion machine inside his body. Their defensive capabilities are equally astonishing. Ordinary swords and blades will only scatter sparks and leave shallow white marks when they strike you, barely even breaking your skin. There is no waste. Every strike embodies the most perfect power generation technique. Such a powerful physical body, placed in this ancient world, is already an existence that defies common sense. You once secretly tested yourself, charging into the mountains alone and tearing apart a tiger or leopard with your bare hands. He stood still as dozens of burly men struck him with sticks, remaining unmoved and even sending them flying. You roughly estimate that, in a battlefield setting, this body alone would be enough to charge through an army of 10,000, taking the head of a general from among thousands of soldiers, as easily as taking something out of a bag. Unfortunately, to your great disappointment, even after breaking through human limits, no extraordinary energy was generated within your body. There is no internal energy, no true Kai, no spiritual power, and no energy fluctuations beyond the realm of physics. You also tried meditation, following the descriptions in the novels of your past life, attempting to sense the energy of heaven and earth. But I made no discoveries. However, my spirit was greatly enhanced through meditation. There are only 2 explanations for this situation. Either you haven't found the correct method to condense extraordinary energy, or the fundamental rules of this world do not allow extraordinary energy to exist. After months of investigation and reasoning, you feel the latter is more likely. As it stands, this world might actually just be an ordinary alternate history world. You, with your current skills, you'd probably be considered a supermodel among supermodels in this world. Late at night, you stand alone on a small hill outside the county town, looking down at the sleeping town below. The starlight was dim, the lights were scattered, and the whole world was so quiet that only the sound of one's own heartbeat could be heard. You feel the surging power within you, a terrifying power capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks as you reflect on what you've witnessed over the past few months. Exorbitant taxes and levies, corrupt officials, impoverished people, unstable borders, and an emperor obsessed with alchemy who neglects state affairs. The entire nation is like a slowly leaking, dilapidated ship. Now that I possess this level of power, it wouldn't be right for me not to do something. Thought ignited in my heart like wildfire, quickly spreading into a raging inferno. That's right, you've decided to rebel. Firstly, having transmigrated to an alternate historical world and possessing such power, how could I not experience what it's like to be an emperor? To possess an empire, to rule the world, to have the power to kill when awake, to rest one's head on the lap of a beautiful woman when drunk. That supreme sense of power is enough to make one's blood boil just thinking about it. Moreover, consider this. You, someone who has undergone 9 years of compulsory education and received modern civilization, are to become emperor, heir for the common people. This is far better than the current incompetent ruler who is obsessed with alchemy and appoints treacherous officials, isn't it? You at least understand the principle that water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. You know the adage that the people are the most important, the state is next, and the ruler is the least important. You understand that developing productive forces and improving people's livelihoods are the fundamental principles of governing a country. The emperor of this world might understand these things, but he certainly doesn't have your ability to put them into practice. In particular, with your current strength, you can minimize the war damage caused to the people by a rebellion, You don't need to resort to manpower tactics and exploit displaced people like traditional uprisings. You can carry out a decapitation strike using your personal strength quickly. Dismantle the enemy's command system and end the battle in the shortest possible time. This means fewer casualties, less destruction, and less social unrest. Secondly, becoming emperor will allow you to gather more resources. With your current physical body, which surpasses the limits of the human body, taking another step forward would be extremely difficult. This world has no concept of spiritual energy. It cannot be improved by absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, nor does it possess any rare and precious natural treasures with powerful energy. Relying solely on ordinary meat and medicinal herbs to advance one's strength would be incredibly costly. You will need a vast amount of precious medicinal herbs, rare metals, ancient and secret texts, and even the entire nation's resources to study the mysteries of the human body and explore the truth of the world. And all of this can only be achieved by becoming the supreme ruler and mobilizing sufficient resources. Change the world, improve people's lives, gather resources, and explore one's own path of evolution. Rebelling and becoming emperor is definitely the best choice. Alas, I was indeed too kind. There's a saying, though I have no desire to vie for power, I know the suffering of the common people. Prince Yan, I understand your feelings. After making up your mind, you begin to seriously consider the specific procedures for rebelling. Logically, creating a response should involve a rigorous process. Accumulating strength, building public opinion, finding opportunities, rallying allies, formulating strategies, and gradually advancing. You recall the history you read in your past life, from Chen Sheng and Wu Guang to Zhu Yuansang, from Liu Bang to Li Yuan. Each successful person had their own unique path. But you thought about it for a long time, and still couldn't come up with a perfect plan for rebellion. Fine. You decide to stop thinking about it and pat your head. My superintelligence tells me it's time to use my superpowers. With your current strength, just play it safe and develop your strength for a while longer. Then you can just sweep through and finish them off. When your strength surpasses your opponents by several orders of magnitude, any strategy becomes superfluous. It's like an adult fighting kindergarten children do. You even need to devise a tactic? Of course, necessary preparations are still necessary. You need a base, a basic team, a management system, and the ability to quickly establish a new order after overthrowing the old one. But all of these can be accomplished simultaneously during the horizontal pushing process. The day after. Breaking human limits. You single-handedly stormed the headquarters of the Azure Dragon Gang, one of the three major gangs. Zhao Qinglong, the leader of the Qinglong Gang, was a burly man standing 8 feet tall. He had practiced hard Qigong and could break large stones with his chest. He was renowned for his fighting prowess in the county. Seeing you alone, he immediately burst into laughter. You're the new leader of the fierce tiger gang? What kind of greenhorn are you? You're too lazy to waste words, so you throw a punch. As Zhao Qinglong instinctively blocked, then was sent flying backwards like he'd been hit by a charging bull, instantly losing consciousness. The remaining gang members tried to surround you, but you quickly defeated them all. Just like that, you subdued the Green Dragon Gang. The next day, Liu Tiquan, the leader of the Iron Fist Society, one of the three major gangs, was quite shrewd. Upon hearing about the Green Dragon Gang's affairs, he immediately led all his members to line up at the entrance to welcome them and pledge their loyalty on the spot. And just like that, all three major gangs in the county submitted to you. Next is the entire county. This county town was garrisoned by nearly 100 soldiers, commanded by a captain surnamed Lai. These soldiers were poorly equipped and laxly trained. Their main duties were guarding the city gates and maintaining order, and their combat effectiveness was quite limited. After you have defeated the entire defending army, a lieutenant, Li immediately knelt down and said, "I am willing to serve you like a dog or a horse." In just a few days, you successfully took control of the entire county, the 5th month since I transmigrated. After taking over the county, you didn't immediately expand, but instead chose to consolidate your position. While you may be invincible in personal combat, managing a region, and building a business requires systematic capabilities, you need time to digest the results, and you need to leverage the resources of the entire county to enhance strength. During this period, you ordered the entire county to collect precious medicinal herbs, rare metals, and ancient books, and to consume the finest meats and tonics formulated according to ancient texts every day. While these ordinary resources may have limited effect on you, little by little, they accumulate and eventually lead to a qualitative change. In nearly a month, your strength has increased from 3,000 kilograms to 4,000 kilograms. This is mainly due to your in-depth development of your physical body and the accumulation of resources. You discover that after breaking through human limits, the body is like a bottomless pit, continuously strengthened through constant training and nutritional replenishment. Only the rate of improvement slows down in the later stages. Unfortunately, even combining all the cultivation techniques in the entire county, you couldn't derive a technique more powerful than the body forging technique. You only slightly improved upon it. Fortunately, reaching the pinnacle of the body forging technique does not mean your physical strength will stop increasing. However, what surprised you the most wasn't the increase in physical strength. During the month you've been in control of the county, you've gradually felt a special kind of power emanating from you. This kind of aura is the kind that develops from those who have long held high positions. Commands respect without anger, inspiring awe and fear. But the power you possess seems to extend beyond this. Perhaps it's because of your extraordinary willpower and spiritual strength that the aura you possess, amplified by your will, has truly acquired supernatural power. You've done an experiment. When you stare at an ordinary person, they feel inexplicable pressure, their heart races, they break out in a cold sweat, and they might even avoid eye contact with you. Over time, it can even make the other person feel suffocated. When you give orders to your subordinates, your words seem to carry a certain persuasiveness, making them more likely to believe and comply. When you speak in front of a crowd, your voice travels clearly to everyone's ears, as if carrying a certain resonance. From these appearances, it's clear that this kind of power can not only directly oppress others' spirits, but also make your subordinates increasingly convinced of your authority and loyal to you. A Lieutenant Li once privately told his confidants, "Every time I see my lord, I feel as if I am facing a high mountain, filled with both awe and peace of mind, and I can't muster even the slightest thought of rebellion." You realize that this might be a manifestation of spiritual power. In this world without supernatural energy, your will and spirit have been strengthened due to the breakthrough in your physical body, thus manifesting as this special aura. Good heavens, now we have another reason to rebel and declare ourselves emperor, you chuckled to yourself. If we're talking about who wielded the most power in the ancient world, it would undoubtedly be the emperor. The emperors of feudal dynasties, especially those autocratic rulers who could monopolize power, truly held a position above all others. That was true absolute authority. The power it wielded was virtually limitless. They are far beyond the reach of those national leaders from your past life. After you've been emperor for a while, what you possess will definitely undergo a significant change. To better enhance spiritual strength and power, you have created a meditation method that nourishes the spirit, The second month of taking control of the county, you begin to address a key issue: how to improve the capabilities of your subordinates. You may be invincible in combat, but you can't do everything yourself. You need a powerful army, a group of capable generals, and a system for training talent in large numbers. Therefore, you decide to create a cultivation method suitable for ordinary people. You conducted in-depth research on your own cultivation techniques, the body forging technique, and the furnace method, disassembling, simplifying, and integrating them to create a new cultivation method, which you named body strengthening technique. This exercise can enhance the body's absorption capacity and rapidly improve overall physical fitness. Although its improvement speed and potential are far inferior to the two techniques you've been practicing, its advantage lies in its ease of understanding and quick learning, making it suitable for large-scale promotion. Based on your estimates, an average young adult who practices this skill can achieve in 1 month what ordinary training takes a year, become an elite soldier in 2 months, and rival a junior officer in 6 months. That after creating the body strengthening technique, you gathered 100 able-bodied men in the county town, adding them to the existing city guards. 2. Form your first batch of soldiers. Nearly 200 soldiers were divided into 10 groups, and 10 group leaders were appointed. Under the influence of the extraordinary power, and with your personal supervision, the soldiers' enthusiasm for training has reached unprecedented heights. These people were originally gang thugs or soldiers, and their physical abilities were already superior to ordinary people. After practicing the body strengthening techniques, their progress was rapid. A month later, the overall strength of this group of soldiers had doubled. The most outstanding individuals achieved a strength of 200 kilograms, and their speed, endurance, and reaction time all showed significant improvement. More importantly, through shared practice and living together, the team's cohesion and discipline have greatly improved, and their loyalty to you personally has reached a fanatical level. You selected 30 of the best soldiers from this group, appointed them as instructors, and began a large-scale recruitment drive. The 8th month since I transmigrated, your physical strength has reached 6,000 kilograms. With your powerful control over your body, you can briefly unleash speeds exceeding the speed of sound. You possess immense strength and an increasingly profound and extraordinary aura. Without alerting the imperial court, they secretly subdued 5 surrounding counties. Faced with an overwhelming disparity in strength, most people chose to submit. You decisively eliminate the few diehards, then install your proxies. You haven't changed the surface order of these counties. The county magistrate is still the same county magistrate, the garrison is still the same garrison, and everything continues to operate as before. The only difference is that the powerful figures in these places have already secretly pledged their allegiance to you, regularly reporting to you and following your instructions. Now most of the county is under your control, and in the 9th month, the number of soldiers under your command practicing body strengthening technique reached 3,000. 1,000 of them are stationed in the county town you initially controlled under your direct command, and another 2,000 men were dispersed throughout the counties as local garrison forces while continuing their training. As the number of counties you control increases and the population under your rule grows, your power will rise at an increasingly faster pace. Add to that meditation, and you'll feel your mental strength growing daily, and your control over your energy becoming increasingly refined. Now, with just a glance, you can intimidate ordinary people. With just a few words, you can solidify the resolve of wavering individuals. You begin to explore more uses for potential. One day, while inspecting military training, an idea suddenly occurred to you. essence an individual's influence can affect others, could this influence be combined with that of an army to form an even greater force, like the military power depicted in novels? You've decided to conduct the experiment. You selected 2,000 men from your army and led them to the valley outside the county town. You ordered them to line up in the formation they usually trained in. It was a simple square formation, but after a month of training, the soldiers moved in perfect unison, obeyed orders without question, and exuded a chilling aura. You stand at the very front of the army formation, close your eyes, and unleash your power. An invisible aura emanates from you, enveloping the entire army formation. You attempt to connect your will, your momentum, with the army's spirit. It was difficult at first. Your momentum clashed with the military's atmosphere, like oil and water that cannot mix, but you didn't give up. You adjusted your mental state, no longer using power as a tool of oppression, but as a connecting link. The emphasis shifts from individual authority to the collective will. You imagine yourself as one with these 2,000 soldiers, sharing the same breath and fate. Gradually, a wonderful change occurred. You feel your own energy beginning to resonate with the aura of the army. The soldiers seem to sense something too. They straightened their backs, their gazes hardened, and their breathing unconsciously synchronized. The aura of the entire military formation began to coalesce, becoming more orderly, unified, and solid. You guide this concentrated energy, merging it with your own power. This process is very difficult. Like kneading an invisible ball of energy with both hands, it requires extremely high mental control. Sweat beaded on your forehead, but your heart is filled with excitement. You feel a new kind of power being born. Finally, at a certain moment, the fusion was complete. You open your eyes and see a breathtaking sight. The entire army formation, centered on you, is enveloped in a faint, almost invisible glow. This faint light contains a powerful will, the condensed belief of 2,000 people, and the manifestation of your momentum. You raise your right hand, attempting to control this newborn power. As you direct your thought, the faint light above the military formation begins to flow and converge above your hand. The light grew brighter and more solid, eventually forming a phantom-like, translucent halberd. This halberd is about 10 meters long, radiating a faint golden light. Its blade is sharp and its shaft is thick. Although composed of energy, it gives the impression of being indestructible. You grip the halberd tightly. Although your hands are empty, you feel a real tactile sensation in your mind, as if you were truly holding a peerless divine weapon. Let's test its power. You take a deep breath, swing your halberd, and cleave it with all your might towards the open space in front of you. The halberd fell without making a sound. The ground trembled violently the moment the halberd fell. Boom! A visible shockwave spread forward, sending sand and stones flying wherever it passed. Once the dust settled, a terrifying crack appeared in the ground, stretching tens of meters across, several meters deep, and wide enough to accommodate a person, as if it had been cleaved open by a real divine weapon. The soldiers stared in disbelief, then erupted in thunderous cheers. Although they didn't understand the underlying principles, they could sense the immense power within it and their connection to it. At this moment, in their eyes, you are simply a god descended from heaven. You were also shocked by the power of that attack. The destructive power of this attack has exceeded the scope of a purely physical attack. It is at least 10 times stronger than the damage you have caused so far. It embodies the power of will, reflects collective belief, and represents the sublimation of momentum. Although it consumes enormous resources and requires military cooperation, its power is sufficient to change the nature of warfare. In this era of cold weapons, this kind of power is simply akin to a game changer. What should this be called? You pondered. military force. The manifestation of collective will? In the end, you decided to call it the spirit of the army. You begin to delve deeper into this power. After numerous experiments, you discover several characteristics of the military spirit. First, it requires the cooperation of the military. The larger the number of personnel, the more skilled the training, and the more unified their beliefs, the stronger their military spirit will be. You've experimented. The combined military spirit of 200 people only emits a faint glow. Its power is mediocre. The combined spirit of 2,000 men can manifest into a weapon of astonishing power. Secondly, it consumes mental energy. Guiding and uniting the military spirit requires your mental energy. The more people involved, the greater the consumption. With your current mental strength, you can guide the spirit of 2,000 soldiers for about 15 minutes. Beyond that, you will feel fatigued. Third, it has multiple application methods. Besides manifesting weapons for physical attacks, military spirits can also be used to enhance the overall attributes of the army, such as increasing speed, strength, and stamina. It can also form a protective barrier and even affect the morale of enemy troops. Fourth, it can give back to itself. When you guide the spirit of the army's beliefs will feed back into your spirit, nourishing and nurturing your momentum. This is a virtuous cycle. Having mastered the spirit of the army, you finally have the confidence to sweep across the world. The starting point, the road to conquest, your 10th month since you traveled here. You stand high in the valley, looking down at 3,000 elite soldiers. These soldiers, dressed in uniform black training uniforms and carrying standard issue rifles, were arranged in neat square formations. You with resolute gazes and upright postures, after months of arduous training and the transformation through the strengthening body technique, each of them possesses the fighting power to take on 10 opponents. More importantly, they have absolute loyalty to you and their beliefs are highly aligned. You raise your right hand, and all the soldiers turn to look at you. The entire valley falls silent. Brothers, your voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly through the valley. After months of training, you've been transformed into a truly elite force. But I think you all know that the purpose of our training is not to guard the city gates or to maintain order. You paused, your gaze sweeping over each face. In this land, the emperor is incompetent, the officials are corrupt, the people are suffering, there are constant border wars, and the people are filled with resentment. I had no intention of vying for power, but I am aware of the suffering of the common people. This world should not be like this. From this day forward, we will no longer hide. We have an army to fight for justice. We have a goal to stand for all people, and we have a road to a peaceful and prosperous world. Are you willing to follow me? Even if the road ahead is fraught with peril, even if life and death are uncertain, 3,000 men roared in unison, we are willing to follow our Lord. We will go through fire and water without hesitation. The sound was like thunder, echoing through the valley. You feel an immense force of conviction surging from the army, naturally merging with your own momentum. Without deliberate guidance, the military spirit spontaneously coalesced, forming a faint golden phantom behind you. Though not fully manifested, it already exuded a chilling pressure. You know, the time has come. Individual combat prowess is unmatched, military strength is nascent, base is secure, intelligence network is well developed, and popular support is readily available. All conditions are met. It's time to begin the real sweep. Issue the order, your voice rang out. 3 days from now, the entire army will set off. First target Pingyuan County City. 3 days later, the entire army set off lightly equipped, carrying only 3 days' worth of rations and their best weapons, marching swiftly along the way. You personally led 3,000 elite troops, traversing hills, traveling day and night, and arrived at the city of Pingyuan County in just 1.5 days. The majestic city stood at the edge of the field of vision, its gray-black walls towering 10 feet high, banners fluttering atop the city towers, and garrison soldiers patrolling back and forth, creating an atmosphere of solemnity. This city is the heart of Pingyuan County, and a symbol of the imperial court's authority in this region. You reined in your horse and stood still, behind you 3,000 soldiers silent, the only sound the soft rustling of their armor. As your gaze sweeps across the city walls, you can sense a mixture of tension, arrogance, and apathy. Without any pre-battle pronouncements, ignoring the shouts of the opposing city defenders, you slowly raised the heavy black iron halberd you had painstakingly crafted, and your aura began to rise. An invisible, yet powerful will surged from within you, quickly resonating with the breath, heartbeat, and even the fighting spirit of the 3,000 soldiers behind you. Ripples seemed to spread through the air, a force, imperceptible to the naked eye yet undeniably present, gathering and rising, the conviction, spirit, and determination of 3,000 men, through your command, have been tempered and refined, ultimately transforming into a force powerful enough to shake reality, the spirit of the army. However, you did not display the full power of the military spirit. You merely imbued it into the Xuan Tai heavy halberd. As you swung the heavy iron halberd downwards, a layer of flickering, pale golden light condensed at the tip of the halberd. The condensed power of the army's spirit, reaching its peak, transformed into a golden arc of light tearing through the sky, fiercely slashing towards the heavily fortified city gate. Boom! A deafening roar shook the heavens and the earth, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing into the sky. As the dust settled, the scene before them terrified the defenders on the city walls and ignited the fighting spirit of the soldiers behind you. The city gate, said to be impregnable and capable of withstanding 10,000 troops, was cleaved open by a single halberd strike. This is beyond the capabilities of ordinary people. The moment the city gates crumbled, the immense power you had gathered surged forward like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing down. The defenders on the city wall felt their breath catch in their throats, their hearts pounding with fear, and they could barely hold their weapons. The will to resist quickly melts away before absolute power and authority. You led your army through the breached city gates and drove straight in without encountering any significant resistance. The prefect attempted to organize his personal guards to put up a last-ditch resistance, but under your cold gaze, his legs went weak. He collapsed to the ground and tremblingly handed over his official seal. The defending troops either surrendered or fled, and this magnificent city completely changed hands in less than 2 hours. Afterwards, you used the county seat as a base to launch attacks in all directions, employing both suppression and appeasement. Those local tyrants and county officials who had initially been observing or even secretly colluding with the imperial court all chose to submit in the face of the legend of the heavenly halberd and your rapidly expanding military might. In less than a month, your flag flew throughout Plains County. This time, you didn't hide your actions. You openly declared to the world, the old dynasty must be overthrown, and a new era must be established. You became the first person in these turbulent years to openly raise the flag of rebellion and carve out your own territory. Your first shot, with its deafening roar, was like a spark thrown into boiling oil, instantly igniting the already saturated and flammable Great Shu dynasty. Hidden powerful clans in various regions, overburdened refugees, ambitious warlords, officials harboring resentment towards the imperial court. It was as if overnight, everyone had found courage and an excuse In the north, bandits have seized the government treasury. In the south, a barbarian leader has declared himself king. Salt smugglers along the eastern coast have colluded with the navy in a rebellion. And in the western borderlands, the army has mutinied and declared itself independent due to unpaid wages. News of rebellions, large and small, flooded the capital like snowflakes. The once seemingly stable empire was suddenly engulfed in flames of war, riddled with cracks. The court is furious, and all the anger is directed first and foremost at you, the instigator. In the imperial palace, the emperor smashed his beloved jade Rui and angrily rebuked his ministers for their incompetence. The court officials held an emergency meeting and determined that they must first capture the kingpin to quell the fire, extinguishing it with swift and decisive action to deter the world and reverse the decline. Immediately, the imperial court drew elite troops from the capital region and neighboring stable prefectures, assembling an army of 50,000. The seasoned general Yang Zheng, known for his steadiness and loyalty, has been appointed commander-in-chief. He is to immediately set off for Pingyuan County. The imperial court's intention is clear: to crush you and your mythical legacy with overwhelming military superiority before the flames of war spread. Although the story of breaching a city gate with a single halberd has spread far and wide with merchants and refugees, even spawning exaggerated versions such as a divine descent or auspicious purple clouds from the east. But can the imperial court trust this? Of course not. In the imperial court, both the stubborn emperor and the ministers scoffed at this. They prefer to believe that it's an absurd glorification of you, the chief traitor, by ignorant commoners, or a carefully crafted rumor you fabricated to mislead the public. Playing tricks and spooking people is nothing but the skill of fools. You command a large army and swiftly subdue them with the force of Mount Tai crushing an egg, lest false rumors mislead the public. These are the words the emperor spoke to Yang Zheng before the army set off, just as the imperial army was marching in a grand procession towards Pingyuan County. You've started a killing spree in Plains County. No matter what prestigious family background, merchant rank, or landlord status, as long as they have committed evil, they will not escape your butcher's knife. Deal with your increasingly refined and powerful mental strength. You often only need a single glance for someone to reveal all the secrets they've known their entire life. In an instant, within Pingyuan County, once powerful and domineering families collapsed one after another, blood stained the execution grounds, and confiscated wealth and provisions piled up like mountains. The resources you've collected are enough to sustain your cultivation for nearly 6 months. Sure enough, confiscating property is the fastest way to make money. Your actions have shocked the world. This is tantamount to launching the most blatant challenge to the aristocratic clan system, one of the cornerstones of the great Shuo dynasty's rule. On this land where the Da Shuo dynasty was located, for thousands of years, the rise and fall of dynasties and the power struggles among aristocratic families have often been inseparable from their behind-the-scenes maneuvering. Which rebel force that rose to power at the end of every dynasty didn't have the support of a powerful clan behind it? Even if the rebellion succeeds, a compromise will be reached with certain powerful clans in exchange for the stability of the new dynasty. I've never heard of anyone so indiscriminately wielding a butcher's knife to thoroughly purge an entire old interest group. You've severed yourself from the scholarly community, destroyed your own foundation. How can a tyrannical and immoral regime last long? The world was abuzz with discussion. Everyone believed you were digging your own grave. Everyone was almost certain that once the imperial army of 50,000 arrived, your team, sustained by sorcery and terror, will crumble in an instant. and you yourself are destined to die a horrible death. A month and a half passed quickly amidst the chilling atmosphere and the expansion. You used an iron fist to purge the county, causing bloodshed in some areas and the complete collapse of the old order. On the other hand, they opened granaries to distribute food and recruited able-bodied men to equip the new army with captured weapons. You did not indiscriminately kill. You did not harm ordinary people, small merchants, or self-employed farmers, and even reduced or exempted taxes and restored public order. This stark contrast, coupled with the legend of a god descending to earth and breaching a city with a single halberd, and the tangible benefits, drew a constant stream of people to join the army. Your army has grown like a snowball, rapidly expanding from 3,000 men. When the imperial army of 50,000 finally arrived in Pingyuan County and set up a series of camps 10 miles outside the county seat, you already had 5,000 fierce and ready troops under your command. On the day of the decisive battle, the sky was clear and blue. Instead of holding the city to the death, you led 5,000 soldiers out of the city to form ranks and meet the enemy in open terrain. This action further convinced Yang Zheng that you were reckless and courting death. 50,000 against 5,000, 10 times the numbers, and our troops are a well-equipped, elite force under the imperial command. In this battle, the advantage lies with us. These even started planning how, after capturing you, the number one traitor, he can use that momentum to quickly suppress unrest across the country. Once both sides had formed their battle lines, the imperial army, clad in gleaming armor, with swords and spears like a forest, presented a formidable and imposing sight. Your army stood silently, but every pair of eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Just as Yang Zheng was about to order his entire army to press forward and crush you in one fell swoop, a sudden change occurred. He first vaguely sensed that the light above your army seemed slightly distorted. Then, to his astonishment, he saw a faint yet real golden light simultaneously emanating from you and the 5,000 soldiers behind you. The light wasn't dazzling, but it carried an indescribable sense of majesty and sanctity, as if the afterglow of the setting sun had draped you in a suit of armor. The Yang Zheng wasn't the only one who witnessed this. The soldiers at the front were also stunned. Demonic arts. An illusion? Yang Zheng forced himself to remain calm and shouted sharply to those around him. Don't panic. This is a traitor's illusion to bewitch people. Archers, prepare. Before he could finish his command, an even more unbelievable sight appeared. The faint golden light emanating from the soldiers you lead rapidly converges and coalesces behind you. In the blink of an eye, a gigantic phantom, 10 meters tall, with clearly defined features, and seemingly cast in gold, stood abruptly before the two armies. The phantom's face is blurred, but its posture is upright, tightly gripping a gigantic halberd of light, identical to your heavy black iron halberd but magnified dozens of times. The moment the illusory image solidified, suffocatingly powerful pressure swept across the battlefield. The war horses in the front ranks of the imperial army neighed in terror, and many soldiers turned pale, their legs trembling. Yang Zheng stared in disbelief, his mind blank. All his previous explanations of illusion paled in comparison to such visceral divine power. And just as the imperial army was thrown into brief chaos and panic, you made your move. You leap out alone, your heavy iron halberd pointing straight ahead. The 10-meter-tall golden phantom of the military spirit behind him also moved in sync, its massive light halberd slicing through sky. At command, 5,000 soldiers roared in unison, their voices shaking the heavens. The pale golden light emanating from them became even more intimately connected to the illusory image of the war spirit, as if each of them were a part of this colossal war spirit. The entire army, as one, transformed into a golden torrent, charging unstoppably towards the Imperial army, which outnumbered them tenfold. The ensuing battle was an almost one-sided rout. Wherever the golden phantom of the military spirit passed, it was like a whirlwind sweeping away fallen leaves. With each swing of the light halberd, a terrifying shockwave erupted, tearing a massive gap in the tight formation. Your 5,000 soldiers, empowered by the spirit of war, possessed strength, speed, and courage far exceeding their usual limits. Following closely behind the phantom figure, they charge into the enemy ranks, utterly crushing all resistance like cutting through butter. The Imperial army's crossbow bolts struck the phantoms like mud oxen sinking into the sea, while their swords and spears struggled to penetrate the soldiers' armor, which gleamed with golden light. The fear spread like wildfire through the 50,000-strong army. You yourself led from the front, wielding the Xuantai heavy halberd with the power of the military spirit. Each strike landed like thunder, instantly intimidating the soldiers within 100 meters. You aimed directly at the location of the central command flag, and after several charges, you reached Yang Zheng's vicinity. The old general attempted to organize his personal guards to resist, but under your halberd, they were as fragile as paper. Ultimately, Yang Zheng was knocked off his horse by the shock wave from the phantom of the military spirit and captured alive by your soldiers, who swarmed him. With their commander captured, the army's morale plummeted and resistance completely collapsed. In less than less than half an hour, the formation of the Imperial army of 50,000 had completely broken down, and the battle was essentially over. On the vast wilderness, corpses lay strewn everywhere, and those who surrendered knelt on the ground like hills. After tallying the results of the Imperial army's 50,000 troops, over 15,000 were killed in action, while the remaining 34,000 surrendered, and all the provisions and supplies fell into your hands. After the battle, you did not massacre the surrendered soldiers. You ordered the wounded to be properly cared for and provided with food, and for several consecutive days personally gave speeches to the surrendered soldiers. You amplify the persuasive power of your words by leveraging your own strength and combine them with their personal experiences of military miracles to recount the corruption of the court, the exploitation by powerful families, and the suffering of the common people, and your desire to establish a world without exorbitant taxes, without the oppression of the powerful, where everyone can have enough to eat and wear. Having witnessed the miracle firsthand, coupled with your clear and powerful promises and your egalitarian attitude towards ordinary soldiers, the surrendered troops' psychological defenses gradually crumbled. Many people, recalling their difficult times at home and the oppression from their superiors, find it hard to remain calm when they compare it to the relatively fair treatment they receive in the military. Within a few days, over 34,000 surrendered soldiers submitted to you, and your army surged from 5,000 to nearly 40,000. Furthermore, after undergoing ideological rectification, a new consensus has been initially formed. The 13th month, the 2 months have passed since you defeated the Imperial army. That battle made divine intervention no longer a legend, but a fact known to all. Your fame resounded throughout the land, not only shattering the court's illusions of a swift victory, but also leaving those who initially thought you were digging your own grave speechless. Rumors spread like wildfire throughout the land, claiming you are the reincarnation of a true dragon, wielding the power of divine punishment, and that all who oppose you will be annihilated like ants. So much so that 2 months have passed, and the Imperial Court still shows no sign of sending troops to attack you again. What you don't know is that when news of your victory over an army of 50,000 reached the capital, the imperial court was in complete chaos. The war faction and the peace faction were locked in a fierce dispute, causing the old emperor to suffer sleepless nights in the deep palace. He issued 12 secret edicts to mobilize the border troops, but the army failed to assemble for a long time. And in those 2 months, you successively captured 2 more counties near Plains County. However, the powerful families and noble clans of these 2 prefectures had already fled, leaving only anxious commoners and empty treasuries in the cities. You ride your horse through the quiet streets, your gaze sweeping over the tightly closed vermilion gates and high walls, your heart unmoved. But they can run away, they can't hide. When you rule the world, none of them will escape. The ledger of history will eventually be settled, line by line. After 2 months of rigorous training, the 35,000 newly recruited soldiers, under the leadership of veterans, were already capable of contributing to the formation of military spirit. On the training ground, the sounds of battle shook the heavens. The confusion in the eyes of the newly recruited soldiers had been replaced by determination. They began to learn to echo each other's breath as they charged, letting their invisible fighting spirit converge into a mighty torrent. Your next goal is to sweep through the city and swiftly conquer the capital. Your strategists have already rehearsed the plan countless times on the sand table. Take the Kang River route straight into the heart of the Central Plains, bypassing heavily fortified passes and trading speed for space. However, you're not interested in the strategists' discussions. If you ask me, who cares about such trivial matters when faced with absolute power? Just send a large army over. This is your 14th month since you traveled here. At this point, you have led an army of 40,000 to the outskirts of the capital. Along this journey, no city, no pass can stop your advance. The defending troops often only saw billowing dust in the distance, and moments later, golden battle banners would rain down like clouds, causing their morale to crumble before even engaging in battle. Some generals attempted to hold the city walls at all costs. But overwhelming aura of their army's spirit made the soldiers on the walls tremble with fear. You are not bloodthirsty. Those who surrender are not killed, and looting is not permitted. Therefore, wherever your army passes, many civilians offer you food and drink. This scene deeply moved you. In chaotic times, all people yearn for is a figure who can bring order. Because the time between your departure and the enemy's arrival at the city gates was too short. Even if the emperor summons troops from all over the country to come to the aid of the emperor, only a small fraction of these soldiers will be able to reach the capital before you. The total number of soldiers guarding the capital at present does not exceed 150,000 and most of them were hastily trained new troops and exhausted Beijing garrison guards. Looking out from the towering city walls, their formations vaguely revealed a sense of panic, faced with an enemy force 3 times your size. You didn't muster the same fighting spirit you displayed last time when 5,000 faced 50,000. Your army is no longer the previous 5,000, but a full 40,000. The combined military spirit of 40,000 men is far beyond what people can imagine. You slowly rode your horse to the front of the battle formation, raising your heavy black iron halberd. Behind you, 40,000 soldiers roared in unison, their roars echoing across the plains like thunder. As the military spirit coalesced, the world suddenly fell silent, and the wind and clouds changed color. A golden phantom wielding a giant halberd emerges behind you, initially like a thin mist at dawn, then solidifying into a mountain. The illusory figure at this moment is no longer the 10-meter-tall form created by the previous 5,000 people, but 100 meters tall, majestic as if a god descended to earth. Sunlight pierced through its body, casting a dazzling golden glow. And moreover, the phantom at this moment is not only clearly outlined, but its features are also clearly visible. Its eyebrows and eyes are exactly the same as yours on horseback. This military spirit seems to be the embodiment of your will. As you moved, the phantom slowly raised the golden halberd in its hand. The movement seemed slow, yet it stirred up a howling wind. Then, he suddenly swung his sword forward. A massive golden beam, hundreds of feet long, cleaved forward as if splitting the heavens and earth, causing the air to hiss and the ground to crack in its wake. The soldiers touched by the golden light didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly reduced to a bloody mist, leaving only a glaring red mark on the spot. Once the golden light dissipated, only 140,000 of the Imperial army remained, with a single strike. Tens of thousands of soldiers were annihilated. A moment of deathly silence fell over the battlefield, followed by uncontrollable cries of panic from the Imperial army. Yudu did not launch another attack. The halberd in Junhun's hand sank downwards, the tip sinking 3/10 of an inch into the ground. A golden wave of energy emanated from you, sweeping towards the army ahead like a tidal wave. That wasn't physical harm, but rather a pressure on the soul level, a mixture of battlefield bloodlust and an all-conquering will. The Imperial army instantly felt an astonishing pressure bearing down on them, as if they were carrying mountains on their shoulders and their knees were sinking into mud. Having been terrified by that attack earlier, and now intimidated by your imposing presence, the remaining soldiers could no longer grip their weapons. It's unclear who first threw down their spear, but then came a chain reaction of collapse. The clanging of spears echoed endlessly as 140,000 men knelt like a tidal wave, heads bowed to the ground, utterly devoid of any will to fight. Afterwards, your army swept through the city like a whirlwind, your iron cavalry trampling across the open city gates and instantly reaching the palace. Chaos reigned within the Vermilion Palace walls. Eunuchs and palace maids fled in all directions, with only a few guards offering token resistance. And however, the emperor and some ministers were no longer in the palace. The secret passage led to a desolate mountain 30 miles outside the city. However, you didn't care about any of this. You simply ordered your generals to split up and pursue them, while you yourself stepped onto the dragon steps where the supreme ruler had once sat. You stroked the dragon throne, a surge of emotion welling up within you. This supreme position, which so many people in my past lives could only dream of, you have now so easily taken it. That's why time travel is great. Time travel is great. Of course, if you time traveled without any cheat codes, then disregard what I said. The 10 days after the capture of the palace, order was initially restored in the capital. Your next goal is either to conquer the world, with the capital as your center, and ascend throne as emperor. Next, I'm going to smash the teeth of the entire world.